Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 46:29 to Chapter 47:14. Commander Zhua, feel free to speak your mind, Xianxia said with a smile. He had already come this far, so there was nothing to worry about. I should support you in fighting for the gold medal, Commander, but your strength has yet to break through the star level, and you have experienced a series of battles at this time. For you, fighting for the gold medal, Commander, is still very dangerous. Moreover, the previous gold medal commander was very terrifying and had a very high status in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. This time, he is also participating. Many people assert that he will still be the gold medal commander this time. Basically, no one can compete with him, Zhuo said in a deep voice. So, you want me to retreat? Xianxia said. Zhuo was silent for a moment and nodded. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You are too outstanding, so you will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of many people. If you touch other people's cake, they will definitely hold you responsible. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse and the Milky Way City are far from as simple as you think. In that case, I have to fight even more. The gold medal commander sounds good. I, Xianxia, have never had the habit of surrendering. As a Horseman of the Apocalypse, I can't be afraid without fighting, Xianxia said calmly. Xiaoyin is the eldest son of City Lord Xiao. His strength is outstanding, and I heard that Xiao Tai made things difficult for you in the past. If there is any conflict between the two of you, I advise you not to make an enemy out of Xiaoyin. You are not his match. For safety's sake, you should choose to give up. He is not someone that Sun Xiaoyao and the others can compare to. He can become the number one person under the commander. The gold medal commander title is not for nothing. I am doing this for your own good, Zhuo said earnestly. He had just gotten rid of Zhang Tian's people, so he thought very highly of Xianxia. He was sure that Xianxia's future in the city was immeasurable, so he wanted to form an alliance with Xianxia. However, if Xianxia insisted on going his own way, he was likely to suffer a fatal blow from Xiaoyin. I'm a person who doesn't believe in heresy. I know there's a tiger on the mountain, but I still want to go there. I want to see how strong this fellow is. I don't believe that I can't take the position of a gold medal commander, Xianxia vowed. He was very confident in himself. Because of this, he couldn't underestimate his opponent. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. You, Sai, forget it, forget it. However, I'll warn you first, Xiaoyin is extremely powerful. You'd better watch yourself, and don't force yourself to do anything. Zhuo's face was solemn. His eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. If Xianxia were to fight Xiaoyin, he would definitely die. Although he had defeated 3 early-stage star states, Xiaoyin was no ordinary person. After exchanging some pleasantries, Zhuo left Xianxia's residence. However, not long after, another person appeared. It was a person that Xianxia had been looking for, but he didn't dare to look for her. When Luoying appeared in front of Xianxia, Tong Ling and Tong Yao pulled Da Huang away from Xianxia's residence. The two of them looked at each other with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. I left without saying goodbye, Luoying said in a low voice. It's all right. It doesn't matter. You are the princess, so why would I have any reason to blame you? Xianxia shook his head and chuckled. You know my identity? Luoying looked at Xianxia in shock. How did he know? Her brother wouldn't tell her. To be able to challenge the son of a city lord like Xiao Tai and threaten to kill, I'm afraid there isn't a second person in the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. Even someone as arrogant as Xiao Tai didn't dare to say half a word. There's only one possibility. Mo Han is the son of a city lord, and you are the princess of the Heavenly Awakening Star, right? There are only a handful of people in the entire Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City who can get a divine doctor to treat your mother, right? Xianxia asked. I didn't intend to hide it from you. Luoying bit her red lips as she struggled to speak. You have your own difficulties. It's not convenient for me to ask. You don't have to worry about it. Xianxia smiled. He felt a little sad, but it wasn't intense. In his life, Luoying was like a shooting star that flashed by. he knew that there was still a gap between them. It wasn't that Xianxia was belittling himself, but he didn't want to take things too seriously. If he said that he loved her, he definitely loved her. If he said that he didn't love her, it would be against his heart. Xianxia didn't want Luoying to feel too much pressure. Luoying was the same. She didn't want Xianxia to feel sad for her. She didn't want Xianxia to get involved in this marriage. This time, I have something to tell you. Luoying looked at Xianxia. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. She was afraid that if she left, the two of them would never meet again. Say it. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. Xianxia said solemnly. Just give up. Don't fight for the gold commander position. You are not Xiaoyin's opponent. Luoying was very worried about Xianxia's safety. Xiaoyin's strength was clear to all. If Xianxia went against Xiaoyin, he would definitely die. Although Xianxia had a bit of fame in the past, as he had killed 3 early-stage star martialists by himself, it didn't mean that he could ignore everyone. Xiaoyin's strength was well known. In the final battle for the gold commander position, some people had already started to give up. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. If you don't know the suffering of others, don't persuade them to be kind. Since everyone isn't optimistic about me fighting for the gold commander position, I will definitely win for everyone to see. Xianxia's smile gradually disappeared. His face was full of seriousness. Since everyone was looking down on him, he had to fight for it. Xiaoyin, even if you are an unparalleled godly monarch, I will definitely fight you. Luoying might be doing this for his own safety, while Zhuolu and Hui might be doing this for him to grow, but the final result wasn't what Xianxia wanted. What he wanted was to be famous on the Apocalypse planet. You are really too careless. You don't even know how strong Xiaoyin is. Listen to me, Xianxia. Don't be a moth flying into a flame. Xiaoyin is Xiao Tai's brother. He definitely won't let you off. Luoying frowned, but Xianxia was stubborn and didn't listen to her. I will do what I want. You don't need to persuade me. No one can change my mind. Thank you for your good intentions. Xianxia's voice was powerful and unquestionable. All right, since you insist, then I can't do anything about it. In half a month, I will be getting married to the second son of the second city lord, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Tai, Luoying said in a low voice. She bit her lips, and her face was full of struggle as she clenched her fists tightly. Xianxia's body trembled, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. However, in just a moment, he regained his composure. Congratulations! Luoying's heart was as cold as ice. She had thought that when Xianxia heard the news, he would fly into a rage and take her away. However, the final result would be heartbreaking. Xianxia knew that he couldn't give her the happiness she wanted. Moreover, he might even become her burden. As long as she could be happy, it was fine. Although his heart ached, he had no other choice. Luoying left. She hoped that Xianxia could make her stay, but reason told her that if Xianxia did that, it would only harm him. Xianxia's strength was rising steadily, and his future was boundless. However, no matter how powerful he was still just a chess piece. On the Apocalypse planet, besides the 3 city lords, no one else had the right to decide their own fate. Her meeting with Xianxia had been a mistake. She had wanted to rely on her own efforts to obtain her father's love and favor, but reality proved that in the eyes of a true superior, no matter how hard you worked, you would only be a tool, even if that person was her father. Not having the right to choose one's fate and being enslaved by fate was the most terrifying thing. However, Luoying had no other choice. Xianxia had become her weakness. Loving someone was so difficult that it had actually become his burden. After Luoying left, Xianxia once again immersed himself in cultivation. However, Luoying's figure lingered in his mind. Everyone had their own choices, and Xianxia had no way of controlling Luoying. Perhaps she was unwilling, but since it was her own choice, there had to be a reason. The next day, the sky was clear and the wind was gentle. The entire square of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was packed with people. Compared to the previous commander-ranking battle, it was even more exciting, and the cheers were even louder and more excited. It was a sea of people, a tsunami of shouts. To them, this was a battle between powerhouses, and even more so, a battle of dignity and glory. It looks like there's going to be a good show today. Xianxia is a devil incarnate, and many commanders are guarding against him. He, who told him to be too arrogant yesterday? He fought 1 against 3 and even killed them all. The horseman of the apocalypse isn't a place where he can run amok. A thorn in the flesh should have the awareness of a thorn in the flesh. That's right. I wonder who will have the last laugh in this battle, ha ha ha. Xianxia is a rising star. I think he will definitely be ganged up on. At that time, he won't be as comfortable as he is now. He can fight 3 at once, but if he fights 10 at once, he will become the strongest person in the universe. It's not that easy to be a gold medal commander. Xiaoyin is a mountain that he can't climb. Xiaoyin, a name popped up in many people's minds, the number 1 person under the captain, the gold medal commander Xiaoyin. He had personally fought for his position, and it had nothing to do with City Lord Xiao. Although he was the eldest son of City Lord Xiao, he didn't rely on his father. He had conquered many people with his own fists. Xiaoyin was a valiant knight, an unparalleled warrior, and a gold commander. His position in the army and the horsemen of the apocalypse could not be shaken by ordinary people. Strength and tyranny were the most stable. It was obvious that Xianxia was not favored to climb the mountain that was Xiaoyin. It wasn't just him, Xiaoyin was still the favorite to win the gold medal commander battle. Xianxia had already recovered 80% of his strength. His Genesis Chi reserves were too much, and for today's battle, he had devoured countless Genesis stones and a minor rejuvenation pill to recover 80% of his strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fully recover in a day. This battle was not only about dignity and glory, but it was also the only way for Xianxia to advance to a higher level. Only by standing higher on the apocalypse planet could he see further. He might not be able to see Feng Er, but if he stood high enough, he could let Feng Er see him. This time, Xiao Yuan was still standing on the high platform, watching from afar. After all, today was a microcosm of his son's many years of battle. The gold medal commander battle was definitely in Xiao Yin's bag. Today, Ener should be able to sweep the commander battle. Xiao Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. This was his pride. He had never relied on himself and had risen from the ranks. This was what an expert should be like. City Lord Xiao is right. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, Xiaoyin should be able to become the champion. He's already experienced in the competition for the golden commander position, but this time, he still hasn't seen anyone who can compete with him. Yun Lingfei silently nodded in agreement. Given Xiaoyin's strength, he had the highest chance of being promoted to the position of captain. Every step he took in the army gave off a majestic aura, similar to Yun Lingfei back then. What about Xianxia? Didn't I hear that guy isn't afraid of anything? I want to see how he will fight against my elder brother. Xiao Tai crossed his arms and sneered. He stood beside Xiao Yuan with his head held high. What he wanted to see the most today was his elder brother personally slaughtering Xianxia. If you're not convinced, you can give it a try. Yun Lingfei coldly glanced at Xiao Tai. A mere Xianxia. If I go up, I will definitely cut him down and make sure he dies. Xiao Tai said in disdain. Tai Captain Yun is here, don't be rude. Xiao Yuan berated. It was not nice to belittle another person's soldier in front of the captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Xiao Tai's expression changed. He nodded slightly, took a step back, and stopped talking. Although the captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse could not be compared to his father, he held great power. Under the apocalypse Milky Way City, other than the 3 city lords, Captain Yun Lingfei Yun had the highest status. All these years, his father had always wanted to rope in Captain Yun, so Xiao Tai naturally did not dare to act rashly in front of Yun Lingfei. I announce that today's commander ranking battle, the gold medal commander battle, begins now. Lin Xiu stepped onto the stage and said in a deep voice. 10 figures appeared on the square one after another. Yin Wanting, forfeit. Su Tianxi, forfeit. Wang Dabiao, forfeit. Han Yingxing, forfeit. Dongfang Xuelua, forfeit. Zhou Qi, forfeit. Zhao Dezhu, forfeit. Wan Yenagusu, forfeit. All 8 people chose to forfeit at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? All these people actually forfeited? Was the gold medal commander so unattractive? However, in the next moment, they all knew that Xiaoyin's strength was there for all to see. These people forfeiting basically meant that they didn't want to be enemies with Xiaoyin. It might be a little shameful for one person to forfeit, but it wasn't strange for so many people to forfeit. However, it still made the hearts of those knights who were full of expectations turn cold. They originally wanted to see a life-and-death battle, but now that 8 people had forfeited, only 2 people were left in the end, Jiangchen and Xiaoyin. Jiangchen, are you forfeiting? Lin Xiao asked. Why should I forfeit? Success or failure depends on this. So many people have forfeited, I have to fight to the end. I can feel that the gold medal commander is slowly waving at me. All 8 of them forfeited. Jiangchen was the only one who didn't /T forfeit. Facing the former gold medal commander, Xiaoyin, his actions won everyone /S respect. This was the attitude a strong person should have. Even if he knew he was no match, even if everyone didn't /T think highly of him, even if the world had let him down, he had to be a courageous and fearless person. This is what a man is. This is what a real man is, I like it. Yeah, this group of cowards, they don't /T even dare to fight. Damn it, I am so angry. A gold medal commander isn /T so easy to defeat. Even if it /S a battle, it /S not as simple as you think. It /S not that they don't /T dare, but they don't /T have a chance at all. You guys haven /T seen Xiaoyin /S strength, so you won /T understand how terrifying he is. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. A half-step star level, no matter how strong he is, can /T compete with Xiaoyin. Then let /S see who can laugh in the end. Jiangchen /S attitude explained everything. He wanted to fight for this final gold medal commander. No matter who was in front of him, no matter how many obstacles there were, nothing could stop him from moving forward. Lin Xiao /S face sank. This guy was really as stubborn as a donkey. Everyone had forfeited, but he was the only one who didn't /T know what was good for him. Can a half-step star level fight with Xiaoyin, although Jiangchen /S strength had indeed shocked him yesterday, Xiaoyin was a legendary figure of the Knights of the Apocalypse and was once a gold medal commander. No one dared to confront him. Jiangchen accepted the challenge without hesitation and aroused the enthusiasm of the Knights of the Apocalypse. The collision they had been looking forward to for a long time was finally going to happen. In the end, would the veteran warlord Xiaoyin be better, or would the newcomer Jiangchen be able to give him a head-on blow? Although Jiangchen was the last person who didn't /T forfeit and was full of fighting spirit facing Xiaoyin, it was hard to say who would win in the end. Sure enough, the younger generation will surpass us in time. In this battle, I think this Jiangchen seems to be catching up from behind. Xiao Yuan said with a silly smile. Xiaoyin had absolute confidence in his son when facing Jiangchen. Jiangchen only carried the passion of a new life. Among the horsemen of the apocalypse, there should be some courageous people, but it was unknown whether they could counterattack in the end. There was no pity for the losers even if they were killed. Sun Xiaoyao, Zhang Heng, and the others were the best examples. Yun Lingfei was a little worried. He didn't /T expect this Jiangchen to be so strong. If everyone didn't /T forfeit, he might still have a chance of survival. In a chaotic battle, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't /T be eliminated, but all 8 of them forfeited. For Jiangchen, it was a one-on-one battle. Fighting Xiaoyin alone against Jiangchen, Jiangchen had a slim chance of survival. Xiao Yuan was able to be so calm because he was certain that Jiangchen was not Xiaoyin /S opponent. Xiao Tai also had a calm face and looked like he was sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Xiaoyin and Jiangchen were not opponents on the same level at all. Are you sure? Lin Xiao looked at Jiangchen with a hint of contempt in his eyes. In his eyes, this guy naturally couldn't /T be compared with Xiaoyin. Wasn't /T that asking for trouble, like a moth flying into a flame? He knew that he couldn't /T do it, but he still did it. Lin Xiao really didn't /T know if he was brave or stupid. The gold medal commander is mine. Jiangchen said heroically. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was the only battle for the gold medal commander, and it was also the last thing they could see. Okay, then I fulfill your wish. Success or failure, life or death. Lin Xiaolonglong stared at Jiang Chen. This battle was destined to end with his death. Xiaoyin would definitely not let him go. The dignity of the strong could not be challenged. You /Ri, a brave man. Xiaoyin raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen coldly. His expression was cold and meticulous. His eyes were calm, and he didn't care about Jiang Chen at all. Because defeating him was as common as eating a meal, just like drinking water. If I defeat you, I be the new gold medal commander. Jiang Chen looked at Xiaoyin and said. Facing the powerful Xiaoyin, he didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice. His strength was much stronger than Zhang Heng and the others. Jiang Chen knew that this battle would definitely be more difficult. In order to become famous after this battle, in order to improve his strength, Jiang Chen was fearless. You /Ri, a very arrogant person. I hope that your strength can match up to your arrogance. Xiaoyin said. As you wish. Jiang Chen remained unmoved and looked at Xiaoyin. Even if the other party /S pressure was strong, it wasn't a big deal in Jiang Chen /S eyes. This battle was imminent. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Waves of cheers caused the blood of the audience to boil. Jiang Chen might not be as strong as Xiaoyin, but he was the epitome of all horsemen of the apocalypse, fearlessly fighting against the strong. His battle was what everyone was thinking. Even when facing the undefeatable Xiaoyin, the former gold medal commander, Jiang Chen could still make such a solemn vow. This was a fearless hero. Since 8 commanders have already withdrawn from the final gold medal commander battle, I hereby announce that the gold medal commander will be the winner of the battle between Jiang Chen and Xiaoyin. The ultimate battle will now begin. As soon as Lin Xiao words fell, the battle had already begun. The audience held their breaths and focused. The highly anticipated battle between Jiang Chen and Xiaoyin had begun. Although Jiang Chen defeated Zhang Heng, Sun Xiaoyao, and Li Muran, Xiaoyin isn /T like them. He will most likely lose in this battle. Tong Yao still had lingering fears. Jiang Chen /S fighting spirit was worthy of everyone /S praise, but the result was often the most important. Although it seemed that he carried the dreams of all horsemen of the apocalypse, he was likely to be defeated by Xiaoyin in the end. If the other party were to kill him, he would most likely die. Don't /T be so pessimistic. If little Chinzi didn't /T have more than 30% confidence, he definitely wouldn't /T fight. De Huang laughed. 30%? Tong Ling laughed involuntarily. 30% confidence, and he dared to challenge the former gold medal war god? Wasn't /T this too exaggerated? Only De Huang knew Jiang Chen /S determination. Even if it /S only 10%, he won /T give up. There are millions of people who want to kill him, but he /S still alive now. Those who want to kill him have never had a good ending. De Huang knew that they wouldn't /T understand. Jiang Chen /S faith and De Huang /S trust were the symbols of their survival. With 30% confidence, Jiang Chen dared to fight against the heavens. Make your move, you only have one chance. This chance is your last hope. Don't /T say that I am bullying you. Otherwise, you won't /T even have a chance to make a move. Jiang Chen did not look sideways as he gripped the heavenly dragon sword tightly. His battle-intent sword. Even though he knew that he had a slim chance of survival in this battle, it was this kind of pressure that allowed him to continuously improve. Pressure was motivation, and it was the support that allowed him to move forward bravely. In this battle, Jiang Chen must go all out. Xiaoyin's confidence stemmed from his strength. As a gold medal commander for many years, it was understandable for him to be provoked. However, Jiang Chen had to break the silence. It would not be easy for Xiaoyin to defeat him. Since he was so confident, then Yi Shiwen would destroy his confidence step by step. He would fight with all his might, and he could not afford to lose. Jiang Chen raised his sword and charged forward. His domineering aura leaked out, and his sword aura hummed. The sword aura of the limitless sword engulfed the world, causing countless people to suffocate. Xianxia's strength was indeed enough to fight against a star-grade expert. His sword technique was like a waterfall, soaring through the sky. Insignificant skill, and you dare to show off in front of an expert? Xiaoyin said faintly. He took a step forward, and with the force of a thunderbolt, he punched out, directly colliding with Xianxia's sword aura. The sword aura was dispersed, and Xianxia's aura also collapsed in an instant. He retreated with a solemn expression. This punch seemed ordinary, but in fact, it contained at least 70% of Xiaoyin's domineering aura. Xianxia's qi and blood surged within his body. He sheathed his sword and stood upright. In this short exchange, he had already deeply felt Xiaoyin's strength. One punch to destroy his attack. With a destructive aura, Xiaoyin did not give him any chance to breathe. Xianxia knew that this person was far from what Sun Xiaoyao and the other two could compare to. Otherwise, Tong Yao, Luo Ying, and even Zhuo Luanhui would advise him to give up. This guy could completely sweep away an early-stage star-grade expert. Accept your death. Xiaoyin's steps were calm, but each step was as steady as Mount Tai, as if he had the strength to lift up a mountain. The hurricane roared. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia immediately used the soaring dragon technique and raised his strength to its peak. He raised his sword and fought Xiaoyin. Although Xianxia's strength kept increasing, he still hadn't broken through to the star grade. That kind of qualitative change couldn't be overcome no matter what. Facing Xiaoyin's charge, Xianxia acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. His heavenly dragon sword could not withstand Xiaoyin's wild punches and could only retreat continuously. It was impossible for him to win steadily, so he had to protect himself. Xiaoyin's strength couldn't be compared to Zhang Heng's. The pressure on Xianxia was unimaginably great. Although the limitless sword was powerful, it couldn't be unleashed, and the sword aura couldn't be accumulated. Everything was empty talk. Xiaoyin smashed the void with his bare fists. Xianxia couldn't take it at all. Although the dragon transformation body wasn't weaker than Xiaoyin, the display of strength was something that Xianxia couldn't achieve. In less than 20 moves, Xianxia was already stretched to the limit. His expression was ugly, and he was drenched in sweat. After taking a few punches from Xiaoyin, Xianxia couldn't touch Xiaoyin at all. Sigh, it's over. This guy is finished. He still wants to compete with Xiaoyin. He's overestimating himself. That's right. Doesn't he know his own strength? If he insists on showing off, he might even lose his life. He overestimated his own strength. Xianxia is just too conceited. He thinks that just because he won a few battles and defeated a few newbies, he would have the courage to fight a warrior who is much stronger than him. He's a typical example of someone who doesn't know his own strength, and he still wants to climb higher and higher? Dream on. Ha ha ha. Although many horsemen of the apocalypse think highly of him, it doesn't mean that he can do whatever he wants. His spirit isn't bad, but this guy is a bit stubborn. If I don't quickly forfeit, Xiaoyin's name is like thunder in the ears of the horsemen of the apocalypse. People fear fame as pigs fear being fat. You have to see how much ability you have. As Xianxia retreated step by step, more and more people mocked him, full of disdain. The gap between the two was too great. If one wanted to gain the upper hand and become famous in the apocalypse, one first had to have strength. In the hearts of more people, Xianxia was like a newborn baby who hadn't learned how to walk, but he already wanted to run. The result was self-evident. He would end up in a miserable state, and he would even lose his life. Xianxia retreated as he fought, using the heaven ascension stairway. His speed was as fast as a rainbow, and even Xiaoyin couldn't catch up to him. As the two fought, Xianxia retreated, forming a situation where they were chasing each other. Xianxia became more and more passive. If he wanted to escape, Xiaoyin naturally couldn't catch up to him, but if he wanted to win, he had to fight to the death with Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin was also very depressed. How could this guy run so fast? He was as slippery as a loach. If this continued and he couldn't catch him, wouldn't he become a joke to others? Xiaoyin frowned, feeling more and more depressed. But this was the truth. If the two continued to fight, it would only give him a bigger headache. Brat, you still want to play tricks with me? I'll personally kill you. Xiaoyin sneered inwardly. He had long been certain that Xianxia would become his gold medal commander. Anyone who opposed him must die. Others watched as Xianxia fled for his life, but Xiaoyin was having a headache because Xianxia had managed to escape several times in a row. Not being able to catch him made him angry out of humiliation. The Heaven Ascension stairway had consumed a large amount of Xianxia's Genesis Qi, and he couldn't keep running. As long as he couldn't escape, he would sooner or later be exhausted. Hence, Xianxia wasn't blindly running away. He was setting up a formation, which was the only formation that could trap Xiaoyin. The Azura shock absorption. Xianxia had buried countless Genesis stones in the void to set up the Azura sword formation. This was his chance. 9 Tribulations Heavenly Imprisoning Finger, Single Sun Finger. Xianxia's finger pierced through the void. Xiaoyin didn't dare to underestimate it. Zhang Heng and the others had been gravely injured by this finger, and all of them had died under the 9 Tribulations Heavenly Imprisoning Finger. It had to be said that Xianxia had some skills. Hence, Xiaoyin didn't underestimate him. If he wanted to become a gold medal commander, he had to get rid of all obstacles. Giant Spirit Fist. Xiaoyin punched out. Wind and thunder howled as he met Xianxia's single sun finger head-on. Under the heavy punch, Xianxia was blasted back. The qi and blood in his body trembled once more, and his breathing became ragged. If not for the terrifying single sun finger, his entire arm would have been crippled. What a terrifying punch. Xianxia actually withstood it. It seems that his reputation isn't undeserved. To be able to fight with Xiaoyin to this extent is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Even if Xianxia loses, he has won respect for himself. Look at him. Does he look like he's admitting defeat? He's really a stubborn donkey. He must be seriously injured by now. I've experienced Xiaoyin's giant spirit fist before. He only used 70% of his strength, and I was already unable to dodge it. This battle is indeed exciting. Xianxia staggered with a gloomy face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin was still moving forward step by step, displaying the style of a king. You're too weak, still too weak. Xiaoyin flew up and punched out with both fists. The thunderstorm gathered in front of Xianxia's eyes and enlarged. Sword, rise! Xianxia bellowed. With a thought, the Ashura sword formation appeared once again. The long-awaited sword qi swept across the sky, piercing through the sky. On the training field, many people stopped in their tracks and cried out in surprise. This time, Xianxia used all of his 6th grade source stones and the remaining 5th grade source stones after his cultivation to form the Ashura sword formation. 18 5th grade battle weapons were all enchanted with the ice attribute. With the addition of the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation, the Ashura sword formation changed the sky and earth, firmly trapping Xiaoyin within. What a terrifying sword qi. This sword formation is strange. Xianxia has been hiding all this while, preparing for a rainy day. Even 10 early star-level experts might not be able to escape unscathed from this sword formation. Wow, this guy is serious. Xianxia, you're really impressive. Many people's faces changed color. Xiaoyin was trapped in the formation, completely losing his previous sharpness. Rays of icy sword qi shot out in all directions, constantly compressing Xiaoyin's living environment. Xianxia used all of his strength. The energy of all the source stones surged at this moment, shocking everyone. Xiaoyin kept attacking the formation. His strength also kept increasing. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. No one hesitated or stopped. If there was even the slightest bit of distraction, there was a possibility of being killed by the other. The Ashura sword formation made Xiaoyin even angrier. Inside the formation, Xianxia kept pressuring him, but Xiaoyin was still so calm. This made Xianxia uncertain. Could this formation really suppress him? While Xianxia was hesitating, Xiaoyin began to explode. Trying to trap me? You're still too inexperienced. Xiaoyin's face was gloomy, and his aura suddenly soared, causing an uproar. This is a 2nd-level star state. So Xiaoyin's strength has already broken through. He has been hiding it all this time. This is what it means to be a true expert. He's been hiding and keeping a low profile. Xiaoyin is still Xiaoyin after all. This time, Jiangchen is dead. Yun Lingfei seemed to have realized this a long time ago. Although he was a little surprised, he was not shocked. It seemed that Xiao Yin's breakthrough in strength was within his expectations. Xiao Yin has indeed grown quite a bit, Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Following Captain Yun is a given. I have to thank Captain Yun for nurturing me. He. Xiao Yuan said calmly. How could he not know what his son was like? At this moment, his face was the most radiant. City Lord Xiao is too kind. Xiao Yin's strength is all due to his outstanding talent. In the next 1,000 years, he will definitely surpass me. Yun Lingfei nodded. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. A second-level star state, Jiangchen would definitely lose. Now, it all depended on whether he could survive from Xiao Yin's hands. From the bottom of his heart, he still hoped that Jiangchen could survive. After all, Jiangchen was a rare newcomer in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Moreover, he had cured so many retired veterans who followed him back then. However, on the battlefield, there was only blood, no mercy. Victory or defeat depended on one's own ability. Everyone present was getting more and more excited. Xiao Yin's strength surprised them even more. The battle came wave after wave, and the most important thing was that Xiao Yin had the upper hand. A second-level star state, Jiangchen definitely had no chance. Originally, I didn't want to reveal my strength so early, but now it's all because of you. I, Xiao Yin, have killed countless people, but you are the only one who can fight me to my heart's content. You should be proud to die in my hands, Xiao Yin said confidently. Both of his fists punched out. At this moment, powerful Genesis Chi undulation spread out continuously. Jiangchen's expression changed again and again. He knew that the Ashura sword formation could not hold on any longer. It wouldn't be long before it completely collapsed. At that time, it might be the time when he was defeated. Heaven and earth, black and yellow, invisible spirit gathering, break for me. Xiao Yin punched out, and the Ashura sword formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. In an instant, it completely collapsed. More than 10 flying swords scattered down, and the endless Genesis Chi sword curtain disappeared in an instant. Jiangchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his whole body had been sucked dry. He had consumed a huge amount of Genesis Chi, but in the end, he failed on the verge of success. Xiao Yin was too strong. Before he broke through to the star level, he seemed to be unable to do anything to him. I've completely lost, sigh, Jiangchen, you must live on. Tong Ling's face was filled with worry. A second-layer star level had declared Jiangchen's defeat. Everyone present could not help but shake their heads. The situation was already irreversible. Double Dragon Finger. Jiangchen exerted all his strength and launched another attack. He thrust out with 2 fingers, dragon soars in the sky. However, Xiao Yin still condensed a heavy fist and angrily smashed down. The power of the second-layer star level was even greater than before. Jiangchen didn't dare to imagine that one punch would force him to retreat over 100 steps. Starlight enter the body. Torrential starlight. Jiangchen used all his strength, and the astral pole was pushed to its limit. Rays of starlight illuminated the world as they charged towards Xiao Yin. Stubborn resistance, admit defeat, and I can still leave your corpse intact. Spirit Flash Fist. A spiritual light flashed, and as the fist landed, the heavens and earth changed color. Jiangchen was forced to retreat once again. His entire body was heavily injured, and he had lost half of his strength. There was no way he could reverse the situation. This fist caused Jiangchen to completely lose his combat strength. De Huang's heart clenched tightly. Little Chenzi, you bastard, stand up for this Lord Dog. De Huang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. If Jiangchen still didn't make a move, he would have already rushed up. Jiangchen coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face was like a piece of paper, and his complexion was waxy yellow. Go to hell. Xiao Yin didn't have any hesitation. While you're down, I'll take your life. In his eyes, there was only victory and defeat, only life and death. There was no mercy. Those who stood in front of him, only death awaited them. Soul dissociation. In the end, Xianxia still chose to use his own innate astral soul. In an instant, the surging might of his astral soul caused the entire space to darken. Everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment and shock. Xianxia roared from the depths of his soul, as the might of his astral soul engulfed Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin's fist was still in midair, but at that instant, the soul dissociation completely shattered his soul. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were completely reversed, and his meridians flowed in reverse. In an instant, he lost his ability to move. He coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his eyes widened as he slumped onto the ground. The might of his astral soul was so terrifying. Xianxia only used 50% of his strength, but he already felt a splitting headache. Although the might of his astral soul was powerful, he still had no way to fully control it. If he used the soul dissociation divine art, he was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. If that happened, Xiaoyin wouldn't be the only one who would fall. Xianxia stood there with his sword in hand, his gaze cold, as though he had lost his soul. Yet, the entire crowd was deathly silent. Xianxia had only used 50%, and he already had a splitting headache. Although the power of the star soul was powerful, he still couldn't control it completely. If he used the soul-snatching divine art, he was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. Then, Xiaoyin wouldn't be the only one who would fall. Xianxia stood with his sword, his eyes cold, as if he had lost his soul. However, the audience was dead silent. Xiaoyin actually lost? How was this possible? The audience was silent, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. The star warrior of the generation, the former gold medal commander, Xiaoyin, actually lost to Xianxia? Isn't this a little too inconceivable? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Many people were still immersed in confusion, unable to believe it. Xianxia was only half a step into the star realm. How did he do it? On the viewing platform, Yunlingfei's eyes slightly glanced at Xiaoyan, smiling faintly. Youngsters nowadays are really amazing. The new generation excels the old, and each wave is stronger than the previous one. He. Yunlingfei unexpectedly revealed a smile. This should be the most perfect ending he could think of. Xianxia won, and Xiaoyin didn't die. However, this was just a fantasy before, and now it had become a reality. Xiao Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Tai, who was beside him, was also very angry. This bastard, how did he do it? At the last moment, he actually counterattacked. It's a soul attack. It seems that we have all underestimated him. After saying that, Xiao Yuan stood up, flicked his sleeves, and left. He didn't kill Xiaoyin because he couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill him. The second city lord, Xiao Yuan, was sitting on the high platform. If his son's life was in danger, how could he just stand by and watch? Therefore, Xianxia didn't have the qualifications to kill Xiaoyin at all. If he really had the intention to kill, he would probably be finished. He won. We really won. Tong Yao and Tong Ling both grabbed De Huang's hands, their faces filled with excitement. Xianxia had defeated Xiaoyin and became the focus of everyone's attention. The entire arena was filled with cheers. To them, Xianxia was the king of the new generation, the new gold medal commander. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Apart from the regiment commander, he was invincible. You don't have to worry at all. Little Chenzi has never let me down. De Huang also heaved a sigh of relief. This time, Little Chenzi had indeed narrowly won against Xiaoyin. The audience was shocked, and waves of emotion surged. Xianxia! 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 Waves of earth-shattering cheers caused everyone to stand up. They felt deep veneration for Xianxia. This was their gold medal commander, advancing courageously, fighting to the death, and invincible. That whistling sound and that kind of awe made everyone feel deep veneration. Even Xianxia's blood was boiling. Tens of thousands of people turned out to watch him. No matter who it was, even if it was the illustrious son of the second city lord, Xiaoyin, a loss was a loss. They only respected the strong, and only the strong could obtain everyone's approval. This battle shocked the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. In the near future, the news of Xianxia would spread throughout the entire Apocalypse Milky Way city. Zhuelu and Hui smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Tian's. This guy's face was like a sheet of gold paper, uglier than if he had eaten a fly. Not only did Xianxia not die in this battle, but he had also risen from the ashes. Not only had he killed his 3 right-hand men, but even the gold medal commander, Xiaoyin, had been defeated by him. Zhang Tian had never imagined this scene. Now, Jiang Chen was only 1 step away from him. The danger was getting closer and closer. Zhang Tian knew that the enmity between him and Jiang Chen was getting more and more intense, and there was no way for them to reconcile. Therefore, he had to be more cautious than before. Although both of them were living in harmony right now, it was hard to say when Jiang Chen would land on him. It seems that Deputy Commander Zhang is not very satisfied with today's competition, Zhuelu and Hui said with a smile. Zhuelu and Hui said with a smile. Zhang Tian snorted coldly. His mood was terrible to the extreme. He didn't even say a word. He turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. This was a far cry from the cheers of the crowd. Look, how can you be so narrow-minded? Deputy Commander Zhang, I'm waiting for your ranking battle. Zhuelu and Hui was overjoyed. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that this would be his end, but even the insufferably arrogant Xiaoyin was defeated by him in the end. A true gold medal commander indeed had a stronger opponent. This ally did not disappoint him. Zhang Tian had already lost. If he could defeat him in the ranking battle, then this guy would no longer have a foothold in the horsemen of the apocalypse. Vanity faded, glory and glory deepened. Although Jiang Chen's current status could not be compared to that of a deputy commander, it had already reached the peak. He had the qualifications to command 8,000 horsemen of the apocalypse, and his prestige was vast and unparalleled. After returning to his residence, Jiang Chen completely collapsed because his body was weak. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and he even missed the ranking battle. A young man dressed in blue, with a trace of tenderness and determination on his face, was covered in scars and blood. There were countless wounds on his body. A pitch-black space wrapped around him, and the flickering light around him made the young man's expression become complicated. What is this place? Where is this? Where am I? Blood constantly flowed from the corner of the young man's mouth. The surrounding emptiness and darkness made his heart tremble. One could even hear the sound of his throat swallowing saliva. It was strangely quiet, terrifyingly quiet. All of a sudden, the light around him changed. The originally pitch-black space was filled with countless specks of light that continued to enlarge. When those specks of light enlarged, the young man opened his eyes with great difficulty. They were actually slender python heads that swayed wantonly. There were thousands of them, and they sealed off all directions around him, trapping him firmly within. Scram! Scram! 21st sword. 22nd sword. The young man's eyes were filled with panic. He swung his sword, chopping off the bloody python heads one by one. However, more and more python heads appeared, gradually devouring him. No matter how sharp his sword was, it couldn't stop them. No, father, save me. I'm in Xianxia. Father, save. The young man's eyes were filled with fear and despair as he was bitten by the python heads and turned into a bloody mist. No. Jiang Chen suddenly sat up, his head covered in sweat. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, pain, despair, self-blame, and hysteria. It's a dream. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. The scene was too realistic, as if it was happening right in front of his eyes. As Feng'er was gradually devoured by the python heads, Jiang Chen felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Feng'er must be in the Xianxia starfield, he must be. Jiang Chen believed that this might not be a dream. Perhaps his son was right beside him, just that he did not know. Even if I have to turn the entire Xianxia starfield upside down, I must find Feng'er. Jiang Chen knew that he had to find Feng'er as soon as possible. His current situation made him even more worried. Although it was just a dream, it was a warning to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, Commander Zhua is here to see you. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang Chen, I lost. I couldn't kick Zhang Tian out of the deputy commander position. Compared to you killing everyone in the commander ranking battle, I'm a little embarrassed to come. Zhuelu and Hui said with a bitter smile, shaking his head and sighing. Commander Zhua, you don't have to blame yourself. The commander-ranking battle is not comparable to the commander-ranking battle at all. Zhang Tiance is a schemer and not so easy to deal with. Xianxia said with a smile. It's good that you can understand, but recently I heard that Zhang Tiance has taken refuge with the second city lord. This matter must not be spread out. I also advise you to be careful. The strength of the second city lord is not something we can contend with, and you defeated the son of the second city lord and won the gold medal commander position. You should be more careful in the future. As for dealing with Zhang Tiance, it seems that we can only put it aside for the time being. Zuoluan Hui was very helpless, but it was not easy for Jiang Chen to find him and warn him to be careful. Things in the Apocalypse Milky Way City are far from as simple as we think. Even the horsemen of the Apocalypse can't control the city lord, not to mention that the first city lord is no longer in charge. The second city lord, who holds great power, is naturally above tens of thousands of people. No one can compete with him. Has the first city lord retreated behind the scenes? Jiang Chen was surprised. There are some things that we can't know. In short, when you face Zhang Tiance in the future, you have to be careful, and you have to be even more wary of the second city lord's people. That's all I have to say. Brother Jiang, you're on your own. Zuoluan Hui said with a stern expression. I am smiling at the heavens with a clear conscience. Even if it's the heavenly king himself, I'm not afraid. I'll make any demons or monsters reveal their true colors. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Brother Jiang is domineering. I don't have your courage and momentum. Goodbye, if you need me, just say the word. I, Zuoluan Hui, will do my best to help. After Zuoluan left, Jiang Chen's mood became even more solemn. He was constantly worried about Feng Er's safety and situation, and he couldn't slack off for even a moment. Jiang Chen wanted to break through to the star class as soon as possible. Now that he had gone through many life and death battles, he didn't lack experience at all. He was confident that he could use the 5-barrier pill to break through in one go. However, what Jiang Chen did not expect was that every time he tried, there would always be a demon in his heart obstructing him. Every time he entered into a state of cultivation, he would dream of the scene of Feng Er being bitten to death by the python. It was incomparably vivid and ghastly, causing him to feel more and more tormented. His thoughts became more and more chaotic, and in the end, he was unable to enter a meditative state of cultivation. Over 10 days of torment had caused Jiang Chen to feel extremely furious. He knew that he had to restrain himself as soon as possible, and news of Feng Er was the greatest obstacle in his heart. Is Feng Er in the Heaven Awakening Starfield? For Jiang Chen, this was an unknown, but he dreamed of Feng Er. That scene didn't seem like a dream. It was a telepathic connection between the father and son. Jiang Chen, this is your invitation. Tong Ling took a red invitation and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned, and his mind moved slightly. Is it the wedding banquet of the first city lord's daughter and the second city lord's son? Jiang Chen whispered. Huh? How did you know? Did you foresee the future? You've been cultivating all this time. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. I'm going to cultivate recently, so I won't be going. You can go on my behalf. Jiang Chen said. How can I do that? This is an invitation specially sent to you by the City Lord's mansion. You are now the most popular person in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the youngest and most outstanding gold commander. Tong Ling smiled, but seeing that Jiang Chen's expression wasn't good, she didn't say much. Instead, she put down the invitation and left. Jiang Chen looked at the invitation in a daze. He immediately picked it up and left the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The next day, the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City seemed to be filled with joy. Every street was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. Today was a special day, the marriage between the City Lords. The first City Lord's daughter was married to the second City Lord's son, making countless people envious of this immortal couple. I heard that the second City Lord's second son, Xiao Tai, is a talented man. Today is a joyous day for the two City Lords. Even the heavenly prison is pardoned. Yes, this is a true match of social status. It's a happy occasion for us to reduce 10 years of taxes. It's a pity that we can't see the eldest princess. I wonder what kind of beauty she is. He, do you think that just anyone can see the eldest princess? That's a priceless treasure. Not many people even know the eldest princess's name. It's said that she's a rare and incomparable woman. Everyone should be celebrating, ha ha ha. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was a scene of prosperity. Among the common people, there wasn't a single person who wasn't talking about this heaven and earth marriage. As for the Green Sun Mansion, the residence of the second city lord, Xianxia, was already packed with people. People from all over had come to offer their congratulations, making countless people sigh in admiration. Hundreds of thousands of people were there to witness this grand wedding. The Green Sun Mansion was blessed by the heavens. It was one of the best treasured lands on the entire Heavenly Awakening planet. Everything within 10,000 miles belonged to the Green Sun Mansion. The second city lord, Xianxia, was the true ruler of the Heavenly Awakening planet and even the Heavenly Awakening star system. Countless people had come to offer their congratulations, shocking the entire Heavenly Awakening planet. The marriage between the eldest city lord and the second city lord was also known as the grandest wedding in 100,000 years. The entrance of the Green Sun Mansion was already deserted. There was an endless stream of people coming and going to offer their congratulations. There were people from all over the Heavenly Awakening star system. As the core of the Heavenly Awakening star system, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was an existence that countless people looked up to. Only the true powerhouses of the Heavenly Awakening star system were qualified to attend this grand wedding. In the inner mansion of the Green Sun Mansion, Xianxia was looking into the distance. Behind him, Xiaotai, who was dressed in red, silently lowered his head. Tomorrow will be the day of your wedding. It will also be the day of the Xiao family's rise. Xiaoyan said indifferently. Old thing, you've suppressed me for tens of thousands of years. Tomorrow, there will be some old debts that need to be settled. Father, Auntie has already obtained the item. Now, we're only missing the last piece of jade. Unfortunately, that piece of trash, Zhang Tian's, hasn't been able to obtain it. Xiaotai said solemnly. Jiangchen? He's just a small character. I don't even care about Yunling Fei, let alone him. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I'm just too lazy to make a move. Xiaoyan snorted coldly as he sat calmly on the armchair. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, fearless of the heavens. Does that mean that father already has a plan? We have to get rid of that fellow, Jiangchen. Even Big Brother lost to him. Hit where it hurts. I've already sent the Flying Tiger General. Since Qi Luoying is so important to Jiangchen, let's see if he's willing to exchange his jade tablet for her. The Flying Tiger General, Xiao Tai's heart trembled. That was the trump card of the Xiao family army, the Zodiac Death Warriors. There were 12 of them, all star-level powerhouses. Rumor had it that they were the absolute death warriors his father had personally chosen over the past tens of thousands of years. Most of them came from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and eventually became the Xiao family's fans. Each of them had 12 subordinates, all star-level powerhouses. These 100 or so people were the absolute trump card of the Xiao family army, and only his father could mobilize them. Rumor had it that the Zodiac Death Warriors swept through the universe. They were even more powerful than the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and they carried out countless missions in secret. No one knew of their existence because they were like ghosts. They would only appear if Xiaoyan gave the word. They were as quiet as a virgin, as swift as a rabbit, and as unpredictable as a thunderbolt. The Zodiac Death Warriors had never been defeated. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass would grow. This was exactly what Xiao Tai was worried about. He didn't care if Jiangchen died or not, but Qi Luoying was his beloved wife, his true love. Father, what about Luoying? Xiao Tai asked in a low voice. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. You still want to care about a mere woman? How can she follow me to achieve hegemony? After that old geezer dies, do you think Qi Luoying will follow you wholeheartedly? In this world, nothing comes without sowing. Only the strong can stand tall. It's time for the Heaven Awakening star field to change its master. Xiaoyan said coldly, not looking at Xiao Tai again. Father's teachings are correct. Xiao Tai clenched his teeth, his expression a bit depressed. Qi Luoying was the woman he had been pursuing all these years, and she was the love of his life. That was why he had been filled with hatred for Xianxia and wanted to kill him. He hadn't expected that she would die at his father's hands. Xiao Tai knew that if he wanted to achieve hegemony, he would have to make sacrifices. In the future, when he reached the peak of the heaven-awakened star system, countless women would be willing to kneel before him. How could a mere Qi Luoying compare to them? Remember, if a man is trapped by his emotions, then he will become a puppet-like lower body animal. Women are just the vassals of this world. A man must be ruthless, only then can he not be bound by external things, only then can he become a true expert. A soft-hearted man who acts on his emotions will forever be a failure. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan stood up and left. Xiao Tai remained at the same spot, nodding heavily as he gazed into the distance. In life, one had to make a choice. Although he was deeply in love with Qi Luoying, she didn't have him in her heart. Even if he was deeply in love with her, it was nothing more than wishful thinking. In the end, it would be all for naught. It was better to end things as soon as possible. Luoying, blame it on the fact that you are his daughter. I hope that we will be fated to be together in our next lives, Xiao Tai muttered to himself. Xiao Tai muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. You had to give up something to gain something. For the sake of their grand ambitions, for the sake of dominating the entire heaven-awakening star region, the Xiao family had suffered for countless years. That muddle-headed old thing should have died long ago. In the small building at the center of the lake, Yuanwen held Qi Luoying's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Although she didn't want her daughter to marry Xiao Yuan's son, what was done could not be undone. As a woman, she simply didn't have any power to speak of. Some people are unable to decide their own fate from the moment they are born. Unless you are able to become a supreme expert and change your fate, only then will you be able to decide for yourself. Otherwise, everything will be futile. Your father has married you to Xiao Tai. You will have to think carefully about your future. Yuanwen spoke in a low voice, her eyes filled with helplessness. I know, mother. I know what to do. Qi Luoying nodded, her eyes somewhat pale and hollow. Jiangchen is a good person, and mother feels sorry for him. However, sometimes, we simply can't control our own fate. Yuanwen sighed. I know. If you want to blame something, blame it on the fact that we are not fated to be together. Qi Luoying smiled bitterly. Madam, it's almost time. The city lord has instructed us to bring the first princess back to the mansion as soon as possible. Outside the door, a low voice broke the silence between the two of them. I don't need you to remind me. Yuanwen's eyes turned cold as she spoke in a deep voice. The people outside the door were all guards of the city lord's mansion. Yuanwen and Qi Luoying exchanged glances. The people of the city lord's mansion had already come to pick her up, so she had no other choice. Protect the emperor, PFFF, PFFF. 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 Figures fell in front of the small building at the center of the lake. Yuanwen and Qi Luoying's eyes were filled with a trace of nervousness. Madam, first princess, hurry up and leave. Hurry. The guard leader outside the door was a star-level expert, and the 10 of them were all elite guards of the city lord's mansion. How could they fall in less than 10 breaths? Before the guard leader's voice died away, he had already fallen. Qi Luoying's heart sank. Who would dare to cause trouble here at this time? Take them away. With a low roar, the tiger-headed young man, who was masked, moved his palm and directly pushed back Yuanwen, who was about to rush over. Yuanwen was sent flying, her face extremely gloomy. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely tense. These 10 people were all star-level experts, and they gave off a terrifying sense of oppression. Who the hell are you? Kill. The tiger-headed young man looked straight ahead. Wait. If you want to kill her, kill me first. Qi Luoying's face was pale. She placed the dagger across her neck and stood in front of her mother. This group of people came in a menacing manner. Even the guards of the city lord's mansion were no match for them. All of them fell in a pool of blood, and without exception, their throats were slit. Get lost. The tiger-headed young man forced Yuanwen to retreat with a palm strike, knocking her unconscious on the ground. It didn't matter if she died or not, but at least Qi Luoying couldn't die now. Take her away. The tiger-headed young man turned around and walked out of the hut as if he was walking on flat ground. Qi Luoying looked back at her mother, feeling extremely worried. However, she didn't know who these people in front of her were and why they were here. Her current identity was extraordinary. Who was targeting her? Xianxia held the invitation in his hand and looked at the hut in the distance. What he didn't expect was that the top 10 experts would instantly kill the guards of the city lord's mansion outside and kidnap Luoying. What a strong momentum. These people only have killing intent in their eyes. Xianxia looked at them, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. He originally just wanted to look from afar because there was only Feng'er in his heart. At this time, Xianxia had completely thrown his romantic feelings to the back of his mind. He didn't want to be controlled by his feelings. Although he didn't want to be a burden to Luoying, he didn't want to be a nobody in the Heaven Awakening star field. He didn't want to be unable to find any news of Feng'er. You even dared to kidnap the princess of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. Looks like your background isn't simple. Xianxia said in a deep voice as he stood in front of the tiger-headed youth and the others. Xianxia. Luoying's face was filled with shock. However, at this moment, she wished that Xianxia hadn't appeared. With so many experts here, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for them. Even if he had just obtained the gold commander position of the Apocalypse Knight Regiment, it was impossible for him to contend against so many experts. I've searched far and wide, but the one I've been looking for is you. The tiger-headed youth raised his eyebrows. His tiger-like eyes moved slightly, and an unprecedented radiance bloomed in his eyes. A trap. The first thought that popped into Luoying's mind was that this was a trap. They had come to capture her to lure the snake out of its hole, so that Xianxia would walk right into their trap. Hurry up and leave, Xianxia. I've already severed all ties with you. Xianxia frowned and ignored Luoying's words. Instead, he was very curious about the top 10 experts because their goal was actually not Luoying. But himself, what did he have that was worth them dealing with? If they wanted to deal with him, they could have come to him directly. There was no need for them to do so. Looking for me? You might be disappointed. Xianxia laughed. How could that be? You have something on you that I want. In order to be absolutely safe, I have to capture her first. The tiger-headed youth said in a deep voice. Let him go, and I'll give you whatever you want. Xianxia said that since the other party had come with a purpose, it was simple. Xianxia wasn't a match for the top 10 experts. If he wanted to borrow the power of the six-spine coiling dragon, it would definitely shock the big shots of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia wouldn't use the six-spine coiling dragon's trump card. Not bad. What a wise fellow. Looks like the so-called gold medal commander is only SOSO. The tiger-headed youth stared at Xianxia. Jade plate, you know what I'm talking about. Jade plate, Xianxia frowned. Although he didn't know what the jade token was used for, he knew that it belonged to the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely not an ordinary item. The blue-robed youth had tried to snatch the jade token from him many times. Today, this tiger-headed youth who didn't know anything was also aiming for the jade token. Don't give it to him. Go, Xianxia. They won't let you off even if you give it to them. Luoying said in a low voice. She could not break free at all, and she did not want to implicate Xianxia. Their target is me. I should be the one who implicated you. How can I leave? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at the tiger-headed youth and the others. The jade token is here, but you have to hand over the person first. Otherwise, I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Do you know who you're negotiating with? The tiger-headed youth thought nothing of it. You can indeed kill her before I can, but I can also destroy this jade tablet before you can. Xianxia looked straight ahead and argued with reason. If he gave in at this moment, he wouldn't have any chance to win this battle. The tiger-headed youth and Xianxia looked at each other and were silent for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally compromised. If he obtained a broken jade token, his master would not hesitate to kill him. No, Xianxia. Don't give it to them. They won't let you off. Luoying screamed with all her might. She knew that she was just a prelude. The jade token in Xianxia's hand was what they really wanted. Once they got it, they would not let Xianxian off either. The jade token was his last trump card. Xianxian smiled. At this time, he had no other choice. Luoying's safety was above everything else. For the sake of an unknown jade token, Xianxian would not go back and gamble. You only have one chance. If you dare to play any tricks, I will tear you into pieces. The tiger-headed youth said fiercely. Xianxian could not escape from his palm. Although this gold medal commander had defeated Xiaoyin, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Let her go. The tiger-headed youth shouted. Luoying was released and she ran to Xianxian's side. Xianxian held Luoying's hand and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. Xianxian said in a low voice. Can you give me the jade token now? If you dare to play any tricks, you will die without a burial place. The tiger-headed youth stood with his hands behind his back, firmly locking onto Xianxian. If Xianxian made the slightest movement, he would be able to catch him. Catch! Xianxian threw a brick to the tiger-headed youth. The moment the tiger-headed youth caught the brick, he was slightly stunned. Then, he flew into a rage and rushed towards Xianxian. Boy, you dare? You're courting death. The tiger-headed youth roared like thunder. The 10 experts instantly surrounded Xianxian. However, Xianxian was not easy to deal with. If he couldn't win, couldn't he run? Xianxian stepped on the sky-ascending stairway. His silhouette flickered as he flew towards the hut. After saving Yuan Wen, he quickly fled. Chase! I'm going to tear you into pieces, Xianxian. The tiger-headed youth was furious. For so many years, no one had dared to play with him like this. This Xianxian was simply courting death. Xianxian had already prepared himself. These 10 men were all desperados, and they were very strong. He was no match for them right now. Although he wasn't afraid of these strong enemies, Xianxian wasn't an idiot. Only by avoiding their attacks would he be able to catch his breath. If these guys were to tangle with him, it would definitely be a life-and-death battle. Xianxian would never put himself in such a situation because he knew that these people were most likely with the blue-robed man. The person behind them must be panicking, otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with such an unwise plan. Xianxian brought 2 people with him. He was not in the mood to continue fighting, so he desperately ran out of the city. The other party could make such a big move in the Apocalypse Milky Way city, and their target was even the city lord's daughter. They did not fear the first city lord and the second city lord. Such a plot, such strength, in the entire Apocalypse Milky Way city, absolutely did not exceed one hand. Although Xianxian still did not know who was behind these people. Xianxian, you can't run far with us. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. Luoying whispered beside Xianxian. Shut up. What's the point of saying this at this time? If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have come out from the beginning. Let's leave this place first. Xianxian shouted in a low voice. Let's get out of the city first. Xianxian quickly left the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City and ran all the way to the 100 Ghosts Bamboo Forest. Let's see how long you can escape. Once you leave the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, you won't even know how you died. The tiger-headed youth revealed a cold smile. The 10 people sped up and the distance between them and Xianxian was getting closer and closer. Xianxian desperately ran. The crisis was still above his head. The tiger-headed youth could catch up with him at any time. As long as you enter the Water Curtain Mountain, I will show you the way. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's words rang in Xianxian's ears. However, even if he left the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, there was still a long distance between him and the Water Curtain Mountain. The 6-ridged coiling dragon couldn't make a move if he didn't enter the Water Curtain Mountain. That would definitely alarm countless people. During this time, the tiger-headed youth still caught up with him. The distance between them was already very close. You're still too young to escape from the palm of my hand, Han Feihu. The tiger-headed youth, Han Feihu, said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with Xianxian. If Xianxian didn't bring anyone with him, Han Feihu wouldn't be able to catch up with him even if he exerted all his strength. However, Jiang Chen had brought someone with him, so it was impossible for him to escape from Han Feihu's palm. Han Feihu also rejoiced. If Jiang Chen only cared about escaping, then it would be very difficult to threaten him. This kind of pretentious and righteous person had always been his favorite. Such a person had a weakness. Those vicious outlaws simply didn't have a weakness. Seeing that the 10 experts had completely surrounded Jiang Chen, Luo Ying's face was filled with a dignified expression. This was a situation of absolute death. Now, none of them could escape. Let's see where you still want to run to. Water Curtain Mountain? 100 Ghosts Bamboo Forest? Humph, even if you enter these two places of great danger, you won't have any chance of survival. Even if I don't kill you, you will still be devoured by the demonic beasts. Why don't you fulfill your wish now? As long as you hand over the jade pendant, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. I only have one goal. Han Feihu made a solemn vow. Jiang Chen was now a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. If I don't give it to you, I'll still have a way out. If I give it to you, will I still be able to leave alive? Jiang Chen sneered. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It seems like you've made up your mind to fight with us. You are very smart, but unfortunately, you are destined to die here. Han Feihu's gaze was like a knife as he approached Jiang Chen step by step. The most nervous person was none other than Luo Ying. In the face of these top 10 experts, she had almost no power to fight back. Even Jiang Chen, who had previously defeated the gold medal commander Xiaoyin, would not be able to face so many experts with ease. There's still room for leeway if I fight to the death. But if you want the jade pendant, kill me first. Jiang Chen and Han Feihu exchanged glances. The 10 silhouettes instantly arrived, the sabers in their hands gleaming with sharpness, sealing off all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. He had no way to avoid this battle, the 6-ridged coiling dragon couldn't help him, and he also couldn't use the power of his astral soul. Once he did, he would definitely enter a long period of recuperation. Before he broke through to the stellar realm, Jiang Chen had already decided not to use his astral soul anymore. If not, he would suffer a great deal of damage to himself. It was impossible for his body to withstand the immense pressure from his astral soul. Facing the 10 experts, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He directly executed the draconic transformation art and faced the encirclement of the 10 experts. He was in a deep predicament, but by relying on the limitless sword, Jiang Chen wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Among these 10, other than Han Feihu who was at the second heavenly layer of the star realm, the other 9 were all at the first heavenly layer. Just Han Feihu alone wasn't someone Xiaoyin could compare to. For this battle, Jiang Chen was already prepared to die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use his trump card. Once he did, it would mean that he would no longer have a place to stay in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. He could only wander the world. Sword 29. Single Solar Finger. Although Jiang Chen's strength was at the third heavenly layer of the half-step star realm, with the support of the draconic transformation art and the dragon soaring art, he had almost reached the first heavenly layer of the star realm. Facing so many experts, it wasn't easy for him to maintain the situation. Although he didn't have any power to fight back, at least he wouldn't be defeated in a short time and killed by Han Feihu. As he fought and retreated, Jiang Chen quickly moved towards the Water Curtain Mountain. It seemed like he was retreating, but in fact, he had a purpose. Once he entered the Water Curtain Mountain, he would be like a fish in the sea. With the 6-ridged coiling dragon, unless the 3 city lords personally came, no one would be his opponent. So now, as long as Jiang Chen could delay them, he would have a chance of survival. Hut in the center of the lake. Mo Han's face was gloomy. He looked at the surrounding rain. Other than the dead guards, the entire hut was empty. It was deathly silent. Damn it. Mo Han was extremely worried. His mother and sister had both disappeared. Whether they were dead or alive, there had to be an explanation. Right now, he was most worried that someone wanted their lives. Young master, the guard behind Mo Han asked in a low voice. Return to the mansion. To see father. Mo Han knew that this matter was very serious. If it was an ordinary matter, his mother and Luo Ying's disappearance might have been because they wanted to leave. However, the guards of the city lord's mansion had all died here. It couldn't have been done by them. His mother and Luo Ying weren't a match for these guards at all. How could they have slit their throats? Someone must have wanted them to disappear. Right now, they didn't even know if they were dead or alive. Luo Ying and Xiao Tai's wedding was imminent. For something like this to happen, Mo Han knew that the implications were too great. It was related to the face of the entire Tianqi planet, as well as the relationship between his father and the second city lord. The bride disappeared on the eve of the wedding, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that someone wanted to target the city lord's mansion? Or was it to sow discord? Was it to make them lose face? Mo Han knew that this matter wasn't something he could speculate about. Right now, he had to quickly return to the mansion to inform his husband and let him make the final decision. Although he was worried about the safety of his mother and sister, Mo Han was powerless to reverse this desperate situation. To be able to kill the elite guards of the city lord's mansion with a single slash meant that he wasn't an ordinary person. Mo Han didn't have much time to think and quickly rushed back to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was located on the central axis of the entire Tianqi planet. It was the best location, covering an area of 10,000 miles. It was more than 10 times better than Qingyang Flower Mansion. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here was also abnormally rich. The jade palaces stretched for 10,000 miles, occupying a tenth of the entire Tianqi Galaxy City. Inform my father that I have an important matter to report. In front of the city lord's mansion, there were more than 1,000 guards. Even the young master Mo Han had to report. The city lord is in the Spring Light Palace. He will only come out at night. Please wait for a moment, young master. The commander of the guards, Yang Qingji, said. It's that slut again. Eldest young master needs to be careful with his words and actions. Be careful of the eavesdroppers. Yang Qingji said in a low voice. I understand, brother Yang, but today's matter is too important. I can't wait any longer. Mo Han had a bitter look on his face. At this time he also had no choice. He was fully responsible for the wedding, but his father was entangled with another woman. Mo Han's heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. You know the temper of the city lord. When he is in the Spring Light Palace, no one dares to disturb him. Yang Qingji said meticulously. Once he entered the Spring Light Palace, the emperor would never attend morning court. Mo Han's complexion was gloomy and uncertain. If it weren't for that woman, his father wouldn't have been unable to extricate himself from this situation, causing their family to fall apart, making them father and son like enemies. Over the years, he had completely lost the favor of the city lord mansion's eldest young master and was almost banished to the cold palace, while his mother had moved to a small house in the middle of the lake. Although it seemed glorious, he hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences to his father in the past thousands of years. The relationship between father and son had long fallen apart. As the king of the entire Heavenly Awakening star field, the city lord of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was high and aloof. Even Mo Han couldn't come into contact with him. As the son of the city lord, his identity had become a disgrace. He knew that his father did not want to see him, but at this moment, Mo Han had no other choice. His parents and sister were in danger, and this time he was going to marry the son of the second city lord Xiao Yuan, which was already known to everyone, and at this critical moment, the bride was gone. Mo Han knew that this matter was likely to bring disaster to himself. No, I must go in. This matter is related to the safety and reputation of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. If I don't see my father now, there will be endless troubles in the future. If there are any consequences, I will bear it. Brother Yang, please. Mo Han said with a serious face. Yang Qingji pondered for a moment. Although Mo Han had not been put in an important position by the city lord these past few years and had become a marginal figure, but Yang Qingji still understood Mo Han's character. Although their relationship couldn't be said to be very close, it was still very good. If it didn't involve this kind of matter, Yang Qingji would absolutely not refuse Mo Han. However, the city lord was the master of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, and no one would dare to go against his words. As the commander of the guards of the city lord mansion, he was duty-bound. For a moment, Yang Qingji was in a dilemma. It's too late, Brother Yang, I beg you. Emo Han knelt down on one knee. At that moment, Yang Qingji's complexion slightly changed. He quickly helped Emo Han up and sighed helplessly. Very well, eldest young master, since you insist, I'll make an exception and let you in. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Emo Han's eyes lit up with gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Qingji opening the way, even a star level 5 powerhouse wouldn't be able to barge in, let alone a star level 2 like him. Emo Han madly ran all the way to the Spring Light Palace. That was the place where his father and concubine Lan Lan stayed. Normally, no one was allowed to enter. Emo Han couldn't care less. Right now, not only was his sister's wedding in front of them, but the safety of her and his mother was still unknown. The only person who could save them was his father. Father, your son requests an audience. Emo Han's voice was like a great bell, reverberating in front of the Spring Light Palace. Even though he called out, the Spring Light Palace remained silent. Father, your son has an important matter to discuss with you. Emo Han's voice became louder. Like a thunderclap, it resounded throughout the Spring Light Palace. You dare to disturb my sweet dream, how many brains do you have? Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. A monstrous and domineering voice resounded from the Spring Light Palace. The 2 bronze doors that were more than 10 meters tall were shattered into pieces. A man in a green robe slowly walked out. His eyes were like bronze bells, and his killing intent was monstrous. That kind of domineering attitude made Emo Han's heart tremble. However, if he didn't come, the ending would be even more out of control. Bastard! The green-robed man sent out a palm, forcing Emo Han back. He was heavily injured, and his face was filled with bitterness. This man was none other than the overlord of the Heaven-Awakened Star Field, the city lord of the Heaven-Awakened Galaxy City, Qiyu. His aura made it so that no one dared to look him in the eye. In the entire Heaven-Awakened Star Field, he was unparalleled. As the absolute overlord of the Heaven-Awakened Star Field, Qiyu's status was self-evident. He was the god of the Heaven-Awakened Star, and no one could defy him. The spiritual embryo that had been nurtured for 1,000 years was about to be born. That was his and concubine Lan's child, and it was the result of all his hard work. Once the spiritual embryo was born, it would be the true chosen of the heavens, and it would become the crown prince to replace him. Emo Han clenched his teeth. That palm had caused the blood in his body to churn. If he had used another 10% of his strength, he might have already died. Even if the man in front of him was his father, Emo Han was still unwilling to look him in the eye. This palm is the price for your recklessness. Your Aunt Lan and I are currently nurturing the spiritual embryo. If anything goes wrong, I will take your life. Your son understands. Thank you, Father, for being lenient. Father, please listen to your son. My death is not to be regretted, but today, Mother and Luoying have both disappeared. The guards who went to pick them up all died tragically, their throats slit by a knife. Even the star-level commander was no exception. Mother and sister's lives are at stake, and the wedding is imminent. How are we going to face the world? How are we going to face the second city lord's family? Emo Han said with a serious face, his eyes filled with worry. Qiyu frowned, but his eyes were quite indifferent. As the host of the wedding and the steward of the city lord's mansion, you can't escape the blame for this matter. At this time, the city lord and I are nurturing the spiritual embryo. I think you have ulterior motives. Xiao Lan'er said with anger in her eyes. She gently rubbed her belly and looked at Qiyu with hidden bitterness. If anything went wrong at this critical moment, then Emo Han would bear all the consequences. Emo Han's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly lowered his head. Emo Han knows his mistake. Father, please calm down. Aunt Lan, please calm down. Beauty, don't panic. Our spiritual embryo is fine. Qiyu smiled and gently stroked Xiao Lan'er's belly. He didn't put Emo Han's words in his heart. Outrageous. That damned girl couldn't have run away from the wedding, right? I heard that she still has a lover. Humph, when did our Xiao family mistreat her? She dared to run away on the eve of the wedding. Isn't this discrediting our city lord's mansion? Even the Xiao family will definitely be ridiculed. Now, people from all over have already taken their places. All we have to do is wait for the big wedding tomorrow. Now, do you still want my nephew to perform a one-man show? Xiao Lan'er said bluntly. Her words pierced the heart, leaving Emohan speechless. Even Qiyu could only smile. Beauty, don't worry. I will pass down the order to seal off the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City and search every inch of the city. We must find that dead girl. You must not be angry. If the baby is affected, there will be problems with our spiritual embryo. You were supposed to be in charge of this matter, but now you can't take responsibility for it. That wicked girl is as stubborn as your mother, and I don't know where she has gone to hide. But at this time, she can't do anything about it. Marriage is something that should be decided by the parents. Moreover, old Zhao's son, Xiao Tai, is not someone that ordinary people can compare to. He is talented, good-looking, and extraordinarily valiant. It's not easy for me to find such a son-in-law, not to mention that he is the nephew of your Aunt Lan. She really doesn't know what's good for her. If you can't find them, I'll hold you accountable. We are the dignified City Lord's mansion, we are the role models of the Heavenly Awakening Star region. If something like this happens, how can I explain it to your Uncle Xiao? Qiyu sneered and looked at Emohan with disdain. Emohan felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He could only nod indifferently. In his father's eyes, they were all jackals of the same tribe. The disappearance of his mother and Luoying was not the object of his concern. But husband, I suspect that my mother and Luoying have been taken away. Otherwise, how could the guards who went to pick them up be killed? Emohan said unwillingly. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. This is your business. Find your sister and don't embarrass yourself here. Get out of here. Qiyu shouted. Emohan's heart was completely cold. His mother had named him Emohan in the past to not disappoint his parents, relatives, and friends. But now, the only person who could disappoint him was his father. Yes. Emohan slowly withdrew from the Spring Light Palace. Wait, take the 9 green dragon envoys and search the entire Heavenly Awakening Star. If you can't find them within a day, I'll hold you accountable. Qiyu coldly snorted. He put his arm around Xiao Lan'er's shoulder and walked towards the Spring Light Palace. Xiao Lan'er sneered and looked at Emohan with disdain. Clang! Emohan's eyes lit up. He held the green dragon order in his hand. Finally, this trip was not in vain. The 9 Azure Dragon envoys were the personal guards of the City Lord Mansion. Their strength was outstanding, and they were not any weaker than him. With the 9 Azure Dragon envoys and their Azure Dragon guards, finding his mother and Luoying would be a lot easier. Emohan didn't care about the wedding, but the safety of his mother and Luoying was the most important thing in his heart. In his father's eyes, he wasn't worth mentioning at all. His title as the City Lord's eldest young master was just an empty title. He didn't even care about his mother and Luoying. He knew that all of this was because of Xiao Lan'er. But even so, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Once Xiao Tai married his sister, the Xiao family's influence would further invade the City Lord's mansion. This was what Emohan was most worried about. His father had been infatuated with Xiao Lan'er all these years, he was no longer the father he used to be. Let's find mother and sister first. No matter who you are, I will definitely drag you out. Emohan gripped the token tightly, gritted his teeth, and flew out of the Spring Light Palace. Half a day later, Emohan finally received a report from the Azure Dragon Guards. They said that outside the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City, on the way to the Water Curtain Mountain, there were traces of a great battle between star-level powerhouses. Emohan rushed to the scene without stopping, and looked around in all directions. Indeed, this place had the same aura that he had felt in the small house at the center of the lake. It was cold, murderous, and suffocating. Daring to make such a big fuss at this time, I'm afraid there isn't a second person. This group of people seems to be heading towards the Water Curtain Mountain, but who could it be? Emohan murmured, and his eyes immediately lit up. Could it be Xianxia? No matter who it was, for Emohan, the most important thing was to find his mother and Luoying as soon as possible. Everyone, today, it's all up to you. My mother and sister's lives are at stake, and the City Lord's mansion's honor is also tied to you. Whether it's success or failure, it all depends on this battle. Follow me to battle. Emohan said solemnly. Eldest young master, rest assured, we will do our best to rescue the eldest princess and mistress. The leader of the Azure Dragon Guards, Yan Qingyun, said in a low voice. As the Azure Dragon Guards and the personal guards of the city lord, their status was quite high. They were not afraid to face Emohan, because they were the city lord's left and right hands. This time, they were assigned to the eldest young master to pursue the murderer. They naturally knew which was more important. Even if the eldest young master was not as elegant as he was in the past, this matter concerned the city lord's mansion's honor and the life and death of the city lord's two closest relatives. Emohan nodded slightly and quickly followed the trail. If they still could not find Luoying before the wedding tomorrow, then the city lord's mansion would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. Emohan knew better than anyone else that his mother's life and death was the most important thing. The moonlight was bright, and the scarlet moon was like weeping blood, shining on the mountain. As the moon's shadow spread out, Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword emitted bursts of black light, and drops of blood fell from the blade to the ground. Drip. Drip. The sound of blood falling could be heard as it fell into the puddles between the rivers. The heavy rain had already subsided, and Jiangchen's clothes were already soaked and mixed with the blood. The surrounding top 10 experts were also constantly gasping for breath. Apart from Han Feihu, they all had injuries that were neither light nor heavy. But the most important thing was that Jiangchen was really good at enduring. After fighting for 20 hours, he was still able to show such vigor. Even Han Feihu was a little surprised. The top 9 experts under him were not defeated by Jiangchen, but they were stalled by him. Even Han Feihu himself was no exception. Jiangchen fought and retreated towards the water curtain mountain. Along the way, he did everything he could and did not confront Han Feihu head-on. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago and it would have been impossible for him to hold on until now. When the enemy advanced, he would retreat. When the enemy was tired, he would attack. Jiangchen perfectly controlled the confrontation with these people. He did not seek victory, but only hoped to enter the water curtain mountain step by step. During this period, he swallowed 10 little rejuvenation pills, and with the support of his powerful Genesis Chi, he was able to preserve his current battle power and exhaust most of the top 10 experts' strength. Jiangchen did not confront them head-on. This was the only way he could preserve his strength as much as possible. Otherwise, Jiangchen would not be their match at all. It was not that he was belittling himself, but with so many experts, he would not be able to escape unless he used all his trump cards. But if he did that, the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would be shaken, and this was not the result Jiangchen wanted. Jiangchen knew very well that it was almost impossible to kill them. As long as he had the intention to kill, he would definitely be the first to suffer. It was more important to escape now. This group of guys was unclear. It would be too unlucky if he died in the hands of these people. However, with the Emperor of the Cosmos's Jade card in hand, Jiangchen at least had a final trump card. As expected of the person who defeated Xiao Yin and obtained the gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights. It seems that I really underestimated you. To be able to hold me, Han Feihu, for a day and not be defeated, you do have some skills. But, you have made me completely angry. No one can escape from my hands, no one can. Kid, to be able to die in my hands, it is a worthy death. My patience, from this moment on, has been completely worn out by you. Han Feihu clenched his fists, and his eyes were about to pop. This kid was slippery, like a loach. He had been fighting with them for a day and a night, and he had never been in such a difficult situation. The most hateful thing was that he was not a star-level master. As the most powerful master under the second city lord, how could he still have any face? Jiangchen, I'm sorry, I have implicated you. Luoying said in a sorrowful tone. Jiangchen was already exhausted. He had done his best in facing the top 10 experts. If it was any other second heavenly layer star realm expert, he or she would have already died, but no matter how much effort they had put in, they still had to bow their heads to fate. Don't say these words at this time. The person who should say sorry should be me. I have let you down. If it wasn't for the jade card in my hand, they would not have pointed their spear at you. Even Auntie has suffered. Jiangchen smiled bitterly, but he had never been a person who accepted his fate, not to mention that it was far from the point of death. Although Xianxia had not broken through the star level, he was already infinitely close. After several battles, he was very confident. With the help of the 5-barrier pill, he only needed an opportunity. It was just that the matter of Feng Er had been pressing on his heart, so it made Xianxia feel a sense of suffocation. Death is at hand. Let's see what other tricks you have. Die. Han Feihu held the long saber in his hand and pointed it at Xianxia. Xianxia looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Han Feihu was really angry this time, and it seemed that he was going to fight to the death with him. Previously, Han Feihu had always been cautious. Because of the jade token in his hand, he had no choice but to be careful. If he crushed the jade token, then all his efforts would be in vain. Han Feihu had a heavy responsibility here, so he had no choice but to be careful. Once the jade token was broken, his life would be at risk. Han Feihu had originally planned to use the wheel tactic to wear him down first, but little did he know that the one who would wear him down in the end would be himself. Han Feihu couldn't even find a place to cry. Xianxia alone had exhausted all of them. How could Han Feihu not be angry when he had been playing around all day but had been pecked in the eye by an eagle? Now he was like a tortoise crawling into a kitchen pit. He was suffocating with anger, so even at the risk of dying together, he had to give Xianxia a fatal blow. Xianxia was also very cautious in his heart because he had the upper hand in the previous game with Han Feihu. However, Han Feihu was now angry and did not fall for it at all. If Han Feihu went all out, it would still be very dangerous for him. Fortunately, they were not far from Water Curtain Mountain. As long as Xianxia clenched his teeth, he would definitely be able to get through it. It seems that I have to have a good fight. Xianxia raised his sword and once again charged into the enemy's formation. This hearty battle made Xianxia feel extremely carefree. Ha ha ha, let the storm come fiercer. Xianxia held the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon sword tightly. His eyes were even more bloodthirsty. He was born to fight. Although it was a narrow escape, his hot blood had never been extinguished. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's just a stubborn resistance. Blood tears 10,000 blade light. Rays of blade light covered the sky. Xianxia acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He used the ghostly steps, but he could not retreat anymore. If he did, Luoying would be in deep trouble. Holding the heavenly dragon sword tightly, the blade light descended from the sky. Rays of light and shadows exploded in the starry sky. It was as if it was daytime. Within a radius of 10 miles, the wind blew and the grass and trees were crushed. Double dragon finger. Xianxia pointed with his fingertips. Airwaves rolled around his fingertips and firmly sealed the surrounding space. However, it was still destroyed by the rays of blade light. The space around him collapsed inch by inch. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. He held his blade horizontally and punched out. Starlight enter the body. 100 refined stars, open for me. Xianxia punched out. Endless starlight gathered. Coincidentally, it was night time. The starlight was dazzling. The power of the stars surged out and collided with Han Feihu. Finally, Xianxia stopped declining. Han Feihu could no longer shake Xianxia. Damn it! Han Feihu's perlicue cracked and his pupils shrank. Xianxia's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Even if the 10 of them joined forces, they still could not kill Xianxia. Although they had some scruples before and wanted to seize the jade pendant, they did not use their full strength. Xianxia also took advantage of this gap and gradually led them into a familiar battle of attrition. Everyone gradually became his vassals and was led by the nose. At this time, Han Feihu used all his skills and pressured them. The power that Xianxia had erupted in a desperate situation had completely shocked Han Feihu. This battle was bound to be a heavy blow to the enemy and a heavy blow to the enemy. Attack with all your strength. Kill him without mercy. Han Feihu could no longer retreat. At this time, he had to fight to the death. Xianxia's strength was getting weaker and weaker. His injuries were also getting worse. If he did not take this opportunity to kill him, he was afraid that this guy would come up with more tricks. Han Feihu's eyes were fierce. Under the siege of the top 10 experts, Xianxia's situation was also on the verge of death. The sun rose, and the first ray of sunlight illuminated the sky. After fighting for a day and a night, Xianxia's robe was also soaked in blood. He fought against the top 10 eternal star-level experts, holding on to his last breath. He continued to retreat, and the water curtain mountain was already in front of him. Jiangchen! Under a loud shout, Han Feihu's face changed. When he looked back, he found that Mo Han and the others appeared not far away. Damn bastard, damn it. I actually let him delay for so long. Han Feihu was furious. At the same time, he blamed himself. At first, he did not dare to fight Jiangchen with the jade pendant. Now that reinforcements came, this battle was over. Big brother. Fu Jiangchen also let out a sigh of relief. Mo Han's appearance had made Han Feihu want to retire, because he could see that the people behind Mo Han were all extremely powerful experts, and they weren't ordinary people. It's the 9 envoys of the Green Dragon. Han Feihu clenched his fists. Although his heart was full of unwillingness, he knew that he had no chance at all. If they continued to fight, they would be completely annihilated. He was very clear about the strength of the 9 envoys. It seems that the guards of the city lord's mansion were killed by you. Mo Han's eyes were filled with anger. He stood still and stared at Han Feihu. A battle was about to break out. Humph, so what if it's me? What can you do to me? I want to leave, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Han Feihu quickly retreated. If it was only Mo Han, then Han Feihu would have gone all out. After all, he had a heavy responsibility, but the 9 Azure Dragon envoys were also present, so he wasn't sure if he could win this battle. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Yan Qingyan calmly said and stopped Mo Han, who was about to chase after them. This group of people was not simple, and they were not easy to deal with. Once a battle broke out, it would be very troublesome, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Brother Yan, thank you for reminding me. I almost made a mistake. Mo Han said in a low voice. His mission was to find his mother and sister. Now that they had been found, everything else was secondary. The wedding was just around the corner. He couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Mother? Where is Mother? Mo Han grabbed Luo Ying's hand and asked nervously. Mother is fine. Jiangchen saved us. Mo Han heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. At this time, his heart was completely at ease. Thank you, Jiangchen. You saved my mother and sister. I owe you a lot. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll do it even if I die 10,000 times. Mo Han said in a righteous manner. Although he wasn't a man who was good at expressing himself, Jiangchen had saved his family time and time again. To Mo Han, Jiangchen was someone he could entrust his life to. It's good that you're fine. I don't know where this person came from, but he came for me. I have implicated Luo Ying. Today is your wedding day, I am truly sorry. Jiangchen heaved a sigh. It was a joyous day, but where did joy come from? Luo Ying sneered and shook her head. Other than herself, who else could understand the bitterness in her heart? Eldest princess, eldest young master, let's hurry back. Today is the most important day of the Apocalypse Milky Way City in the past 10,000 years, and the guests have already arrived. If we don't hurry back, we might not make it in time. Yan Qingyun said solemnly. Yeah, Luo Ying, let's go. Mo Han looked at Luo Ying anxiously. His father had given him an order, and if he couldn't complete it, he would definitely be punished. Most importantly, the guests from all over the Heavenly Awakening Star Field had come to congratulate them. If the City Lord's daughter and bride weren't present, wouldn't the City Lord's mansion become a laughingstock? For the sake of the overall situation, Mo Han didn't have time to think too much. Luo Ying looked at Jiangchen, her eyes flickering. Her heart was filled with grief. She had never thought that parting would be so painful. In this life, she still had to obey the arrangements of fate. Take care. Jiangchen looked at Luo Ying. He also couldn't bear to leave, but for Feng Er, he had no choice but to give up what he had to. Especially after having that dream, he was even more worried about Feng Er's situation. Luo Ying smiled brightly, turned around, and left. Everyone had their own fate. She knew that Jiangchen had too many things on his shoulders, and her own identity had placed too many restrictions on him. The relationship between the two of them was deep, but their fate was shallow. Emohan was also helpless. Luo Ying's identity meant that she couldn't become an ordinary person, and this wedding of the century would become an eternal part of her life. Although Jiang Chen's strength wasn't bad, and his talent was peerless, compared to the leader of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field, he was far too lacking. No one could change what his father had decided. The marriage with Second City Lord Xiao Yuyan would consolidate the development and stability of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. This was Luo Ying's responsibility. As the daughter of the city lord, the eldest princess had been born with this responsibility, and it was difficult for her to escape the arrangements of fate. Jiangchen knew that liking Luo Ying was something that couldn't be fought over, but he also knew that he couldn't be too selfish. Once he was together with Luo Ying, taking her away would bring disaster to the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Although this was a bit exaggerated, it was an indisputable fact. He could be free of worries, but Luo Ying couldn't escape, and she couldn't face it. She would be condemned by the masses, and she would be called the sinner of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field. Her father would forever be cursed and ridiculed by the masses. Luo Ying nodded, turned around, and left. Her tears fell like rain. This was her fate. On the way, Emohan didn't know how to comfort his sister. Some people, from the moment they were born, their fate couldn't be decided by themselves. For example, even if he had been abandoned by his father and his status in the city lord's mansion had fallen, Emohan couldn't leave the city lord's mansion. This was his fate, his choice. Although he wanted to rely on himself to make a name for himself, in the Heavenly Awakening Star Field, no one could become the second Qiyu. Emohan didn't know about the past between Luo Ying and Jiang Chen, but he had deep feelings for Luo Ying. His mother had given him a new lease of life. If she wasn't the daughter of the city lord, it would be great. But because of this, his father's status was too high, and he couldn't allow any flaws. They had no other choice. Once his father decided, there was no turning back. After all, he was the overlord of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field. However, not long after, in less than 2 hours, they rushed back to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City while facing the rising sun. They would only be able to return by noon at the soonest. It was already very difficult to not miss the wedding. I'm afraid we've been targeted. Yan Qingyun looked at Emohan. Emohan's mind moved, and his expression became solemn. He carefully observed the surroundings. In terms of strength, Yan Qingyun was stronger than him. Therefore, Emohan didn't dare to be careless. As the head of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had to ensure the safety of the city lord's mansion and ensure that the city lord wouldn't be disturbed. Such a powerhouse's insight was far beyond that of an ordinary person. After Yan Qingyun finished speaking, Emohan also felt that something was wrong. There was a kind of cold and murderous aura, as if there were many pairs of eyes staring at them. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Their surroundings were far too quiet. It was so quiet that they could only hear the sound of the wind. This sound of the wind was like a sharp blade that cut across their hearts. They had no choice but to perk up their ears and watch every single movement around them with solemn eyes. The sound of the wind, something's wrong. Let's go. Who is it that wants to harm us? Emohan said with a gloomy face. I heard from that group of people that they didn't want to capture me, but to deal with Jiang Chen. That's why they captured my mother and me. They want to get a jade card from Jiang Chen. Luo Ying said with a dignified face. Jade card? What kind of jade card could be so attractive? Emohan muttered to himself. His face immediately changed as he looked at Luo Ying. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that jade card? What jade card? Luo Ying looked at her brother Emohan in confusion. Father once told me that he had an extremely precious jade card, but he didn't tell me exactly how precious it was. He said that he had a total of 3 jade cards, and as long as you gather all 3 of them, you will be able to obtain an endless temptation. Emohan was deeply convinced, but he wasn't sure whether the jade card in Jiang Chen's hand was the one his father had told him about. To be able to attract so many star-level experts, it was obvious that the jade card in Jiang Chen's hand was definitely not simple. There shouldn't be such a coincidence in this world. A priceless jade card was most likely related to the jade card in his father's hand. This mountain was opened by me, and these trees were planted by me. If you want to cross this road, you will have to pay for the road. He he he. After a burst of sinister laughter, a short and stout man carrying a large blade on his shoulder, wearing shorts, appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Yan Qingyun's complexion greatly changed. The person in front of them was not someone that Emo Han and the others could imagine. Who are you? How dare you block our way? Are you courting death? Emo Han pointed his sword at the fatty and shouted. The person in front of him had a cheeky smile on his face and was very arrogant. He stood alone in front of them, blocking their way. He he he, who am I? Why don't you ask that Yan brat next to you and see if he still recognizes me? The fatty pointed at Yan Qingyun and said. His face was full of arrogance, leisurely, and indifferent. Emo Han and Luoying looked at Yan Qingyun. Yan Qingyun nodded heavily, indicating that the person in front of him was not simple. That year, Yunling Fei's #1 general, Odern. Odern? Emo Han was puzzled. The wolf of the north, the eagle of the mountains. Back then, he used his own power to block the river and stopped 13 star states for a day and a night. In the end, he killed them all and destroyed the northern region. Yan Qingyun's eyes were grim. This guy's reputation was quite powerful. Even he hadn't expected this person to still be alive. Back when this person was still a star rank expert, he was just a small captain of the Apocalypse Knights. What? Mountain Eagle? He's the Mountain Eagle? Wasn't the Mountain Eagle already dead? Didn't they say that he died on the battlefield? How can it be him? Perhaps Odern didn't know who Emo Han was, but how could he not know the Wolf of the North, the Eagle of the Mountains? In the past, when they fought against the demonic beasts and bandits of the northern region, the Mountain Eagle had made great contributions. He was Yunling Fei's most valiant general. In Emo Han's eyes, this person was like a legend. It's actually him. Luoying looked at Emo Han and the others. Her heart sank. If she wasn't wrong, this guy should be here for her. Brother Ao, can you give me some face today? Yan Qingyun will personally thank you another day. Yan Qingyun clasped his fist and said. Even with so many of them, he might not be able to stop Odern. Odern was too strong. His nickname was the Mountain Eagle. Although he was short and fat, once he started fighting, he was incomparably terrifying. You don't have the qualifications. Today, I want to stop you. It doesn't matter who comes. Even if Yunling Fei comes, I won't give him any face. Odern sneered and stood with his head held high. He held the mountain-splitting axe in front of him, exuding an imposing aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Yan Qingyun's expression was a bit embarrassed. As the head of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had never suffered such humiliation in all these years. However, today's incident was too sudden, and he wasn't prepared at all. Only 3 of his brothers came. Although the rest were strong, in Odern's eyes, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. It wasn't that Yan Qingyun was belittling himself, but the younger generation of the Knights of the Apocalypse who hadn't experienced Odern's rule would never understand how terrifying this man was. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Yan Qingyun took a deep breath and glanced at Luoying and Emo Han. Eldest young master, eldest princess, once the battle starts, you two go first. Leave us behind. Don't look back, just go first. Yan Qingyun was already prepared to die in battle at any time. From the moment he became one of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had been firmly tied to the city lord's mansion. He knew the eldest young master's character. Although he didn't know why Odern had become like this, it was a matter of life and death. The most important thing was for the eldest young master and the eldest princess to leave this place and return to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Otherwise, the city lord's mansion would lose all face. Guests from all over were waiting in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City for the wedding of the century. With me here, no one can even think of taking half a step out of here. How many years has it been since I've fought? Today, I'll start with you guys. Odern took a step forward, his feet sinking into the ground. His violent aura was like a thunderclap, as fast as lightning. Protect the eldest princess. Kill. Yan Qingyun bellowed, and the 20 people behind him charged towards Aldern. They were also prepared to die in this battle. Let's go. Mo Han pulled his sister's hand and hurriedly left. Even if Yan Qingyun wanted to die, he had to send the two of them away. He couldn't afford to be muddle-headed at this moment. This wasn't just a matter of life and death. It was also a matter of the City Lord's mansion and the stability of the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. Where do you think you're going? Get past me first. Odin didn't care about anyone else as he faced Luoying and Mo Han. His goal was obvious. He wanted to stop Luoying from returning to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City to participate in the wedding. The three experts bore the brunt of the attack and stood in front of Aldern. However, the three early-stage star-grade experts were as fragile as paper in front of Aldern. They were sent flying in an instant. The huge axe swept across the sky like a mountain. The three of them were sent flying, and their eyes were filled with fear. There was actually such a powerful expert in this world. Just the power of his flesh and blood was enough to send three of them flying. It was too frightening and shocking. Be careful. Before Yan Qingyun could finish speaking, Odin's aura reached the clouds. Mo Han, who bore the brunt of his attack, stood in front of his sister. If Luoying had faced him directly, she would have been smashed into a meat patty. It was just that powerful and vast. It was unbelievable, and it made Mo Han's pupils shrink. Big brother! Luoying exclaimed. At this time, Mo Han's palm had already cracked. His face was full of bewilderment. This guy was like a devil. Yan Qingyun, who was on the side, closed in on him. Behind him, there were more than 10 people surrounding him, but Odin didn't hesitate at all. He once again waved the giant axe in his hand, and a domineering force that could shake the heavens and make the gods cry swept across the void. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Yan Qingyun kept flickering, but only he and Mo Han could compete with Odin. The remaining early star-level experts couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. The power to uproot mountains, the might to dominate the universe, this was Aldern, the #1 general under Yunling Fei, the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Even now, he was still as terrifying as ever. After so many years, Yan Qingyun was still worried, and this was completely reasonable. There were so many of them, but they weren't a match for him. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yan Qingyun and the others were forced to retreat by Aldern again and again. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. However, the other party still seemed to be at ease. Compared to them, Aldern's ferocious attitude made Mo Han complain incessantly. You are not my opponent. Only death awaits you if you oppose me. Ha ha ha. Aldern laughed wildly. He carried the giant axe and approached them step by step. Everyone's expression was solemn. The enemy of life and death was right in front of them. The only thing they could do was to fight to the death for glory and for the bright future of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Kill. Mo Han didn't hesitate. Although he was the eldest son of the City Lord Mansion, at this time, he must lead by example and advance and retreat together with Yan Qingyun and the others, regardless of life or death. Sky-raising axe, 9 heavens thunder. Aldern roared, his giant shadow flickered, and his imposing aura swallowed the heavens. Yan Qingyun and Mo Han looked at each other, and with the combined efforts of 20 experts, they were barely able to resist this terrifying axe shadow. On the other hand, Aldern's face was calm, and his eyes were filled with indifference. Get the hell out of my way. With an explosive roar, Aldern seemed to have the help of the gods, wanting to crush everyone. Yan Qingyun and the rest were all overwhelmed with shock. This fellow was too terrifying. That towering giant was about to crush their bodies into pieces. Rise. All of a sudden, everyone felt their shoulders lighten. They saw Xianxia leaping through the air. He didn't lead but chose to silently guard Luoying's back, sending her away. 1,000 miles away. Luoying anxiously waited, her heart overjoyed. He was here, he had always been here, Xianxia roared and brought everyone with him as he slashed down with his sword. The 29 swords crushed down from all directions, shattering the gigantic shadow in the sky. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Kid, you're just a half-step star state, yet you can resist my pressure. How dare you? Aldern said with a smile. However, he was extremely angry in his heart. This guy was really annoying. You flatter me, but with me here, don't even think of touching a single hair on her head. Xianxia looked straight ahead. He might not be a match for Aldern alone, but with so many people working together, the result might not be certain. Then let's give it a try, ha ha ha. Aldern howled madly as he charged forward like a ferocious mad bull, charging into the clouds and pressing down. However, Yan Qingyun wasn't idle either. He also sent a message to the City Lord Mansion and crushed the communication jade slip. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, City Lord Mansion. Qi Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yan Qingyun would not send him a dangerous message jade slip. From this, it could be seen that they must have encountered a great danger. At the edge of the water curtain mountain, Qi Yu murmured. What's wrong, husband? Xiao Lan'er leaned against Qi Yu's chest and asked. They must have encountered danger. Looks like I'll have to go there myself. Qi Yu said in a deep voice. You're the city lord. You can't be helpless for a day. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy still needs you to control it. How can you leave just like that? The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is huge, is there no one you can use? Commander Yunling Feiyun is husband's most capable general. Isn't this the time for him to pledge his loyalty? Xiao Lan'er said. Beauty is right. Ha ha ha. I was too worried and forgot about Commander Yun. Pass down my order, Commander Yun will lead the army to the edge of the water curtain mountain and search for the eldest young master and the others. Qi Yu said with a smile, but he was still worried. After all, Yan Qingshan had sent him a message saying that the eldest young master Qi Mohan was still there. Although he had been disheartened by Qi Mohan all these years, Qi Luoying was still his son. He didn't know where his daughter Qi Luoying was, as well as Yuan Wen. The three of them were his closest relatives. Most importantly, Yan Qingyun and Qi Mohan hadn't found Qi Luoying yet, and he was in danger. If Qi Luoying didn't return by noon on the day of the wedding, then the City Lord's mansion would lose face. Not only the City Lord's mansion, but the second City Lord would also find it hard to explain. All the leaders of the Heaven Awakening Star Field had already rushed over to participate in this wedding of the century. If the bride disappeared, then the Heaven Awakening Silver River City would become a laughingstock, and the City Lord's mansion would also become a laughingstock. It was very likely that the Heaven Awakening Silver River City would be thrown into chaos, and the Heaven Awakening Star Field, which had lost its credibility, would become turbulent. It seemed to be just a wedding, but there were too many things involved. Husband, why hasn't that girl come back yet? What should we do? If the wedding is delayed, it will be a major event. Our City Lord's mansion won't have a good reputation. Xiao Lan'er said angrily. Let's wait a little longer. I believe she will come back. Qi Yu murmured. He looked into the distance and his thoughts were flying. Luoying had always been a very sensible girl. Although her family's relationship had been broken because of her brother's bastard actions in the past, Luoying wouldn't have any problems when looking at the big picture. Therefore, Qi Yu was worried about whether Luoying was really in danger or not. I hope so. Otherwise, husband will be the scapegoat for her. It's getting late. She really makes people worry. Xiao Lan'er looked sad and worried for Qi Yu. Enough. I believe Luoying will come back. Qi Yu said in a low voice. Xiao Lan'er didn't say anything else. I'm just worried for our son. It won't be long before our child is born. The spirit embryo that we have spent 1,000 years nurturing is about to be born. I don't want him to be born with the cold eyes and curses of countless people, even though it doesn't belong to him. Qi Yu's eyes softened. He rubbed Xiao Lan'er's belly and smiled. Don't worry, our child will be the most successful, the most hardworking, and the luckiest. In the future, he will become the brightest star in the Apocalypse Galaxy. When Yin Lingfei received the City Lord's order, he led 3,000 guards and rushed to Water Curtain Mountain without stopping. Smoke and dust rose as the army left the camp. Zhang Tian stood at the foot of the mountain with a faint smile on his face. Everything was ready, and everything was under control. At the edge of Water Curtain Mountain, Jiang Chen, Yan Qingyun, and the rest were fighting Aldern. Aldern was very strong. He had reached the third firmament of the star level. Such power was not something Xianxia and the rest could contend with. Although with his addition, everyone gradually stabilized the situation, it was impossible to escape from Aldern's encirclement. Moreover, the situation was getting more and more difficult, and they were getting more and more passive. The slightest mistake could cause their entire army to be wiped out. Weak, too weak. Are you guys so weak that you can't even fight? Could it be that they were all soft persimmons that looked good but were useless? Ha ha ha. Aldern carried the giant axe on his shoulder and closed in again. Other than Jiang Chen, Yan Qingyun, and Mo Han, more than half of the remaining 20-odd people were dead or injured. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and took the lead. He turned into a dragon and clashed with Aldern. The collision of sword and axe created an unimaginable line of fire, like a rainbow in the sky. Jiang Chen took more than 10 steps backwards. His face was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Awesome, ha ha ha. It's a pity that you're still too weak. Otherwise, you would be a very interesting opponent. However, that would probably have to wait for a few hundred years. To break through to the star level, you should not take more than 1,000 years. You're a genius. Unfortunately, geniuses don't live long. Aldern stared straight at Jiang Chen with a murderous aura. His eyes narrowed, and the corners of his lips curled up. He had high hopes for Jiang Chen, but it was a pity that Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the star level yet. If Jiang Chen had broken through to the star level, it would be hard to say who would win today's battle. That's not necessarily true. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you touch a single hair on her. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways, his battle intent high. As he charged and broke through the enemy lines, he was still mighty and unyielding. His half-step star rank strength made all the star rank experts blush with shame. Yan Qingyun also had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. To be able to become the new gold medal commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he was indeed worthy of his strength. Even Xiaoying wasn't his match. Seeing him today, he truly lived up to his reputation. But even so, it still wasn't enough. With their power, they would only be nibbled away by Aldern step by step. Star level 3 was a nightmare they couldn't overcome. That's not up to you to decide. Besides, my target today is you. She's only secondary. Aldern's eyes became brighter as he looked at Jiang Chen. You're also here for the jade card? Jiang Chen's heart sank. Everyone looked at each other. It turned out that Aldern's true target was Jiang Chen. Not bad. At least you're knowledgeable. Give me the jade card, and I'll let you live. This is my bottom line. I admire you. But they must die. Aldern looked at Jiang Chen. He really admired Jiang Chen's strength and courage. It had been more than 1,000 years since he last met a decent opponent. Today's battle with Jiang Chen had made him feel very satisfied and carefree. Aldern looked at Jiang Chen. Impossible. You guys go first. I'll stop him. Jiang Chen said indifferently. No. If we leave together. If we die together. This time, Luoying was determined not to separate from Jiang Chen. If she left, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to survive. After a few parting and reuniting, her heart became firmer. She couldn't abandon Jiang Chen for the love of her life. She had sacrificed too much for the heavenly awakening Galaxy City. If she had to watch Jiang Chen die, she would rather choose to be with Jiang Chen and go to the Yellow Spring together. There's no time, first princess. Yan Qingyun's face was solemn. If you want to leave, you can leave. If Jiang Chen doesn't leave, I won't leave even if I die. Luoying said. What a pair of ill-fated Mandarin ducks. Since that's the case, then don't leave. He he he. Aldern shrieked. It was impossible for these people to escape from his hands. Back then, he was the strongest powerhouse in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse apart from Yunling Fei. He had made countless contributions to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and even the eldest of the Azure Dragon envoys, Yan Qingyun, was his subordinate. But now, they had different masters. Hurry up and leave, Jiang Chen. If you want to leave, he can't stop you. Luoying said anxiously. She wasn't afraid of death, but there was no need for Xianxia to get involved with her. Without a burden like her, he could come and go freely. Even Aldern couldn't catch up to him. Since I've chosen to return, I won't leave easily. It won't be that easy for him to get past me. You go first, I have a way to escape. Xianxia smiled. Even in the face of death, he still didn't have the slightest fear. Although Aldern couldn't defeat him, Xianxia still had the confidence to hold him back. No. Luoying said solemnly. Luoying didn't hesitate and rushed towards Aldern. Although she knew that she wasn't Aldern's match, she wanted to show her determination. If Xianxia didn't leave, she definitely wouldn't leave. Ha ha ha, love affairs are the most despicable. All of you, go to hell. Aldern threw a heavy punch, sweeping away all obstacles. There was no fear in Luoying's eyes. At this time, they were all fighting to their deaths. No. Emohan's eyes were about to pop out. If Aldern's punch landed on Luoying, she would die without a doubt. A third-layer Star Realm powerhouse wasn't someone ordinary people could contend against, not to mention that she hadn't broken through to the Star Realm yet. Xianxia stepped on the Heaven Ascension stairway and approached Aldern, blocking between the two of them. He shot out a finger and was once again forced back by Aldern. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the aura in his body kept surging. His injuries worsened. You can't die. If you die, I won't have anyone on the Heaven Awakened planet to talk to. Xianxia smiled and hugged Luoying. Luoying's eyes were red and swollen. It was a pity that this pair of ill-fated lovebirds no longer had a chance to be together. Kill. Seeing this, Yan Qingyun attacked once again. As the City Lord's guard, he would give his all for the City Lord's mansion. Emohan also didn't want to be outdone and launched a final attack. Although he knew that his chances of winning were slim, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. A grain of light dares to compete with the moon? Trash. All of you, scram. Aldern roared and swung his giant axe. Under the pressure, the sky collapsed. It was as if the entire world was going to be cut down. Yan Qingyun and Emohan couldn't avoid it. Aldern had long since decided to kill them. Swish. A flying sword flew past, leaving behind a sound. At this moment, Aldern's giant axe was forced back. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Looks like what's coming has finally come. Commander Yun? It's Commander Yun. Yan Qingyun's eyes lit up, feeling overjoyed. It seemed that the City Lord had immediately sent Commander Yun Lingfei over after learning about her. We're saved. We're finally saved this time, Luoying said in an excited voice. Yun Lingfei was their life-saving straw and their source of confidence. With Commander Yun's appearance, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. Commander Yun, how many years has it been? We finally meet again. Ha ha ha. Aldern narrowed his eyes as he looked at the golden-armored man in front of him. He looked majestic and domineering. His appearance made Aldern have no choice but to treat him seriously. The old brother of the past was now standing on the opposite side. This battle wouldn't end so easily. I'm very surprised that you're still alive. Come back with me. Yun Lingfei looked coldly at Aldern and said indifferently. Go back? Ha ha ha, we can't go back. Commander Yun, the things we missed all those years will never come back. Aldern laughed loudly. Why did you choose to hide until today? Yun Lingfei frowned. Why? Isn't it all thanks to the Brothers of the Apocalypse Night Regiment? When you gave up on me back then, why didn't you think about why you didn't fight for a chance for me? Why did you give up on me so easily? When you turned around and left, you were so confident. I walked through hell for 7 days and 7 nights, killed countless enemies, and almost lost my life, but there was no one behind me? And you were in the Apocalypse Galaxy City, receiving the worship of the people from all over the Apocalypse Starfield. You were a great hero revered by tens of thousands of people, but what about me? I'm only fit to walk in the abyss. Even living is a luxury. Aldern roared. Military orders are like mountains, and no one can go against them. Back then, you did make great contributions. If you hadn't left, the Apocalypse Night Regiment might have suffered a heavier blow and been wiped out. You know this better than me. Since you survived, you should have come back to find me. Why didn't you appear for so many years? No one blames you, and no one will forget you. Why? Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Sorry, I've already forgotten you. I've already forgotten who I am. Aldern is already dead. You chose your idol. Back then, I treated you like an elder brother and risked my life for you. But you left me in a death trap. Do you know the faces of those brothers before they died? Do you know how we managed to survive? Out of more than 4,000 people, I was the only one who survived. Aldern said with a cold smile. His eyes were red and filled with malice and anger. Yun Lingfei was silent for a moment. He knew that the Tianqi Silver River City owed him some things. If you want to go against Tianqi Milky Way City, I won't stop you, but you have to get past me first. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are ruled by the heavens. We are soldiers and warriors, and we are here to protect our country and our homeland. My decision back then was for the sake of the big picture. If you don't lower your head today, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Come on, kill your brothers with your own hands. Kill us evil spirits in the abyss with your own hands. Then, no one will question you as the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Aldern shouted crazily and hysterically. He glared at Yun Lingfei with monstrous battle intent. Don't force me. The situation in the Tianqi Silver River City is very tense now, so you'd better not stand in front of me. Today, no one can leave this place. I said that even the city lord can't stop me. Aldern and Yun Lingfei looked at each other. They had been brothers for many years, but now they were enemies. Yun Lingfei was helpless. This battle was far from as simple as he thought. Are you going to challenge me? Yun Lingfei said in an unquestionable manner. So what? I already had this intention. Back then, I was always suppressed by you. Now, you can forget about commanding me and making me listen to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Aldern, will accompany you to the end. Even in the face of Yun Lingfei, the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse, his good brother, he was still unmoved. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. The sound of gongs and drums filled the sky and firecrackers rang out. However, the city lord mansion was somewhat desolate. The sedan chair of the second city lord, Xiao Yuyan, had already arrived at the gate of the city lord mansion. Xiao Tai and Xiao Yi were already standing there, waiting to receive the bride. The bridal procession was mighty and majestic. It was hundreds of meters long. It was very imposing. Why hasn't anyone come out of the city lord mansion? Yeah, they're all here to receive the bride. Ha ha ha, could it be that they're shy? Why is the city lord mansion so quiet? There's not even the word happy. It doesn't look like a marriage of a daughter. It's said that the city lord's daughter, the first princess, is a national beauty. It seems that the second city lord's son is also very lucky. Hey, 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 look, someone is coming out of the city lord mansion. The onlookers were excited. The marriage between the city lord mansion and the first city lord's daughter was marrying the second city lord's son. This was a joyous occasion. Who wouldn't care? 2 young masters, please. The city lord mansion's chief butler, Su Afyu, came out to invite them. Xiao Tai glanced at his elder brother, Xiao Yin, and the latter nodded slightly. Let's go in and have a look. After all, this is the city lord mansion. Xiao Yin said. Under the guidance of Su Afyu, the two entered the city lord mansion. However, the rest of the people stayed outside the city lord mansion. In the main hall, on the main seat of the city lord mansion, Qi Yeyu sat there calmly with his eyes closed. Beside him, Xiao Lan'er also had a serious expression. Greetings to the city lord. May I know where the first princess is now? The Xiao family's bridal procession has already arrived at the door and is waiting for the first princess. Xiao Tai bowed and asked. My daughter went out and hasn't returned yet. I will go with you to discuss with City Lord Xiao. Qi Yeyu said. City Lord, what's going on? How could the first princess disappear at this time? Xiao Tai's face changed. I came to get married and you tell me that the bride is missing. What do you want me to think? This is very strange. Isn't it enough for me to go with you? Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. But, Xiao Tai wanted to say more but was stopped by Xiaoyin. City Lord is right. We will follow the City Lord's arrangement. Xiaoyin said. Alright, you two go back first. I will follow the City Lord later. Xiao Lan'er waved her hand and dismissed Xiao Tai and Xiaoyin. Husband, let's go now. Luoying didn't come back. No matter what, we have to give the Xiao family an explanation. Otherwise, our City Lord mansion will really become a laughingstock. Maybe Luoying will come back later. Let's go. Xiao Lan'er helped Qi Yiyu up and comforted him. Sigh, that's the only way. Luoying still hasn't come back. I'm afraid the Xiao family is waiting anxiously. Sorry to trouble you, beauty. What are you talking about, husband? Although I'm also a member of the Xiao family, if I marry a chicken, I have to follow the chicken. I'm your woman, so I have to think for the City Lord's mansion. My brother isn't an unreasonable person. Once he knows the whole story, he won't say much. It's not like we're not getting married. It's just that something has happened along the way. Xiao Lan'er smiled gently. Qi Yiyu nodded. The two of them set off first, heading straight for Qingyang Flower Mansion. Let's go back. Xiaoyin said in a deep voice. His words stunned everyone. Not just the people escorting the bride, but even the commoners were stunned. They hadn't even received the bride, and they were already going back? Wasn't this bullshit? However, the Xiao family was also a reputable family. Aside from the City Lord, they were the most reputable family. Now that something like this had happened, wouldn't they be mocked? They had come in a grandiose manner to receive the bride, but they'd run off after such a long time. They hadn't received the bride, and they'd gone back empty-handed. Such a thing was unheard of. What's going on? Why didn't the bride receive the bride? That's right. The marriage between the City Lord's mansions is the biggest event in the world. All the famous people in the Heaven Awakening star field have come. Isn't this going to make the Xiao family lose face? It's not just the Xiao family. Something must have happened to the City Lord's mansion if they didn't receive the bride. Otherwise, why would they return empty-handed? How are they going to explain this to the City Lord? I'm afraid the City Lord's mansion won't be able to keep its face. After all, they're at the top of the pyramid. They're the most powerful overlords of the Tianqi star field. If something like this really happened to the City Lord's mansion, it would really be a shame. The surrounding people spoke with fervor and assurance, but the Xiao family members found their words extremely ear-piercing. Xiaoyin and Xiao Tai looked at each other, their faces gloomy. The mighty bridal escort army had now returned home dejectedly. The City Lord Manor and Qingyang Flower Manor would become the laughingstock of everyone at this time. They would be reduced to a laughingstock and become a laughingstock for everyone. After all, gossip was a fearsome thing. On the way back, the Xiao family was being pointed at. They didn't know what had happened, but this wedding of the century might be in danger. It was unknown whether it could go on as planned. When Qi Yiyu arrived at Qinyanghua Manor, it was rather lively. The Xiao family's banquet was much more lively than the City Lord's manor. Guests from all over had been invited to the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family was also very powerful. Apart from the City Lord's manor, their status in the Heaven Awakening star region was unrivaled. Congratulations, City Lord Xiao. This time, young Master Zhao's wedding is a great celebration. Ha ha ha. That's right. How many years has it been since our Tianqi star domain had such a joyous event? It's worth celebrating. I think it's not too much to celebrate for a month. Ha ha ha. Everyone has rushed over from all over to congratulate the City Lord and the second City Lord. Right. The second City Lord won't go home until he's drunk. Many Stargrade powerhouses had gathered. There were hundreds of them, and they had all come from the Tianqi star domain and the Tianqi star domain to celebrate the marriage of the two City Lords. This was a joyous event that they were most concerned about. Xiao Yuan was all smiles. He was the happiest person right now. The City Lord has arrived. Qi Yiyu's appearance caused a commotion. With Xiao Yuan in the lead, everyone bowed to Qi Yiyu. Welcome, City Lord. Welcome, City Lord. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. There's no need to be restrained on this joyous occasion. Qi Yu smiled and looked at Xiao Yuan. Yu Yan, I have something to say to you. Qi Yu transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuan. City Lord, please speak your mind. Today is a joyous occasion. I didn't expect my father to come first. I'm flattered. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan laughed. Qi Yu's face sank and was filled with bitterness. This matter is of great importance. We still have to think about it. Qi Yu transmitted his voice. Big brother, don't get too excited. The bride disappeared not long ago. The city lord's mansion is currently searching for her. It won't be long before they find her. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai have also returned. We still have to discuss this matter. Xiao Lan'er whispered in Xiao Yuan's ear. What? The bride is gone? Xiao Yuan's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a deep voice. Instantly, tens of thousands of guests were stunned on the square. The bride was gone. What was going on? Qi Yu didn't expect Xiao Yuan to lose his cool. Yu Yan, listen to me, Qi Yu said. City Lord, what's going on? Why did the bride run away at this time? Is she not willing to marry into my Xiao family? Or is she wronged by my Xiao family? Please give me an explanation. Why? Why did the bride run away on the day of the wedding? What's going on? Xiao Yuan's voice was sonorous as he spoke. His furious aura soared into the sky, causing many people around him to be filled with shock. They had never seen City Lord Xiao so furious before. Qi Yu was also speechless. Xiao Yuan's reaction was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to be this intense. Aren't we looking for her? Yu Yan, you and I have been brothers for so many years. Don't you know how I, Qi Yu, am? Since when did I go back on my word? Qi Yu said in a deep voice. City Lord, it's not that Yu Yan doesn't know what's good for him, but there are hundreds of thousands of guests here. Everyone is very busy and took time out of their busy schedules to attend the wedding between the Xiao family and the Qi family. Now, you're telling me that the bride is gone and telling me to calm down. How can I calm down? What are we waiting for? Aren't we waiting for our Xiao family's daughter-in-law, waiting for the first princess? But now, the bride has run away. Ha ha ha, City Lord, please give me an explanation. Even if you don't give me an explanation, you have to give everyone here an explanation. Could it be that the first princess treated marriage as a game and ran away? Where would the face of my Xiao family be? Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice, his face grim. The atmosphere in the square of the 100,000 people became extremely solemn. Many people looked at each other. The bride was gone. This was a great humiliation. The city lord actually allowed such a thing to happen. Where would the face of the city lord be? The wedding of the century, this was a once in 10,000 years wedding, but now it seemed like a joke. Even the city lord's mansion couldn't control the situation, because there were just too many people. The entire Qingyang flower mansion was in a stalemate. It could even be said to be in chaos. Countless people were filled with doubt, shock, and even anger. They had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion and celebrate the prosperity of the Heaven Awakening star system, but now that they had arrived, they had discovered that they had been deceived. Moreover, the city lord's mansion had broken its promise. The bride had run away on their wedding day? This was unacceptable to the Xiao family, as well as to all the people who had come to congratulate them. Wasn't this a blatant mockery? Weren't they treating everyone as fools? At that moment, Qi Yu knew that the city lord's mansion had been pushed to the teeth of the storm. There were just too many people present, and all of them were the true rulers of the Heaven Awakening star system. The sovereigns of every planet, the kings of every city, and the nobles of every land were all gathered here. They were all at the peak of their respective domains, but they had been treated like fools in order to celebrate the city lord's mansion's wedding. The wedding that had gathered countless people's efforts and blessings had become a joke. Many people were still in shock and disbelief. It went without saying what it meant for the city lord's mansion to go back on its word. Qi Yu knew that this matter had already risen to a point where he couldn't control it. The situation at the scene was also becoming more and more intense. If he couldn't give the people here an explanation, then they would put him in a difficult position. Xiao Yuan was the first to bear the brunt. Qiyu couldn't do anything about it, but the bride hadn't appeared in time. This farce had already begun, and it would only get more and more out of control. Isn't this too irresponsible? I can't believe such a thing happened to the city lord's mansion. That's right, this isn't child's play. This is a marriage between the city lord's mansions. This is the most important matter of the Heaven Awakening Star System, stabilizing the Heaven Awakening Star and the Heaven Awakening Silver River City's decision. Everyone knows how important this marriage is, but the city lord's mansion actually lost the bride. This is hilarious. Sigh, isn't that right? The city lord has always been a man of his word. Now that even he has broken his promise, how can we trust him? Looks like the city lord mansion will definitely become the target of public criticism this time. This can't be helped. The city lord's mansion of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is where everyone's trust lies. If even he goes back on his word, wouldn't our Heaven Awakening Star region become a laughingstock? Moreover, how can we have true integrity? That's right. This isn't just about the city lord's mansion, but the most important matter of our Heaven Enlightening Star field. Is there a need for a city lord's mansion without any credibility? In that case, how can we trust him? How can we guarantee that he can ensure our safety? The endless questioning voices on the square dealt a huge blow to Qiyu. The power of a united people couldn't be underestimated. Even if he was the supreme ruler of the city lord's mansion, even if he was the overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star field, he could still be overthrown. Since ancient times, the one who won the hearts of the people ruled the world. If he lost the support of the hearts of the people, then he would become weak. Without credibility, the position of the city lord's mansion would be in danger. No one could use violence to punish them. That way, the Heaven Enlightening Star region would only become a place where tyranny ran amok. It would push the Heaven Enlightening Star region into the abyss. Not only did Qiyu not have this ability, but even if he did, he would not do it. However, the truth was right in front of them. The credibility of the city lord's mansion had been greatly challenged. How could such an important matter be treated as child's play? Could it be that everyone in the Heaven Awakening Star region has come to see the city lord's mansion make a fool of itself? You've summoned us here to celebrate this wedding of the century. Is it just to make fun of the feudal vassals? Is it just to make a beauty smile? This was obviously impossible. The decision of the city lord's mansion would determine whether or not it could become the #1 city in the world. Facing the crusade of countless people, Qiyu knew that the situation was getting more and more intense, and it was no longer under his control. If this went on and Luoying didn't appear, he would become a sinner of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. The prestige of the city lord mansion would also be lost, and his reputation would be swept to the ground. Credibility and the support of the people were more important than anything else. Furthermore, this time everyone had come to congratulate him. If it had just been the Heaven Awakening Silver River City, Qiyu was confident that he could still deal with it. However, he had betrayed everyone, so he had become the focus of everyone's attention and the target of everyone's contempt. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. This was vividly displayed at this moment. The Heaven Awakening Silver River City had been too comfortable in the past few years. Qiyu was in a difficult situation. Luoying was his only hope, but her life and death were unknown. Even he didn't know what to do. A wedding that should have been a joyous occasion had now become a tragedy. Countless people's crusade had given Qiyu unimaginable pressure. If this went on, this silent pressure would become a sharp knife that would destroy all the defenses of the city lord's mansion. Even the city lord would have nowhere to hide and would become the target of everyone's attacks. It wasn't just Qiyu. Riots were unavoidable, and the situation was getting more and more difficult to control. At first, Qiyu wanted to discuss with Xiao Yuan before making a decision. If he had Xiao Yuan's support, then he wouldn't be alone and helpless. However, Xiao Yuan's violent temper had been ignited by him, which had become the fuse for this outbreak. This matter. I am indeed responsible. However, my daughter's disappearance was caused by someone else. I will investigate it as soon as possible and give everyone an answer. Today's joyous occasion should have been a joyous occasion. I am just as concerned about my daughter as you are. Everyone, please wait for 3 days. I will definitely give City Lord Xiao an explanation. Qianyu's expression was solemn as he said with a gloomy face. City Lord, I can't accept your answer. As a brother of many years, I should support you. However, this matter has left me brooding over it. I simply can't calm down. My Xiao family has now become the laughingstock of everyone. My son's wedding procession was actually rejected by you. You're telling me that the bride is missing? This is really ridiculous. Xiao Yuan sneered and said. Is it because she's the city lord's daughter that she can be so unscrupulous? I don't dare to believe it, but now it's a foregone conclusion. If the city lord's mansion can't handle this matter well, my son won't agree, I won't agree, and I believe that everyone here won't agree. Isn't this playing us like monkeys? I'm an old bag of bones and I don't care about my dignity, but does Qi Luoying deserve to be treated like a joke? Is this the explanation the city lord is giving us? Xiao Yuan's words were like pearls and pricked the heart. He argued for what was right and didn't yield in the slightest. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Father, even if I have to die, I'll get justice. The Xiao family's face can't be trampled on, not even by the city lord. We weren't wrong, but we've shouldered all the blame and made everyone laugh at us. We've made Qingyang Prefecture a laughingstock. I'm a sinner, the eternal sinner of the Xiao family. Xiao Tai roared in anger. He pulled out his sword and was about to commit suicide. His eyes were filled with determination. His will of steel was inviolable. Such an unwavering attitude shocked everyone. They sighed and admired him. Foolish child, why are you doing this? I'll definitely get justice for you. I'll die 9 times without regrets. Xiao Yuan roared. Sigh, the Xiao family is so unlucky to be forced into such a situation. People's hearts aren't what they used to be, and public morals are degenerating day by day. It can only be said that the city lord's mansion has gone too far. No one wants to see such a situation, but the decision of the city lord's mansion has made everyone despise it. Although the Xiao family is the second city lord, their status is also not low. Who can bear such humiliation? Aren't they playing us like we're monkeys? The Xiao kid is indeed an iron-blooded man. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Indeed, they've gone too far. Today, the city lord must give the Xiao family and everyone an explanation. That's right. We trusted the city lord and treated you as a supreme being for thousands of years, but you broke your promise and humiliated the Xiao family. You made us become someone else's stepping stone. We've suffered so much to come here, but the bride ran away. Isn't this a blatant humiliation? What are we doing here? Is he here to laugh at you? To be a human stake for you? Xiaoyin also stood up at this moment and said righteously, that's right. Father, my brother has been humiliated. As his big brother, I'm duty-bound to help. If anyone dares to look down on my Xiao family, I'll be the first to object. My Xiao family will never accept such humiliation. If I have to die, I'll be the first to die. City Lord, although my Xiao family is showing off, we won't let anyone bully us. I can die, but the glory of my Xiao family isn't something you can destroy. Xiao Yin's voice made everyone present feel the passion and indignation of the Xiao family. Who could remain indifferent after such a thing had happened? If he still pretended to be a coward at this time, then what was the point of living in this world? City Lord, you've seen it for yourself. My 2 sons would rather die than submit. Now, my Xiao family has lost all face, and a comedy has become a tragedy. If you don't give me an explanation now, I, Xiao Yuan, will never agree. Xiao Yuan had a conflicted expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he steeled his heart and spoke in a deep voice. Didn't I already say that I'll definitely give you an explanation in 3 days? What explanation do you want? Qiyu frowned. At this moment, he was truly besieged from all sides. He had completely fallen into a passive position and had become the target of public criticism. I originally had my heart set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the gutter. For the sake of the awakening heaven's galaxy city, I, Xiao Yuan, have given up everything for the sake of the awakening heaven's galaxy city, but in the end, we were still played like fools by you. I, Xiao Yuan, am not resigned to this. I regret it and I hate it. To think that I wanted to marry you, City Lord. It seems like it was just wishful thinking on my part. In your eyes, all of us are just chess pieces. We're not even comparable to chess pieces and can be trampled on at will. We're all worthless, right? Even if you humiliate us, so what? In your eyes, we're just ants that can be trampled on at will. How important is our face? Xiao Yuan laughed self-deprecatingly. However, today, I will seek justice for my son. Even if I have to sacrifice my old life, I won't regret it. My death won't be regretted, but the awakening heaven's galaxy city can't be without light. I'm not only doing this for my son, but also for the future of the awakening heaven's galaxy city. Why should I risk my life for a city lord who has no credibility, goes back on his word, and treats our lives like ants? I'm not willing, and I can't just watch my son die. As a father, it's enough for me to bear this humiliation. Let me bear everything. Xiao Yuan roared at the top of his lungs. This is too aggrieving. The Xiao family has been forced into this situation by the city lord. Isn't this forcing us to die? City Lord Xiao is right. The city lord's mansion is treating human lives like grass and treating our lives like grass. We will never agree to it. This is too much. If I were city lord Xiao, I definitely wouldn't agree either. My 2 sons are about to die because of you, yet you want to send us away with just one sentence? Isn't that a joke? As a father, I think that city lord Xiao Yuan is too manly. Such a man is an indomitable existence. City Lord Xiao, I support you. For the sake of our son, for the sake of light, for the sake of peace in the awakening heaven star region, the city lord must give us an explanation. Among the crowd, countless people were shouting, roaring, and roaring. Xiao Yuan seemed to have spoken out his inner thoughts. A mutiny that Qi Yiyu had never imagined happened at this moment. Xiao Yuan gained the sympathy of everyone. Xiao family's face was swept to the ground, but wasn't the city lord's mansion the same? However, it was precisely because of his high position that he gave off an arrogant feeling. The Xiao family was the victim and the target of their sympathy. This wedding of the century had pushed Xiao Yuan's reputation to the peak, while he, the city lord, had become more and more passive. At this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Everyone knew that Xiao Yuan and the Xiao family were about to rise up. If this continued, the situation would change in an instant. It was even possible that more people would get involved and cause an irreversible war. However, the Xiao family had been forced into a corner. The 2 sons of the Xiao family would rather not play along. Xiao Yuan had been forced to become the city lord's enemy. Now, an even sharper and more intense conflict had erupted. There was no lack of people in the crowd who had deliberately stirred up trouble and wanted to make the situation worse. But in the end, this wedding had become a farce. It had become the turning point for the Xiao family to erupt. This made even more people nervous. If this continued, the Xiao family would have no way out. However, they also received the support of countless people. The city lord's mansion had broken its promise. The Xiao family wasn't the only one who had gone back on their word. There were thousands of supreme bigwigs from all over the astral realms. How could they let this matter go just because they had lost their bride? Was there really such a good thing in this world? The Xiao family would not rest until one of them was dead. For the sake of glory, they would fight. Qi Yiyu's expression was incomparably cold. The initial situation had been completely passive. The city lord's mansion was now being boycotted by everyone. What did losing their credibility mean? Qi Yiyu knew better than anyone else what that meant. So you're saying that you want to rebel? Qi Yiyu shouted in a low voice. His voice was like a great bell that resounded throughout the entire square. I don't want to rebel. For the sake of the stability of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city and the peace of the world, you've gone too far. I have no other choice. Is it wrong for my 2 sons to die for the truth? Is the Xiao family being played in the palm of your hand? Do you think we deserve it? Right now, everyone in the world is looking at my Xiao family as a joke. They're all here to watch your performance, City Lord. Heh, with just one sentence, you've made everyone in the world play with you. How could your daughter disappear just like that? Just like that? Isn't this a joke? In other words, you can't even protect your own daughter. How are you going to protect us? Why should we protect the entire Heaven Awakening starfield? Xiao Yuan and Qi Yiyu faced each other with equal harshness. The instant their gazes met, everyone felt a great pressure. These were experts who stood at the peak of the Heaven Awakened star field. If the two of them really fought, it would be like a heavenly thunder stirring up the earth. One could imagine how shocking it would be. Xiao Yuan's words were reasonable, and everyone in the world was watching the Xiao family as a joke. The city lord's mansion couldn't escape the blame. If they lost reason, even Qi Yiyu couldn't defend himself. Most importantly, the surrounding guests were the source of Xiao Yuan's confidence. If Qi Yiyu and Xiao Yuan fought to the death, then he wouldn't just be giving up on the Xiao family, but also the credibility of the city lord's mansion. The entire Heaven Awakening Milky Way city, and even the entire Heaven Awakening starfield, would likely descend into chaos. Qi Yiyu didn't dare act rashly, but Xiao Yuan was so overbearing and reasonable that Qi Yiyu couldn't do anything about it. He was completely passive in the face of Xiao Yuan's pressure. If he didn't give the Xiao family an explanation, it would be impossible for him to leave today. We've been brothers for so many years. Xiao Yuan, do you really want to be enemies with me? Qi Yiyu said in a deep voice, his gaze sharp. It's not that I want to be enemies with the city lord, but when did you ever put me in your eyes? When did you ever put the Xiao family in your eyes? I don't care for brothers like you. In the eyes of the city lord, you can trample on our dignity at will. We don't deserve to be enemies with you, right? Ha ha ha, my son's life and death have nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Yuan said bluntly. You're simply unreasonable. Xiao Yuan, don't force me to act against you. If you continue to be so obstinate, I'll have to clean up the family. Qi Yiyu said. Clean up the family? Ha ha ha, good. I, Xiao Yuan, will risk my old life to fight with you. I can die, but my son can't die because of this. Otherwise, I'll be a useless father. Xiao Yuan spoke eloquently. Qi Yiyu knew that Xiao Yuan was probably ready to fight with him. He approached him step by step and made the situation uncontrollable. He just wanted to end it with him. In everyone's view, it was the city lord who forced the Xiao family into a dead end. After all, Qi Yiyu broke his promise and made the Xiao family lose face in front of the world. The Xiao family was stirred up, and the world sympathized with them. At this time, Qi Yiyu couldn't punish Xiao Yuan. The only way was to suppress him. Qi Yiyu knew that it was unavoidable now. If he couldn't suppress Xiao Yuan, then it was very likely that his position as the city lord would be in danger. Xiao Yuan gained the upper hand by a show of strength and had the advantage of time, place, and people. This was very disadvantageous to him, so he could only use force to suppress Xiao Yuan. However, this was only a delaying tactic. The city lord mansion had broken its promise. This point had been magnified by the people of the world. Otherwise, how would Xiao Yuan dare to publicly oppose him? It's useless to say more. It seems that I can only suppress you with force. Xiao Yuan, you asked for all of this. From now on, the Xiao family will no longer exist in Xianxia Galaxy City, said Qi Yiyu Leng. At this moment, no one dared to say another word. They all had different expressions. The city lord was no longer in the mood to continue being entangled with Xiao Yuan. Moreover, this farce was getting bigger and bigger. It was all Xiao Yuan's doing. Under his instigation, the situation was completely out of control. The current Xianxia mansion could become a battlefield at any time. I, Xiao Yuan, will accompany you to the end. I have a clear conscience, and a clear conscience to my family. In this battle, even if I die, I will have no regrets. For the sake of sacrifice, I dare to change the sun and moon. Xiao Yuan stood tall in the void, facing Qi Yiyu. He gripped his 9-foot-long spear and pointed it at Qi Yiyu. At this moment, his body was boiling with fighting spirit. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Only by toppling Qi Yiyu could he become the true master, the overlord of the heavenly awakening starfield. He didn't want to be number 2 for a long time. Xiao Yuan had been waiting for this day for too long. He had been waiting for an opportunity to become the city lord of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. He had been scheming and waiting for this opportunity. It wasn't easy for him to get it. As you wish, Xiao Yuan. Since you dare to rebel, I'll punish you. Qiyu took a step forward and faced Xiaoyan. The confrontation between the two most powerful existences in the Heaven Awakening star region shocked the entire Heaven Awakening galaxy city. The world is really going to be in chaos. It looks like this battle will cause a storm in the Heaven Awakening galaxy city. That's right. I don't think we can stay calm any longer. The Xiao family is forced to do this. If it were me, I would also rise up in revolt. Are you telling me to let my two sons die? This is called backbone. I support Xiaoyan. The city lord's mansion has lost its credibility. Who will believe him? How can he be so careless in the face of such an important matter? What will he use to protect us? Countless people were filled with righteous indignation. Qiyu had completely lost his support. Most people felt sympathy for Xiaoyan. He had lost his pillar of support in this battle. At this time, Qiyu had nowhere to hide. As the city lord and the overlord of the Heaven Awakening star region, he had no way out. Xiaoyan wanted to fight him not only to seek justice for his son and save the Xiao family's face, but more importantly, he wanted to replace him and become the new overlord of the Heaven Awakening star region. In the Heaven Awakening star region, heroes had fought for supremacy. At the beginning of the battle, Qiyu and Xiaoyan had fought for supremacy together. However, Qiyu had won. He was stronger and more courageous, so he had become the first city lord of the Heaven Awakening galaxy city. Although Xiaoyan hadn't been convinced, he hadn't been as strong as Qiyu. Therefore, he had always harbored resentment and coveted the position of the first city lord. After so many years, countless years, he had finally found a rare opportunity. Now, he was going to challenge the authority, and for the sake of his ambition, he was going to fight fiercely. The intense battle between the two of them was extremely terrifying. Countless people were aghast. What was a supreme expert? This was the absolute overlord of a planet. Xiaoyan and Qiyu were such people. A mountain couldn't hold two tigers, and the two tigers had finally collided. Today's battle could be said to be an accident, but it was also reasonable. Qiyu hadn't thought that this wedding would be the last calm before the storm in the Apocalypse Galaxy. Xiaoyan went all out. At this time, Qiyu also didn't show any weakness. The confrontation between the two seemed to be soul-stirring, but it was more restrained. The Azure Sun Hall wasn't affected at all. However, the momentum and impact that changed the color of the sky and earth still made everyone speechless. Some people even sucked in a breath of cold air. A life-and-death battle between experts of this level was something that some people wouldn't be able to witness even once in their lifetime. Those below the star level simply couldn't see the battle between the two of them. Rainbows flickered, and their aura surged. It could be said that they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other for a while. I never thought that City Lord Xiaoyan's strength would actually improve so much over the years. Even facing City Lord Qi is not a problem. This is really shocking. That's right. It looks like it's still hard to say who will emerge victorious in this battle. City Lord Qi's strength might not be able to suppress Xiaoyan. That's right. This kind of battle is even more soul-stirring. However, I hope that City Lord Xiao can win. Qiyu has really gone too far. This resentment must be vented. The outcome of this battle isn't just a battle between them. If Qiyu loses, he will very likely become a stray dog and lose his position as the overlord of the Tianqi Milky Way City. It looks like Xiaoyan is only doing this for his son and for the Xiao family's face, but in reality, if he defeats Qiyu, Xiaoyan will very likely leap up and become the new Milky Way City Lord. No one was a fool. Although this battle had already begun, it was inevitable that the credibility of the City Lord's mansion had been suppressed to its lowest point. Right now, Qiyu's supporters couldn't defy the heavens. If they did, they would probably be flamed to death. Between them, whoever won would have the right to speak. Qiyu was incomparably furious. Xiaoyan pressed forward step by step, his murderous aura like a dragon. On the contrary, he was a bit stretched. These past few years, this old man's strength had advanced very quickly. It had to be said that his wolf-like ambition had never stopped. If his strength hadn't been damaged, defeating Xiaoyan would still be very easy. However, in the past 1,000 years, in order to nourish the spirit embryo, his strength had been greatly consumed. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yuan be so rampant? Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan fought fiercely for a long time. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. Xiao Yuan was even more shocked. He didn't think that Qi Yeyu's strength was still so terrifying. It really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and he had no other choice. He had to fight with Qi Yeyu until the end. Qi, a sword light fell from the sky and swept across the sky. A ray of light broke through the two people's camp and directly attacked Qi Yeyu. At this time, who else would dare to attack Qi Yeyu except Xiao Lan'er? Xiao Lan'er's sword was like a tricky silver snake. It broke through Qi Yeyu's defense and slashed at the latter. Her appearance was out of everyone's expectation because she was Qi Yeyu's wife. At this time, she chose to go against Qi Yeyu. This still shocked many people. At the same time, Xiao Lan'er also had another identity. She was Xiao Yuan's younger sister. The two of them were real siblings. However, Xiao Lan'er's attack at this time made Qi Yeyu extremely shocked. Although he had a trace of warning, he didn't expect that the person who attacked him was his most beloved woman, Xiao Lan'er. Lan'er, you, Qi Yeyu's heart shook. He forcefully withdrew his sword momentum because he was afraid of hurting the spiritual embryo in Xiao Lan'er's body. It was a peerless spiritual embryo that he and Xiao Lan'er had nurtured for 1,000 years. Once it was born, it would be a peerless genius. Qi Yeyu was extremely sad when he was attacked by his most beloved woman. Xiao Yuan also didn't hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to pierce through Qi Yeyu's shoulder with his long spear. Qi Yeyu's declining situation gradually appeared from this moment. With the addition of Xiao Lan'er, it was difficult for the seriously injured Qi Yeyu to win. In less than 20 moves, he was suppressed by Xiao Yuan and firmly locked his body. 3 spears pierced through his body. Qi Yeyu lost a lot of blood. His essence, qi, and spirit leaked out. It was impossible for him to compete with Xiao Yuan. Qi Yeyu had no chance to resist, so Xiao Yuan wasn't in a hurry to deal with him. The reason he didn't kill now was because he wanted the support of the masses. If he killed someone, people would fear him. He had the absolute advantage now. For his family, for his son, he swore to fight to the death. Everyone admired him. Once he killed Qi Yeyu, the Apocalypse Galaxy City would be in chaos, and he would be a sinner for all eternity. Why did you betray me? Why? Qi Yeyu looked at Xiao Lan'er with a sad expression. He never expected to fall into her hands. Because I don't want to see you continue fighting. Because I don't want to see you continue to fight. I don't want to see Xiao family being humiliated by you. Qi Luoying had obviously run away from the marriage and eloped with Jiangchen of the Apocalypse Night Regiment, but you still want to deceive Xiao family. Although I have already left Xiao family, your actions have made me feel guilty and uneasy. I don't want our child to be born with such a sanctimonious father. Although Xiao family is only a vassal of Apocalypse Silver River City, we are not a plaything in your hands. Husband, forgive me. I'm sorry. Xiao Lan'er hugged her stomach, tears streaming down her face. What? Qi Yeyu's daughter ran away from her marriage? How could this be? No wonder the city lord has been stammering and unable to give a proper explanation. It turns out that he already knew about it, but just didn't deal with it. Jiangchen? Isn't that the youngest gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights? So he has such a relationship with the city lord's daughter. I knew it. How could a mere half-step star state become a gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights? TCH, I don't believe it. If it wasn't for the city lord, do you think that Jiangchen could beat young Master Shaoyin? I see. The city lord's mansion is really a place of corruption. That's right. Since ancient times, have you ever heard of anyone who wasn't at the star level defeating a level 2 star level warrior? Isn't that bullshit? Jiangchen's name was pushed to everyone's eyes once again. However, the person who had escaped with Qi Luoying didn't appear. Hence, this plot was naturally not exposed by anyone. Qi Yeyu narrowed his eyes. Lung Lung stared at Xiao Lan'er. He could not believe that the woman he loved the most had become like this. Lan'er, don't talk nonsense. It's not like that at all. Qi Yeyu said angrily. Then why don't you tell me why Xianxia of the Knights of Apocalypse is no longer here? Before marrying Qi Luoying, I had already secretly investigated Xianxia. Both of them have a very close relationship. I thought that Qi Luoying would stay with me after marrying Qi Luoying, but it turns out that she eloped with Xianxia. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. The prefecture is really disappointing. Qi Yeyu, you're the prefecture's lord, but you can't even control your own daughter. If I didn't find out about this now, I don't know how long I'll be kept in the dark. Qi Yeyu's face was filled with disdain. Xiao Tai roared, facing Qi Yeyu. Right now, Qi Yeyu had become a prisoner, so even he didn't have any misgivings as he roared crazily. Xianxia had also disappeared. The elopement was undoubtedly a done deal. Now, Qi Yeyu could no longer explain himself. Qi Yeyu, you've really disappointed me. For so many years, I've always treated you as a big brother. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. Xiao Yuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but he was incomparably happy in his heart because Qi Yeyu was finally tripped by him. After today, everything would be under his control. Heaven Awakening Milky Way City would become his backyard garden. Luoying and Yuan Wen's abduction, Jiang Chen's disappearance, Mo Han's departure, Azure Dragon's 9 envoys' pursuit, and Yun Lingfei's dispatch at the last moment seemed to be a coincidence. However, at this time, Qi Yeyu knew that this was absolutely Xiao Yuan's plot. Luo Ying's relationship with him wasn't good, but she was his daughter after all. Luo Ying's disappearance and the bride's disappearance would cause the entire city lord's mansion to fall into a passive position. One after another, people went to look for Luo Ying. However, without exception, none of them came back. This wedding of the century, which had been the focus of the world's attention, had turned into a farce. At this time, the city lord's mansion and him, who had been accused of treachery, had been nailed to the pillar of shame. All of this was closely linked. All of this was a trap. Forget it, forget it. Qi Yeyu laughed self-mockingly. He knew that everything was too late. The situation today filled him with despair. The human heart was unfathomable. The people closest to him left him one by one, abandoning him. Originally, he only wanted a pure and simple child, the spirit embryo that he had nurtured for 1,000 years, but now, all of that had turned into bubbles. Promise me that you'll treat him well, okay? Qi Yeyu looked at Xiao Lan'er. Xiao Lan'er's heart was no longer on his side. What he was most worried about now was that the spiritual embryo in her belly would become a tool for Xiao Yuan to threaten him. Qi Luoying's face was full of anger and shock as she watched the scene from a distant mountain peak. I want to go out now. Jiangchen tightly held her hand and shook his head. It's too late. It's already too late. Jiangchen knew that if the two of them went back at this time, it would be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. No matter what they said at this time, it would just be empty talk. Qi Yeyu had already become a prisoner. This was an indisputable fact. If Qi Luoying appeared now and escaped for the sake of her father's life, she would still be laughed at by countless people. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord who had eloped. After all, everyone wanted to save face. However, Qi Luoying made everyone lose face. She didn't come to attend a wedding, but a farce. The instigator was Luoying. If Luoying appeared now, not only would she not be forgiven, she would also be abandoned and spurned by more people. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. He's right. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City is about to undergo great changes, Yun Lingfei said faintly. As the captain of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he didn't know what to do now. The city lord had been suppressed by Xiao Yuan's scheme, and even the city lord's wife, Xiao Lan'er, had changed sides at the last minute. She had once again become a respected member of the Xiao family. Her return was the biggest blow to Qi Yeyu. His most trusted person had torn open his biggest wound. Can I just watch my father be killed by them? Leader Yun, what should we do now? My father is in Xiao Yuan's hands. He definitely won't let him go. Mo Han's expression was extremely complicated as he looked at Yun Lingfei. Now, only Leader Yun could save his father. Mo Han knew that his strength was not enough to fight against the Xiao family, let alone Xiao Yuan. Yun Lingfei pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm also not a match for the second city lord, Xiaoyan. I can return to the Knights of the Apocalypse now, but he should have made a move long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been transferred out. At the critical moment, Aldrin appeared to stall me. He won't kill the city lord. He will come to me on his own accord. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Why? Yun Lingfei looked at Jiangchen with a puzzled expression. It's the jade token. Luo Ying's eyes lit up, but because of this, Jiangchen might also become the target of Xiao Yuan's attack. Now, the entire Apocalypse Galaxy City was probably under Xiao Yuan's control. The biggest beneficiary of this farce was Xiao Yuan. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, not only did he defeat Qiyu, but he also gained everyone's sympathy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yuan was the best opportunity to take the throne. Yes, this jade token is very important to him. I think he must be more anxious than I am now. Jiangchen smiled. Give it to me. A gentleman is innocent, but a treasure will arouse the envy of others. Are you sure you have the ability to protect this jade token? Yun Lingfei looked at Jiangchen. As the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse and the strongest person, he was confident that he could protect the jade token in his hand. Why should I give it to you? Jiangchen chuckled and looked at Yun Lingfei calmly. Yun Lingfei was slightly startled. He did not expect Jiangchen to be so stubborn at this time and not give him any face. After all, he was the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse and his direct subordinate, yet he dared to openly oppose him. Brat, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yun Lingfei said in a low voice. His cold eyes stared at Jiangchen. Do you think you can kill me? Jiangchen countered. Yun Lingfei's breathing faltered for a moment before he laughed uproariously. This Jiangchen was so arrogant, he feared nothing and didn't place anyone in his eyes. He was just like Yun Lingfei back then. However, Jiangchen was even more frivolous than Yun Lingfei. You are very interesting. But now, I hope you can protect the jade token in your hand. Otherwise, this jade token will be a fatal disaster for you. Xiao Yuan will certainly not let this matter go. You all know this very well. Stay outside the city. Don't go back for the time being. I will go and explore the road first. With that, Yun Lingfei turned around and left. Jiangchen, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Now, we can't even go back to Tianqi Milky Way City. Luo Ying sighed. She was worried about her father. She didn't know when she could save him. Xiao Yuan has ulterior motives. It's not something that can be decided in a short period of time. So, it has nothing to do with anyone. We're just victims. However, this jade token should be our last trump card. Jiangchen said in a low voice. Everyone, today is the day of this Zhao's son's wedding, but I had no choice but to end up like this. It is truly a tragedy, and I had no choice but to confront the city lord matter. However, this Zhao is definitely not someone who is afraid of death. Since things have come to this today, then I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. Although the wedding had to be mocked, Tianqi Silver River City could not be in chaos. Qiyu was muddle-headed and had gone too far. However, Xiao Yuan would not lower her head just like that. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Qiyu had already lost, and that was what everyone wanted. As the second city lord, I, Xiao Yuan, am duty-bound to do this. I am indebted to the people of the world for not abandoning me. A country cannot be without a ruler. The wedding banquet has turned into a banquet of heroes. Tianqi Milky Way City is the best city in the Tianqi Milky Way region. Of course, it's a virtuous place. Using this opportunity, 99% of the world's heroes are here. Wouldn't it be great? Xiao Yuan said in a low voice. At this time, Qiyu had become a prisoner. Even his own woman had betrayed him. Everyone knew that there were only a few people who were qualified to be the city lord of Tianqi Milky Way City. Now, Xiao Yuan was the first one to bear the brunt of it. His words were for everyone to hear. The title of the princess of the world was self-evident. I think City Lord Xiao is such a person. I can't think of a second person besides him. That's right, City Lord Xiao. Your strength is publicly acknowledged. Even Qiyu was defeated by you. You being the City Lord is what everyone wants. City Lord Xiao, I think you are the most suitable person. No one knows the big and small matters of the Tianqi Milky Way better than you. This time, we came because of you. Now that you have suffered a great injustice, we can finally clear the name of the Xiao family. You are the most suitable person to be the city lord. Ha ha ha, isn't that so? Whether it is strength or virtue, who is more suitable than City Lord Xiao? Qiyu has already been defeated, and the City Lord's mansion no longer has any credibility. We will no longer respect him as the City Lord. You are indeed the best person, so there is no need to decline. City Lord Xiao, for the sake of the peace of the world and for the well-being of the common people, you have to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Almost everyone recommended Xiao Yuyan as the new City Lord. Qiyu had already become history. Who would have thought that the overlord of the Tianqi Milky Way would actually fall at this time? In less than a day, everything had happened too suddenly. Many people understood the meaning behind Xiao Yuyan's words. Since Qiyu had already been defeated and no one believed in him anymore, only Xiao Yuyan was the most suitable person. Whether it was strength or status, no one could compare to Xiao Yuyan. Apart from the previous city lord, Qiyu, no one could compare to Xiao Yuyan. Now that he had stepped forward to take charge of the situation, many people were happy to see him. Furthermore, he was the one who had defeated Qiyu. After taking revenge, Xiao Yuyan had helped them get rid of their resentment. Qiyu had become the target of everyone's condemnation, while Xiao Yuyan had risen to the top. Naturally, countless people were willing to follow his lead. If the Tianqi Milky Way didn't have a city lord, the people of the Tianqi Milky Way would be like a sheet of loose sand. When the time came, they would be bullied even more. Many people didn't care who became the city lord. As long as they could have peace and stability, that was enough. Whether it was Qiyu or Xiao Yuyan, it was the same to them. They were just common people, and all they wanted was peace of mind. Since everyone loves me so much, I won't pass on this responsibility. However, I have to say that I'm only the acting city lord of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. When I find a more suitable candidate, I'll definitely step down. I hope that everyone can supervise me on this. I'm definitely not someone who covets power and wealth. However, the Heaven Awakening Star region is currently in dire straits, so I really can't pass on this responsibility to anyone else. I'm deeply ashamed. I'll definitely do my best. Today's wedding banquet will go on as usual. I'm indebted to everyone. Please take your seats. Xiao Yuyan said solemnly. Although the Xiao family had lost all face during the wedding banquet, now that Qiyu had been removed from his position as city lord, a new city lord had been born in an instant. For the Xiao family, this was a true transformation. The master of the Awakening Galaxy City had changed, so the Xiao family's face had naturally returned. Xiao Lan'er glanced at her big brother, Xiao Yuyan, and smiled. Her eyes were filled with gratification. Although she had married Qiyu, she was still a member of the Xiao family. They had waited for this once in 1,000 years, and they had finally gotten this opportunity. They had finally become the true masters of the Awakening Galaxy City. The Xiao family had completely risen. Xiao Yuyan's heart was filled with comfort. He had waited for this day for too long and had sacrificed too much. That was why he was happier than anyone else today. His wish had finally come true. The Xiao family would become the #1 family of the Awakening Galaxy City in the future. Countless people came to the Xiao family to congratulate them. Although the Xiao family's wedding banquet hadn't attracted everyone's congratulations, everyone had to compliment the new city lord. Xiao Yuyan had gone against the trend and made everyone feel how powerful and frightening he was. At the very least, he was more convincing than Qiyu. At this time, everything that Xiao Yuyan had done was no longer important. He had become the new city lord. He was the true new king. From now on, Xiao Yuyan could finally rest easy at the top of the Heaven Awakening star system. However, Xiao Yuyan still had something on his mind. Although the Heaven Awakening star domain was already under his control, what he valued the most was still the remains of the Emperor Cosmos. Thus, he had been searching for the Jade card his entire life. The Jade card would allow him to improve his strength and allow him to have the opportunity to rush out of the Heaven Awakening star domain in the future. The next day, the calm Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was already surging with undercurrents. After the curtain of night was lifted, the world became clear again, but it was no longer the mountains and rivers of the past. Xiao Yuan sat calmly in the center of Qingyonghua Mansion, waiting for the people from all over to pay their respects. Countless people would come to congratulate the new city lord, and he wouldn't let go of any signs of trouble. He had already sent out many people to search for traces of Jiang Chen. Master, Yunling Fei, the commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse, requests an audience. The butler reported softly at the door. You've finally come. Xiao Yuan smiled faintly and made up his mind. Now that Yunling Fei had returned, he definitely wouldn't let him go. Come in. In just a moment, Yunling Fei, dressed in armor, stood in front of the main hall and gazed at Xiao Yuan. His eyes were as silent and cold as ever. Greetings, City Lord Xiao. Yunling Fei said solemnly. In the future, just call me City Lord. There is only one City Lord in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, and that is me, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan said faintly, Yunling Fei, I admire you. Yunling Fei, I admire you. You've always been loyal to the people. This is what Tianqi Galaxy needs the most. Thus, you transferred me out of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City so that you could take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Knights of the Apocalypse and disperse them completely. Yunling Fei said unhurriedly. I had no choice, but now that Qi Yiyu has been defeated, the new City Lord will bring new life to the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Xiao Yuan said. Reporting to the City Lord, the Knights of the Apocalypse have received the order. Apart from those who stayed behind, everyone else will be dispatched to capture the evil thief Jiang Chen. Zhang Tiance knelt outside the main hall and said solemnly. Yunling Fei looked back at Zhang Tiance. Zhang Tiance lowered his head, not daring to raise it. Prepare for a rainy day. City Lord, it seems like you've expected everything. Yunling Fei said. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had eloped with the eldest princess, so Xiao Yuan had every reason to issue a warrant for Jiang Chen's arrest. Moreover, he had mobilized the Knights of the Apocalypse. This was the only variable, and also one of the reasons Xiao Yuan used a scheme to transfer Yunling Fei out. If Yunling Fei fully supported Qi Yiyu and helped him get through this crisis, then with Yunling Fei's prestige and strength in the Knights of the Apocalypse, no one could shake him. Thus, all these years, Xiao Yuan had been trying to rope him in, but Xiao Yuan had remained steadfast and guarded the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. He had no other choice. However, it was different today. He had already occupied the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. No one would be able to touch his position now. The Heavenly Awakening Knights had also been sent out to search for the traitor, Jiang Chen. Therefore, even if Yunling Fei was here, he wouldn't be able to touch the city anymore. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. Commander Yun, you are a pillar of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, not a private soldier of Qi Yiyu. I can completely destroy you and make you disappear from this world forever, but I admire you. After Yunling Fei, there will no longer be a commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse. I believe this sentence. The smile on Xiao Yuan's face became wider. Yunling Fei's eyes were cold. His foundation was unstable. Even if he dared to kill Qi Yiyu, he wouldn't dare to kill him, the pillar of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Yunling Fei was the backbone of the Apocalypse Galaxy City, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his contributions were too high. In the current turbulent Apocalypse Galaxy City, although Qi Yiyu had been defeated, Yunling Fei still had the ability to stir up a storm. Enlisting him was the best way. If he killed him, the world would be in chaos. How could Xiao Yuan not get rid of such a thing? Indeed, Yunling Fei swears loyalty to the Apocalypse Galaxy City. The Apocalypse Knights are my life. Yunling Fei said in a deep voice. Tell me, how can I find them? Xiao Yuan said. Water Curtain Mountain, exchange a jade token for a life. Yunling Fei said. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth revealed a bright smile. Thank you, Leader Yun. 3 days later, I will arrive at Water Curtain Mountain and meet this Jiang Chen who has repeatedly disturbed my plans. Xiao Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This guy really knew how to choose a place. The Apocalypse Star was vast and abundant, and he actually chose Water Curtain Mountain. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was at Water Curtain Mountain, saving him unnecessary trouble. As long as he got the jade token in Xianxia's hand, he could open the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Why do we have to wait for 3 days? Yun Lingfei frowned, a little puzzled. You don't have to worry about this. Let's meet at Water Curtain Mountain in 3 days. For safety reasons, I think Leader Yun should stay in the Apocalypse Galaxy City to take charge. Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice. City Lord, aren't you afraid of your backyard catching fire? Yun Lingfei said with an indifferent look. If I dare to keep you here, then I'm not afraid of you rebelling against me. I love talents, but that doesn't mean I have no bottom line. Commander Yun is a smart person, I believe you know what to do. Xiao Yuan smiled faintly and closed his eyes to rest, no longer saying anything. Yun Lingfei took a deep breath and turned to leave. Water Curtain Mountain. The mountain was connected to the water, and the water was connected to the mountain. Thousands of miles of blue waves rippled, the wind blew, the clouds moved, and the birds flew high. Jiangchen looked at the surface of the lake from afar. The surroundings were calm and peaceful, not a single blade of grass moved. Because of the qi that the 6-ridged coiling dragon had deliberately released, no beast within 10,000 miles dared to challenge its existence. Emohan and Luoying were beside Jiangchen. Yan Qingyun and the people of the Azure Dragon Envoy were the last hope of the entire Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Xiao Yuan had occupied the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City and was worshipped from all directions. He already had the momentum to dominate the world. Why did we choose this place? There are many beasts here, I'm worried that we will be attacked from both sides. Emohan looked at Jiangchen. Although he was very grateful to Jiangchen, his strength was still far from his and Yan Qingshan's. Of course, if it was a life-and-death battle, it would be hard to say who would be the winner. After all, even the gold medal commander Xiaoyin was defeated by him. However, Jiangchen had the jade token in his hands. It could be said that his father's life was in his hands, so Emohan could only listen to Jiangchen's arrangements. This place is very good. The wind blows the grass, quiet and elegant. It's very suitable. Jiangchen shrugged and said indifferently. Emohan was a little anxious and couldn't help but worry. After all, they were currently in a passive position, and it would be difficult for them to do anything big. His father was their only hope, and also the only hope of the entire Heaven Awakening planet. But how can we guarantee that they will let us go? After we exchange our father, where should we go? The Heaven Awakening planet already belongs to Xiao Yuan. Emohan said in a low voice. Big brother, I know you are eager to save your father, but Jiangchen has already done his best. Without him, we have no bargaining chips to negotiate with Xiao Yuan, let alone save our father. Now, the jade plate in his hand is our only hope. He risked his life to face it with us. If it were someone else, they might not be able to do it. Luoying said solemnly. His father was in danger. No matter how much discord there was in the past, it was no longer important. His life was more important than the heavens. Right now, only Jiangchen can save father. How could he not know the danger? Where can we go at this time? Isn't it Xiao Yuan's territory? Only in this Water Curtain Mountain can we be considered to be out of the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City's control. We are weak, and facing the entire Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City, what do you think our chances of victory are? Luo Ying's words made Emohan feel extremely ashamed, but he also felt helpless. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang, I was too impatient. Emohan knew very well that if Jiangchen didn't do anything, they would be in an even more passive position. They wouldn't be able to call for help even if they called for help. Jiangchen disregarded everything and stood on the same front as them. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do so, because he had to face the entire Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. If he gave the jade plate in his hand to Xiao Yuan, he would be able to exchange it for endless glory, splendor, and wealth. Moreover, his status in the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City would be unparalleled. Jiangchen was still lying down, not saying a word. A small boat crossed the long mountain. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos required 3 jade plates to open. Now, Xiao Yuan only lacked his own jade plate. This time, he had to go and find out. He still had a chance at Water Curtain Mountain. If he went somewhere else, the 6-spine coiling dragon wouldn't be able to use its full power, and it would be impossible to fight against Xiao Yuan. Jiangchen knew very well that if they wanted to make a comeback, the most important person was still Qiyu. If Qiyu was still alive, there would still be hope. If Qiyu was really dead, they would really have to run. Qiyu still had the strength to fight against Xiaoyuan. As for Jiangchen, although he was competent, he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge a star-level powerhouse. Wouldn't that be courting death? Jiangchen still remembered the scene in the Qingyang Flower Mansion Square. The strength of these two city lords wasn't something he could shake. He had been in charge of the Heavenly Awakening Starfield for so many years. If he didn't have some ability, how could he convince the masses? Whether it was Qiyu or Xiaoyuan, they were both extremely terrifying existences. Jiangchen had to admit that he couldn't catch up to them. Hence, Jiangchen urgently wanted to improve his strength. If he could enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he might be able to reap a huge harvest. How could a great emperor that had been passed down for millions of years, an existence that even the Star Domain Lord considered a taboo, not have any treasures? Jiangchen had long been tempted. Of course, saving Qiyu was also necessary, as only Qiyu could help them get out of danger and successfully restore them. For 7 consecutive days, the entire Water Curtain Mountain was incomparably quiet. It wasn't just a Mohan. Even Luoying couldn't sit still. Jiangchen, do you think Xiaoyuan will really come? Luoying was anxious. It had already been 7 days, but there hadn't been any movement in the Water Curtain Mountain. Could it be that Xiaoyuan didn't intend to come? If that was the case, wouldn't they be forced into a passive state again? He won't. The position of this jade token in his heart isn't something that your father can compare to. Jiangchen said with a smile. Luoying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was her father's life really not comparable to this jade token? Xiaoyuan must have deliberately planned for this jade token. At this moment, no one was more anxious than him. Hence, they only needed to wait for Xiaoyuan. Someone is coming. A lot of them. Yan Qingyun frowned. His eyes were blazing as he looked into the distance and said in a low voice. They're finally here. Jiangchen said with a smile. Mohan and Luoying's faces were grim. They looked at each other. Finally, the person they had been waiting for was here. They didn't know how their father's body was and whether his life would be in danger. Above the void, there was a dark cloud and a mighty group of people. There were more than 100 stellar-level experts. That kind of pressure made everyone feel great pressure. The person leading the group was none other than Xiaoyuan. Ha ha ha, little guy, we meet again. Xiaoyuan laughed and said. He looked at Jiangchen with blazing eyes. When he saw Jiangchen, he saw his jade token, and he saw the door of the Emperor of the Cosmos. His thousands of years of waiting were not in vain. Finally, the clouds had dispersed and the moon could be seen. City Lord Xiao is very punctual. It seems that we didn't wait in vain. Jiangchen said. That's natural. Words that have been spoken are like water that has been spilled. I must do what I said. Where's your thing? Xiaoyuan said indifferently. Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial place. Young Master Zhao's temper is not small. Jiangchen smiled. Where is the person we want? Where is my father? Luoying said, her eyes filled with anxiety. You're such a promiscuous woman. If it weren't for you, our Xiao family wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Xiao Tai's eyes were filled with love and hate, but he knew that he had to follow his father's plan. A woman was just a worldly possession. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Your Xiao family has already arranged everything. Why do you have to pretend? I'm just the fuse. What you want has never been me, but the entire Tianqi Milky Way city. Luoying said. Humph, you're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Our Xiao family is upright and upright, but your city lord palace has done such a thing, forcing us to take action. Now that you eloped with this bastard, you still have the face to come here and talk nonsense? You're really shameless, you bitch. Xiao Tai cursed. He loved Luoying very much, but he couldn't get her, so he had to destroy her. It's useless to say more. Since things have come to this, why do you have to pretend? You mean City Lord Xiao? Jiangchen smiled. Bring him here, Xiao Yuan said. Everyone here was his trusted aide, so he didn't have to worry too much. This time, he had brought all his men to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to explore the great emperor's tomb. Qiyu was brought up, but his body was tightly bound. Father! Father! Luoying and Mo Han's faces were pale, looking at their disheveled father. The once arrogant master of the Tianqi starfield had now become a prisoner. It was also Jiang Chen's first time seeing Qiyu. Although he was bound, Qiyu's eyes were still as fierce as ever. He glanced at Mo Han and Luoying, then finally looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Let them go, I'll stay, Jiang Chen said. Don't push your luck. We will only trade with you if you bring us the jade pendant. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Xiao Tai sneered. You can give it a try. I only need to move slightly and this jade token will be crushed. You have the advantage in numbers. If we give the jade token to you, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape, right? Jiang Chen said calmly. You have no choice, Xiao Tai said angrily. Let them go, Xiao Yuan said, glancing at Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin pushed Qiyu to Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen waved his hand to dismiss Luoying and the others. You guys go first. No, I want to be with you, Luoying said in a deep voice. If you stay, you will only be a burden to me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Luoying was silent for a moment. She knew that she almost caused Jiang Chen's death. Indeed, it would be easier for him to escape alone. However, he was facing Xiao Yuan, a peerless expert whose strength was almost equal to her father. Could he really escape? Hurry up and leave. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Han. Mo Han nodded and quickly retreated with Yan Qingyun and the others. Qiyu glanced at Jiang Chen. This young man, whom he had never met before, was indeed a brave and unparalleled person. He actually disregarded his own life to exchange for him. Qiyu was very clear about the jade token. It was the key to open the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. And he was very clear about Xiao Yuan's thoughts. He wanted to go to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This guy was now fully prepared. Cough, 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 cough. Qiyu's face was pale as he shook his head. I'm fine, but my current strength is restricted. Xiao Yuan has inserted the 9-inch cold ancient nail into my body. It's impossible to force it out without 1,000 years. This Xiao Yuan. He's too ruthless. Mo Han clenched his fists. The 9-inch cold ancient nail was made from the essence of 10,000 years old ice. It was the most insidious thing. It could even make a stellar-level expert unable to resist it. Once it was inserted into the body, it would fuse with the body and corrode the body. Can he alone resist Xiao Yuan's hundreds of stellar-level experts? Qiyu looked at Jiang Chen's back as he gradually disappeared from his sight. After a few years, Jiang Chen should be dead. For the sake of righteousness, for the city lord mansion, this young man was worthy of respect. After a long while, Xiao Tai couldn't sit still. Now, can you give us the jade token? You can go. We won't give you the jade token. Jiang Chen smiled. Not only Xiao Yuan, but everyone's face changed. This guy actually fooled all of them? Don't be so agitated. I won't give it to you because I want to save my life. City Lord Xiao, you can understand me, right? I only have one request. Jiang Chen smiled. What request? Xiao Yuan said. Take me to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you come to seek death. Xiao Tai sneered. All right. Xiao Yuan nodded. He was the one who made the final decision. Hence, Jiang Chen didn't put Xiao Tai in his eyes at all. This guy was probably on par with Xiaoyin, but he shouldn't be underestimated. After all, there were too many people on the other side. Jiang Chen alone couldn't compete with them. This was something they knew very well. Hence, Xiao Yuan didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He only wanted the jade token. Hundreds of stellar-level experts were densely packed together. Even if Xianxia summoned the six-spine-coiling dragon, the two of them would still die without a burial ground. This time, Xiao Yuan should have made full preparations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked with all his troops. Xianxia had nothing but the jade token. Hence, he had to ensure his own safety. This jade token was his protective talisman. In Xiao Yuan's eyes, Xianxia was a dispensable puppet. A guy who hadn't even reached the stellar level. What qualifications did he have to negotiate with him? He could satisfy Xianxia's request, but the final winner could only be himself. Xianxia was playing with fire. Hence, it wasn't just Xiao Yuan. Almost everyone felt that Xianxia was courting death. His life and death were no longer important. With Xiao Yuan around, even Qiyu had been defeated. Who else could fight against them? Xianxia saw Xiao Tai, Xiaoyin, Han Feihu, and Aldern. None of them were stellar-level experts, and they were all very powerful. These people were all Xiao Yuan's people. From the moment they appeared and became obstacles, they had captured Luoying. There was no room for negotiation. City Lord Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. I am also very curious about the secrets of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Since I was fated to meet him today, I can die without regrets. I know that I will definitely die in this battle, but I want to fulfill my wish before I die. I want to visit the grave of the Emperor of the Cosmos. I still have to thank you, City Lord Xiao. Aldern, bring some men to keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape, and don't let him destroy the jade pendant. If there's any mistake, we'll kill him. Xiao Yuan said coldly and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia shrugged and looked at Aldern again. With this guy's strength, he was no match for him at all. If it wasn't for Yunling Fei's timely appearance, they would be in a more passive position. He. Kid, you've fallen into my hands again. Aldern said with a smile and patted Xianxia's shoulder. His eyes were extremely cold. It was easy to keep an eye on this brat. As long as City Lord Xiao gave the order, he would be able to kill him. When the tomb of the Cosmos Great Emperor is opened, you can do whatever you want to me. Since I don't have a way to live, I'll spare City Lord Qi's life in exchange for mine. It's a good deal for me. It's not a loss. Xianxia said. It's good that you know your limits. Say, if you directly offered the jade pendant to Castellan Xiao, wouldn't you be able to exchange it for a lifetime of glory and wealth? Why did you have to mix with the people from the Castellan mansion and offend the young master? Ha ha ha. Isn't that courting death? Aldern shook his head and sneered. He had long regarded Xianxia as a dead man. There's no choice. I'm a stubborn person. Once I want to do something, even 9 bulls can't pull me back. Now, where are we going? Xianxia asked. Of course, we're going to the place you want to go. When we get there, your mission will be completed, and your time of death will come. Aldern sneered. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was actually in the Water Curtain Mountain. It seemed that he had been loitering in front of the Emperor of the Cosmos's house all this while. He did not know the true face of the Emperor of the Cosmos because he was in this mountain. Following Xiao Yuan's group all the way to the depths of the Water Curtain Mountain, the number of demonic beasts in the surroundings gradually increased. There were birds and beasts of all shapes and sizes. The Water Curtain Mountain had always been a unique feature of the Water Curtain Mountain. After crossing 2 mountains, there was a vast body of water. If you didn't have enough experience, it was very likely that you would get lost and lose your direction. Xiao Yuan was obviously very confident until they walked to the front of the Five Fingers Mountain. From afar, the Five Finger Mountain looked like a palm, protruding from the surface of the water. Although it looked small from afar, it was boundlessly large up close, probably covering a radius of 100 miles. The surrounding beasts were restless. With so many star states, Xiao Yuan and the others caused the water to become turbulent. Countless beasts were frightened and fled. We've finally arrived at the Five Finger Mountain. Xiao Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned the entire Five Finger Mountain. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. He had dreamed of this moment for so many years, and it had finally come true. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he would be able to charge out of the Heaven Awakening starfield in the future and reach a greater sky. The Emperor of the Cosmos was a true powerhouse of the universe. This was his fortune and karma. Otherwise, if the Emperor of the Cosmos hadn't left behind an inheritance in the Heaven Awakening starfield, he would never have obtained it in his lifetime. Xiao Yuan knew that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a powerhouse. He wasn't satisfied with his own strength. The star state was far from the end of the universe, but it was just a small corner of the Heaven Awakening starfield. He hadn't been able to advance even an inch for millions of years. Not to mention the star state, even the seventh firmament of the star state was far behind him. Therefore, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was his only chance. Open for me. Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed as he put his palms together. A terrifying wave of air rolled out, and the originally turbulent water suddenly calmed down. The waves kept rising and rolling to both sides, and a deep ravine appeared in front of everyone. It was so deep that it couldn't be seen, and it extended all the way to the bottom of the sea. The water rippled like stairs, layer by layer, and Xiao Yuan took the lead and rushed down. Everyone followed Xiao Yuan without hesitation, all the way to the bottom of the Five-Finger Mountain. The surrounding mountain walls were grayish-brown, and there were sword scars that were a few meters, a few dozen meters, and even a few hundred meters. They were filled with the feeling of the great Tao. Every sword scar was suffocating, and they were intertwined with each other. Not only that, but those sword scars were like endless oppression. No one dared to stare at them attentively. The pressure brought by those sword scars would crush them to death. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. These sword scars were really, really powerful. This is a good thing. Jiang Chen's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The endless sword intent made his heart restless. In the eyes of others, this was a killing weapon, but in his eyes, these sword scars were crucial to his breakthrough. His limitless sword had reached a bottleneck. 29 swords was Jiang Chen's strongest move, but he wasn't sure if there would be 30 swords to push limitless sword to a new height. These sword scars opened up a new path. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. These sword scars contained the great Tao of the heavens and earth. It was completely different from his limitless sword, but the sword intent was the same. The sword intent in these sword scars was even more powerful than his limitless sword. Jiang Chen was shocked. Jiang Chen was shocked and sighed. This should be the sword intent of the Emperor of the Cosmos, right? Limitless sword had no end, but Jiang Chen's sword intent had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't take another step forward. These sword scars might be his biggest gain. Such a domineering sword mark. Xiao Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the hundreds of half-step star-level masters behind him all felt their scalps go numb. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and their eyes were bloodshot. Finally, they fell to the ground. Ah, no, no. I don't want to die. Pu, many half-step star states exploded one after another. Hiss, everyone looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan knew that they had been tricked by the sword mark. All of you, don't look at the sword scar. There's something strange about that sword scar. None of you can handle the sword intent within it. Xiao Yuan shouted angrily. Even the stellar-level elites had a pained expression on their faces because the sword intent of the sword marks was too powerful. Each sword mark was like a great killing weapon that they couldn't resist at all. Each sword mark contained supreme Tao. The power of the Tao was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. That kind of invincible sharpness made one's scalp tingle. The terror of the limitless sword lay in its endless transformations. However, the sword marks in front of them had the same aura, the same domineering aura, and the same power. It was like a force that rose to the sky, like bamboo shoots after the rain, breaking out of the ground and pointing straight to the sky. Jiang Chen followed the direction of each sword mark, trying to find the traces of the sword marks. However, it was extremely difficult for him to do so, because the supreme Tao accumulation in these sword marks was very exclusive. No one could control it. It was as if they had their own lives and couldn't be controlled at all. Jiang Chen didn't know how to control them. Wherever the sword pointed, the intent was clear. Every sword seemed to be messy, but they would eventually return to the end of the sea. Every sword crisscrossed, but they were all the same. The great Tao returned to one, turning complexity into simplicity. This is the Emperor of the Cosmos' sword intent. It points to the distant galaxy, piercing through the long rainbow, majestic mountains, and rivers. It's indeed domineering. No matter how it changes, it still stays the same. Myriad realms return to one. Is this the Emperor of the Cosmos' sword intent? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Myriad realms return to one. Return to one. With a thought, Xianxia used the power of the stars to drive the countless sword intents. At that moment, the sword marks on the stone wall continued to spread out and eventually converged at the end of the galaxy. The sound of the sword piercing through the air shocked everyone. All the people below the stellar level were Xiaoyuan's subordinates. At this moment, 3,000 experts, under the sword marks, 2,000 people who bore the brunt of the impact died instantly. They were shocked by the sword intent and their bodies were all penetrated. Hundreds and thousands of people fell to the ground. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Almost half of their people had died. Just a few sword intents had made them feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Pfft. Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the boundless sword intent completed the myriad realms return to one. His heart was completely clear. This terrifying and domineering sword intent finally made Xianxia take another step forward on the path of the limitless sword. The sword intent contained in the countless sword marks had already rushed to the peak of the galaxy. At this moment, the sword marks on the stone wall also fell off, losing their initial domineering style. I thought you were immune to poison. Seems like you're not much better. Odin glanced at Xianxia and sneered. Although Xianxia didn't die, it seemed like he was injured by the sword marks. What a terrifying sword intent. Could it be that the Emperor of the Cosmos is angry? Dead, all dead. More than half of us are dead? This is too scary. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. We haven't even found the entrance, and we've already suffered heavy losses. I can't even imagine it. What's there to be afraid of? City Lord Xiao is here. After all, Emperor Cosmos has been dead for countless years. What's there to be afraid of? Many people were trembling with fear and worry. 2/3 of them who were half a step into the star level had been submerged by the sword marks, and the rest seemed to have lost their souls. Xiaoyuan turned around and saw that more than half of the people had died. His face turned extremely ugly. Wasn't the Emperor of the Cosmos a little too strong? The sword mark has fallen off. There is no need to be nervous, Xiao Tai said in a deep voice. However, many people still had a lingering fear in their hearts. The invisible sword scar just now had given them the greatest nightmare of their lives. Those who could survive under the pressure of the sword soul were not easy to deal with. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed worthy of being called the Emperor of the Cosmos, Xiaoyuan said in a deep voice. Just the sword intent left behind by the sword marks had made them all feel fear. This kind of method was not something an ordinary person could easily achieve. After the sword marks had fallen off, the seaweed on the stone wall had all fallen off, revealing a huge door that was about 100 meters tall. The door was carved out of white jade, and there were 2 dragons on it. They didn't look like dragons, but they were definitely terrifying beasts. They looked mighty and domineering. The 2 dragons were entrenched on top of the 100-meter-tall jade door. They were very conspicuous, like 2 giant guardian deities. It's here, there's no doubt about it. Xiaoyuan was excited. He had searched for thousands of years and finally found it. This was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This was the mausoleum of the Emperor of the Cosmos. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he would be able to sweep through the Xianxia star field and reach an unprecedented realm. What a marvelous door. Yeah, it looks like we have arrived at the tomb of the great Emperor. I really want to go in and have a look. Don't worry. This time, the city lord came prepared. We just need to do our part well. Today is destined to be recorded in the history books. The new king of the Xianxia star field, the invincible existence, is about to be born. It was not only Xiaoyuan. Many people were eager to enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could drink the soup and obtain a little benefit, which would allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Bring Xianxia here, Xiaoyuan said in a deep voice. Xianxia was pushed over by Odin. His face was pale. I don't know how a person like you managed to defeat my big brother. Just a mere sword intent and you were tortured to such a state. I thought you were already dead. Xiao Tai smiled sinisterly. Looking at the 3 round holes on the jade door, which could fit 3 jade tablets, Xianxia knew that the jade tablet in his hand was finally going to work. These 3 jade tablets were the keys to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Once he handed over the jade tablet, his life would be in great danger. At that time, no one would be able to save him. Hand it over. We are already at the door. Do you still want to play tricks? It's useless even if you say anything now. Xiaoyuan said. Hand over the jade tablet and I will spare your life. As the lord of a city, I will do what I say. Jiangchen smiled and handed the jade tablet to Xiaoyuan. In the next moment, he was surrounded by everyone. You said you wouldn't kill me. Jiangchen said calmly. You are such a good child. Naive child. He. That's what my father said. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Go. Xiao Tai sneered and waved his hand. More than 100 star states swarmed over. You are indeed father and son. You will die here sooner or later. I will go first. Jiangchen harumphed coldly. He stepped on the ascending stairway and dashed forward. In a few flashes, he disappeared in front of Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiangchen to be so fast. There he is. Chase him. Xiao Tai roared with a gloomy face. Never mind. You won't be able to catch up to him. A kid who isn't even a star state won't be able to cause much trouble. We don't have time to waste with him. Xiaoyuan frowned. He didn't expect Jiangchen to have such a move. With such speed, only he could catch up to Jiangchen. If it was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, it would be terrible. It wouldn't be too late to settle the score with him after they got out of here. Furthermore, there was no need for him, the city lord, to deal with such a person personally. Count yourself lucky, Jiangchen. As long as you are still on the heaven-awakened planet, I won't let you go even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Although Xiao Tai was unwilling, the most important thing now was to enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiangchen turned his head and saw that the Jade Gate was already open. However, he still had to meet up with Qiyu and the others. Only Qiyu had a chance against Xiaoyuan. If he went, he would only be cannon fodder. However, just as Jiangchen was about to leave, he discovered that 4 people had silently appeared here. If it wasn't for the fact that his natal astral soul was powerful enough to cover a radius of 1,000 miles, he wouldn't have been able to discover them. These 4 people were dressed in strange clothes, clearly not fitting in with the people of the heavenly awakening planet. Each of them was clad in beast skin armor, and their auras were extremely domineering. Although these 4 people weren't as strong as Xiaoyuan, they shouldn't be too far off. Who are these fellows? Jiangchen frowned. It seemed that the opening of the Emperor Cosmos had attracted an unknown power. These 4 people made Jiangchen feel extremely helpless. He wasn't a match for them at all. Even if he broke through to the star rank, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. The heavenly awakening planet is really a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Jiangchen murmured. However, at this moment, he had to find Qiyu and the others as soon as possible. Otherwise, if both sides fell into the trap, they would be in an even more passive position. Jiangchen used his natal astral soul to search for Luoying and the others. In less than half an hour, he found them. Luoying. Jiangchen's call caused Luoying's body to tremble. He had returned. Jiangchen. Luoying directly threw herself into Jiangchen's embrace. At that moment, even Qiyu was slightly moved. It seemed that his daughter's heart already belonged to someone, and he didn't know anything about it at all. In order to save him, Jiangchen didn't hesitate to use his own life as a bargaining chip. It's good that you're fine. Mo Han was also very pleasantly surprised, although Jiangchen's strength was not at the stellar level, but his means were shocking. You actually managed to escape from Xiaoyuan and the others. It seems that I have really underestimated you. Qiyu looked at Jiangchen and said seriously. Father, you may not know this, but he has even defeated gold medal commander Xiaoyin, the eldest son of Xiaoyuan. Emohan said. As expected, heroes come from the young. Qiyu nodded slightly. Being able to escape from the Xiao family's army proved his ability, and defeating Xiaoyin also made sense. A half-step stellar level defeating a second-layer stellar level, such a genius could be said to be extremely rare. There's no need to be polite, City Lord Qi. Now that Xiao Yuan and the others have entered the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, I think at this time, you also don't want to see Qiyu succeed, right? Once he obtains the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, you will never be able to rise again, and you will become a stray dog, a lonely ghost wandering between heaven and earth. Xianxia said in a deep voice. What? He has already entered the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Qiyu's face was full of shock, and his heart was extremely solemn. He naturally didn't want Xiao Yuan to control the heaven-awakened planet, but the current him had no way to contend against him. His power was completely suppressed. I want to go too, but I don't have the strength. Xiao Yuan, that old thing, pierced the 9-inch cold ancient nail in my body. Even with my power, it would take me 1,000 years to completely force it out. With my current power, it would be good if I could at most unleash the power of the third-layer stellar level. Qiyu was extremely depressed, extremely lonely, and sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Let me try, maybe I can help you. Xianxia said. You can cure me? Qiyu didn't dare to believe it. Can you really? Brother Jiang? Emohan was also extremely excited. He knew how powerful Xianxia was. After all, he had cured his mother, and even the godly doctor was helpless. Mother's illness was cured by him, Luoying said. Luoying said. Xianxia was their only hope now. Your mother, how is she? Qiyu pondered and asked softly. After thousands of twists and turns, the world had changed. When Xiao Lan'er betrayed him, he suddenly came to realize that only Yuan Wen treated him the best. Even if she was faced with his cold-bloodedness and the way he treated his children, she didn't have a word of complaint. That incident back then was planned by Xiao Lan'er, father. Emohan clenched his fists tightly, his face as gloomy as water. If it wasn't for Xiao Lan'er, their family wouldn't be so tense. His parents hadn't spoken for thousands of years. Even when his mother was gravely ill, he didn't care. I know. Qiyu couldn't help but sigh. Only he knew the helplessness in his heart. No one could replace him. Where is your mother now? I want to see her. She's in my Buddha prison palace. Everything is fine. However, she doesn't want to see you. Xianxia said. Luoying and Emohan looked at each other. Their mother was still brooding over it and couldn't forgive their father. Even now, it was still the same. Fine, wait for me to regroup and fight with Xiao Yuan to the death. I'll go find her and ask for forgiveness. Qiyu said. As a married couple, he had done too many wrong things. It was no wonder that she wouldn't forgive him. Come, regardless of success or failure, there are some things I have to do. I, Qiyu, have spent thousands of years in a daze. It's time for me to wake up. Qiyu looked at Xianxia. All right. Xianxia nodded his head, then he touched Qiyu's meridians. In an instant, a frightening cold air rushed towards Xianxia like a frightening ice dragon. What a great 9-inch cold ancient nail. Xianxia didn't move. A blazing flame appeared in his palm and entered Qiyu's body. Qiyu's body trembled as he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5 flames formed 5 streams of air that rampaged through his body and rushed towards his heart meridians. So hot. Are these 5 heavenly flames? Qiyu was shocked. However, he was experienced and knowledgeable. After all, he was the overlord of the heavenly awakening star region. What had he not seen? However, it was the first time he had heard of a person controlling 5 heavenly flames. The 5 types of heavenly flames attacked the 9-inch cold ancient nail. They surrounded it and began to crazily attack it. In an instant, the 9-inch cold ancient nail was completely broken into pieces. Its originally cold body began to warm up gradually. The 9-inch cold ancient nail was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. However, under the siege of the 5 elemental divine flames, it collapsed in less than 15 minutes. Qiyu's body also gradually regained its warmth, and the power within her body was also gradually stabilizing. I've really recovered? Qiyu still had some doubts, but the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. You should be fine. Although the 9-inch cold ancient nail is an extremely cold object, the 5-element divine flame completely crushed it. There's no way to turn it around. Xianxia said confidently. This favor is greater than the heavens. Xianxia, if I can return to my peak, the Heaven Awakening star system will be your home. As long as you say the word, I, Qiyu, will do it even if I have to die 9 times. Qiyu said solemnly. At this moment, Xianxia had cured him of the 9-inch cold ancient nail's cold poison. This was very important to him. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late for Xiao Yuan to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. At that time, he would still be wanted throughout the Heaven Awakening star system like a stray dog. But now that Xianxia had restored his strength, he would have the strength to fight Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, he would have to run away from the Heavenly Awakening star like a street rat. He wouldn't be able to take revenge for the rest of his life. Not to mention the glory and wealth he had in the past, he wouldn't even be able to survive. Xianxia had given him a chance at the most crucial moment. This was more important than his life. Don't speak too early. I will do my best to help you kill Xiao Yuan. However, I only have one goal, and that is to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Xianxia said solemnly. It's not that I'm burning the bridge after crossing it. Xianxia, you have to understand how strong the Emperor of the Cosmos is. Even if he gave you his inheritance, you might not be able to receive it. If there is such an opportunity, I won't fight with you. However, if you don't have the ability, I will take it. Qiyu said solemnly. City Lord Qi, I am satisfied. Whether or not I can get the inheritance of Emperor of the Cosmos, it is still too early to say. Moreover, when I left the tomb of the great emperor, I saw 4 people. All of them were terrifyingly strong. They were a bit weaker than Xiao Yuan, but they should not be weaker than Yunling Fei. Do you know them? Xianxia said in a low voice. 4? Someone whose strength is comparable to Commander Yunling Yun? Qiyu's brows were tightly furrowed. How could he not know of such an expert on Heaven Awakened planet? It's very likely that it's an interstellar wanderer who has entered the Heaven Awakened planet without any reports. The Heaven Awakened planet is now very tense, and it's very likely that someone has entered. Interstellar wanderer. Xianxia nodded slightly. If it was an interstellar wanderer, then it made sense. It seemed that the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos had attracted a lot of busybodies. Their opponents might not only be Xiao Yuan. That's right. These people are desperados. They will leave after one strike. You will never know where these guys came from. There are many interstellar wanderers in the entire Heaven Awakened star field, but the Horseman of the Apocalypse also specializes in dealing with interstellar wanderers. It's just that the Horseman of the Apocalypse is now under Xiao Yuan's control. Otherwise, Yunling Fei would have already arrived. Qiyu said in a low voice. Interstellar wanderers, to put it bluntly, are bandits. Xianxia smiled bitterly. These guys had come to snatch treasures. They would leave after one strike, regardless of success or failure. This time, it was obvious that they had encountered a great treasure. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. Qiyu said. Qingyun, go summon the Dongshan 2 elders. They are my most loyal friends and also the earliest advisors of the City Lord's mansion. Yes, City Lord. Yan Qingyun accepted the order and left. So the Dongshan 2 elders have always been here. Father chased them away in a fit of anger, but it turned out to be fake, Luoying said. That's right. The Dongshan 2 elders are the people I trust the most. I won't summon them unless it's absolutely necessary. Today, the Heaven Awakened star has reached its final stage, so they have to come out. Qiyu looked at Jiangchen, Luoying, and Mohan, and the others and dismissed them. It's hard to say whether I will live or die in this battle. If I can return safely, I will definitely give you and your mother an explanation. But if I fail, then I will disappear from this world. Luoying and Mohan silently followed behind Qiyu. No matter how many mistakes he had made, he was still their father. In this battle, they would be their father's last pillars of support. Xianxia, you could have stayed out of this, but you have an obsession in your heart. In this battle, I hope you can protect yourself. If possible, protect Luoying for me. All right. Xianxia and Qi Yeyu looked at each other. The two of them took the lead and went straight to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Xianxia was more nervous than anyone else. He was determined to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos could he have the opportunity to break through to a higher realm and traverse the heaven-awakened star region. Only the strong could stand between heaven and earth. Only by becoming strong could he have the opportunity to find Feng Er. When Xianxia, Qi Yeyu, and the others arrived at the depths of the sea, the jade door was wide open. It's here. Xianxia said. It seems that for the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, Xiaohuiyan has made a lot of preparations. He must have started planning a long time ago. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. He had started planning from the moment he and his sister got together. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be so meticulous. The spiritual embryo that he had nurtured for 1,000 years had consumed a lot of his strength and cultivation. That was why Xiaohuiyan had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat him. In the end, he had given the most important jade card to Xiaolan as a gift for the birth of the spiritual embryo. However, before the spiritual embryo was born, he had been betrayed by Xiaolan. The siblings had joined forces to deal with him. The most important thing was that they had seized the entire heaven-awakened star and opened the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Let's go. Qi Yeyu took the lead. Although his strength had not recovered to its peak, it had recovered by more than half. After Xianxia had helped him resolve the cold poison of the 9-inch cold ancient nail, his strength had been restored. This time, he was confident that he could compete with Xiaohuiyan again. After Xianxia and the others entered the door, a winding path appeared. It was surrounded by stalactites of various colors and mottled with light. A strange beast's roar came from the depths, making one's scalp go numb. This sound is so strange. It's like a scream, but it also sounds like a baby crying. Xianxia frowned. I've never heard such a sound before. I can't tell what kind of demon beast it is. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice, his face grave. He had traveled to all corners of the heaven-awakened star region over the years, but he had never seen a demon beast like this. He didn't know what it was. Look. Why is there so much blood? There must have been a battle. This is not just human blood. There is an indescribable stench. Xianxia said. Be careful. Emohan exclaimed. Many green snakes flew out from the surroundings. These snakes had 3 eyes and were very slender. There were hundreds of them, and they rushed towards them crazily. These snakes are very scary. Be careful, they are extremely poisonous. Xianxia had already smelled their saliva. The poison was very terrifying. Although it was not enough to kill stellar-level experts, it could weaken their strength. Xianxia raised his sword and slashed in all directions. However, some of the green snakes were extremely tough and could not be cut off by a single slash. Even the heavenly dragon sword that could cut through iron like mud had to be slashed a second time and a third time before it could be cut off. Luoying and Emohan were also very nervous. There were too many snakes. They were densely packed and emitted a green light, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. These are jewel snakes. Their whole body is flowing with light. They are very difficult to deal with. Their skin and flesh cannot be cut by ordinary weapons. Qi Yeyu said. With a wave of his hand, a cold light flashed and dozens of green snakes were cut in half. Xianxia's expression became serious. Qi Yeyu was indeed a city lord, the overlord of heavenly awakening starfield. Her strength was truly terrifying. Although he had killed dozens of green snakes, compared to Qi Yeyu, the difference was too great. Qi Yeyu could easily kill them with a single slash. 1,000 Buddha light. Qi Yeyu put his palms together and countless golden lights scattered in all directions. In an instant, hundreds of jewel snakes were torn apart. Let's go. This is just an ordinary barrier. Xiaohuiyan and the others should have already entered. Chiyayu's branches repelled all the jewel snakes. The green light dissipated, and under their feet were the bodies of the jewel snakes. Xianxia and the others didn't stop and quickly entered the cave. However, not long after they left, the broken pieces of the snake's body began to gather together. The flesh and blood gradually merged together, becoming thicker, bigger and tougher. They didn't chase after us, did they? Xiao Tai said with a lingering fear in his heart. He turned his head around and his eyes were filled with excitement. That scene just now was too thrilling, he was still filled with fear. I don't think so. This place is really dangerous. It seems we have to be more careful. Odin said in a deep voice. He was also shocked by the danger just now. Fortunately, City Lord Xiao had intervened. Otherwise, they would have suffered countless casualties. Now, there were only a few hundred half-step star states left. If they wanted to continue, reducing their losses was more important than anything else. More than half of them had died in the sword mark crisis before entering the door. Now, they had to be even more cautious. Although there weren't any star states yet, it didn't mean they were safe. Father, look. What a huge plaza. Xiaoyin said. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. There was actually such a majestic palace hidden deep underground beneath the ocean. It was thousands of meters wide, and it was surrounded by metal and stone, sparkling with light. In the surroundings, there were many heaven-reaching pillars that reached all the way to the top of his head. They were at least 3,000 meters tall and were carved with dragons and phoenixes, as well as countless divine beasts. In the distance, a dazzling golden palace appeared in front of everyone. The palace had 3 floors and was very huge. It was surrounded by brilliance, but when one looked up, it was pitch black. The space in the middle of the palace was like a void of chaos, illuminating the pitch-black sky above. Occasionally, a few specks of starlight streaked across the pitch-black sky, like a lonely galaxy. In front of the palace, in the center of the plaza, there was a yellow round platform about 10 feet tall and 100 feet wide. Its shape was irregular and looked more like a natural platform. We're here. Is this the tomb of the great emperor of the galaxy? Xiao Tai said excitedly. It's hard to say. This doesn't seem to be a mausoleum, but a residence. Xiaoyin said. The Genesis Chi here is extremely terrifying. Let's go. Xiao Yuan said in a low voice, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. Terrifying Genesis Chi spread out from the palace. Xiao Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He was certain that the treasures of Emperor Cosmos were in the palace. Even an expert like him was filled with curiosity about the palace. City Lord, look, is this the commander selection platform? Han Feihu took the lead, scanning the surroundings so that he could react immediately if there was any danger. 4 large crimson characters were engraved on the round platform like dancing dragons and phoenixes. Compared to the dazzling brilliance of the surroundings, the characters seemed to have weathered endless storms, eroded by wind and rain, and were covered in the traces of time. This commander selection platform doesn't seem to fit in with the entire palace. Why is it here? Xiaoyin looked towards his father, Xiao Yuan. Odin, go and see what's going on. Xiao Yuan said. Yes, City Lord. Odin obeyed the order and leaped onto the general appointment platform. After patrolling the area, Odin shook his head, but found nothing. It's probably just a trick. It's just a broken stone, don't worry about it. Xiao Tai did not think much of it. Let's go, we must be careful. Xiao Yuan was still feeling uneasy. He did not know why, but the closer he got to the palace, the more uneasy he felt. Although he wanted to go in and find out more than anyone else, his intuition told him that Emperor Cosmos would not be so simple. What kind of demeanor did a great emperor have? How could anyone casually barge into his mausoleum? Just as they crossed the commander selection platform and were about to approach the palace, Xiao Yuan discovered that they had been walking for a long time, but they had been walking in the same place, unable to get close to the magnificent palace. Why can't we get close to the palace? Xiaoyin asked doubtfully. They had been walking for a long time, but they still couldn't get close to the palace. It was as if there were thousands of mountains and rivers in front of them. It was right in front of them, but it was unreachable. After walking for a long time, they realized that they had been walking around the commander selection platform. The magnificent palace in front of them seemed like it was a lifetime ago. Look! Why is the commander selection platform lighting up? Han Feihu said with a solemn face. As the team's last member, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The unassuming commander selection platform that they had ignored was actually glowing. What's going on? Xiao Yuan murmured. He was also confused. He did not know why they couldn't get into the palace, and it was as if they were ghosts trying to hit a wall. It made him extremely anxious. Xiao Yuan's heart was filled with apprehension, and he was extremely careful. Only he knew how terrifying the Starry River Grand Emperor was. If he wasn't careful, it was possible that his entire army would be annihilated, including himself. As the city lord, it would be difficult for him to escape such a fate. As the light continued to grow brighter, a giant beast over 10 feet tall gradually appeared on the platform. It had the head of a human and the body of a beast. It had a pair of wings on its back and its claws were extremely sharp. It roared and roared as if it was trying to break free from its cage. What monster is this? Han Feihu asked in a low voice. The surrounding people also focused their gazes. Roar! With a beast's roar, the human-headed beast leaped down from the sky and slapped more than a dozen half-step star states away. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the consecutive attacks, the surrounding half-step star-level warriors, 60 to 70 of them, were instantly swept away. The huge palm was extremely powerful. The fin-like feelers on the top of its head kept expanding and retracting, letting out low cries. Its triangular eyes were filled with viciousness, making it seem like a fiend. Kill him. Xiao Yuan said. No matter who this guy was, anyone who dared to stop him would die without a doubt. A few hundred half-step star states rushed forward, but this human-headed beast was very domineering. No one could stop it. Only when more than 200 half-step star states worked together did they manage to catch up to it. I remember now. This is the ancient lion beast. I've seen it in an ancient book before. This beast has long gone extinct. Rumor has it that it once existed in the prehistoric ruins of the Heaven-Awakened planet. It's a true petrified beast. Xiaoyin looked at his father and said in a low voice. No matter who it is, they can't stop me. Odern, bring people to find a way out. I don't believe that a mere palace can trap me. I'm going to reach the other side no matter the cost. Xiao Yuan said solemnly. Only by killing it can we see hope. With that order, the surrounding half-step star states all gathered around the ancient lion beast and surrounded it. Odern led everyone to look for a way out. Time passed by slowly. The ancient lion beast was like a god of war. Although it was restrained, no one could defeat it. Father, look, another demonic beast has appeared on the general selection stage. Xiaoyin sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed slightly. Beams of light continued to shine down on the general point platform. The light and shadow flickered, and an incomparably sturdy figure gradually revealed itself. A giant white ape that was over 100 feet tall appeared out of nowhere, beating its chest and roaring. White arm unicorn ape. Another petrified demon beast. Xiaoyin vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he looked at his father, he saw that his father was also frowning. Kill. Xiao Yuan stared at the white-armed unicorn ape, and the white-armed unicorn ape seemed to be staring back at him. It leaped into the air, causing the mountains to crumble and the ground to crack. The white-armed unicorn ape landed on the ground, and its huge body was like a small mountain, giving off a great pressure. Its lethality was comparable to that of the ancient lion beast, and it even had the absolute advantage. Its huge body was invincible, and hundreds of half-step star-level fighters were all defeated by it. That kind of domineering aura made Xiao Yuan's troops retreat again and again. The ancient lion beast and the white-armed unicorn ape caused the Xiao family army to be badly battered. At this moment, Xiao Tai was eager to try, and he was already prepared to fight. Odern, have you found the exit yet? Xiao Yuan said in a low voice. City Lord, I have been looking for it. Odern was a little depressed. He had led his men to search for a long time, but they still couldn't find the exit. They couldn't get out of the general point platform. Most importantly, the ancient lion beast and the white-armed unicorn ape seemed to be entangled with all the half-step star-level fighters. This made Xiaoyan very confused. This general point platform seemed to have them firmly under control, and they couldn't leave at all. It was the same logic as a donkey pulling a mill. There's no trap array around here at all. How can this be? Xiaoyan was more anxious than anyone else. Ho Zhenshan, do you have a way to break it? Did you find any clues? Ho Zhenshan smiled bitterly. He also couldn't break it. They had more than 100 star-level fighters, and it wasn't that they didn't have any formation masters, but they couldn't find any flaws in the array. City Lord, please forgive me. Forgive me for not being able to see if there's an array here. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. You bunch of trash, what use do I have for you? Xiaoyan rebuked. Below the general point platform, the two petrified beasts were getting more and more courageous as they fought. Hundreds of half-step star-level fighters were already showing signs of defeat. If this continued, they would only become more and more passive. Although these two beasts weren't enough to make Xiaoyan want to retreat, they couldn't move an inch now. Who wouldn't have a headache? Father, second brother, and I will request for a battle to pave the way for father. To fight against two great beasts. Xiaoyan said with a serious face. All right, my son is very brave. Go. Don't let these two beasts get even more arrogant. Xiaoyan said with a serious face. Understood. Xiaoyan glanced at Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai had long been eager to try. Big brother requested for a battle. The two glanced at each other, their battle intent soaring. Two level 2 star level fighters joining the battle made the half-step star level fighters feel extremely gratified. They finally didn't have to bitterly hold on anymore. City Lord Zhao's reinforcements had finally arrived. Xiao Tai's battle intent soared and he was eager to gain merit. He didn't want to be mediocre and become a useless person. In this search for the Emperor of the Cosmos's relic, he wanted to stand out among the crowd. As City Lord Zhao's son, he definitely couldn't be mediocre. His previous marriage was a stain on his life. He wanted everyone to see him in a different light. As soon as Xiaoyan and Xiao Tai entered the battlefield, they clashed with the ancient lion beast and the white-armed unicorn ape. The two demonic beasts weren't easy to deal with either. Hundreds of experts couldn't do anything to them before. Even when Xiaoyan and Xiao Tai joined the fray, it only made the situation a little clearer. However, the defense and attack of the two demonic beasts were outstanding. Even two stellar-level experts couldn't make much of a difference. City Lord, these two beasts are too strong. What should we do? Should we prepare early? The two young masters might not be able to take them down. Han Feihu said in a deep voice. This is a good chance to train them. Xiaoyan said. How is that possible, a third beast, someone exclaimed. On the platform, as the light gathered, the third demonic beast gradually took shape. It was a bird with a wingspan of more than 20 zhang. Its beak was as sharp as a blade, and it shone with a black light. Its bloodthirsty eyes scanned its surroundings, as if it was cautiously guarding against any movements in its surroundings. General Selection Stage, as expected of the General Selection Stage. Primordial Golden Crow. This thing is even stronger than the white-armed unicorn ape. Xiaoyan frowned. If this continued, who knew if more beasts would appear on the general naming platform, and their situation would become even more difficult. As he pondered, the golden crow soared into the sky and swooped down. Xiaoyan and Xiao Tai were both pushed back, stumbling. Facing the wings that covered the sky, they still had lingering fear, and their eyes were filled with shock. Odern, did you not see anything up there? Why are there so many beasts? This general naming platform is really strange. Xiaoyan said angrily. Odern's face was full of bitterness. He indeed did not see any clues up there. The ancient beasts appeared one after another, giving everyone a headache. 3 beasts already made them feel immense pressure. Even Xiao Tai had lost his initial high spirits. Now, it was getting harder and harder. With the appearance of the Golden Crow, hundreds of half-step star-level experts had become cannon fodder. They were continuously pushed back, and their situation was worrisome. Han Feihu, bring people to attack and protect the company. Kill the beasts. I don't believe that there's something fishy about this general naming platform. Xiao Yuan snorted coldly and flew up, landing on the general naming platform. Looking up, the starlight in the sky shone down again and again. When the starlight landed on the pit on the ground, the miniature of a beast would appear and gradually take shape. 108. Xiao Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. In other words, there were a total of 108 generals on the general platform. If all 108 ancient demonic beasts were to appear, then it was very likely that they would die without a place to be buried. Even 10 Xiao Yuans would not be able to escape this fate. Now, they could not find a way to enter the main hall at all. Instead, they kept pacing around the general naming platform. If there were more and more beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Qi Yeyu, and the rest had also caught up. However, they also looked very wretched because they had experienced a terrifying snake swamp. It was even more terrifying than when they first entered. After passing through the snake swamp, they also walked into the main hall. Be careful. They should be trapped. Jiang Chen glanced at Qi Yeyu and said. The battle between Xiao Yuan and the others and the 3 demonic beasts made them even more cautious. These 3 demonic beasts are not ordinary. It seems that Xiao Yuan and the others are in trouble. Qi Yeyu was also deeply convinced. They don't seem to be afraid of demonic beasts. Instead, they seem to be searching for something. Mo Han said. That does seem to be the case. However, these 3 demonic beasts are a bit unusual. I can't tell what it is at the moment. It seems like we should just wait for them. Jiang Chen pondered and said. If they were to attack now, it was very likely that it would lead to a chaotic battle. After all, Xiao Yuan and the others had the advantage in numbers. If they were to fight at this time, they would not be able to gain any advantage. If these demon beasts could consume most of their strength, they would be able to take the initiative. Jiang Chen is right. We still have to be cautious. After all, we are at a disadvantage now. Unless it's a last resort, we can't attack. With Xiao Yuan clearing the danger for us, what else do we have to worry about? Qi Yeyu smiled slightly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now that he had caught up with Xiao Yuan, he was not worried or anxious. The situation was not clear yet. Therefore, if they were to attack rashly, it would only give the other party an opportunity. Another demonic beast. Jiang Chen pondered and his eyes were solemn. He saw that behind Xiao Yuan, a bull-headed man appeared. It was extremely strong and its whole body was grayish-brown. It suddenly rushed towards Xiao Yuan. However, who was Xiao Yuan? His strength was not something that a cow-headed demonic beast could compare to. With a single total annihilation, the demonic beast was forced to retreat dozens of steps. In the end, the demonic beast fell onto the general ranking stage. These demonic beasts are not real demonic beasts. They seem to be fighting souls. Jiang Chen said. Fighting souls? Luoying was shocked. The demonic beasts that are sealed in the general selection stage will only appear after some kind of summoning. These fighting souls are very strong. Their combat strength was unparalleled in the past. Even after so many years, they still have such combat strength. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen was deeply moved. You are not a match for these demonic beasts. Xiao Yuan is not in a hurry to attack because he must preserve his strength. If his life is not in danger, he will not intervene even if he sees the Xiao family army die. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. The person who understood Xiao Yuan the most was him. For so many years, they had been enemies and friends. They had fought side by side in the past. Qi Yeyu's way of leading troops was to always be a general. In his eyes, soldiers were only fit to fight. Their lives were of no value at all. That hall is very strange. The general selection stage here has formed a thought vortex. Their consciousness wants to walk out, but they are unable to do so. Under the influence of the general selection stage, these demonic beast fighting souls will completely disturb the surrounding space and form a space storm. It is not a formation, but it is more like a formation. Jiang Chen's words caused Qi Yeyu to be extremely shocked. Even he couldn't see the slightest clue. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be so confident? There was no other reason. Xianxia's innate astral soul covered the entire public square. He was able to sense any movement in the surroundings. If he had an innate astral soul, he would naturally be able to ignore the demonic beast fighting souls on the general selection stage. The space storm formed a huge contrast to the consciousness of these people. No matter how they walked, they were unable to walk out of the circle. This was also the reason why they were lost in the surroundings of the general selection stage. Seems like you have really made me have a whole new level of respect for you. Qiyu cast a glance at Xianxia. His countenance was heavy as he carefully observed the movements in the surroundings. Indeed, it was just like what Xianxia had said. The space here was extremely distorted. Those who were directly involved could not see the situation clearly. They continued to run around the general selection stage, yet they were unable to find a way out. Mo Han felt a lingering fear in his heart as he involuntarily clicked his tongue. Brother Jiang, you are truly too powerful. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid all of us would have been trapped here. The consequences would be unimaginable. Strange, why don't I see those people who followed Xiaoyuan and his group? Xianxia furrowed his brows. Those few stellar-level experts were also a force that couldn't be underestimated. They weren't any weaker than Xiaoyuan and his group. But now, they didn't appear at the same place. There were only two possibilities. One was that they were playing the mantis stalking the cicada, and the other was that they were already dead. The second possibility was obviously unrealistic. Hence, they had to be even more careful. The fifth demonic beast has appeared. Luoying pointed to the distance as she spoke. There are more and more beasts. It's already the eighth beast. City Lord, what should we do? The half-step Star State Xiao army can't hold on any longer. More and more people are dying. Han Feihu said in a low voice. Blood sacrifice of the shocking cloud flag. I want to see who can stop me. Xiaoyuan roared. Everyone's expression changed, and their hearts trembled. The shocking cloud flag was one of Xiaoyuan's trump cards. It could stir up the wind and clouds and observe in all directions. However, it needed to be watered with endless blood for the flag to float. In other words, he would lose 1,000 of his own. Without enough blood, the shocking cloud flag couldn't be used. The shocking cloud flag could only be awakened by the fusion of human blood and Genesis Qi. In the past, Xiaoyuan had used the shocking cloud flag once. That battle could be said to be like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Not only the enemies of the other side, but also their own people. But this time, they simply had no opponent. If they wanted to sacrifice the shocking cloud flag, then they could only choose from the Xiao family army. City Lord, this, Ho Zhenshan looked terrified. No buts. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. How can we get treasures without blood and sacrifice? Humph. Some people are born to be cannon fodder. It's their honor to die under the shocking cloud flag. Xiaoyuan's face was calm. Right now, they couldn't find their way at all, so they could only rely on the blood sacrifice of the shocking cloud flag to escape. There were more and more demonic beasts on the platform, and Xiaoyuan couldn't suppress them at all. Once the demonic beasts went berserk, he could only wait for death, so it was better to strike first. In his eyes, those half-step Stargrade beings had already been sent to their deaths. For them to be able to become his guiding light was a stroke of good fortune from their past lives. If this goes on, there will be more and more beasts. We are likely to be affected by them. Qiyu said in a deep voice, looking at Xianxia. Xianxia, do you have a way? I'll give it a try. Whether or not it works will depend on our luck. However, I'll need you to conceal our auras. I'll use a spell formation to pass through the general appointment platform. That should be enough to avoid their detection. Xianxia said. So you're saying that you can really find a way to cross over to the checkpoint? Mo Han was also quite surprised. Although Xianxia's strength had not yet broken through to the star level, but his means were far beyond his reach. Alright, I'll do my best to help you. Qiyu said in a deep voice. Xianxia nodded and activated the concealment formation to conceal everyone's presence, while Qiyu withdrew their auras too. Only then would they be able to break through the ranking platform and make their way to the hall. Jiang was very cautious. The concealment formation could not last for a long time, so they had to be quick. Once they were exposed in front of Xiao Yuan's army, it would be tantamount to courting death. Qi Yeyu also admired Jiang. With Jiang as a guiding light, they would be able to reach the hall one step further. Just as Jiang and the others were halfway there, they brushed past Xiao Yuan and the others. It was at this time that Xiao Yuan began to massacre. That guy wants to use the startling cloud flag? Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. His expression changed drastically. This was no different from disregarding human life. What is the startling cloud flag? Jiang asked in surprise. Using fresh blood to summon the shocking cloud flag can point them in the right direction, but it requires the blood and Genesis Qi of too many people to do so. It seems that Xiao Yuan wants to fight his way out of a hopeless situation, but he will have to pay with hundreds of lives. Qi Yeyu frowned. This kind of method was a bit too bloody. Moreover, these people were not enemies, they were his Xiao family's army. No, City Lord, don't. No, I don't want to die. Xiao Yuan, you will die a horrible death. You devil. No. 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 Behind the miserable screams, life after life was instantly wiped out by Xiao Yuan. Blood and Genesis Qi continued to gather on the startling cloud flag in his hand. The flag fluttered in the wind. Xiao Yuan's eyes blazed with incomparable heat. As figure after figure was thrown away, the startling cloud flag in his hand grew brighter and brighter. It was a bewitching and terrifying red. Even the hearts of Odern and the others standing beside Xiao Yuan could not help but tremble. Go. Xiao Yuan waved the startling cloud flag in his hand and followed the fluttering flag. Ha ha ha, it's here. Let's go. Xiao Yuan chased after the startling cloud flag. Behind him were hundreds of half-step star stage experts. All the Xiao army below the star stage had died a violent death. Han Feihu, bring some people to block these demonic beasts. Xiao Yuan commanded. More than a dozen demonic beasts had already rushed down from the commander selection stage. It was getting more and more difficult for them. They could only move forward and could not turn back. Xiao Yuan did not expect to see Qi Yeyu, Jiang and the others at the entrance of the hall. Damn it. You bunch of bastards, you're really haunting me. Xiao Yuan was enraged when he saw Qi Yeyu and Jiang. I bet you didn't expect me to appear in front of you again, Xiao Yuan. And I even beat you to it. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. Humph, it's still too early to say this. You want to beat me to it? Dream on. The inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos can only be controlled by me. Xiao Yuan glared at Qi Yeyu domineeringly. This guy's appearance had disrupted his plans. He had originally thought that even if Qi Yeyu broke free, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. His 9-inch ancient cold nail was enough to make him unable to recover for 1,000 years. Now, however, Qi Yeyu had appeared in front of him unscathed. How could he not be angry? That's not necessarily true. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Xiao Yuan, it's absolutely wishful thinking for you to want to rule the Heaven Awakening galaxy. You're not a righteous person. You've schemed and schemed for your own selfish desires. You've ultimately gone astray. Qi Yeyu shook his head. Ha ha ha, it's not your turn to give me advice now. Qi Yeyu, do you still think you're the city lord? Are you still the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City? Bah. You're just a piece of trash now. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand. You're no match for me at all. And you, Jiang, it seems that I've really underestimated you. You actually lured Qi Yeyu here. This time, all of you shall die here. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. If you repent now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Xiao Yuan, don't make the same mistake again. Your hands are stained with blood. You don't care about the Tianqi Star region at all. You only care about your own selfish desires. Qi Yeyu said. You shut up. You hypocrite. Aren't you doing this for yourself? I should have killed you back then. Don't you want the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Ha ha ha, speaking so pompously, Do you really think that I, Xiao Yuan, am a fool? Now that success is close at hand, you still want me to be your henchman? To lead the way and conquer the world for you? Qiyu, stop daydreaming. People have to live in reality after all. You can't stop me at all. On the road to success, I will leave you in the dust. Xiao Yuan was extremely confident. He was absolutely confident that he would become the overlord this time, even if Qiyu recovered his strength and stood in front of him again. He is already beyond cure and only has benefits in his eyes. The inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is his nightmare. It's useless to say more now, Xianxia said. You're right. When I get the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, not to mention the Tianqi star region, I can even go to the wider universe. I, Xiao Yuan, won't just stay in the small Tianqi star region. I want to dominate the world. I want to become eternal in this world and let the legend of me, Xiao Yuan, be passed down in the universe. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan laughed crazily. His eyes were like torches, and his fighting spirit was strong. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Qiyu, since you've already recovered your strength, why are you still courting death? This time I won't be as lenient as before. Xiao Yuan had already made his preparations. If he did not kill Qiyu, he would not be able to obtain the Emperor of the Cosmos' inheritance with peace of mind. If he wanted to enter the Golden Palace, he would have to get rid of the obstacles in front of him. Qiyu was the first person he had to destroy. There were more and more beasts on the stage, and now there were close to 20 of them. Xiao Yuan's star-level subordinates were getting more and more nervous. They were being attacked from all sides, and they had to defend against the attacks of the beast souls. If they failed, they would only be a shadow in history. Xiao Yuan wanted to be the only one in the Heaven Awakening starfield, so they couldn't lose here. Since you refuse to come to your senses, I can only keep you here and make plans later. Qiyu said in a low voice. The two of them did not want to waste any more words. The battle was imminent, and everyone was ready to fight. Fight, fight, fight. Xiao Yuan held the shocking cloud flag in his hand, and he charged at Qiyu. As a leader, he had to lead by example. A few hundred Qiyu was his best chance. Otherwise, he would be targeted by Qiyu at every turn. The battle between Xiao Yuan and Qiyu was extremely intense. Although the two of them had restrained themselves as much as possible, the battle between two supreme beings was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Young master, there are more and more beasts now. What should we do? Odin looked at Xiaoyin. At this moment, City Lord Xiao and Qiyu were fighting with their lives on the line, and it was hard to say what would happen to them. The number of demonic beasts was increasing, and they could still deal with them now. But what if 30, 40, or even 50 of them appeared? How could they still be as relaxed as they were now? Let's end the battle quickly. The people we need to deal with now are Jiangchen and the others. Xiao Yin's eyes flashed and fell on Jiangchen, his hatred overflowing. The person who had caused him to lose face in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and lose his gold medal commander position was Jiangchen, and he had even rescued Qiyu. If not for him, Qiyu would have already died, and they would not have been hindered at every step. His father was busy fighting Qiyu. Their first mission was to kill Jiangchen to prevent future troubles. Yes, let's kill Jiangchen first. I won't be happy if this brat doesn't die. Xiao Tai also hated Jiangchen to the bone. Jiangchen had stolen his beloved woman, so he had long wanted to kill him. Now, he finally had the chance. Brat, it seems that you still don't know what's good for you. But since you're back, us two brothers will send you to heaven. Xiao Tai sneered. It's not certain who will send who to heaven. Humph, until the last moment, no one knows who will have the last laugh. Jiangchen said disdainfully, cautiously staring at the people around him. Their every move was under his control. Leave Jiangchen to us two brothers. Aldern, Han Feihu, take some people to kill Qi Mohan and Qi Luoying. Xiaoyin commanded. Yes, young master. Xiao Yuan was still in battle, so Xiao Yin's words were the highest order. This was also what Xiao Yuan had told them before. Whoever dared to disobey, they would be killed without mercy. You two go first, enter the main hall first, don't hesitate. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. At this time, Mo Han and Luo Ying looked at each other and hurriedly retreated towards the main hall. As long as they entered the main hall, they would be able to temporarily avoid the attacks of the demonic beasts and the Xiao family's army. At that time, they would be able to find a good opportunity to make a foolproof plan. Mo Han and Luo Ying were a step ahead of them, taking the initiative to fight while retreating, gradually moving towards the main hall. Aldern led more than 10 star-level experts, pressuring Mo Han to the point that he couldn't even breathe. Aldern alone wasn't something he could deal with, let alone so many people. However, he had no choice but to protect his sister and enter the main hall. He would die 9 times without regrets. On the other side, Xianxia's situation was very dangerous. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai alone had made it difficult for Xianxia to move even an inch. Although he was going all out and didn't fear Xiao Yin, under the pincer attack of Xiao Tai, Han Feihu, and many other experts, it was difficult for him to turn the situation around. Xianxia, be careful. Although Luo Ying couldn't even protect herself now, Xianxia's situation still affected her heart. Xianxia didn't have time to think so much. His only goal now was to survive. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, his strength was still there. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai's joint attack didn't give him a chance to breathe. Xianxia had been pressured to the point where he found it hard to breathe. On the most important battlefield, Qi Yeyu was retreating step by step. After exchanging 100 moves, he also showed signs of fatigue. Although this time, Xiao Yuan didn't launch a sneak attack, he was still shocked by Xiao Lan'er's strength. It's only been a few days. How is this possible? Qi Yeyu's expression was grave. He was incomparably shocked. Ha ha ha, I've digested all of your spirit embryos in just a few days. Don't you think that's infuriating? The spirit embryos you've been nurturing for 1,000 years have all been stored by my little sister. The two of us have refined them for several days before we've completely absorbed them. So your strength is constantly dropping, while mine is constantly rising. You're no match for me. Xiao Yuan's words made Qi Yeyu even more furious. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and his eyes shone. I'm going to kill you. You bastards. Qi Yeyu didn't retreat and charged forward instead. However, Xiao Yuan wasn't afraid at all. He already had the strength to suppress Qi Yeyu, so he was fearless in this battle. It's still uncertain who will be the one to kill who. I'm no longer the overlord of the Heaven Awakened world. Every dog has its day. This year, it's my turn. Your era has already ended. Xiao Yuan charged forward with the startling cloud flag in his hand. He was unstoppable, forcing Qi Yeyu to retreat again and again. His anger couldn't be converted into power. He had already lost all opportunities. Qi Yeyu took this opportunity to retreat to the main hall. At this time, it was already impossible to kill Xiao Yuan. He had to shift the battlefield. If there was a way for him to turn things around in the main hall, he definitely wouldn't let Xiao Yuan have his way. In other words, his death was important to Xiao Yuan, but if he encountered something more important, he would have a chance to escape. Although his situation was worrying, it wasn't easy for an expert of this level to kill his opponent. Xiao Yuan had the upper hand and was beating Qi Yeyu to the point of incessantly complaining. He retreated to the main hall in order to protect himself. Mo Han and Luo Ying were also very cautious. Compared to Qi Yeyu, they were more passive. With Audern's spurt of energy, Mo Han's injuries worsened. Luo Ying's heart was filled with self-blame. The current her, with her half-step star-level strength, was simply useless. She could only rely on her big brother, Mo Han, to take care of everything. Xianxia was in the most difficult situation. With Xiao Yin, Xiao Tai, Han Feihu, and the 10 eternal-level experts supporting him, Xianxia had almost reached a stage where death was certain. Soaring Dragon Technique. Xianxia was constantly making breakthroughs, but it was still impossible for him to break through the encirclement of so many experts. 3 second-level star-level experts and 10 first-level star-level experts. This combat power could even put up a fight against a third-level star-level expert. However, Xianxia was simply unable to turn the situation around. The situation was getting more and more difficult. Luo Ying's worry was obvious. This time, when they forcefully charged into the tomb of Emperor of the Cosmos, they were already prepared to die. However, when Xianxia was unable to extricate himself, Luoying knew that she still couldn't let go. Xianxia was in a much more difficult situation than his father and big brother. His opponents were stronger, and his strength was lacking. Even if he used all his skills, he still couldn't break through the shackles. In the end, he was still a half-step star level. Xianxia, you won't be able to escape this time. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tai wielded his long sword, and as soon as the light shone, it destroyed everything. Xianxia couldn't even take care of himself. The wounds on his body increased. If it weren't for the dragon scale armor, he would have been hacked to death long ago. The reverse dragon scale raised his defense to the peak. With 6 reverse dragon scales, coupled with the dragon transformation, Xianxia had an almost indestructible body. However, he still had to be careful when facing those with extraordinary strength. Streaks of sword marks landed on Xianxia's body, and streaks of blade light flashed past the corners of Xianxia's eyes. Xiaoyin and Xiao Tai were united, and Xianxia couldn't break through the pressure. No. Xianxia! Luoying cried out. Xianxia's defeat was obvious, and he didn't have the capital to defeat Xiaoyin and Xiao Tai. Half-step star level? Humph, in the end, it's just a joke. Han Feihu sneered as he helped from the side. At this time, he naturally couldn't steal the limelight from Xiaoyin and Xiao Tai. He hadn't even used his full strength, but Xianxia had already won wave after wave of life-and-death battles. This sword, I'll return it to you. Xiaoyin shouted, his killing intent soaring. He had to take revenge for that sword attack. Luoying's pupils constricted, and her eyes widened. However, Xianxia still couldn't escape from the heavy encirclement. His expression was extremely ugly. That sword had pierced Xianxia's chest, but Xianxia still fought with all his might. Run! It'll be too late if we don't leave now. Mo Han grabbed Luoying and rushed towards the main hall with all his might. Aldern chased after them. At this time, Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuyan had already rushed into the main hall. Luoying knew that Xianxia had no chance. Sword after sword, knife after knife, slashed at Xianxia's body. Xiaoyin and Xiao Tai roared in rage. Xianxia's final gaze was filled with a wanton smile. Luoying closed her eyes. In the end, she couldn't dissuade her big brother, Mo Han, and retreated into the main hall. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already been submerged by many experts. I'm sorry, I had no other choice. Mo Han looked at his sister guiltily. Wasn't Xianxia their family's savior? However, at this time, they couldn't even protect themselves. Even if they turned back, they would only become cannon fodder for the Xiao family army. How could Mo Han's heart not be filled with sorrow and despair? He would rather exchange his life for Xianxia's, but the truth was the truth. The Xiao family's hatred for Xianxia wouldn't allow him to live. Xiaoyin, Xiao Tai, and Han Feihu. Even if Xianxia broke through to the star level, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. At the last moment, whether Xianxia lived or died was no longer important, because the Xiao family army wouldn't lose. As for how he died, Mo Han really didn't want Luoying to see it. That would be the greatest harm to her. Luoying entered the main hall in a daze. Her heart had already died, and her soul had wandered away. Without Xianxia, what was her purpose this time? Luoying didn't know. Xianxia was dead. What was the point of living in this world, regardless of whether it was power or strength? Luoying didn't pursue them. What she truly pursued was the freedom to fly for the sake of love. However, Xianxia was no longer here. The love in her heart had turned into a butterfly, and the things that belonged to her had already lost their color. Xianxia is dead. My heart is dead too. How am I any different from a walking corpse? Xianxia did not look sideways. His eyes were shining brightly. Even if he was surrounded by enemies, even if he was facing attacks from countless experts, he still maintained a high level of vigilance. Although his injuries were getting worse, although the pressure on him was increasing, all of this was Xianxia's own doing. Yes, that's right. He asked for it. He had been suppressing himself and did not release his full strength. Under the suppression, his potential was constantly stimulated. Xianxia had his own plans. He wanted to break through to the star level in one go. Breaking through to the star level was extremely difficult. It was the dream of many half-step star level experts. The triple astral transformation made the gap between them and the star level like heaven and earth. Xianxia knew that if he relied on his own cultivation to reach the star level, he would need at least hundreds or thousands of years. The 5-obstruction pill was his greatest treasure. After swallowing the 5-obstruction pill, Xianxia constantly pressured himself, pushing himself to the brink of collapse. His injuries kept worsening, but it was all within his calculations. As long as he had a breath left, as long as he could reach the bottleneck, he could activate the 5-obstruction pill in his body and break through the barrier. Breaking through to the star level was within reach. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you can last. Xianxia, go to hell. Xiao Tai soared into the air, ready to strike. His sword swung like thunder. The powerful impact, the crushing strength, was something that Xianxia could not avoid. Chi, the heavenly dragon sword was raised, and Xiao Tai's sword was right on target. Xianxia was constantly pressured and forced to retreat. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth, because Xiaoyin was still behind him. One in front, one behind, one behind. Every step he took was a fatal blow to Xianxia. You no longer have a path of retreat, Xiaoyin said in a low voice. His eyes were cold as he launched a series of sneak attacks on Xianxia. He was unchanging to help Xiao Tai, allowing him to walk on the edge of death with every step. Xianxia was knocked back by Xiaoyin's punch, and his entire body was sent retreating. He steadied himself, wiped away the blood, and clenched his fists tightly. The 5 barrier pills in his body continuously attacked his dantian, and his aura continued to rise. When the pressure reached a certain point, it would be time for him to counterattack. Xianxia's power was completely unleashed like a fountain. The dragon soaring art made him even more powerful. Although he had yet to ascend to the star level, Xianxia could feel that the 5 barrier pills' impact on him was perfect. The Genesis Qi in his body was constantly changing. The Genesis Qi in his dantian had turned into a sea, and its final solidification was the greatest change. Xianxia lacked nothing but time. If he was given enough time, he would be able to pluck the moon from the 9 heavens and catch a turtle from the 5 oceans. There was nothing he couldn't do, and breaking through to the star level would not be a problem. However, he couldn't wait that long. The 5 barrier pills' effect was constantly evolving in his body, continuously changing his dantian's qi. Xianxia had a feeling that the change in his dantian's qi wasn't far away. Everything was ready, and the only thing left was the east wind. No one knew how much effort Xianxia had put in. He had waited and prepared for this day for far too long. The 5 barrier pill had broken through the 5 elemental barriers in his body, and the pressure from Xiaoyin and the others had allowed Xianxia to continuously make breakthroughs in battle and search for his true self. As long as he could complete the star-level transformation, he believed that none of these guys would be his match. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was beaten by the Xiao brothers time and time again until he found it hard to breathe. He could only passively flee and fight to the death. As long as he had a single breath left, Xianxia would not lower his head. He turned the pressure into a driving force that constantly battered his body and cleansed his soul. Xianxia was getting closer and closer to success. This guy is really a slippery loach, Xiao Tai sneered. However, Xianxia had already been forced to the point where he had nowhere to hide. He couldn't escape. He had to rise up under everyone's pressure. He wanted to break through his own barriers and shackles. Only then could he be fearless of the heavens. The star level was far from being as simple as they had imagined. Xianxia had to put in a lot of effort. He had experienced countless difficulties and narrowly escaped death just to soar into the sky today. Under the protection of the 5 barrier pill, the Yuan Qi in Xianxia's body repeatedly battered his dantian's qi. On the other side, he still had to fight the Xiao brothers to the death. No one knew how difficult it was for him. But what had Xianxia not experienced? As long as he didn't die, he would eventually succeed. He had always believed in one sentence: man can conquer nature. The sign of the star level was that the dantian in one's body had turned into a star. The size of the star varied, but as long as the qi in one's dantian had turned into a star, it was the sign and transformation of the star level. After breaking through to the star level, one would be able to freely absorb the Genesis chi between heaven and earth. Because cultivation was an endless process of evolution, the physical body of the star level was comparable to a hard rock. As the name implied, the star was one of the celestial bodies in the universe. To evolve the world and cultivate the great Tao, one had to fuse with all things in the universe. There was me in you, and you in me. The star level could reach this step. Although it was only the initial evolution process, it was undeniable that after breaking through to the star level, one would be like a fish in the vast ocean and a bird in the sky. In the entire universe, everything in the world, the hundreds of changes in the stars, the vastness of the land, and the evolution of the universe were unimaginable. Star-level experts could travel through the universe without any worries. Therefore, the star level was the root of all things in the universe. Becoming a star-level expert was equivalent to integrating into the big family of all things in the universe. Otherwise, one would always be a drop in the ocean, an external object. The evolution of the star level was like a long dream. The tearing and reforming of the body required the power of the stars, but no one could use the power of the stars. In the universe, Genesis Chi was the most abundant, followed by the power of the stars. Only people like Xianxia and the Supreme Being expert Long Futo could use the power of the stars. The power of the stars could not be seen, touched, or absorbed. Without the astral pole, Xianxia wouldn't have known that the power of the stars was so mysterious and unfathomable. Transforming and reforming the Genesis Chi in the body to become a star-level expert was an extremely important process. Some people couldn't touch the ceiling of the star level in their lifetime. Even if some people touched it, they couldn't condense the Genesis Chi in their bodies to transform into a star in their dantian. This was a process where life and death intertwined. The slightest carelessness could cause 99% of people to fall at the threshold of the star level, unable to advance for the rest of their lives. The onslaught of the 5-barrier pill allowed Xianxia to succeed in every endeavor. His dantian and qi continued to be tempered, a process that no one else could compare to. This was because he was born with star power in his body. The foundation of the astral pole was star power. With star power, transforming his dantian and qi into a star would allow Xianxia to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, he also faced a more difficult situation than others. The amount of Genesis Chi and star power he needed was far too tremendous, far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. The star power and Genesis Chi of 10 people were not enough for Xianxia to devour. Hence, his breakthrough process was extremely difficult. Star power was enough for the astral pole to convert, but the accumulation of Genesis Chi was not so easy. Breaking through to the star level was akin to swallowing a whale, a truly long process for Xianxia. Let's see how long you can last. A centipede dies but never falls down. Xiaotai grew increasingly furious. Xianxia's resistance had far exceeded their imaginations. He was like an unkillable bug, being knocked down again and standing back up again and again. Even Xiaotai himself was getting a little annoyed. If Xianxia did not die soon, they would very likely become food for the demonic beasts. Xiaotai charged once again. Lightning flickered as sword chi rang out. Xianxia stood tall with his sword in hand. Clanging noises rang out as he was forced back again and again. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and blood splattered everywhere. His essence, chi, and spirit were on the brink of exhaustion, and he was only holding on with his tenacious willpower. Master, the 800 demonic beasts and I will lend you a hand. The Black King's voice rang out in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. 800 demonic beasts. This meant that if the Genesis Chi in their bodies was sucked dry, they would completely lose their life force. In the best-case scenario, they would be seriously injured and crippled for the rest of their lives. In the worst-case scenario, they would suddenly die and their souls would scatter. No, I'm not Xiaoyuan. I cannot joke around with your lives. You are not my subordinates, but my family. I cannot use your lives as the price. Xianxia said firmly. It's too late, Master. 800 half-step star demonic beasts and I will pour all our Genesis Chi into you. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, where will we go? This is the best chance to help you break through to the star level. Master, don't hesitate anymore. Get ready. Under the Black King's command, the 800 half-step star demonic beasts began to pour their Genesis chi into their bodies. They knew that this battle was highly likely to end in death, and those who survived might be struggling at death's door. But for their master, they were willing to pay any price. Xianxia's eyes flickered in thought. His heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. He needed to persevere, and he needed enough Genesis chi to support him. This step was too difficult for him. There were too many opponents, and they were too strong. If Xianxia did not break through to the star level, there was no way he could reverse the situation. But his ultimate goal was not to defeat the Xiao brothers, but to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the star level. The 5-barrier pill had already cleared all obstacles for Xianxia. Everything was ready, and the star power had helped Xianxia reconstruct his dantian and turn him into a star. The only thing he lacked was enough Genesis chi. The Genesis chi of 800 half-step star demonic beasts poured into Xianxia's body in an instant. After being repeatedly suppressed, Xianxia's organs, limbs, and bones were all connected by Genesis chi. Surging power instantly fused into one and intertwined with his body. Astral pull, refine it for me. Xianxia continuously operated the astral pull to refine the Genesis chi and reconstruct his dantian. Once the star was formed, his path to becoming an expert had already been forged. Xianxia retreated as he fought. He was extremely careful and maintained his peak state, but it was still difficult for him to move forward. Only his willpower remained. Star power converged into Genesis chi to reconstruct the sea of chi in his dantian. Xianxia had done it. As his dantian gradually solidified, a star the size of a longan appeared in Xianxia's body, constantly rotating. The star was oval in shape and deep purple. Circles of white patterns lingered around the star, like a nebula or a sea of stars. It was very beautiful. Boom! Xianxia suddenly raised his head. The Genesis chi in his body had completely gathered, and the transformation of the star stage had reached the perfect stage. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his aura was earth-shattering. At this moment, the 800 half-step star demonic beasts were all exhausted. Xianxia had cut off the connection with them at the last moment. Otherwise, more than half of them would have died. He had enough Genesis chi. Although it was very useful for him to continue absorbing Genesis chi, he had at least saved their lives at the critical moment. Xianxia stretched out his hand and clenched it. The feeling of controlling the world in his palm was incomparably carefree and filled with an unprecedented domineering aura. Moreover, he could feel that his body was incomparably light, as if it had merged with heaven and earth. A star stage expert could freely shuttle between star fields. The entire universe could no longer stop his footsteps. From now on, Xianxia could roam anywhere he wanted in the universe. You've actually broken through to the star stage? Xiao Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Xianxia. Not only did this guy not perish in despair, but he also went against the trend and broke through to the star stage. This was simply unbelievable. It wasn't something that could be broken through in a short period of time. However, Xianxia was able to break through in the battle. His strength had improved, and he had reached the star realm that countless people dreamed of. It was truly shocking. So what if you've broken through to the star stage? Even God can't save you today. My patience has been worn out by you. Big brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's kill him, and we'll still chase after father. Xiao Tai said. Okay. Let's do it. There's no room for negotiation. Xiao Yin said. The two took the lead, and Han Feihu followed closely behind. Xianxia's eyes gradually turned cold, and his gaze was like an arrow. Now, it's my turn. 27 swords. Xianxia swung his sword like rain, and the domineering aura was like a rainbow. The boundless sword slashed across the sky, blocking Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai's path. The two's expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. Xianxia had just broken through to the star stage, but he actually had such power. Before the brothers could react, Xianxia's second slash had already arrived. 28 swords. The second slash completely made Xiao Yin despair. It was too strong, so strong that it made him suffocate. That slash was like a mountain pressing down on him. There was nothing fancy about it. Just one slash was enough to destroy the 9 heavens. Swish, the sword slashed down, and Xiao Tai's arm was instantly chopped off. Xiaoyin was no exception, and his chest was directly injured. Blood was dripping, and the eerie white bones could be seen. It was a shocking scene. One move. After breaking through to the star level, Xianxia had soared to the sky with his sword. It was a shocking sight. With 3 slashes, the 29th sword sent the Xiao brothers flying. Han Feihu followed closely behind and steadied himself before catching Xiao Tai and Xiaoyin. No. This is impossible. Xiao Tai's eyes were filled with shock. Xiaoyin was also infuriated, but he felt more fear than fear. This wasn't the first time he was defeated by Jiangchen. The first time, Jiangchen had to use all of his trump cards and it was considered a narrow victory. But this time, Jiangchen was like cutting melons and vegetables. The 2 brothers were beaten up like stray dogs. Wasn't the contrast too great? Xiao Tai couldn't believe that Jiangchen had become so strong. After breaking through to the star level, his strength isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Right now, he's like a hot knife through butter. I'm afraid we might not even be his match. Han Feihu said in a deep voice. I don't care. We must kill him. Xiao Tai clenched his fists. The anger in his heart had made him lose his mind. If Jiangchen didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Second young master, we should leave first. Otherwise, we might not be able to escape. The number of demonic beasts is increasing. Jiangchen's strength is beyond our imagination. This guy is a devil. When he was just a half-step Star Realm warrior, he had defeated the eldest young master. Now, his strength has improved tremendously. It's going to be hard for us to kill him. It would be fine if those demonic beasts weren't here. But now, the demonic beasts have taken up more than half of our strength. It's almost impossible for us to concentrate on killing him. Han Feihu knew that Jiangchen's sudden emergence had become the biggest uncertainty, even more so than the beasts. If we don't kill Jiangchen, we're not human. Gather all the forces of the Xiao family army and kill Jiangchen. Xiaoyin said in a deep voice. Jiangchen was the devil in his heart. Although he knew that it would be difficult to kill Jiangchen this time, dozens of star-level experts should be able to kill him. However, the enemies they would have to face in the end were the endless and growing number of ancient beasts. Han Feihu sighed, but he couldn't ignore the eldest young master's orders. Everyone, listen up. Kill Jiangchen. No mistakes. At Han Feihu's command, the 57 star-level experts all retreated at this moment. Kill Jiangchen and retreat to the main hall as soon as possible. Dozens of star-level experts joined forces with the Xiao brothers and Han Feihu for the final battle. The beasts followed closely behind, attacking in a frenzy. Jiangchen frowned. These guys wanted to attack him from both sides. There were more than 30 ferocious beasts. All of them were star-level experts, and some were even stronger. They weren't any weaker than Han Feihu and the others. These guys were the biggest threat. However, they were clumsy, and they were all demon beast war souls. The dozens of star-level experts were the ones Jiangchen had to face first. Then let's fight to our heart's content. Jiangchen fought to his heart's content. He was filled with unprecedented battle intent in this battle. It was all thanks to the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda that he was able to break through to the star realm. Jiangchen's chest was filled with anger, and he needed to vent it all out against Xiaoyin and the others. He would not rest until he was dead. Although Jiangchen's strength had just broken through, no one could withstand his domineering aura. The limitless sword and the dragon transformation made him like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Not even a dozen of them could kill him. However, there was a limit to one's strength. Jiangchen was facing too many people. The two sides were in a stalemate, and it was difficult for him to advance. This kind of battle result had shocked many people. 1 against 50. These 50 star-level experts were all scared witless. Jiangchen's strength was stronger than the ancient beasts that had appeared on the general stage. There was strength in numbers. Jiangchen attacked 3 times, but he still couldn't break through their formation. With so many people defending and not attacking, Jiangchen couldn't do anything. Let's retreat quickly. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If we leave Jiangchen outside the hall, he'll die. He's no match for so many beasts, Han Feihu said. Xiaoyin pondered for a moment and nodded. The situation was irreversible. The best thing to do now was to meet up with his father as soon as possible. I don't believe that I can't kill a dog like you. Jiangchen, give me your life. Xiao Tai finally made his move. He led more than 10 star-level experts and advanced by leaps and bounds, heading straight for Jiangchen. Second brother, come back. Xiaoyin roared, but it was too late. Jiangchen had made his move. His sword was too strong, too fierce, and too fast. The limitless sword did not give Xiao Tai any chance to catch his breath. He slashed his throat with a murderous aura. The 10 stellar-level experts were helpless. They had been on the defensive, and they had lost the initiative. Xiao Tai and the 10 stellar-level experts died on the spot. No. Xiaoyin roared, but it was already too late. After all, that person was Jiangchen. Young master, if we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Hurry! Han Feihu pulled Xiaoyin's hand. The remaining 40 star-level experts were all shocked. They didn't expect that Jiangchen could actually do it. Not only did he break through to the star level, but young master Xiao Tai also couldn't escape misfortune. Xiaoyin nodded. At this time, Jiangchen had no time to care about them. After killing Xiao Tai, the beasts behind him had already caught up. This idiot. Xiaoyin was very depressed. He could have left, but Xiao Tai still chose to throw his life away. As long as he could delay Jiangchen and the beasts caught up, Jiangchen wouldn't have any chance of survival. As long as they could defend the perimeter and enter the main hall, everything would fall into place. Although they couldn't kill Jiangchen with their own hands, as long as he died, it didn't matter. Xiaoyin was filled with emotions as he quickly retreated. However, Xiao Tai had left this world forever. Although his heart was filled with unwillingness, if he continued to stay here, he would only become food for the beasts. Moreover, Jiangchen's power was at its peak. They should be thinking about how to deal with Jiangchen. If they stayed, they would have to face Jiangchen and the beast army. If they could block Jiangchen outside and force him to face the beasts, then Jiangchen would die without a doubt. Jiangchen frowned and was very depressed. Xiao Tai's decision to die at such a crucial moment made him quite puzzled. However, when he wanted to give chase, he was already surrounded by more than 30 beasts. Xiaoyin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jiangchen drown in the horde of beasts. Han Feihu led the crowd into the main hall and closed the door. Jiangchen's death was already a foregone conclusion. Inside the main hall, there were hundreds and thousands of books, all of which were calligraphy and literature. At this time, Qi Yiyu had already retreated, leaving only Odern to guard the door. Father. Xiaoyin looked at his father, Xiao Yuan, his face full of sorrow. What happened? Where's Atai? Xiao Yuan's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. Atai, he, was killed by Jiangchen. Xiaoyin said while gritting his teeth. What? That stinking brat, you still haven't killed him? Xiao Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He was heartbroken. That was his own son, his own flesh and blood. Jiangchen, I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. We are incompetent. Please punish us, City Lord. However, Jiangchen has no chance of survival. Although he has broken through to the Stargrade, he has been besieged by dozens of ancient demonic beasts. There is no chance of survival. Han Feihu knelt on one knee, his face solemn. This matter has nothing to do with you. He is dead. Jiangchen is also dead. However, I will make Qi Yeyu's family of 3 pay with their lives. Xiao Yuan's roar reverberated through the entire hall. Qi Yeyu and the others, who were hiding in the dark, had ugly expressions on their faces, especially Luoying. Her face was ashen. I am responsible for Jiangchen's death. Although his strength was weak, his spirit was admirable. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. Jiangchen has saved our Qi family many times. We will never forget him. Mo Han closed his eyes, his heart filled with endless sorrow. This time, they did not know if they could walk out of this place. Luoying, I'm sorry for your loss. Jiangchen died for us. Our Qi family will never forget him. However, those of us who are alive must look forward. Don't worry, father will avenge him. Qi Yeyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jiang Chen's great kindness to the Qi family was indeed unforgettable. If there was a chance, he would never show mercy. He would kill every single member of the Xiao family. Luo Ying was completely disheartened. She clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with determination and clarity. I will kill everyone in the Xiao family with my own hands. In the square, Jiang Chen had nowhere to retreat. Facing dozens of demonic beast fighting souls, he knew his situation. There was no room for retreat. It seems like I have to have a good fight today. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. He had just broken through to the star grade, so his strength was not stable yet. This battle was a good chance for him to practice. Even if he had to face these demonic beast fighting souls, Jiang Chen was not afraid because he still had his final trump card, the six-spine coiling dragon. Do you need me to help? The six-spine coiling dragon's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. No need, I'll handle it myself. Jiang Chen said solemnly. I'm afraid these demonic beasts aren't all of them. There's something strange about that platform. There are more and more demonic beasts. You won't be able to hold on. The six-spine coiling dragon said. How do you know if you don't try? I, Jiang Chen, like to challenge the impossible. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and raised his sword. In this training battle, his heart was also filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was even more unruffled and smooth. The sword scars on the stone wall had helped Jiang Chen improve a lot. Originally, nothing could surpass his limitless sword, but Jiang Chen still found the true essence of the sword scars. There was always someone better. Jiang Chen knew that this Emperor of the Cosmos was definitely a terrifying great man. Under the use of dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength had reached the third firmament of the star realm. Even if Aldern was here, he wouldn't be afraid. Jiang Chen also had the confidence to make sure that the strongest warrior of the Apocalypse Knights wouldn't be able to return. However, this demonic beast war soul in front of him was stronger than Aldern. When they joined forces, it was really an unimaginable force. Although Jiang Chen relied on the celestial ascension stairway to move with ease, he was gradually surrounded by these demonic beasts. It's really getting more and more interesting. Jiang Chen murmured. These demonic beasts had indeed threatened his life, but the greater the pressure, the more he could stimulate his potential. What he needed was to squeeze himself dry and make himself stronger. Jiang Chen couldn't find the demonic beast war soul on the general selection platform even if he wanted to. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. As time passed, the pressure on Jiang Chen increased. More than 60 ancient demonic beasts made it hard for Jiang Chen to breathe. He wasn't fighting at all, but running for his life. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. These demonic beast war souls were incomparably powerful, but they almost had no memories or consciousness. They were only attacking instinctively. If he could subdue them and integrate them into the dying demonic beasts, perhaps there would be a different effect. If he absorbed the power of these demonic beast war souls, those demonic beasts would all improve greatly, and their strength would increase greatly. Let's do it. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. If he could succeed, he might very likely have a stellar-level demonic beast army that was stronger than the Xiao family's army. Coiling dragon, help me. I want to suppress all these demonic beasts. Suppress? What are you trying to do? These demonic beasts don't have consciousness. These should be the war souls that the Emperor of the Cosmos sent to the general selection platform. Do you still want them to listen to you? That's impossible. The six-spine coiling dragon said. Indeed, they can't listen to me. However, in order to help me, those demonic beasts are now struggling at death's door. Their lives are hanging by a thread. If I can insert all these demonic beast war souls into their bodies, there will definitely be a different result. Jiang Chen's words made the six-spine coiling dragon's eyes light up. Jiang Chen was really a genius. If I succeed, these demonic beast war souls will be an unimaginable force. The six-spine coiling dragon sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a serious expression. He had made the right choice to follow Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was still not his match, this stubborn young man would eventually soar into the sky. Yes, in the six-spine coiling dragon's eyes, he was at least still a young man. Xianxia and the six-spine coiling dragon exchanged a glance and began a powerful attack. The six-spine coiling dragon's strength had already reached the fifth layer of the star stage. These first and second layer star stage demonic beast war souls were simply no match for him. Without any suspense, a suppression battle unfolded. Black King, pick out the most seriously injured demonic beasts whose strength is closest to the star stage. I will help you rebuild your golden bodies. Xianxia's words caused the Black King's body to tremble. His strength had also been seriously damaged. In order to transfer Genesis Chi to his master, he had almost been left with half his life. Fortunately, his master had broken through. Master, if you can absorb these demonic beast war souls, you will certainly have a different harvest. You will soon be able to break through to the star stage and will definitely be stronger than before. Whether or not you can absorb these demonic beast war souls will depend on your luck. Xianxia said solemnly. Thank you, Master. The Black King said in a low voice. He led the hundreds of demonic beasts and prepared for battle. As time passed, the number of demonic beast war souls continued to increase. However, more and more demonic beasts were suppressed by Xianxia and sealed in the Buddha prison palace. The Black King led the demonic beasts and began to devour the demonic beasts' war souls. The strength of these demonic beast war souls were all above the star stage. They were true ancient demonic beasts, but they had no consciousness and did not have their own souls. As long as the Black King and the others could absorb them and become one with these war souls, they would benefit endlessly. The general selection platform has completed its mission. 108 demonic beast war souls. How generous! Xianxia marveled. Without Buddha Prison Palace, even Qi Yiyu and Xiao Yuan wouldn't be able to suppress all these demonic beasts, let alone me. Fortunately, we have Buddha Prison Palace, the six-ridged coiling dragon said in agreement. The six-spine coiling dragon nodded in agreement. He had also expended a lot of stamina, but Xianxia was even more exhausted. After suppressing all the demonic beasts, he finally sat down on the ground, his forehead beaded with sweat. His Genesis Chi had been greatly depleted, and he had to eat 2 little rejuvenation pills to recover a lot. What a tough job. I wonder how many of them can break through to the star level. Xianxia murmured. Eh? The 7th floor of Buddha Prison Palace can be opened? Xianxia's heart shook. He hadn't opened Buddha Prison Palace in a long time. He had obtained the peerless treasure the last time, the Kanglan divine boat, but it couldn't be used on the Heaven Awakened planet. It could only be used in the Great Thousand Cosmos. Xianxia carefully opened the 7th floor of Buddha Prison Pagoda. The entire first floor was empty except for a scroll with 4 words written on it, Land of Adjudication. What is this? Xianxia wanted to open the scroll, but he couldn't erase the mark on it. Strange, coiling dragon, try and see if you can erase the mark on it. I can't open it. Xianxia was a little depressed. This scroll was definitely not ordinary for it to be placed here. Senior Futo must have placed great importance on it, but he couldn't open it. This was very troublesome. Let me try. The six-ridged coiling dragon tried to open the scroll with external force. He tried 3 times, but to no avail. In the end, he gave up. It's really strange. But what is the meaning of the Land of Adjudication? Xianxia's face was filled with curiosity. I've never heard of it either. The six-ridged coiling dragon wore a helpless expression. He didn't know what the Land of Adjudication meant either. There's a set of battle armor there? Xianxia took a look. It was a set of black gold battle armor and a spear, the Black Demon Spear. This thing is very handy. It's perfect for the Black King. Perhaps this is what Senior Long Futo left for the Black King. Xianxia put away the black gold armor and the Black Demon Spear and left the 7th floor of the Buddha Prison Palace. He would leave the manual for him to study slowly. At this time, the Black King was the first to wake up. At that moment, 2 rays of black light shot out from the Black King's eyes like black lightning, shocking the world. The Black King's power had increased tremendously, even surpassing Xianxia, reaching the 2nd firmament of the star realm. This time, the Black King's gains were huge. Master! The Black King's face was filled with joy and pride. At this moment, he felt the power in his body surging unceasingly. There was a domineering aura of wanting to compete with the heavens. Not bad. Ha ha ha, you're stronger than me. Xianxia patted the Black King's sturdy shoulder and smiled. Master, you must be joking. This time, I absorbed an ancient beast's war soul and reached the peak second firmament of the star realm. I didn't expect this. I still have to thank you, Master. The Black King lowered his head. This is all your own hard work. Seems like this ancient beast's war soul is more powerful than I imagined. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Oh, right, this is the black gold battle armor and the black demon spear I found on the 7th floor of the Buddha prison palace. The Black King's eyes were slightly red, and his expression was somewhat ugly. Thank you, Master. The Black King knelt on one knee, his expression solemn. Back then, Old Master said that he would forge me a set of battle armor and a peerless divine spear, but he died before I could get it. I didn't expect that, he had already completed it. Xianxia saw the Black King's sorrow and anger. He was a person who valued relationships. Even after millions of years, he was still filled with gratitude and remembrance for his old master back then. Don't worry, if one day my power really reaches Senior Longfoot's level, I will definitely avenge him. Xianxia said solemnly. Oh, right, Black King, do you recognize this book? The Land of Judgment? The Black King took the book from Xianxia's hands and his expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock and even some lingering fear. This belongs to the King of Judgment. In his territory, the King of Judgment is a true legendary warrior. Old Master once said that he might not be dead yet. His power is at least above mine. He is a legendary existence in the Ether Star region. The King of Judgment has something that even the Lord of the Universe is wary of. Although I don't know what it is, it has a lot to do with this book. As for the specifics, I don't know. Old Master didn't mention it to me either. The Black King said in a low voice. A legendary warrior in the Ether Star region? The King of Judgment? Xianxia said with a frown. The Ether Star region is much stronger than the Heaven Awakening Star region. It can even be said that it completely surpasses the Heaven Awakening Star region. Although it is also one of the 18 major star regions, the Ether Star region is far bigger than we can imagine. It is said that if a stellar-grade powerhouse wants to cross the Ether Star region, it will take them hundreds of millions of years. Without a spatial treasure like the Sea-Wave Divine Boat, they won't be able to cross the entire Ether Star region in 100,000 years. The Black King explained to Xianxia. After all, he had followed the peerless powerhouse Longfoot for so many years, so the Black King knew much more than Xianxia. I see. Looks like I will have to take a look at the Ether Star region if I have the chance. There was a look of yearning in Xianxia's eyes. However, he didn't have that much time or opportunity. Feng'er's safety was more important than anything else. The universe was unimaginably vast. He hadn't searched the entire Heaven Awakening Star region yet. As long as he didn't have any news of Feng'er, he definitely wouldn't stop. His plan now was to search the entire Heaven Awakening Star region. He had a feeling that Feng'er was probably in the Heaven Awakening Star region. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry to the main hall and take a look. Luoying and the others probably think that I'm dead. Xianxia rubbed his nose and laughed at himself. As for the remaining beasts, they wouldn't be able to break through to the stellar grade in a short time, so he couldn't wait any longer. Now that Qi Yiyu and Xiao Yuyan had entered the main hall, he had to catch up as soon as possible. He didn't want the treasures to be snatched away by others. If that happened, he would return empty-handed. This wasn't in his character. Xianxia had taken the risk to enter this place in order to pursue the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Otherwise, given his strength, he wouldn't be able to compete with powerhouses like Xiao Yuyan and Qi Yiyu. However, Xianxia wasn't willing to give up. As long as there was a chance of survival, he would persevere to the end. Xianxia and the Black King rushed towards the main hall. At this moment, the incomparably huge general roll stage shattered into pieces. Countless rocks rolled down. A pair of sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Huge rocks fell from the gaps between the rocks. A truly gigantic object suddenly appeared. After Jiangchen entered the main hall, an intense battle had already begun. Xiao Yuan wanted to monopolize the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. At this time, the appearance of Qi Yiyu had clearly put a lot of pressure on him. Therefore, he had to get rid of Qi Yiyu first before he could rest easy. Qi Yiyu was also very clear that if he fought against Xiao Yuan, he would lose more than he would win, but this was his only chance, he couldn't give it up, he had no regrets even if he died 9 times. Unfortunately, even Luoying and Mo Han, these 2 children who had let down many of their parents, were also involved in this matter. He didn't know when the Eastern Mountain 2 elders would appear, only they could help him get through this difficult time. Now, where can you run to? Qi Yiyu, Jiangchen killed my son, now your whole family will pay for his death. Xiao Yuan roared, his heart was filled with indignation. Xiao Tai's death was a very big blow to him, his son's death was all because of Qi Yiyu, without him, without Jiangchen, how could his son die? Xiao Yuan's blood-red eyes flickered, his murderous aura was oppressive, his strength had already reached the peak, killing Qi Yiyu was absolutely within his expectations. Those who commit unjust deeds will bring about their own destruction, I want to see how you will kill me. Qi Yiyu and Xiao Yuan once again collided, because Xiao Yuan had observed the surroundings and found that there were no treasures in this great hall, he might as well take this opportunity to quickly kill Qi Yiyu, in order to avoid future troubles. Apart from the ancient calligraphy books, there were no valuable treasures here, this was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yuan was so angry in his heart, he must kill Qi Yiyu, only then would he be able to rest easy. On one hand, Qi Yiyu had to protect his children, on the other hand, he also had to deal with Xiao Yuan's attacks, it was very difficult, he had already suffered no less than 10 heavy attacks from Xiao Yuan, each one more serious than the previous one. Bang! 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 Xiao Yuan's leg technique was like lightning, continuously kicking Mo Han and Luoying, and Qi Yiyu couldn't dodge in time, his eyes were almost spewing fire. Xiao Yuan, how dare you! Qi Yiyu wielded his spear and swept it through the air. He fought while retreating, protecting his children. At this time, his greatest hope was his children. Even if he died, his children would be able to live. That was already the greatest relief. However, after being severely injured by Xiao Yuan, Mo Han and Luoying also suffered an unprecedented blow. They were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even without the Xiao family army's attack, their injuries were still unimaginable. Qi Yiyu gritted his teeth. He raised his saber and stood in front of Xiao Yuan. At this moment, he knew that there was nothing he could do to save the situation. It was impossible for the Dongshan elders to arrive so quickly. And now, he no longer had any chance. Why wouldn't I dare? My children have died in Jiangchen's hands. I can only use your lives to pay for it. Qi Yiyu, your mistake is that you shouldn't have come back. If you had just left, I might not have been able to find you. But since you dared to come back, you're courting death. Xiao Yuan said. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Xiao Yuan, one day, you will suffer retribution. If you want to kill my children, you will have to pass through me first. Qi Yiyu roared. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight, why bother struggling? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan rushed forward step by step. The shocking cloud flag trembled with the sound of wind and crane whistling. Qi Yiyu's countenance was extremely pale. He retreated unceasingly as his injuries worsened. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would be defeated by Xiao Yuan. And all of them would die here. The Dongshan elders hadn't arrived yet. They couldn't hold on any longer. Jiangchen was already dead. Their father's condition was also very bad. Xiao Yuan's strength was shocking. He had already punished all of them. At this time, there was no longer any chance for them to survive. Brother Jiangchen, it seems like we're finally going to meet again. Mo Han murmured. He didn't expect that he would really die here. Water Curtain Mountain, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. He didn't know how many years later, would there still be people who would remember him? The Qi clan's reputation in the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way city had already been ruined by Xiao Yuan. They were already despised by everyone. Brother, do you think that after I die, will I be able to see Jiangchen again? Luoying asked in a low voice. It should be possible. Mo Han replied. They knew that the god of death was getting closer and closer to them. Their father was already struggling to move forward. Xiao Yuan's suppression made it hard for their father to breathe. They had no other choice but to wait for the god of death to arrive. If I can see Xianxia again, I hope that this moment will come sooner. Luoying said with a smile. To her, death wasn't scary. What was scary was not being able to see Xianxia again. Go to hell. Your Qi clan deserves to die. Xiao Yuan smashed the shocking cloud flag horizontally. Qi Yayu was smashed to the point that he was in a daze. Blood spurted out from his mouth. You guys leave quickly. I'll block him. Qi Yayu said in a low voice to his son. Run? Run where? Ha ha ha, Xiaoyin, kill the two of them first. I want you to watch your children being executed by my people. Xiao Yuan's cold smile, hysterical face, and ferocious face made Qi Yayu want to eat his flesh. You dare. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, Xiao Yuan. Qi Yayu felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Ha ha ha, do it. Xiao Yuan ordered and Xiaoyin rushed towards Luoying and Mo Han. Qi Yayu's eyes widened, but no one could help him. Despair and pain made Qi Yayu's face turn ashen. He would rather be one step away from them. It was the greatest pain to see a black-haired person die. Not to mention that he had let Mo Han and Luoying down all these years. There were some words that he simply couldn't say. He wanted to make it up to them in the future, but now they were in a dangerous situation. Xiao Yin's eyes turned cold. In order to avenge his brother, Xiao Tai, he couldn't wait to fight with these guys to the death to pay homage to his brother's soul in heaven. Humph, since you can't be husband and wife, I'll send your soul to serve my brother. Xiaoyin sneered. His long sword went straight towards Luoying's face. If you want to kill someone, you have to ask for my permission first. Scram. Xiao Yan's face changed greatly as he was forced back dozens of meters. Everyone was stunned because the person in front of them was actually Xianxia. Wasn't he already dead? How was this possible? Could it be that Xianxia had slaughtered all those demon beasts? Xiao Yan's face was filled with disbelief. You, how are you still alive? I'm still alive. You will be disappointed, and you will be in despair. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a faint smile. The faces of the Xiao family members were ugly. Xianxia? You're still alive? Luoying was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, Qi Yayu and Mo Han looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe that so many monsters couldn't do anything to Xianxia. Was this guy really a devil incarnate? You're not dead? That's great. I'll kill you with my own hands. Only then can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Xiao Yuan's eyes were blazing. Xianxia wasn't dead. To him, it wasn't a big deal. To be able to kill his son's murderer with his own hands was the best consolation for Xiao Tai. That's not necessarily true. As long as I, Xianxia, am here, your Xiao family won't have a good time. Xianxia and Xiao Yuan stared at each other. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, filled with murderous intent. Both of their eyes were filled with endless battle intent. Xianxia's appearance was not a big deal to Xiao Yuan. However, as long as he killed Xianxia, he would be able to get rid of his inner demons and avenge his son. Only then would his heart be free of obstacles. Qi Yayu was also extremely shocked. Xianxia's appearance had made the Xiao family even angrier. He really did not wish for Xianxia to appear here, but things had already come to this point, and there was no turning back. Xianxia, die! Xiao Yuan roared angrily in the air, and his thunderous momentum crushed down. Your opponent is me. Qi Yayu shouted in a low voice and charged forward, blocking Xiao Yuan and forcing Xianxia to retreat. During the intense battle, he was also forced to retreat by Xiao Yuan. Thank you, City Lord Qi. Xianxia's eyes were solemn. If he were to fight a life-or-death battle with Xiao Yuan now, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Xiao Yuan was an expert, and he would not be able to gain any advantage, even with the six-spine coiling dragon. Therefore, the six-spine coiling dragon was Xianxia's final trump card, and he would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Aldern, lead the Zodiac warriors of sacrifice and kill Xianxia. Tear him into pieces. Xiao Yuan's hatred for Jiangchen was imaginable. However, at this time, Qi Yiyu was entangled with him. Even if he could defeat Jiangchen, he would not be able to get away. He could only let Aldern and the others do it. Zodiac warriors of sacrifice, follow me and fight. Aldern took the lead and charged at Jiangchen with his eyes wide open. Although the sky had broken through to the stargrade, he was still vulnerable in Aldern's eyes. Yes, Han Feihu and the other 11 Zodiac warriors of sacrifice followed Aldern. Their momentum was unstoppable. 11 second-level star states and 1 third-level star state Aldern. This power couldn't be underestimated at all. It could pretty much sweep through half of the Heaven-Awakened starfield. Aldern, the Heaven-Awakened war god back then, had become Xiao Yuan's #1 assassin. His power hadn't decreased from before. It wasn't just Aldern, even Han Feihu and the others were very calm. How strong could a first-level star state guy be? How big of a wave could it create? Although the second son of the Xiao family, Xiao Tai, had accidentally died in his hands, there were so many of them. Even if Jiangchen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be defeated by him. Xiao Yin's eyes were sharp as he followed closely behind. 13 figures moved as fast as lightning. Jiangchen held his saber horizontally and mounted his horse, fighting 1 against 10. His expression was solemn, but he was calm and composed. Jiangchen, be careful, Luo Ying's eyes flickered. She was extremely anxious. No matter what, her heart was affected. It was hard to imagine how uneasy it was. It's your fortune to die in the hands of us Zodiac warriors of sacrifice. Aldern smiled faintly. He didn't care about this old rival of Jiangchen at all. The few times Jiangchen escaped from their hands, it was all by coincidence. This time, his luck wouldn't be so good. There's no point in talking. Let's do it. Let me see how much you dogs of the Xiao family are worth. Jiangchen raised his sword and without delay, he killed his way into the enemy's formation. Wielding his sword to kill 1,000 miles, no one was left behind in 10 steps. As a star state, Jiangchen's power had already improved by leaps and bounds. This time, fighting with Aldern and the other 10 Zodiac warriors of sacrifice was the biggest test for him. Jiangchen didn't look sideways and slashed with his blade. Above the firmament, the heavenly dragon sword roared like a mad dragon and flew to the top of the clouds. Sword chi swept across the sky with a majestic aura. The surrounding bookshelves were all shaken and scattered. In the huge hall, rows of book pages danced in the air. Jiangchen charged towards the core of the star. A powerful wave of chi rolled up. Sword chi hummed and the limitless sword swept across the surroundings. Aldern and the others didn't show any weakness either. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. The tyranny of a third sky of the star state was displayed in its entirety. Jiangchen's sword continued to slash. Sword chi was like a dragon. He fought with more than 10 people until the sky turned dark. There were no fanciful moves, but every sword strike was earth-shattering. Although it was only a first sky of the star state, to Jiangchen, it was like a fish in the sea leaping into the sky with a single step. After breaking through to the star state, no one could stop Jiangchen's transformation. Even the third sky of the star state Aldern couldn't stop Jiangchen's tyranny. More than 10 people fought fiercely. Jiangchen advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, making everyone exclaim in surprise. This guy is too terrifying. A mere first sky of the star state, but whether it was in terms of power, speed or the surging Genesis chi in his body, they couldn't catch up. Is this guy really at the first sky of the star state? Aldern didn't expect Jiangchen to be a completely different person after breaking through to the star state. His terrifying strength wasn't much different from his own. Jiangchen wielded the heavenly dragon sword. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Just by relying on his physical body, he was already giving Aldern and the others a headache. Both sides were in a deadlock and the battle didn't end. However, Jiangchen's imposing manner continued throughout the battle. No one dared to underestimate him. A first sky of the star state exerted a suppressive force that even a third sky of the star state didn't possess. Such a peerless monster was something Aldern didn't dare to imagine. Damn guy, I didn't manage to kill you in the commander ranking battle. I didn't expect you to become more and more difficult to deal with. Xiao Yin was extremely regretful, but what was the use of regretting? He was the one who lost to Xianxia back then. It was already good that he wasn't killed. Aldern used all his means to suppress Xianxia. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger Xianxia's battle power became. No one had expected such a scene. Xiao Yuan was entangled by Qi Yayu. Xianxia was like a sword soaring into the sky, unstoppable. The 12 Zodiac Death Warriors were all super experts who had experienced many battles. Which one of them hadn't fought one against 10? However, they couldn't defeat Xianxia even after such a long time. To them and Aldern, it was a great humiliation. The combat strength that Xianxia had displayed had completely exceeded his own strength. Aldern knew that if he allowed this monstrous existence to continue living, he would definitely become a devil incarnate. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a great threat to the lord of the city. Xiaoyin waved his hand, and the 20 early-stage Star State experts once again surrounded Xianxia. He knew that Aldern and the others could no longer defeat Xianxia. Although both sides were evenly matched, if this continued, their purpose of coming here would be ignored. They came to the Great Emperor tomb to search for treasures, not to tangle with this guy. Xianxia must die. 27 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. Xianxia, let's see where you can run to this time. To Xiaoyin, Xianxia was a huge threat. He knew that he was no longer a match for Xianxia. Only by combining everyone's strength could they kill Xianxia. If they wanted to rest easy, Xianxia had to die. Every day this guy lived, Xiaoyin would feel uncomfortable. With the new and old grudges, plus his brothers were killed by Xianxia, Xiaoyin's anger was unimaginable. Xianxia's face was gloomy. There were over 30 people, and their strength was terrifying. His current strength was not enough to reverse the situation. It seemed like his situation had become even more difficult. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Xianxia used the Soaring Dragon Technique and Dragon Transformation. His strength had almost reached the second firmament of the Star Realm, but it was still useless. He could only withstand the pressure, but it was not a long-term solution. There were too many experts on the other side. Aldern, Han Feihu, Xiaoyin, and the others were leading. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still felt a headache. One Sun Finger. Double Dragon Finger. Xianxia pointed his finger lightly, and the sky changed color. The 9 Tribulation imprisoning heavenly fingers' power was still very terrifying, but it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. He could withstand the first and second wave, but what about the third and fourth wave? Xianxia was already having a headache. Even if he liked to put himself under pressure, it was still difficult to deal with so many experts. Damn, even if you want to bully others, you guys can't bully others like this. Damn, do you really think I don't exist? With a roar, De Huang appeared out of nowhere and directly flew over, holding a divine spear, his aura unparalleled. Damn you, De Huang! Xianxia's eyes lit up. De Huang's strength had actually reached the peak first firmament of the Star Realm. Kikik! Aren't I working hard to break through? Otherwise, Lord Dog would have been here a long time ago. These bastards want to bully my little Xianxia? Lord Dog will definitely not allow it. De Huang's strength wasn't overwhelming, but it was still easy for him to fight 1 against 10. He wasn't surprised that De Huang could break through to the star level. This damn dog was a real divine beast of destiny. Unless it was a peerless genius with the talent of a great emperor, no one would dare to say that they could surpass De Huang. Damn bastard. Xianxia had been on the brink of defeat, but De Huang's appearance had helped Xianxia relieve a lot of pressure. Both sides had once again fallen into a stalemate. At least you still have a conscience. Xianxia glanced at De Huang. His brother had appeared and joined hands to fight against the enemy. His fighting spirit increased a little. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he faced the difficulty head-on and was full of confidence. Listen to my command, form the formation, Zodiac Annihilation Formation. Aldern roared. The 12 Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice were using their own life force to form a formation, firmly sealing Xianxia within it. These 12 Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice were fighting with no regard for their own lives. If this continued, many of them might die, but in order to win this battle, they were willing to risk everything. Hee hee. On the other side, although De Huang had broken through to the star level, Xiao Yin and the others were not to be trifled with. They led the Xiao family army to launch a counterattack. At this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang were extremely passive, especially Jiang Chen. Facing the Zodiac Death Warriors, he was fighting with no regard for his own life. Jiang Chen was completely entangled, while Odin was charging in front, giving Jiang Chen heavy blows. Azure Order. Odin held the green token in his hand. Shadows of beasts descended from the sky, like spirits wreaking havoc and roaring for their lives. The beasts pierced through Jiang Chen's body, but Jiang Chen was as unmoving as a mountain. However, this huge impact, coupled with the Zodiac Death Warrior's annihilation formation, had completely trapped him. Roar! Aldern was like a human-shaped weapon, rushing into the formation and clashing with Jiang Chen's fist. The battle was getting more and more intense. Their fists collided one after another, making Aldern realize how terrifying Jiang Chen was. For so many years, there weren't many people that he admired other than Yunling Fei. However, this kid was only a first Sky Star Realm warrior and was able to fight evenly with him. The Zodiac Exterminating Formation couldn't capture Jiang Chen, causing the battle to be in a deadlock. On the other side, the battle between Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuyan was even more unbelievable. Rows of ancient books flew up into the sky and scattered in all directions. The entire first floor was a mess. Qi Yeyu retreated step by step, continuously retreating into the depths of the hall. However, dodging wasn't a long-term solution. Qi Yeyu also knew that if he could stall Xiao Yuyan, he would be able to bring hope to Jiang Chen and his children. He couldn't lose, and he couldn't fall so easily. However, at this moment, in the depths of the hall, after a towering bookshelf fell to the ground, a huge writing brush appeared on the stone wall. This writing brush was more than 3 feet long, like a long sword. It hung on the stone wall, and strange runes were carved around it. However, this writing brush was not ordinary. Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuyan both saw it, and their eyes brightened. The two of them refused to give way to each other. This is definitely the Emperor of the Cosmos's treasure. Xiao Yuyan was excited and murmured. There were 2 big words written on the brush, Divine Judgment. Is this the legendary Divine Judgment brush? Qi Yeyu squinted his eyes and stared at the Divine Judgment brush. It was said that countless years ago, the Emperor of the Cosmos held the Divine Judgment brush in his hand. He swept across the heavens, pointed out the universe, swept away the mountains and rivers, broke the barrier of time and space, and the barrier of reincarnation. It was a real peerless divine weapon. The weapon of the great emperor could be seen. This Divine Judgment brush is mine. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuyan rushed forward, but Qi Yeyu chased after him. The two of them were still trembling. Qi Yeyu, you're courting death. Xiao Yuyan pushed Qi Yeyu back with a palm strike. However, Qi Yeyu knew that if Xiao Yuyan got the Divine Judgment brush, he would probably die a horrible death. At this time, he had to risk his life to stop Xiao Yuyan from getting the Divine Judgment brush. He he he. Boss, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. This Divine Judgment brush is definitely priceless. We're rich. Not bad. I didn't expect us to be so lucky. This is the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? It's said that the Emperor of the Cosmos disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago. This Divine Judgment brush is one of the divine weapons of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's not to be underestimated. The 4 men in white robes stared at the insufferably arrogant Divine Judgment brush. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Get lost. After Xiao Yuyan pushed Qi Yeyu back, he rushed forward and pushed the 4 men in white robes back with a palm strike. He he he, City Lord, why are you so angry? Since you're fighting so hard, I'll take the Divine Judgment brush for you. Xue Lihong was the eldest brother of the new capital city's 4 young masters. Xue Lihong would definitely let his brothers have their fill this time. Since they had such a good opportunity, they would definitely plunder it. Returning empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain was not in their character. After so many years as interstellar wanderers, they were no longer rookies. Even if they were to face the domain lord of the heavenly awakening star field, they would not be afraid. Who are you guys? Qi Yeyu asked in a deep voice, glaring at Xue Lihong and the other 3. Back then, you even put a bounty on us. City Lord Qi, you are really forgetful. He he he. The second brother, Shui Bai, sneered. The new capital city's 4 young masters. Ranked third on the wanderer list of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field. The third brother, Shui Liqing, said proudly. Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Brothers, let's not delay any longer. Let's go. The fourth brother, Shui Bai, was black and fat. His face was as black as charcoal. The new capital city's 4 young masters. So it's you bastards. Back then, you killed countless people in my straight terrestrial star. I didn't expect you to come back. You're courting death. Qiyu said in a deep voice. Thousands of years ago, these 4 bastards killed millions of people in the straight terrestrial star boundary and took away the most valuable source stone essence in the straight terrestrial star boundary. At that time, the entire Heavenly Awakening star field was shaken and they were ranked third on the wanderer list. After so many years without any results, these 4 bastards actually dared to come back. City Lord Qi, it seems that you haven't forgotten about us. But you can't even protect yourself now, and you still have the mood to fight with us? Ha ha ha, and the 2 of you have consumed a lot of your strength. It's not easy for you to catch us. Shui Lihong said confidently, pointing the divine judgment brush in his hand at Qiyu and Xiao Yuyan. Are you sure you can beat us? Xiao Yuyan stared at Shui Lihong and said gloomily. Are you sure you can still be a virgin after breaking? The 2 of you have already fallen out with each other, yet you still want to join hands to deal with us? If one of you cheats, one of you will die. Otherwise, you can try. Shui Lihong said with interest. There's a saying that goes, to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs. If you can't even solve your own problems, then you'll have to worry about whether someone will stab you in the back, ha ha ha. Shui Liqing said happily. The 2 of them appeared to be united, but they were actually divided. Even if they wanted to fight together, they still needed to be wary of each other. If they were careless, they might be tricked by the other. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Qiyu said in a deep voice. If these 4 fellows were not dealt with, they would be more difficult to deal with than Xiao Yuyan. These interstellar wanderers were all desperados. They had many tricks up their sleeves, and it was very likely that they had secret treasures that could travel through time and space. It would not be easy to catch them, so they had to be decisive. For young masters of New Capital City? It turned out to be these interstellar wanderers. Odern's expression changed slightly. The strength of these 4 interstellar wanderers was above his. They were very terrifying. Since they dared to face Xiao Yuyan and Qiyu, it showed their combat strength and determination. It seems that it won't be easy for Xiao Yuyan to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Jiangchen smiled faintly. At this moment, Shui Lihong held the divine judgment brush and swept it across. A ray of light streaked across the main hall. In a split second, a crack appeared in the void. Everyone could feel an incomparably strong suction force, as if they were going to be sucked into the crack. How could this be? This is impossible. Is this a space-time crack? Someone exclaimed in shock. If they were sucked into the space-time crack, it would be equivalent to death. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to be sucked into the space-time crack. At this time, the Xiao family army was in a mess. Even Jiangchen was no exception. The huge pulling force made him very worried. If they were really sucked into this place, would they die? This isn't a space-time crack. This is the space torn by the divine judgment brush. But how could it have such a terrifying pulling force? Qiyu observed his surroundings, he was incomparably cautious. But even he couldn't stay out of this. This whirlpool-like suction force even dragged him along. Father! Father! And Mohan's face was pale. He and Luoying had been sucked into the pitch-black crack. The entire hall was constantly shaking. The surrounding ancient books and bookshelves were no exception. They were all sucked into the crack. Coiling Dragon, do you have any way? Jiangchen asked. Even Qiyu and Xiao Yuyan can't do anything. I don't have any way. Coiling Dragon's voice resounded in Jiangchen's mind. It carried a touch of bitterness. Jiangchen couldn't defend himself at all. Even a great completion star-level expert couldn't survive, let alone him. In less than 10 breaths, they were sucked into the crack. The hall seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Xue Lihong and his brothers looked at each other. Their faces were gloomy. Only the 4 of them, who had the divine judgment brush, could be considered to have escaped this calamity. The rest of the people and all their books were sucked into the dark crack. This divine judgment brush is too terrifying, right? Big brother. Xue Libai stammered. The entire hall was empty and incomparably clean. The hall only stopped shaking when the dark crack gradually fused together. However, Xue Lihong and the others had a complicated and shocked feeling. The divine judgment brush had sucked so many people into the dark crack with just a sweep. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Xue Lihong had a complicated expression. He didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. All these people had disappeared. Even if they didn't die, they would most likely die. Although the divine judgment brush was very powerful, if he continued to walk in the great emperor's tomb, he would have to wade into the muddy water himself. Because there was no one to lead the way for them, everyone had disappeared and been sucked into the dark crack. Big brother, what should we do now? Let's go. What are we waiting for? The treasures of the Emperor of the Cosmos are waiting for us. Xue Liqing rubbed his hands and said. Big brother is worried that we will be trapped in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Because we have no one to lead the way now. Xue Libai said. Old 4 is right. If we continue at this moment, we can imagine the danger we'll be in. Just this divine judgment brush is already out of our control. Qi Yiyu and Xiao Yuyan, these 2 guys are much more powerful than us, but they're helpless. The danger of the great sovereign's tomb is unimaginable. Xue Libai said. Big brother, what do you think? Should we go forward or retreat? Since we've come, there's no reason for us to leave so easily. Although the God Judgment Brush is a peerless treasure, the tomb of Emperor Cosmos won't end here. If we leave now, we may regret it for the rest of our lives. Since ancient times, how many great emperors have there been in the entire eternal world? Such an opportunity is extremely rare. If we leave because of fear of death, I think I will regret it for the rest of my life. My 3 brothers, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. I'm afraid there's a 90% chance of survival on this trip. But at the same time, the opportunities that accompany it may allow us to soar into the sky, and we will no longer have to wander the eternal world. Xue Lihong said in a low voice. Big brother, you're wrong. We 4 brothers have been closely linked for thousands of years, advancing and retreating together. We will never abandon Big brother and leave alone. We have experienced so many battles of life and death. With Big brother here, we will never retreat. Xue Liqing said. Yes, 3rd brother is right. Big brother, let's go. Now that those guys have been killed by the God Judgment Brush, we can sleep peacefully. Even if there's danger, we can still withstand it. Everyone nodded and continued to walk towards the 2nd floor of the hall. In the world of darkness, the starry sky was endless. Dawn broke, and the world was dusky yellow. When Xianxia woke up, he found that he was surrounded by mountains, rivers, and lakes. At first glance, it was misty, and in the dusky yellow sky, visibility was very low. Roars were incessantly ringing in his ears. Among the mountains and rivers, great demons towered into the sky. Demonic beasts that were hundreds of feet tall and thousands of feet tall were like mountain peaks. When he turned around, Xianxia saw as many as 5 demonic beasts. These demonic beasts moved slowly, but were extremely terrifying. Majestic Genesis Qi circulated between heaven and earth. Xianxia could feel that they were extraordinary. There wasn't a single soul in the surroundings. It was as though he had entered an illusory realm, yet it felt so real. Could it be that after he was drawn into the darkness, he ended up here? Xianxia couldn't help but furrow his brows. He released his own innate astral souls, yet he had no way to see into the future. His surroundings were boundless and boundless, his innate astral souls were simply insufficient. The trees, mountains, and rivers were all dark yellow in color. Within the great fog, misty rain lingered, but there was a kind of splashed-ink painting of mountains and rivers. Birds crisscrossed the mountains, and packs of wild wolves gathered at the foot of the mountains. Occasionally, giant beasts could be seen, towering between heaven and earth. This scene caused Xianxia to feel a sense of wonder and shock. He most likely hadn't died, but this was a different space. The fact that there were living beings here meant that this wasn't a land of death. But what puzzled Xianxia was why there was no one around. Over 100 people had been drawn into the darkness, so why was there still no one around him? The world here was hazy, filled with mysteries and the unknown. Even with Xianxia's innate astral souls, he had no way to see into it. This caused him to worry more and more about Luoying. Even Qiyu and Xiaoyuan were helpless against the darkness. What kind of world was this exactly? Opening a new path, forming a world of its own, but in this world, Xianxia didn't know where to start. He knew nothing about this place. The things in the surroundings, including those demonic beasts, were things he had never seen or heard of before. Let's go look for Luoying and Dahuang first, Xianxia murmured. Looking at his surroundings, he knew that he had to be extra careful. The world here might seem calm, but there was a high possibility that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Dahuang. Xianxia's heart stirred. He and Dahuang had long since understood each other. Dahuang was calling for help, and his current situation was extremely dangerous. West. Xianxia stepped on the heaven ascension stairway. His speed was astonishing as he instantly flew towards the west. Dahuang's call for help came from the west. Xianxia was extremely nervous when he saw Dahuang. The unknown was the most terrifying. He had no idea where this place was. The tomb of the Emperor Cosmos was filled with dangers. Who would dare to say that they could ignore the Emperor? Wasn't that a joke? Even Xianxia was no exception. Hence, when Dahuang called for help, Xianxia immediately sensed it. Damn it, this bunch of tortoise grandsons are infuriating this lord dog to death. Dahuang complained incessantly. He roared as he ran, but the 7 giant tortoises behind him had no intention of letting him go. The 7 golden tortoises were all 1 zhang in size. Their necks were extremely long, almost occupying a meter. Their tails were even longer, reaching more than 2 zhang when swung. Their bodies were covered with densely packed golden shells. Moreover, they were walking upright. They had 4 claws, 2 long and 2 short. Dahuang had never seen such tortoises before. These guys all had the battle strength of a star level. They bit him a few times. Dahuang was flustered and exasperated. He could only cover his head and run like a rat. Moreover, he was not their match. Their teeth were extremely sharp, and their attacks were abnormally numerous. He would rather face 10-star level Xiao family army than be torn apart by these golden tortoises. Dahuang shouted as he ran. However, the 7 golden tortoises were exceptionally ferocious. Dahuang fell flat on his face and fell to the bottom of the mountain. I don't believe that I can't outrun you with 4 legs, Dahuang said in a deadpan manner. He wanted to run away boldly and confidently. The tails of the 7 golden tortoises were like ropes of the universe. They smashed against Dahuang's body time and time again. Being whipped by them caused him to feel a burning pain. If he was entangled by them, he would most likely die. Little Xianxia, damn you, where did you run off to? If you didn't come back, this lord dog would have had to be brave. Big Yellow roared at the top of his lungs and knocked away the 2 golden turtles. He rubbed his head and it buzzed. The iron head art that he was so proud of actually lost to a few old bastards at this moment. Big Yellow was suffering unspeakably. Why isn't your head hard? Dahuang, are you living off a woman? Xianxia said with a beaming smile. He appeared in front of Dahuang like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Dahuang was extremely excited in his heart. However, his mouth was still unwilling to give up. Damn you! This lord dog has never lived off a woman. It's these old tortoises that are too hard. Don't deny it. Let's deal with these guys first, Xianxia said in a deep voice. These 7 golden tortoises were not easy to deal with. Otherwise, they would not have forced Dahuang to flee. He was someone who would not shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Dahuang nodded and did not say anything. When he turned around, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With the help of little Xianxia, he was confident that he could fight against these golden tortoises to the end. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword and slashed horizontally on the golden tortoise's body. The golden tortoise shrunk back into its shell. Continuous clanging sounds reverberated in the sky. The heavenly dragon sword could not break the tortoise's shell. This made Xianxia even more serious. The limitless sword was unstoppable. Xianxia fought against 5 at once. 5 golden tortoises kept appearing around him. The heavenly dragon sword was surrounded by sword chi. The sword chi of the limitless sword was extremely domineering. It formed a circle of invisible sword chi, making the golden tortoises unable to attack. De Huang fought against 2 golden tortoises. He was extremely ferocious. I couldn't defeat 7 golden tortoises just now. Now that there are 2, I'll teach you a lesson. De Huang's sharp claws tore through the air. The golden tortoises didn't dare to face his sharp claws. Although their shells were very hard, if they were to be torn apart by De Huang's claws, they wouldn't feel good either. The strength of these golden tortoises couldn't be underestimated. De Huang was having a lot of fun. The golden tortoises were completely suppressed by De Huang. Xianxia used the limitless sword to seal these golden tortoises. The sword chi made them complain incessantly. As long as they wanted to attack Xianxia, they would be injured by the sword chi. Unless they were locked inside the tortoise's shell. 29 swords. Xianxia held his blade horizontally. Heaven and earth didn't move. He pulled out his sword and looked around. Sword shadows cut off the tails of the 5 golden tortoises. The 5 golden tortoises screeched in pain and prepared to run away. However, Xianxia didn't want them to leave just like that. At least, he needed to find out where they were. These golden tortoises weren't easy to kill. Their combat strength and defense were amazing. Although Xianxia had injured them, it was still very difficult for him to kill them. Big Yellow could only suppress the 2 golden tortoises with his belly. It was almost impossible for him to kill them. The tortoises hid in their shells and retreated after a single strike. This made Big Yellow somewhat angry and embarrassed. Want to run? No way. Xianxia stepped on the sky ascending ladder. His speed was shocking. He flew in the sky and in a few breaths, he caught up to them. He swung his sword and the 5 golden tortoises retreated back into their shells, motionless. Bang! Bang! De Huang used his iron head technique and sent 2 golden tortoises flying. The 7 golden tortoises curled up on the ground. Hee hee, let's see where you can run to this time. De Huang swaggered over and threw a stone at the golden tortoise. However, the golden tortoise remained indifferent. De Huang knocked his head against the golden tortoise again. Dong, 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 no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break the golden tortoise's golden tortoise. Instead, his own head was knocked into a mess. You old tortoise shell, come out if you have the guts. Grandpa Dog will give you a steamed and braised meal. If you don't come out, you're just a coward. He has always been a tortoise. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Kikik, Grandpa Dog is so angry that I'm muddled. Luckily you came, little Xianxia. Otherwise, Grandpa Dog's reputation would have been ruined by these tortoise shells. De Huang shook his head beside Xianxia and said. Do you know what this place is? Xianxia asked. I don't know. When I came in, I was chased by these 7 tortoise shells everywhere. Damn it. Weren't we sucked into the dark crevice? That divine judgment pen is really terrifying. De Huang said with lingering fear. He also didn't know where this place was. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. After finding little Xianxia, he didn't have so many worries in his heart anymore. They definitely know. We just need to pry their mouths open. De Huang suddenly had an idea. Let me give it a try. Xianxia said. Yes, use your heavenly dragon sword. These guys definitely won't be able to withstand it. De Huang said solemnly. Xianxia raised his sword and slashed at the golden tortoise. Clang! Xianxia furrowed his brows. He had slashed at the golden tortoise for more than 10 times, but nothing happened. He could only leave a shallow mark on the golden tortoise's body. If he wanted to break the shell, it would take a very long time. Even the heavenly dragon sword can't break these golden tortoises. Isn't it too hard? De Huang was a little stunned. This golden tortoise was really unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, they were at their wits' end. Little Xianxia, what should we do now? Even the heavenly dragon's sword can't break the golden tortoise's defense. It seems that we have really underestimated them, Xianxia said in a low voice. Looking around, the mountains and rivers were filled with mist, giving people a very depressing feeling. It's not that we can't let them go, but we should at least figure out where we are, De Huang said helplessly. Then we can only ask them. But we can't break their defense. This group of old tortoise shells, this master dog is so angry. De Huang was extremely frustrated. His sharp claws tore the air and roared again and again, but he still couldn't break these old tortoise shells. He was so angry that he was going crazy. Stop dawdling here. Let me do it, Xianxia said with a smile. You have a way? De Huang was stunned. If you can't break these tortoise shells, can't you let them come out by themselves? Let them come out by themselves? How is that possible? They can't beat us, so they are hiding in their shells. How can they come out by themselves? De Huang said in disbelief. 5 elements divine fire. Xianxia turned his palm and the 5 elements divine fire spurted out. Instantly, De Huang's eyes were filled with excitement. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Let's see if they can withstand the roasting of the 5 elements divine fire. If they don't come out, I will roast all of you. De Huang was in high spirits. The 5 elements divine fire wreaked havoc, roasting the 7 golden tortoises. In less than 10 breaths of time, all the golden tortoises surrendered and came out of their shells. If they were roasted for a while longer, they would be completely roasted. Ah! Please don't roast them. Quickly retract the fire, I beg you. Ah, it's so hot, I'm almost cooked. The 7 golden tortoises all stuck out their tongues. The roasting of the 5 elements divine fire made them completely lose their previous confidence. Hee, if I can't break your old tortoise shells, do you think I can't roast you? Little Xianxia, I want to eat barbecued golden tortoises. Hee. De Huang threatened the 7 golden tortoises. The 7 golden tortoises trembled in fear. They had just experienced a life and death battle. How could they dare to be arrogant in front of Xianxia and De Huang? They all lowered their heads. Lord, spare us, spare us. The golden tortoise's trembling voice was filled with despair. What is this place? Xianxia played with the 5 elements divine fire in his hand and said indifferently. The 7 golden tortoises looked at each other and silently nodded. This is the ancient book realm. Ancient book realm? Xianxia was startled. He didn't know what was going on. What ancient book realm? De Huang continued to ask. Ancient book realm is the world of ancient books. Simply put, it's the world of books. We also thought of leaving this place, but we discovered that we couldn't do so. The world here isn't real. Only in the ancient book realm can we be considered real. The ancient book realm is a world that Emperor of the Cosmos constructed with the divine judgment brush. A book world? What the F***ck? Is this for real? De Huang said in shock. A book world. In other words, the book world they were in now wasn't a real world at all. Xianxia's expression became incomparably solemn. It seemed like they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Although this was a world of its own, it shouldn't be a good place. The Emperor of the Cosmos used the judgment divine brush to construct this world. Everything here is fake and illusory? Even you guys? Xianxia asked. Yes, but the Emperor of the Cosmos is a peerless figure after all. Although he used the judgment divine brush to outline a book world, the book world has already formed itself after countless years of gestation. We are also existences in the book world, but we don't know whether it's real or not. The golden turtle said solemnly. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed worthy of being an eternal emperor. This book world is already so terrifying and real. It's hard to imagine what a book world is like. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, this place was more like a prison, and they were all trapped here. Then, how do we get out? Xianxia said in a deep voice. Get out. We can't get out. We can't get out once we enter. This world has an unchanging rule, no one can leave this place. The golden turtle murmured with a sad expression on its face. I don't believe it. De Huang shouted in a low voice. Tell me, how do we get out of here? Otherwise, I will roast you guys immediately. We really can't get out. If we can get out, why would we need you guys? Don't we want to get out? Although this ancient book world is very big, it lacks spiritual qi. We have experienced countless years to barely reach our current cultivation. This world has long been fixed and has become eternal. This ancient book world is a book, a world. The golden turtle said with an annoyed face. Forget it. Xianxia patted De Huang and said. If these golden turtles knew the way to get out of here, they wouldn't be willing to stay in this ancient book world. But I know that a demonic beast might know. The golden turtle said weakly after pondering for a moment. Who? Ancient Elephant King. Ever since I was born in the ancient book world, I've known about his existence. He's the ruler of the ancient book world, but he almost never comes out. Even the beasts of the ancient book world have never seen him. He's the most likely person to know the secrets of the ancient book world. If there's someone in the ancient book world who knows how to leave this place, it's only him. The golden turtle said. Where is he? Take us to him. De Huang said impatiently. Not going. The ancient Elephant King's territory is not a place anyone can enter. Going there is courting death. That's right. Even if you kill us, we won't go. The ancient Elephant King is extremely cruel. Those who have interacted with him are all dead. I advise you to accept your fate. Don't go. The ancient Elephant King might not be here anymore, or he might have left the ancient book world. Every golden turtle's face was filled with fear. They would rather die in the hands of Xianxia than step into the ancient Elephant King's territory. Tell me where he is and I'll let you guys go. Xianxia said. Since they were so afraid of the ancient Elephant King, it meant that they weren't lying. As long as they could find the ancient Elephant King, they might be able to find a way out of here. This was the ancient book world. Xianxia must leave this place as soon as possible. 3,000 miles to the west, there's a 10,000 feet tall four-elephant mountain. That's the ancient Elephant King's territory. Don't blame me for not warning you guys, he's not someone to be trifled with. Although you guys are strong, the ancient Elephant King is the real overlord. No one can escape from him. You guys better watch out. The 7 golden turtles retreated step by step. They were worried that Xianxia would go back on his words. Let's go, there's no time to lose. The ancient Elephant King is our only chance to leave this place. De Huang looked at Xianxia. There was nothing in this world that could stop the brothers. Alright, let's go meet this ancient Elephant King. 3,000 miles, it wasn't a long distance, but it wasn't a short distance either. Xianxia and Big Yellow kept heading towards the west without stopping. The ancient book world was still an unknown to Xianxia. It would be best if they could leave this place as soon as possible. The power of the divine judgment brush also gave him a deeper understanding of the Emperor of the Cosmos's tomb. It was hard to imagine how many dangers there were in this tomb. The mysterious palace, the powerful divine judgment brush, and the mysterious ancient book world were all very terrifying for Xianxia. It was never his style to leave his life in the hands of others, not even the Emperor of the Cosmos. The ancient book world was a world of its own. It was formed by the divine judgment brush, so it wasn't a real complete world. Who knew when this world would collapse? Once this world collapsed, he would be buried here forever. Although these were probably just groundless fears of Xianxia, more and more people were appearing in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Anything could happen. Along the way, Xianxia saw new scenes everywhere he went. After a few hundred miles, the place bordering the mountains was covered in yellow sand. The scorching sun rose and shone brightly. It was so hot that it made people sweat profusely. After a while, there was a blue sea in the distance. It stretched for thousands of miles and huge waves surged to the sky. After an unknown amount of time, as if there was no day or night here, Xianxia finally arrived at the other side of the ocean. This time, he saw a few people, all of them were from the Xiao family. The leader was none other than Han Feihu. He, this guy was caught by us. This time, we can play with them. Big Yellow winked and said. Before this master dog came, they were very arrogant. Since we met them, let's teach them a lesson. Let's deal with them first. The Xiao family deserves to die. Xianxia hated the Xiao family to the extreme. These people were unscrupulous and tried to kill him several times. Now, it was time for him to launch a counterattack. Motherf asterisk cur, this is 2F asterisk cat up. What kind of place did we come to? I almost fell to my death. That's right, I was scared to death. Luckily, we found you guys. But, we won't die here, right? Can't you guys say something more auspicious? If you want to die, go die yourself. I haven't lived long enough. Isn't that so? Isn't Brother Hu here too? What are you afraid of? The entire Apocalypse Milky Way city was his. This time, when he brought the Xiao family army into the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, Xiao Yuan was full of confidence. However, who would have thought that such an accident would occur? Han Feihu was also very depressed. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? They hadn't even found the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, and 4 galactic wanderers actually appeared. With a wave of the divine judgment pen, they were killed and fell into this unknown place. They didn't even know if they were dead or alive. The main force had already lost contact with them. Han Feihu knew that the only thing they could do now was to quickly find City Lord Xiao. Only by finding him could they leave this place safely. Han Feihu had a feeling that they were being watched. That numbing feeling lingered in his heart and couldn't be erased. All of you, stop talking. Can you let me be quiet for a while? Han Feihu also couldn't control his temper. These people were chattering on the side. Who could be in a good mood? They hadn't even found City Lord Xiao, and they were already annoyed to death by their own people. They exchanged glances and didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, they didn't dare to challenge Han Feihu's authority. The Zodiac Death Warriors were all experts who could fight 1 against 10. Han Feihu was a level 2 star state. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. 7 level 1 star states. Right now, they were the weakest here. We'll listen to you, Brother Hu. Right, Brother Hu. We'll go wherever you tell us to go. Han Feihu's expression softened. At least these guys didn't lose their minds. At the crucial moment, they knew when to advance and when to retreat. I think you guys shouldn't go anywhere. The feng shui here is good. It's suitable for you to be buried. Xianxia said plainly and silently appeared beside them. Xianxia. Everyone's expression changed. They had seen Xianxia's power. Especially after he broke through to the star state, almost no one could stop him. Other than Aldern, no one could stop this guy. Even the Zodiac Death Warriors couldn't kill him. Now that they had to face Xianxia, wouldn't it be a near-death situation? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Han Feihu and Xianxia looked at each other. Leng said. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a misfortune. If it was a misfortune, it couldn't be avoided. That's right. However, you no longer have any backing. I'm afraid that all of you will have to stay here. Big Yellow chuckled like a ghost. It bared its fangs and was filled with killing intent. These people were Little Chinzi's enemies, and all of them wanted to kill them. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, it was time for the brothers to show off their skills. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. It won't be that easy to kill me. Han Feihu was not afraid in the slightest. He clenched his fists tightly, his fighting spirit soaring. There's no point in talking. Leave him to me. De Huang, you should be fine with the rest of the trash, right? Xianxia smiled. Who are you looking down on? I'll take care of these bastards in no time. Just wait and see. De Huang curled his lips and said. Damn dog, you're courting death. Get him. With a wave of Han Feihu's hand, 7 early-stage stellar-level experts rushed towards De Huang, while Xianxia also took the opportunity to meet them, pressing towards Han Feihu. The heavenly dragon sword swept across, overflowing with dominance. Although Xianxia's strength was 1 level lower than Han Feihu's, his strength was not something that even Aldern dared to underestimate. Hence, Han Feihu was very serious. He had to go all out in this battle. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict whether he would live or die, Jiang Chen, who had broken through to the stellar level, was no longer the same as before. When he was half a stellar level, Han Feihu did not dare to say that he could win against Jiang Chen. At this moment, it was even more difficult to predict. The limitless sword could break through anything, sweeping away all obstacles, piercing through the sky. Han Feihu was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. With a long spear in hand, he fought fiercely with Jiang Chen. Every sword made him feel soul-stirring and soul-stirring. Every sword seemed to be aiming for his life. Jiang Chen's every move was fatal, aiming for his heart. Han Feihu's expression became more and more ugly. The heavenly dragon sword was too strong, and the limitless sword was too overbearing. Han Feihu could not withstand Jiang Chen's heavy pressure at all. 27 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. When the 29th slash landed, Han Feihu was finally defeated. The long spear in his hand was cut into two by Jiang Chen's slash. He was extremely shocked. This slash was too powerful, too domineering. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end, and it made one's body tremble. Although Jiang Chen had just broken through to the stellar level, Han Feihu felt a suffocating pressure. It was a completely crushing pressure that surpassed his strength. Han Feihu could not understand why Jiang Chen was so strong. The combination of the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword was flawless. His long spear could not break through his opponent's defense at all. On the contrary, he was constantly being defeated. Even the spear in his hand was broken by Jiang Chen. His life was hanging by a thread. What a terrifying sword. Han Feihu only realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was after fighting alone. Every step he took forced him to a dead end. Once this guy rushed out of the great emperor's tomb, he would definitely soar to the sky. He was a true peerless monster. Although Han Feihu was very confident, he knew that he had no chance against Jiang Chen. He retreated after one strike and began to think of escaping. He could not care less about the lives of those people. His own survival was the most important thing. Go to hell. Han Feihu roared and feinted with his spear. Jiang Chen was already prepared because this sword was meant to send Han Feihu to heaven. Jiang Chen was as still as a mountain. His sword was like a dragon, and the power of the heavenly dragon roar swept across the sky. The sword left a sound, and the dragon left an afterimage. A golden light pierced through Han Feihu's body. Han Feihu's fleeing figure was finally frozen in place. His face was filled with despair, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. But at this moment, death finally shrouded his body like a layer of black haze. A sword was unleashed, and it instantly disappeared. Han Feihu slowly lowered his head and stared at the wound on his chest. The sword had shattered his 8 extraordinary meridians, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He had completely lost all vitality, and the Genesis chi in his body had dissipated in an instant. The Grim Reaper's hand finally fell on him. Han Feihu's eyes were filled with fear, despair, and unwillingness. In the end, his pupils gradually glazed over, and he fell with a thud. On the other side, De Huang relied on his dog head to beat the 7 initial star-level guys to a miserable state. When De Huang knocked into them, their internal organs were about to spurt out. All of them were seriously injured, and they all fell into despair. These bastards are still taking so long. De Huang, you can't do it. F***ck. A man should never say that he can't do it, let alone master dog. Big Yellow was infuriated. Under Jiang Chen's encouragement, he started his final charge. His sharp claws tore apart one figure after another. Everyone was scared to death. However, Big Yellow did not hold back at all. He was unscrupulous and decisive. In a blink of an eye, 7 great experts were killed without a trace of life left in them. 7 bastards. Master Dog can deal with them in a minute. Humph, De Huang said proudly. These guys deserve to die. They want my life. Then, I can only kill the danger in the cradle. Let's go. We are about to reach Ancient Elephant King's territory. We have to be careful this time. Jiang Chen and De Huang looked at each other. They walked past the corpses of Han Feihu and the others and continued forward. The sun was shining brightly. Jiang Chen and De Huang did not know how long it had been. It was still daytime. Time did not seem to flow in this place. They did not know what time it was at all. Over there. What a tall mountain. This should be the Four Divisions mountain. De Huang pointed at the towering mountain in front of them and said solemnly. Finding Four Elephant Mountain would allow them to find a way out. This was the only shortcut. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to find Ancient Elephant King first. Little Xianxia, look. There is space turbulence here. We can't fly in the air. Moreover, we are surrounded by swamps. De Huang looked at the surrounding terrain and his face became solemn. I didn't know that you know how to observe the terrain. Xianxia looked at De Huang with a faint smile. However, this was also a problem that gave him a headache. For Elephant Mountain was tall and there was only one road around it. It was surrounded by mountains. Once they entered Four Elephant Mountain, they would be like a clay ox entering the sea. Once there was danger, there would be no way to escape. They could not even fly in the sky or burrow into the ground. It was a dead end. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was surrounded by natural barriers. The space here gave people a very terrifying feeling. In the swamp, bubbles kept popping up from underground, emitting a weird and unpleasant odor, and were highly poisonous. Be careful. This poisonous gas is highly toxic, and the surrounding mud is also highly toxic. Better safe than sorry. Xianxia reminded De Huang. The surrounding layers of ancient trees were also 1,000 feet tall. They grew within the swamp and were frighteningly quiet. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Just a few turtle shells were enough to force them to go all out. This so-called ancient book world was far more dangerous than Xianxia had imagined. Moreover, the ancient elephant king that the 7 old turtles had mentioned was an unparalleled existence in the ancient book world. If they wanted to leave, they had to find the ancient elephant king. Ga, 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 sharp and hoarse cries resounded in Xianxia and De Huang's ears. A few giant birds with astonishing wingspans floated in the sky. Their sharp claws and cold eyes locked on them. Their green feathers and sharp beaks were even sharper than the swords and spears, flickering with a cold light. 13 birds were circling in the sky. The feeling of being stared at made De Huang feel very uncomfortable. However, they did not attack Xianxia's group. They just acted as if they were patrolling, keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. This bunch of old birds, what the hell are they? If you make Lord Dog angry, I'll roast you all. De Huang cursed. Let's go. Let's go. Xianxia patted De Huang's shoulder and walked along the swamp toward the Four Symbols Mountain. The moment they crossed the swamp, the 13 birds charged at Xianxia with the speed of an arrow, like a meteor chasing the moon. Damn, it seems like these guys are waiting for an opportunity to strike. De Huang let out a low roar and quickly separated from Xianxia. When the 13 birds were close to the ground, they could see clearly that they were a few meters tall. They were even more terrifying than the golden tortoise from before, and there were more of them. They could not fly in the sky in this forbidden area, but these birds were not restricted, which greatly suppressed their performance. Kill. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He was ruthless and did not say much. He only said one word, kill. He drew his sword and looked around, pointing it at the sky. Xianxia was fighting 10 people at once, but he was not afraid at all. The 10 birds flew through the sky. They were more familiar with the forest and the swamp than Xianxia, so they were calmer. However, even so, Xianxia was as steady as a mountain, and he was still able to hold them back. De Huang was having fun playing with 3 birds. To him, there was no pressure at all. It was like he was playing house. Heh heh heh, this is fun. De Huang grabbed the sharp claws of a bird and flew up into the sky, laughing loudly. However, at this moment, they did not expect that over 100 birds would suddenly run out of the forest. Oh no! Xianxia frowned. At this time, De Huang was also rushed down by the birds. Over 100 birds flew by, and the momentum was even more terrifying than when the Xiao family army was fighting against Xianxia. De Huang fell from the sky, screaming, and smashed heavily into the swamp on the ground. Ah! Help, little Xianxia. However, Xianxia could not save him. He was entangled by the birds and was in a dilemma. When he stepped into the swamp, he felt that it was difficult to move an inch. This time, it was not just over a dozen birds, but over 100. The two of them were completely surrounded by these birds. Plop, De Huang was in a very difficult situation. He could not help but curse in his heart. However, before he could retaliate, the birds had already closed in on him. They were a black mass, crushing down. De Huang's face turned green. F***ck. What the hell is this? De Huang struggled to get up. In the face of so many beasts, he was unafraid of death. He could not let little Xianxia underestimate him. At this time, the two of them looked at each other and were ready for a battle of life and death. 28 swords. 29 swords. Xianxia tried his best to resist. Although he was immune to poison, De Huang did not have that ability. The surrounding poisonous gas and birds were getting more and more. Being attacked from both front and back, De Huang was already in a quagmire, unable to advance or retreat. Xianxia was extremely serious. The boundless swords were stacked up crazily. The 9 transformations were unpredictable. 29 swords was not the limit of the boundless swords. Xianxia had no distractions at this moment. He recalled the sword wall and the endless sword marks left behind by the Emperor of the Cosmos. Only by comprehending the sword realm could his boundless swords advance to the next level. 29 swords was just an improvement of the boundless swords. There was no limit to progress, and all states returned to 1. This was the ultimate sword intent left behind by the sword wall for Xianxia. Xianxia fought against 100 swords alone. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Countless sword techniques, countless sword scars, and countless sword intents gathered together. Endless was the ultimate meaning of the limitless sword. One sword without beginning becomes void, reincarnation is the ultimate meaning. The limitless sword soared into the sky, pointing straight at the hundreds of birds. Every sword intent contained the terror of the limitless sword. Every sword intent was a level higher than the previous 29 swords. Puff, 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 streaks of sword intent soared into the sky, piercing through the birds. The sword intent was even more terrifying than the sword chi. The sword intent suppressed the birds, crushing their flesh and blood. The sword intent of the myriad realms returning to 1 turned hundreds of birds into ashes in an instant. De Huang was stunned. His heart was filled with horror. Little Xianxia, aren't you too awesome? If this goes on, I will disappear without a trace. Awesome. Truly F***king awesome. Big Yellow gave Xianxia a thumbs up, his heart filled with awe. Hundreds of birds turned into nothingness in an instant. Xianxia's 30 swords were earth-shattering and earth-shattering. 1 sword sweep, 10,000 techniques returned to 1, Xianxia's face was a little solemn. Although this sword was terrifying, it also drained half of his physical strength. The Genesis chi in his body was already quite scarce. If it was an ordinary star-level expert, he wouldn't be able to withstand such great pressure. He wouldn't even be able to use the Genesis chi in his body. This sword made Xianxia both surprised and happy. A third-layer star-level expert could be instantly killed with 1 sword. The 30 swords were terrifying. Let's go, we can't stay here for long, Xianxia said to De Huang. The two of them crossed the swamp, and as soon as they reached the foot of the 4 Divisions mountain, more wild boars appeared in the forest, bearing their fangs. There were so many of them that their scalps went numb. This was no longer 100, but several hundred, over 1,000. Compared to the birds, there were more than 10 times as many of them. Their eyes were perfectly round and they let out low and violent roars. Each of these wild boars had a ferocious look on their faces as they slowly approached Xianxia and De Huang. Before one wave has subsided, another wave has arisen. Have we poked a hornet's nest? Before we find the ancient Elephant King, we'll be torn apart by these wild boars. De Huang said angrily. This F***king Emperor of the Cosmos, he's clearly trying to kill us. He's playing us to death. Don't push me too far. Xianxia looked around coldly. There were hundreds and thousands of wild boars, and they were all stellar level. At this time, he had no choice. What should we do, little Xianxia? De Huang was a little anxious. However, as long as Xianxia was here, he would be fearless even if he had to die bravely. Set fire, burn the mountain, Xianxia said in a deep voice. He put his palms together and gently pressed them apart. Two terrifying flames soared into the sky, wreaking havoc in the sky. They turned into tongues of fire that covered the sky and scattered down. The entire sky was illuminated, and the fire spread. In an instant, the entire foot of the Four Divisions mountain was covered in flames that soared into the sky. Xianxia brought De Huang into the Buddha prison palace. At this time, thousands of wild boars were turned into roasted pigs. Countless birds and beasts flew away in fright. The entire sea of fire was like a purgatory. Awesome! Ha ha ha! Really awesome! De Huang was very excited. Xianxia's act of setting fire to the mountain had turned these wild boars into roasted pigs. In an instant, the fire burned and soared into the sky. The flames flew more than 1,000 feet, illuminating the sky. Who is causing trouble here? You're courting death. With a loud shout, 4 winged elephants flew out of the mountain. Each elephant had a long tusk, and its anger soared to the heavens. The light of the flames made it hard for people to breathe. The surrounding forest was slowly being burned to ashes. The flames swept over with lightning speed. I'm looking for the ancient elephant king. Take me to him. Otherwise, I'll turn this place into a purgatory. Xianxia's voice echoed in the sky. Bastard! Do you think you can see the ancient elephant king just because you want to? One of the flying elephants roared angrily. Don't be impatient. The leading flying elephant said in a low voice. Take back your prowess. Otherwise, you'll die if you see the ancient elephant king. I'll take you to the ancient elephant king. Xianxia nodded and took back the 5 elements' divine fire. In just a short while, 1/3 of the forest had been completely burned down. There were countless casualties. Xianxia didn't feel guilty at all, because this place was originally a void. It was the structure of the divine judgment pen that formed this ancient book realm. That's why these demonic beasts existed in this place. Okay. Xianxia and De Huang walked in the swamp. The 4 flying elephants looked at them with different expressions. I hope you won't go back on your words. Otherwise, you'll end up like those roasted pigs. De Huang said calmly. If it wasn't for the leading flying elephant holding him back, the other 3 flying elephants would have rushed up. Their angry looks made De Huang very happy. Not satisfied? Hit me if you're not satisfied. Xianxia entered the 4-elephant mountain. The scenery on the mountain was indeed beautiful. However, it had become a scene of devastation in his hands. But the more Xianxia walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. These guys had been in front of them and didn't tell them where the ancient elephant king was. Not knowing how long it had been, they had walked to the belly of the mountain. The surrounding was already a sea of clouds. It was still difficult to see the peak of the 4-elephant mountain. Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? De Huang said impatiently. We're here. The leading flying elephant slowly looked back and looked at Xianxia and De Huang. Xianxia's heart sank. He knew that he had been tricked. This is the 4 poles of the 4-elephant mountain. It has a unique advantage. Even if the 2 of you have the ability to reverse the situation, you won't be able to leave. The leading flying elephant said with a smile. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill us. Xianxia said with an indifferent face. He had already guessed it. He would never speculate about the worst outcome. This was his bottom line. Why are you so confident? We'll let you see how powerful we are. Then, you'll know if you're qualified to bark in front of us. The East Pole flying elephant said with a sneer. F***ck your sh**t. Who do you think you are? Damn it. Master Dog will fight to the death with you today. De Huang scolded angrily. Be careful. There's something wrong with the space here. The 4 poles should refer to east, west, south, and north. The 4 poles repel each other. Here, we will be affected by the 4 poles, causing us to be unable to make a normal judgment. Xianxia said in a low voice. To put it simply, this place is more terrifying than the maze. It's good that you know. Do it, kill them without mercy. The West Pole flying elephant was also very nervous, his eyes full of solemnity. Once we take them down, we can possess them. If we succeed, we can leave this place and become a real existence. The four flying elephants firmly locked onto Jiangchen and Jiangchen. Only then did Jiangchen understand that they wanted to possess him. Their existence was illusory, an illusion in the ancient book realm, the structure of the divine judgment pen. Although the ancient book realm had already developed a spirit, it still couldn't be denied that it was only a world constructed by the divine judgment pen. It wasn't a real existence at all. After possessing their bodies and escaping from here, they would become a real existence. Possession, resurrection. The power of four elephants. The four flying elephants didn't look sideways. They shook their bodies and stomped their feet on the ground. For terrifying forces came from all directions. Jiangchen and De Huang looked at each other. Both of them were array masters, so they naturally knew the horror of the four poles. The four flying elephants firmly guarded the four sides. Jiangchen and De Huang wanted to rush out of the four poles, but they were instantly beaten back by this force. It wasn't strong, but it was like they were stuck in a quagmire and couldn't get out at all. 28 swords. 29 swords. Jiangchen slashed out one sword chi after another, but they all turned into nothingness at the edge of the four poles. There was no trace at all, as if they had been absorbed. De Huang's iron head slammed forward, but it was as if he had hit a soft cloud and was directly bounced back. The more they walked forward, the more difficult it was to move forward. In the end, they could only walk on the spot. The east, south, west, and north of the four poles are the foundation of the four poles. They have reached the realm of complementing each other. It's not an array, but it's better than an array. Moreover, the four of us happen to control the four poles. No one can even think of stepping in. The east flying elephant said confidently. At this time, Jiangchen suddenly raised his head and gazed into the distance, because he saw Luoying and Imo Han, and beside them, Qiyu followed closely behind them with a grim expression. Obviously, they were also at a loss and were trapped in this space. Jiangchen. Luo Ying's face was filled with joy as she flew towards Jiangchen. Don't come over, Jiangchen said in a deep voice. However, by the time Jiangchen finished speaking, it was already too late. Luo Ying had already rushed to his side and threw herself into his arms. However, what shocked Jiangchen and Luo Ying was that their bodies did not hug each other. Instead, they passed through each other. What's going on? Luo Ying trembled in fear. It should be that the different space-time of the ancient book world is in disorder. You can see each other, but you are not in the same space. Qiyu said in a deep voice as he looked at Jiangchen. Father, how could this be? How could this be? Luo Ying grabbed Qiyu's hand, extremely nervous. This ancient book world is really mysterious. It seems that although we are facing each other, we can't touch each other at all. Jiangchen smiled bitterly and stretched out his palm to touch Luo Ying's hand. However, they both knew that they were not in the same space. Jiangchen, how are you now? Qiyu said. I'm fine. I won't die for the time being. However, these four poles are quite a headache. Jiangchen said. Jiangchen, this is the ancient book world. Let's go and find the ancient elephant king now. If we find the ancient elephant king, we will definitely be able to leave this place. I will wait for you. I will always wait for you. Luo Ying said anxiously. However, Jiangchen's face gradually became blurred at this time. No, don't. No. Luo Ying shook her head desperately, but Jiangchen's figure became increasingly blurred. At the same time, Luo Ying's figure also gradually faded in Jiangchen's eyes. Take care. I will go and find you. This place can't trap me. Jiangchen murmured as he watched Luo Ying disappear into the void. The curtains of their battle with the four flying elephants had also quietly opened. Time will gradually make you fall here. At worst, you will be completely torn apart. The power of the four elephants erupt. The eastern flying elephant let out a furious roar. The power of the four elephants crisscrossed in the four extremes once again. Jiangchen could feel that the four forces that came from different directions were tearing the surrounding space, including his body. Moreover, it was getting bigger and bigger, causing him more and more pain. His flesh and spirit felt like they were going to be separated. If it wasn't for the strength of his true dragon body and the terrifying power of his bloodline, his body would have been completely torn apart. The power of the four elephants constantly pulled at their bodies from all four directions, making it more and more difficult. Even taking a step forward was a luxury. Damn it, this is giving me a headache. Did Lord Dog really get schemed against by this group of grandsons? For the first time, De Huang felt like his body and spirit were being torn apart. If this continued, his soul and body would be separated. The four poles were too strange, especially the four flying elephants, who each controlled a direction. Although it was called a magic array, it wasn't really a magic array. It made it impossible for them to attack. No matter how strong their power was, it would be like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Coiling Dragon, is there any way to break the power of the four elephants? Xianxia asked Coiling Dragon. The power of the four poles. The strong can't run amok here, because this is a world of nothingness. Power will be devoured by the world of nothingness. This is also the first time I've heard of the four poles. However, if we can attack their bodies, we should be able to win. Coiling Dragon muttered. Fine, I'll use my innate astral soul. Since you guys already have spiritual will and want to possess me, I'll erase all your remaining spiritual wills. Because, you guys shouldn't exist in this world. Xianxia's eyes gleamed with sharpness. He didn't move at all. At this moment, his innate astral soul was unleashed, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. It was formless, yet capable of destroying everything in its path. Soul detachment. With an intention of his will, Xianxia's innate astral soul completely enveloped the four flying elephants. The four flying elephants screeched in agony as they fell to the ground, clutching their heads. The explosive might of Xianxia's innate astral soul penetrated through their spiritual will, which was also their mental energy, instantly causing them to be defeated. The four flying elephants retreated in defeat. The innate astral soul of the four flying elephants no longer had any place to use it. De Huang soared up and swept his spear horizontally, instantly piercing through the body of one of the flying elephants. Fresh blood splattered in all directions. The other three flying elephants all had expressions of shock and terror on their faces. Spare me, Lord, spare me. The eastern flying elephant knelt in front of Xianxia, crying out in fear. It's not impossible for me to spare your worthless life, but it depends on your sincerity. If I'm not happy, you'll still be reduced to ashes. Even after so many years of painstaking cultivation, a trace of your spiritual sense will dissipate between heaven and earth, and you'll never have a chance to reappear in this world again. Xianxia said lightly. The three flying elephants trembled, constantly kowtowing in front of Xianxia. Just now, De Huang had already picked up a flying elephant with his spear. They had no doubt that Xianxia would kill them all. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, I only have a trace of spiritual sense, but you want to possess it and transform into a human. It seems that even the Emperor of the Cosmos didn't expect that there would be such existences in his ancient book realm thousands of years later. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Everything had a spirit, but some spirits shouldn't exist. Your Excellency, if you want to know where the ancient elephant king is, I'll tell you now. Please be magnanimous and let us go. The East Pole flying elephant kept kowtowing. Speak. Xianxia said. Will your Excellency let us go after I tell you? Xianxia sneered, his eyes like torches, staring at them. You have no right to negotiate with me. The three flying elephants looked at each other and finally smiled helplessly. They were fish on the chopping block, and indeed, they had no right to negotiate with him. In a fit of anger, Xianxia would kill them, and there would be no room for negotiation. However, if they didn't speak, they would definitely die. As long as there was a chance, they couldn't give it up. In the Xixiang mountain, there's an extremely cold place. Although the place isn't big, the temperature there has always been maintained at -500 degrees. It's a forbidden land of death. No demonic beasts can get close to it. Once they get close, they'll be frozen into ice sculptures and eventually die a violent death. Many years of painstaking cultivation will be destroyed. However, there's one person who can survive there. It's said that he's the ancient elephant king, and also the most mysterious existence in the ancient book realm. The eastern flying elephant said in a submissive tone, raising its head to look at Xianxia from time to time. Its eyes were filled with fear. It's right in front. After passing through the 4 divisions mountains, the 4 mountains will form an encirclement. In the center is the land of extreme cold. It is forever shrouded in mist. No one is able to see exactly what that place looks like. Can you let us go now? My lord. Xianxia turned around and left silently. However, De Huang had no intention of letting them go. Just now, he was almost possessed by these guys. If he let them go just like that, he would be letting himself down. Damn it, little Xianxia let you off, but I, Master Dog, abhor evil. De Huang turned a blind eye to them. He raised his spear and flew down, piercing through the 3 elephants in an instant. Fear, anger, and despair appeared on their faces. However, they no longer had the strength to fight. They could only let themselves be slaughtered by De Huang, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Humph. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. De Huang coldly snorted and quickly chased after Xianxia. After the 2 of them passed through the 4 divisions mountains, they saw an endless misty land. The surroundings were filled with mist, but it was extremely cold. It's really cold, but this place shouldn't be a few hundred degrees below zero, right? De Huang said disapprovingly. The misty land was surrounded by mountains. Only by walking down the mountain step by step, would one be able to see the true appearance of this place. Xianxia's natal astral soul was also unable to see through this misty land. However, he could feel that this place was indeed extremely cold. It seemed like what those elephants said was right. This place was indeed very strange and extremely cold. The ancient elephant king should be here. It's hard to say. Let's go down and take a look first. Xianxia muttered to himself as he nodded his head. The 2 of them continued walking down the mountain slope. The more they walked, the colder it became. The more they walked, the more stifling they felt. This kind of feeling caused them to have difficulty breathing. Surrounded by the misty air, it was basically impossible for them to see their surroundings clearly. The visibility was only 10 meters or so. Xianxia also felt a lingering fear in his heart as he slowly crossed the river. However, in order to find the ancient elephant king and find the door to leave this ancient book realm, they could only take 1 step at a time. This is too cold. Damn. De Huang involuntarily shivered, his face filled with shock. He had never felt so cold before, even his blood felt as though it was about to freeze. Hold your breath, be careful. Xianxia spoke. After an unknown period of time, the 2 of them finally passed through the misty land. After the mist subsided, they saw a gigantic lake. The lake was tens of thousands of meters wide. Looking down from the mountainside, it was extremely beautiful. The surface of the lake was like a mirror, sparkling and clear. Look, little Xianxia, this is the territory of the ancient elephant king, isn't it? Ha ha ha, we finally found it, but I almost froze to death. De Huang was very excited, running down the mountain. His joyful look made Xianxia not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was just like a wild horse running wildly. The scenery of the mountain slope was really good. Thousands of trees were covered with snow, and there was ice everywhere. It was unknown what kind of trees they were, but they were all covered with ice flowers and ice crystals. It looked dreamlike and very beautiful. The lake was surrounded by ice and snow, which was very cold. When De Huang went down to the mountainside, which was still a few hundred meters away from the lake, he suddenly stopped. Damn. It's too cold. De Huang kept shivering, and the surrounding temperature had dropped to about -100 degrees. It's really too cold. Xianxia frowned. De Huang's physique was very terrifying, and ordinary people couldn't compare with it. Even he was almost unable to bear it, so it could be imagined how cold it was here. But what surprised Xianxia was that the lake was not frozen, and instead, the lake was sparkling with the breeze. This was the most shocking thing. Give me your hand. Xianxia held De Huang's hand. At that moment, De Huang felt a wave of heat blowing on his face, and he felt a lot more comfortable, and his eyes opened wider. It's comfortable. De Huang said calmly, squinting his eyes and constantly exhaling foul air. He was enjoying it very much in his heart. The heat that Xianxia passed to him instantly helped him out, and even the cold air on his body was completely dispelled. Xianxia's unusual fire of heaven and earth was really powerful, and it was the absolute nemesis of any cold things. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look first. Xianxia's 5 elements divine fire made him immune to all poisons. Although the surrounding cold air was terrifying, it was harmless to him. Little Xianxia, look, there are so many ice sculptures here. They seem to be demonic beasts that froze to death here and turned into ice sculptures. De Huang said with lingering fear. I can't become an ice sculpture. Indeed, many demonic beasts must have mistakenly entered here and turned into ice sculptures. The temperature here is no longer something ordinary star-level experts can suppress. Even if they can stay here for a while, they will most likely die when their Genesis Chi is exhausted. Strange, why isn't the lake frozen? De Huang was puzzled. Look, there's someone fishing in the lake? De Huang's pupils shrank as he stared at the lonely boat in the lake. I guess he's the legendary ancient elephant king. Xianxia murmured. When Xianxia arrived at the bottom, he saw Xiaoyuan, Xiaoyin, Aldern, and the others behind him. However, there were less than 30 people. The Xiao family's army was shivering in the cold and looked very embarrassed. Father, look, Xianxia. Xiaoyin said in a deep voice. Little bastard, we meet again. You actually came to the ancient elephant king's territory. Xiaoyuan smiled sinisterly. There's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There's no door to hell, but you came to seek death. Xiaoyuan shouted out angrily. This time, he wasn't going to give Xianxia any chance. Only by killing him would he be able to untie the knot in his heart, and only by killing him would he be able to avenge his son. Kill. Xiaoyuan's aura was like a dragon, violent like a bull. He struck out with his palm towards Xianxia. A smile appeared on Xiaoyuan's face. This guy wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Xianxia didn't move at all. He looked at them calmly with a calm and composed posture. Idiot. Xianxia chuckled. Xiaoyuan was puzzled. If this palm hit, Xianxia would definitely die. But why didn't he dodge? Why did he call me an idiot? I think you're courting death. Xiaoyuan's palm went through Xianxia's chest, but Xianxia still stood there motionlessly, looking at Xiaoyuan with ridicule. What's going on? This is impossible. Father, how did this happen? Not only Xiaoyuan, but everyone behind him was also dumbfounded. When did this Xianxia become so powerful? Xiaoyin kept shaking his head in disbelief. He had always been the most outstanding genius in the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. He was nurtured as the future leader of the Heavenly Awakening Knights, but ever since Xianxia appeared, everything had changed. Everything was in chaos. Even his younger brother was killed by Xianxia, and now, even his father was no match for Xianxia. This was impossible. He just broke through to the star state. Little Xianxia has already obtained the legacy of Emperor of the Cosmos in the ancient book realm. Right now, he can crush you with one hand. De Huang said arrogantly while shaking his head. This is impossible. Xiaoyuan's pupils contracted as he stared at them. Nothing is impossible. Why don't you take a look? Can you hurt little Xianxia? Otherwise, why do you think you guys are frozen like dead dogs while the two of us are perfectly fine? Do you think mortals like you can easily obtain the legacy of Emperor of the Cosmos? Tremble in fear, mortals. Big Yellow laughed heartily. Wait, isn't this damn dog cursing me? Big Yellow touched its nose and said. Little Xianxia, I'll take care of this Xiaoyin. I'll leave Xiaoyuan to you. Xiaoyuan's heart sank, and his face turned ashen. His father was also confused and fearful. If these two really obtained the legacy of Emperor of the Cosmos, then they would have no choice but to run. Damn dog, you're courting death. Xiaoyin furiously roared. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, each of them like a thunderbolt, causing the world to change color. However, Big Huang ignored them and charged straight at Xiaoyin. Father, save me. Xiaoyin panicked and attacked randomly. He roared hysterically and kept retreating. De Huang was like a god of war, not fearing any of his attacks. Don't you dare hurt my son. Xiaoyuan was furious. His second son was already dead, and now he only had one son left. He must not let anything happen to him. Your opponent is me. Die. Xianxia didn't look sideways and threw a punch. Wind and thunder roared. Xiao Yuan was facing a great enemy and had no time to care about Xiaoyin. He used all his strength to fight Jiangchen, but Jiangchen was also invincible. His attacks couldn't even touch Jiangchen, and Jiangchen was approaching him step by step. Xiao Yuan was terrified. Could it be that he really obtained the legacy of Emperor of the Cosmos? Otherwise, how could he be unafraid of the terrifying cold here and ignore his attacks? Spear through the body. De Huang raised his spear and charged forward. Xiaoyin panicked and was extremely nervous. He used all his strength, but De Huang was indifferent and pierced through his body. You're already dead. I pierced through your body, and your body has completely collapsed. Ha ha ha. De Huang said Leng Leng. Xiaoyin looked at De Huang in horror and despair and roared at the sky. No, no, this is impossible, no. Xiaoyin's body trembled incessantly. Am I going to die? I can't accept this. I can't die. I can't die. Xiaoyin's Genesis Qi was almost exhausted. Coupled with the fact that he had to resist the cold, fear and despair shrouded his heart. He was extremely scared. Dead, am I really going to die? I'm going to die. Xiaoyin's eyes were frosty, and the blood in his body had completely frozen. He murmured, I'm dead. I'm dead. De Huang was also stunned. WTF. I'm really dead, I'm just scaring you. Is there a need to be like this? Little Chinzi. Did he grow up scared? De Huang couldn't help but laugh wildly. No, Xiao Yuan had no time to care about Big Yellow. He sprinted towards Xiaoyin with all his might and hugged his son, but by that time, Xiaoyin was already dead. His body had turned incomparably stiff and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Even Jiangchen was dumbfounded. Xiaoyin was actually scared to death by Big Yellow. In the end, Xiaoyin's death was due to the fear in his heart. He had continuously attacked De Huang, and the Genesis Qi in his body had been exhausted. He had no extra Genesis Qi to resist the cold, and he was afraid that he was already dead. De Huang had silently passed through his body. De Huang's words were deafening and caused great damage to his already fragile heart. He thought he was going to die, and in the end, he was really scared to death. The cold entered his body and completely froze him into a popsicle. Little Chinzi, I didn't mean it. But I just couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. De Huang was rocking back and forth with laughter. How dare you? I will definitely tear you to pieces. Xiao Yuan's voice shook the sky. He was filled with sorrow. His two sons were killed by these two guys. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman. The hatred of stealing his sons was absolutely irreconcilable. Little boy, don't get too excited. We aren't even in the same space. I didn't kill your son. He was scared to death. It's true that we can see each other, but do you think that's true? I'm just playing with you, old thing. You're a big idiot. Ha ha ha. F***ck your ancestor. Even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Xiao Yuan was almost going crazy. In the end, these two bastards fooled all of them, and his son was scared to death. Bodern and the others were also dumbfounded. This operation was simply insane, but it was already too late when they realized it. Xiao Yuan was seething with anger. He could only watch as his enemies were right in front of him, but he couldn't kill them at all. Your son should have died long ago. If it wasn't for you overseeing the commander-ranking battle of the Apocalypse Knights, he definitely wouldn't have survived until now. However, all of you will definitely die here. Jiangchen and Xiao Yuan looked at each other. Although they weren't in the same space, he could feel Xiao Yuan's endless anger. Jiangchen had to find a chance to kill Xiao Yuan. Although it was almost impossible, everything was possible in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Once he left this place, it would be easy for Xiao Yuan to kill him. I swear, none of you will escape. Xiao Yuan looked up to the sky and roared angrily. He was completely disheartened. My condolences, Sir City Lord. Behind us, 2 more people were frozen to death, Odin said in a low voice. Odin said in a low voice. He was afraid of angering Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's eyes were incomparably complicated, and his heart was constantly struggling. Bye-bye. You want to kill Lord Dog, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Ha ha ha. Xianxia glanced at Xiao Yuan. This kind of person only had himself to blame. He deserved to be scared to death. Hey, old man, are you the ancient elephant king? De Huang and Xianxia walked to the lake, and De Huang shouted at the top of his lungs. Old man. De Huang shouted again. The old man sitting on the small boat, wearing a straw hat and a woven rush raincoat, remained indifferent. De Huang, stop shouting. Xianxia patted De Huang's shoulder and said. Why? The ancient elephant king is right in front of us. Our hope of getting rid of it is right in front of us. He's sleeping. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. At this moment, his astral soul could sense that the life force of the old man was in an extremely calm state. It was as though the old man had entered a state of no self, no other. Sleep my ass. I'm about to freeze to death. That old fellow, why hasn't he woken up yet? De Huang cursed. Xianxia glanced at him. De Huang shook his head and remained silent beside Xianxia. In the name of the late emperor, do not speak nonsense. Being able to become a supreme great emperor of the eternal world, there's no way he would create something out of nothing. Xianxia's countenance turned heavy as he spoke with sincerity. A look of shock appeared on De Huang's face as he stared at the sleeping old man. That old man was still holding onto a fishing rod and had an unperturbed expression on his face. It was unknown if the old man was truly in a deep sleep. However, De Huang stared at Xianxia with disbelief. If this old man was talking to him, there was a very high possibility that this old man was the emperor of the cosmos? Wasn't this a little too unimaginable? How can this be possible? De Huang mumbled. No, but it's definitely related to the emperor of the cosmos. Xianxia had a feeling that this old man was definitely extraordinary. What should we do now? When De Huang heard Xianxia saying that this old man was most likely related to the emperor of the cosmos, he instantly became spirited. He no longer dared to be slow as he carefully asked. Wait. Xianxia said. Why? If we wait, when will the boss appear? De Huang was a little puzzled. Someone will naturally test the waters for us. Xianxia smiled. He just needed to wait quietly because there was someone more anxious than them, and that was Xiao Yuan. The people behind Xiao Yuan were dying more and more, and his son was scared to death. Now, he was more anxious than anyone else and wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Moreover, if the Xiao family army behind him were all dead, he would be the only commander left. That would be the greatest tragedy for him. You mean Xiao Yuan? De Huang's eyes lit up. He's not too stupid. At this time, Xianxia saw that Xiao Yuan had already rushed to the edge of the lake and was looking at him from afar. Xiao Yuan also seemed to be thinking about something and was looking at him. City Lord, what should we do? Aldern asked in a low voice. Now, there were only 11 Zodiac warriors of sacrifice and 15 Xiao family army left. Everyone was shivering, fearing that they would freeze to death here. The Zodiac warriors of sacrifice were naturally fearless, but the human heart was most afraid of bewitchment. These people were not ordinary people. Although they had already experienced life and death thousands of times, as long as they could leave this place, no one was willing to die here without knowing why. This time I will do it personally. Xiao Yuan stood with his hands clasped, staring at the motionless old man in the middle of the lake who was wearing a straw hat and fishing. Aldern and the others were instantly overjoyed. With the city lord personally taking action, what else was there to worry about? Xiao Yuan took a step forward, like a dragonfly skimming the water, leaped over the lake, and finally landed on the small boat. Old man, are you the ancient elephant king? Xiao Yuan said lightly. Old man? Xiao Yuan's voice gradually became low. This guy was actually pretending to be dead. Purposely mystifying, show yourself. Xiao Yuan stretched out his palm, wanting to take the old man's straw hat, but in an instant, he discovered that the old man had disappeared, and a small boat appeared in the distance. Xiao Yuan slammed his palm on the surface of the water, his pupils contracted, and once again approached the small boat. Interesting, seems like you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xiao Yuan stood on the small boat, staring straight at the old man. He was very puzzled. Just now, he actually failed to catch the old man, and instead, the small boat appeared to teleport, causing him to almost fall into the lake. Flying Thunder Palm Technique. Xiao Yuan threw a heavy punch, smashing towards the old man at an astonishing speed, but this time, he still failed to hit the old man. The old man disappeared again, and this time, Xiao Yuan fell into the lake without any warning. It was impossible for him to fly in the air. The changes in the space here were their greatest limitations. Xiao Yuan roared and slammed his fist on the surface of the water. The anger in his heart could not be extinguished, but being in the lake, the bone-chilling coldness made Xiao Yuan feel suffocated. It was too cold, even a 6th-layer star-level expert could not resist this terrifying coldness. It was no wonder that this coldness could freeze so many people to death. Those below the star level had no hope of survival, even Aldern would most likely die if he fell into the lake. Damn it! I don't believe that I can't catch you. Ancient Elephant King, don't play tricks in front of me. Xiao Yuan's anger could be imagined, because if he did not quickly find a way out of this place, he might be trapped in this ancient book realm forever. Xiao Yuan struck several palms consecutively, shaking the heavens and the earth. The lake water rose and the waves were monstrous. However, the small boat disappeared and reappeared again and again. Xiao Yuan was flustered and exasperated. He raised his head to the sky and panted continuously. Bastard! Ancient Elephant King, come out and fight with me if you have the guts. Xiao Yuan roared with all his might. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It seems that this old man is really mysterious. Fortunately, Lord Dog didn't go up there to act tough. Otherwise, I'd be in a worse state than Xiao Yuan. Big Yellow was still fearful and stuck out its tongue. Since we're here, let's just take it as it is. This is the boundless world, where isn't life? The old man said faintly. At this moment, the fishing rod in his hand swayed as if it was alive. He sat up straight and lifted the fishing rod. A golden koi swayed and bit the fishing line. The old man gently stroked the koi and slowly released it back into the lake. Are you really the Ancient Elephant King? How are we going to get out of here? Xiao Yuan scolded angrily. Ancient Elephant King? You can say that. Let me think about it. How many years have I stayed in this 4-elephant mountain? Forget it. I can't remember it anymore. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly and continued to fish in his chair. Lord City Lord, Aldern's face was filled with bitterness. Even the Lord City Lord seemed to be helpless now. We won't die here, will we? Lord City Lord, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yeah, Lord City Lord, you must save us. We don't want to die. If we continue to stay here, I'm going to go crazy. Please, Lord City Lord, you must bring us out. Sob sob sob. All of you, shut up. A bunch of useless things. Aldern's heart trembled as he glared at the dozen or so Xiao family soldiers behind him. Everyone's face was filled with fear and despair because this place was like a prison. They had watched as their young master Xiaoyin was scared to death. Compared to Xiaoyin, their lives weren't even worth mentioning. Even Xiaoyin couldn't escape death, so how could they not be afraid? If the city lord were to abandon them, then they would die without a burial ground. Since you're so afraid, I'll send you home now. Xiao Yuan smiled slyly. At that moment, even Aldern felt the ruthlessness of the Castellan. No, don't, City Lord. Apart from the Zodiac warriors of sacrifice, the rest of the Xiao family army felt the pressure from Xiao Yuan in an instant. Go to hell. My son is already dead. Why are you bunch of trash still alive? Xiao Yuan roared and struck out with his palm, instantly killing the dozen or so early-stage star grades of the Xiao family army. His blood-red eyes were filled with rage and perverseness. That kind of inhumane insanity made Aldern and the others shudder. However, as the Zodiac warriors of sacrifice that Xiao Yuan had taken in, they were absolutely loyal to Xiao Yuan and didn't fear death. Compared to the Xiao family army, they were considered lucky. Even De Huang scoffed at Xiao Yuan's behavior. This person is simply a lunatic. He's so perverted even when killing his own people. He's definitely a peerless demon. De Huang sighed emotionally. Some people don't deserve to be called humans at all. They're demons. Xiao Yuan is such a person. He has no humanity at all. If he really stabilizes the position of the Heaven Awakening Starfield City Lord, the country will no longer be a country. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. However, at this moment, they finally witnessed Xiao Yuan's power. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Chen deeply agreed. This guy was ultimately a level 6 star state. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Old man, tell me, how can we leave this place? Xiao Yuan stared furiously at the Elephant King and asked. Since you're here, stay. It won't be long before you turn into ice sculptures too. Isn't it great to guard this place together? He. The Elephant King laughed lightly. He was leisurely rowing on the lake. Facing Xiao Yuan's killing intent, he didn't move at all. At this moment, Jiang Chen also felt the extreme coldness getting stronger. Even with the rare flame, he couldn't help but shiver. De Huang's expression was also very unsightly. Little Chenzi, it's too cold here. Look at all those beast ice sculptures. Will I also, shut up. Nonsense. We'll definitely leave this place. Jiang Chen's palm landed on De Huang's shoulder. Odern and the rest were also shivering from the cold. To them, death was already right in front of them. Bullshit. If I want to leave this place, no one can stop me. Xiao Yuan looked arrogantly at the sky and roared furiously. No, father, I can't take it anymore. You go first. Don't worry about me. On the lakeside, Luo Ying's face was deathly pale. Her strength hadn't broken through to the star level, and her half-step star-level body couldn't withstand the terrifying cold. Her body was covered in ice crystals, and she was about to freeze to death. City Lord Qiyu, who had always been unparalleled and stood above tens of thousands of people, was also panicking. The Genesis Qi in his body was not enough to support his daughter's survival because Luo Ying's body was too weak. Bullshit. You're my only daughter. Even if I die, I will take you out. Qiyu's old face sank, and his heart was in a state of panic. Mo Han was also extremely nervous. Luo Ying couldn't move an inch and was completely relying on him to carry her. Father, if we don't find a way to leave here, we'll really die here. Little sister. She can't hold on any longer. Mo Han's mood was extremely low. Jiang Chen, it's Jiang Chen. Luo Ying's eyes lit up. She opened her eyes with difficulty and peered at Jiang Chen in the distance. Although they weren't in the same space, the attraction between them still made Luo Ying unable to extricate herself. Jiang Chen also saw Luo Ying. At this moment, she was extremely exhausted and her vitality was very weak. Your body. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank, and his face was very ugly. In this ancient book realm, Luo Ying's life could be taken away at any time. It doesn't matter. As long as I can see you again, I will be satisfied. A gratified smile hung on Luo Ying's lips. When she saw Chen Chongqing again, the two still looked at each other silently, but they still couldn't hug each other tightly. I will definitely take you out of here. Jiang Chen said firmly. Although he had never expressed anything to Luo Ying, he always knew in his heart that Luo Ying was the person he loved. It was just that he carried too much on his shoulders and endured too much, which was why it was so difficult for him. But when it came to Luo Ying's life, he would never be careless. As long as I can look at you quietly, I'll be satisfied. Luo Ying's voice became weaker and weaker. Her trembling voice made Jiang Chen feel uneasy. Ancient Elephant King, how can we leave this place? Jiang Chen knew that his strength couldn't be compared to Xiao Yuan and Qiyu. Hence, if he wanted to rely on his strength to defeat the Ancient Elephant King, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now, he could only rely on his natal astral soul because it was his last hope. Since we're already here, we might as well stay here. It's not a bad scenery. Although there's no time limit here, every ice sculpture is the mark of time. Ancient Elephant King said with a smile. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways. At this moment, his natal astral soul instantly covered the entire space, facing the ancient Elephant King. The ancient Elephant King abruptly raised his head and looked at Xianxia, his eyes flashing with a hint of playfulness. Xianxia's natal astral soul transformed into a gust of wind, stepping on the waves as he walked towards the ancient Elephant King. However, no one could see this scene because natal astral souls were formless and formless. If we can't get out, I'll destroy this place. I'll turn all the living creatures here into ashes. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. Luo Ying's life and death affected his heart. He couldn't sit still and wait for death. You're truly a heaven-defying genius. You completed the transformation of your natal astral soul at the star level. If you're trapped here forever, it'll be a pity. The ancient Elephant King laughed as he looked at Xianxia. Xiao Yuan and Qi Yeyu were both shocked. How could Xianxia be a heaven-defying genius? Could it be that this ancient Elephant King was acquainted with Xianxia? No matter how you look at it, this place was left behind by me back then. It is also a place of remembrance. The ideal world of the ancient era doesn't have that much scheming and deceit, nor does it have that much chaos. It would truly be a pity if it were to be destroyed. The ancient Elephant King's words shocked everyone, including Xianxia. Your Emperor of the Cosmos? Xianxia said in a deep voice, his pupils constricting. You can say that. This is a remnant of my soul that I left in the ancient book realm millions of years ago to protect the safety and balance of the ancient book realm. I didn't expect that a flaw would appear in this pure land today. It seems like the divine judgment brush has already fallen into the hands of someone else. That's why you were drawn into the ancient book realm. The Emperor of the Cosmos's words made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. They no longer had any doubts. He actually knew the outside world like the back of his hand, and he was even so clear about it. He knew that they were trapped in the ancient book world because the divine judgment brush tore through the void. Everything was so calm, so real. Is he really Emperor of the Cosmos? If it's the Emperor of the Cosmos, won't we never be able to get out? Emperor of the Cosmos. It's the Emperor of the Cosmos. We're finished, we're completely finished. The ancient book realm is a map of the ancient world created by the Emperor of the Cosmos. Is there really nothing we can do? Even the faces of Odin and the other zodiac warriors were filled with shock. The Emperor of the Cosmos was a legendary figure. His name had been passed down through the ages. No one had expected that he would appear in front of them. However, they were also so close to death. Emperor of the Cosmos, Emperor of the Cosmos. Emohan murmured and looked at his father. Even Qiyeyu had a bitter smile on his face. The Emperor of the Cosmos was an insurmountable mountain for them. Xiao Yuan had already proven that he wasn't a match for the Emperor of the Cosmos. He couldn't even attack the Emperor of the Cosmos, so how could he defeat the Emperor of the Cosmos? Xiao Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't willing to give up. If he was trapped here for the rest of his life, what joy would there be in life? What pain would there be in death? He had come to find the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, not to be a pillar. The Emperor of the Cosmos was feared by the Xianxia star field and even the entire eternal world. He was an existence that was revered like a god. Who would dare to look down on his tomb and his inheritance? If it was the ancient Elephant King, there might still be some hope. However, the name of the Emperor of the Cosmos was like a weight weighing heavily on everyone's chest, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Xiao Yuan and Qiyeyu couldn't stay out of it. Fate seemed to have tied their fates together and they were heading towards destruction. De Huang looked at Xianxia silently. He believed that little Qinzi wouldn't fail, because he had never failed before. This was his faith in his brother. This was his determination to live and die with Xianxia. I didn't have any respect for you at first, but the Emperor of the Cosmos has given me his inheritance, so I should respect him. I wish to leave this place. I hope that Dizun can grant me my wish. Xianxia spoke in a heavy voice. He gradually retracted his innate astral souls. This was because the Emperor of the Cosmos could be considered half a master to him. Regardless of the comprehension of the limitless sword or the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger, both had benefited Xianxia greatly. Although he had never met the Emperor of the Cosmos before, Xianxia was never an ungrateful person who would forget the person who dug the well when he drank water. Oh? you actually obtained my inheritance before? The Emperor of the Cosmos stared at Xianxia in astonishment. 1 finger ends, 9 fingers severing yin and yang. The 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger and the myriad realms returned to one were all imparted to Dizun. I don't dare to forget them. Xianxia bowed slightly. Not bad, you can be considered half a disciple of mine. Sadly, I've long ceased to exist. This is merely a strand of my soul that I left behind in this place. Although your talent is extraordinary, I have no way to open the barrier of this ancient book world for you. You can only kill me and the barrier will break by itself. At that time, you can leave this place. The ancient book world is boundless. If you stay in this world, there will be no end to it. This is a world created by me using the divine judgment brush back then. It exists in the boundary between reality and nothingness. If you want to leave this place, you have to break this final strand of my soul. The Emperor of the Cosmos leisurely smiled. However, Xianxia's countenance was extremely unsightly to behold. The soul of the Emperor of the Cosmos, even after millions of years, even if it was just a strand of his soul, Xianxia still didn't dare to say that he would be able to break the shackles of this ancient book world. The Emperor of the Cosmos was an eternal god. He was an existence that Xianxia didn't dare to fight against. At the very least, he didn't have the confidence to do so at this moment. However, life and death were right before his eyes. Hence, even if he didn't want to become enemies with the Emperor of the Cosmos, even if he didn't have the slightest confidence, he still had to do it. Luoying couldn't die, De Huang couldn't die, and he couldn't die either. It wasn't that he was greedy for life and afraid of death, but rather, he still felt guilty in his heart. He wanted to complete all his pursuits. Dizun, I'm sorry. Xianxia said in a low voice. He knew that his natal astral souls were his final bargaining chips. Whether or not his natal astral souls could suppress the strand of soul of the Emperor of the Cosmos concerned Luoying's life and death. Time waited for no man. Xianxia once again mobilized his natal astral souls, unleashing them in full force. Soul separation, soul seizing. Soul destruction, soul seizing. Xianxia went all out, forcefully executing the soul-seizing art. He had no path of retreat, he had to fight to the death with the soul of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Kill, kill, kill. This was the first time Xianxia used his own innate astral soul to execute the soul-seizing art. Not only that, he hadn't fully grasped it yet. He had just broken through to the star rank, and if he were to use the soul-seizing art like this, the damage he would suffer would be unimaginable. However, Xianxia couldn't care so much. He had to fight with his life on the line. Only by staying alive would he be able to explain this. Xianxia's innate astral soul was indeed very powerful. Coupled with the soul-seizing art, it was even more unimaginable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to defend against it. However, one must know that this was a strand of the soul of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Under the barrage of astral souls, Xianxia's innate astral soul was on the verge of drying up. At that moment, he knew that he was about to be completely exhausted. As for the Emperor of the Cosmos, he was still as calm as ever. Above the lake, De Huang and the rest had heavy expressions on their faces as they watched this scene. Above the dense cumulus clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The entire Four Symbols Mountain seemed to be in imminent danger. Although they didn't know what was happening, such a strange phenomenon caused them to be unable to remain calm. Your strength is too weak. Your innate astral soul is also too weak. If you were given another 10,000 years, maybe you would be able to surpass the star rank. At that time, your innate astral soul would be enhanced and you would have succeeded. But now, I'm afraid it's still impossible. After the Emperor of the Cosmos spoke, he lifted his hand and pointed his finger at the center of Xianxia's brows. An unimaginable force broke through Xianxia's defense. His innate astral soul was instantly heavily injured. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die? Xianxia murmured in his heart. The Emperor Cosmos was too strong. He was too domineering. He couldn't withstand the pressure of the last strand of spirit essence. Xianxia abruptly raised his head and saw Luoying's eyes gradually lose their luster. She gradually froze between heaven and earth, turning into an ice sculpture. No, Mo Han roared at the top of his lungs. Qiyu was dejected, but there was nothing he could do. Luo Ying's vitality was finally cut off at this moment. She turned into an ice sculpture, frozen in the arms of her father, Qiyu. Jiang Chen's heart felt like it was being torn apart. However, this was not the end of his pain. Because his natal astral soul had already started to shatter. When it completely shattered, his soul would dissipate and his advancement would be severed. He would become like Luo Ying, turning into an ice sculpture. Jiang Chen felt as though his head was about to explode. He saw Jiang Feng. It was that familiar scene, that terrifying scene. Feng'er was screaming for him in despair, but as a father, he was powerless. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as though a knife was being twisted in his heart. Seeing his son dying alone in despair, Jiang Chen's heart was struggling, nibbling away at his last strand of hope. Although Jiang Chen knew that it might be an illusion, the illusion was so real that he couldn't differentiate it from reality. Moreover, it kept appearing in his mind again and again. Was it a dream? Or reality? Jiang Chen couldn't differentiate it at all. Everyone is dead. It's time for you to die too. At that moment, the Emperor of the Cosmos drew a terrifying giant face. Dense clouds gathered, and black pupils, deep and eerie, roared and laughed sinisterly, devouring the last trace of Jiang Chen's spirit. That bloody mouth directly pounced towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was completely disheartened. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Great Luo Mantra, World-Revered Ksitigarbha, Buddhas, Buddhas, Buddhas. Buddha's shadow, always accompany me. A deep voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind, deafening. At that moment, his heart was shaken, as though he was enlightened. The blood-colored Buddha prison pagoda appeared in front of him, enveloping his body. Buddha. Dragon Buddha. The giant black demon face roared continuously, its pupils emitting a dense chill, filled with unwillingness. No, impossible. This is impossible. Black Demon's face was filled with disbelief, but a layer of blood-colored light shot up from Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's eyes grew more resolute. You're not the Emperor of the Cosmos at all. Jiang Chen pointed at Black Demon's giant face. He finally knew that this so-called Emperor of the Cosmos might not be real. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Black Demon opened its bloody mouth again, but the blood-colored light above Jiang Chen's head instantly devoured it. Buddha Prison Palace directly suppressed it, and Jiang Chen's natal star soul was protected by Buddha Prison Palace. At that moment, Black Demon's face vanished. Shock was written all over Jiang Chen's face, and then he understood. Senior Dragon Buddha, thank you. Jiang Chen murmured. If Buddha Prison Palace hadn't protected him at the last moment, he would have fallen. And this so-called Emperor of the Cosmos wasn't the real Emperor of the Cosmos at all. Even if he was, it was just a trace of his soul that had been corrupted. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the center of the lake. The old man who called himself Emperor of the Cosmos had disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen's gaze was solemn. His pupils were locked as he looked at the dying Luo Ying. She wasn't dead yet? So everything that had just happened was an illusion. The joy in Jiang Chen's heart couldn't be concealed. I did it, big brother Jiang. Luo Ying raised her eyelids with difficulty. The smile on her face was extremely forced, but at this moment, she finally saw Jiang Chen's triumphant return. Everyone was confused. They didn't even know why this had happened. However, the so-called Emperor of the Cosmos had indeed disappeared completely, and they could finally catch their breaths. A crack appeared in the sky. Countless rays of light scattered around the four-symbol mountain. Jiang Chen and the others were all sucked away by these lights. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. Zodiac warriors of sacrifice, go. Leave Luo Ying here. Kill her without mercy. Jiang Chen had never thought that Xiao Yuyan would be so ruthless, decisive, crazy, and inhumane. The 5 Zodiac warriors of sacrifice rushed towards Luo Ying and Imo Han. Luo Ying was directly pushed into the bottomless abyss and fell into the endless ice river. No, Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, the lights had already dissipated. They had already left the ancient book realm, but the 5 Zodiac warriors of sacrifice and Luo Ying would forever remain there. The ancient book realm was a place without any vitality. At that moment, Luo Ying, who was already on the brink of death, would definitely die. Mo Han and Qi Yiyu seemed to have gone crazy, their hearts were torn and their lungs torn. Jiangchen had never thought that at the last moment, Xiao Yuan's zodiac warriors of sacrifice would choose to perish together with him. Xiao Yuan's eyes were wide open. Luo Ying's death was the greatest punishment he could give to Jiangchen. It also made him even crazier. "You bastard, I'm going to fight you to the death." Qi Yiyu couldn't stop trembling. They had once again returned to the hall, but some people would never return. Qi Yiyu was filled with guilt. He shouldn't have let his daughter come. Even he, the self-proclaimed city lord and protector of the Heaven Awakening star system, hadn't been able to protect his loved ones. He had to take revenge for his daughter. City Lord Qi. The East Mountain Two Elders were a step too late. "City Lord Wanwang, please forgive us." Just as Qi Yiyu was fuming, two experts with the air of immortals rushed over. It was the East Mountain Two Elders, Qi Yiyu's final trump card, 2-star level 5th level powerhouses. "Fight with me and slay Xiao Yuan." Qi Yiyu's eyes were bloodshot. He had to kill Xiao Yuan in this battle to avenge his daughter and rid the entire Heaven Awakening star system of evil. Qi Yiyu had no regrets. Even if he died, he was duty-bound. "Yes, City Lord." The East Mountain Two Elders followed closely behind. Qi Yiyu took the lead, and the three of them closed in on Xiao Yuan. "You two old fogies, I thought you had long since retired. I never expected you to become Qi Yiyu's aides. You hid so deeply. How despicable. However, I can give you a chance today. A good bird chooses a good tree to nest in, and a good servant chooses a good master to serve. If you side with me now, I can let bygones be bygones and accept you. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Xiao Yuan sneered as he stared coldly at the East Mountain Two Elders. "Those who are unjust are doomed to die. Xiao Yuan, you are defying the heavens. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens? You don't deserve to be the city lord at all. City Lord Qi is kind and generous, which is why he left a disaster like you behind. If it wasn't for us two brothers seeing that you were rebellious and would definitely rebel one day, we wouldn't have chosen to leave." Qi Liandong shouted, showing no fear towards Xiao Yuan. "Shameless dogs, I think you're tired of living. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. All of you must die. Don't even think about escaping." Xiao Yuan said. "Evil cannot suppress good. If you want to destroy the Heaven Enlightening Starfield, we will not allow it. Even if we still have a breath left, we will fight you to the end." Qi Lianshan shouted in a deep voice. His face became very solemn. It was hard to predict whether they would live or die in this battle. Therefore, they had already mentally prepared themselves. They would either kill Xiao Yuan or be killed by Xiao Yuan. For the sake of justice, they would never retreat. "Death cannot wipe out your daughter's crimes. Who will pay for my son's death? You three stinky cobblers want to fight me? You're courting death." Xiao Yuan was fearless. He fought 1 against 3 as he faced Qi Yiyu and the others. This battle was equally important to him. Only by killing Qi Yiyu and the others could he rest easy. Only then could he obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Xiao Yuan had long wanted to strangle danger in the cradle. Unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity to do so. At this moment, he was also furious. Both of his sons had died. Xiao Yuan felt despair in his heart. He shouted himself hoarse. His heart was also bleeding. After killing Luo Ying, Qi Yiyu had almost gone crazy. Jiangchen was also heartbroken. For Xiao Yuan, it was all worth it. That kind of heart-wrenching feeling, he should have a good taste of it. The sinister and malicious smile made Qi Yiyu feel heartbroken. The corners of Xiao Yuan's mouth gradually curved into a cunning smile. That kind of arrogance and complacency made people gnash their teeth in hatred. "Give me your life." Qi Yiyu and the 2 Dongshan elders flew up. The 4 figures intertwined. The flames of war continued, and the entire hall was once again in a state of panic. Xiao Yuan must die. But now, I'll slaughter you trash first. Jiangchen's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow, but his heart was already riddled with scars. Luo Ying's death was a huge blow to him. Jiangchen had never imagined that Xiao Yuan would kill Luo Ying. He had already done everything he could to help Luoying leave that damned place. However, no matter how much he planned, he was still wrong. Luoying's death also filled Xianxia with guilt. Aldern, the leader of the Zodiac Death Warriors, Xianxia wanted to kill all of them. "You're not qualified to kill us," Aldern said in a deep voice. Aldern was still brooding over the fact that there was no victor in the previous battle. He was a third heaven of the star level. Why was he being suppressed by Yi Futian? He had to get back at him in this battle. Die. Xianxia raised his sword and sent De Huang away. At that moment, his body emitted a murderous aura that even De Huang couldn't feel. Too strong, too strong. Little Chen has never experienced this kind of despair before. He could only watch his loved one being killed, but he couldn't do anything about it, only he could understand that kind of pain. How much his brother's heart hurt, witnessing the death of his loved one with his own eyes, yet being unable to do anything about it. That was something even more painful than death. Those who didn't love deeply would never understand. This life's regret would forever be a demon in his heart. De Huang couldn't help but worry. Would little Chenzi still be as happy as before? The disappearance of Jiang Feng and the annihilation of his loved one had become an insurmountable threshold in his heart. What he had endured was far more than what he had imagined, but he had never complained about it. This kind of pressure was likely to become a scar in the deepest part of his heart that would never be uncovered. However, it had always been tearing little Chen apart, making him remember it forever. At the last moment, Jiangchen sent him away. Under De Huang's guidance, he wanted to personally slaughter these so-called Zodiac Death Warriors and use their blood as a sacrifice to Luoying's soul. The limitless sword soared into the sky. Jiangchen's anger had completely ignited his fighting spirit. 27 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. Jiangchen's sword was unstoppable. The myriad realms returned to one allowed the limitless sword to reach the next level. Odern's barbarian attacks were all broken by Jiangchen's sword. He had no choice but to flee. The remaining 5 Zodiac Death Warriors didn't have any leeway. Jiangchen killed them one by one. Within 10 breaths, he killed 5 Zodiac Death Warriors that were at the second firmament of the star level. He killed one with each step. At this moment, even Odern's hands couldn't stop trembling. He could only retreat. Jiangchen's sword aura was something he had never seen before. The limitless sword could cut through anything. The killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens. Odern's prided strength charge was pushed back again and again. He gripped his giant axe tightly. He knew that this was his last chance. Aldern kept reminding himself that this was just an illusion. Jiangchen's strength was just a facade. However, in the 3 collisions between the two of them, Jiangchen's seemingly thin and weak body was able to send him flying. Sword shadows spread in all directions. Aldern had no way to retreat and could only fight. However, even he could not see any hope. He wanted to escape, but he could not. Jiangchen's speed was far from what he could match. With the support of the dragon transformation, Jiangchen's physique completely crushed Aldern's. It was like an indestructible diamond body. Jiangchen's astral pull had already refined the second layer of the 100-star refining to the great accomplishment. However, if he wanted to break through the second layer, it would not be a problem of time. Without the star nucleus, Jiangchen might not be able to break through even after 100,000 years. However, at this moment, it was enough to fight against Aldern. The anger and sorrow in Jiangchen's heart was completely released at this moment. He wanted to use the blood of Aldern and the others to heal Luoying's wounds. Seeing the people who fell down and the blood flowing, Aldern was extremely frightened. He clenched his fists tightly and held the heaven-splitting giant axe, sweeping towards Luoying. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Jiangchen raised his sword and descended from the sky. With a momentum that could split mountains, he met Aldern's giant axe head-on. The huge vibration force was shocking. The heavenly dragon sword directly shattered the giant axe and cut Aldern in half. Blood splattered everywhere and he turned into 2 puddles of meat paste. Jiangchen kept gasping for breath. His sweat was like rain and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Aldern was dead, all the Zodiac warriors of sacrifice were dead, but Luoying still had not returned. The guilt in Jiangchen's heart could not be made up. His eyes became colder. At this moment, there was still Xiao Yuan. Only by killing Xiao Yuan, perhaps Luoying would be able to rest in peace. Jiangchen once again looked at the battlefield between Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was still very strong. Even with the addition of the Dongshan two elders, they still could not do anything to him. The outcome of the three heroes against the Demon King was not as good as Qi Yeyu had imagined. The Dongshan two elders were only at the 5th level of the star level, while Xiao Yuan was at the 6th level of the star level. However, Xiao Yuan had absorbed the spiritual embryo qi that was nurtured in Xiao Lan'er's body, so he could reach the peak of the 6th level of the star level. This made Qi Yeyu unable. Although they had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle, it was impossible to kill Xiao Yuan with just the three of them. Jiangchen could not change the situation. The three of them could only barely fight to a draw with Xiao Yuan, but they were suppressed to the point where they could not lift their heads. Qi Liandong and Qi Lianshan also clenched their teeth and used all their techniques, but the gap in strength could not be made up for. You want to fight with me? You are too inexperienced. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan was disdainful. The strength of the three of them was not enough to pose any threat to him. Time would only make it more difficult for them, and in the end, they would be mercilessly obliterated by him. Coiling dragon, come out. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. In an instant, a black figure appeared beside Jiangchen, and a terrifying aura spread out. The figure was thin, and his eyes were like a tiger's. His entire person was filled with a violent aura. At this moment, not only Qi Yeyu, but even Xiao Yuan could not help but look at Jiangchen. They did not expect this guy to have such a trump card. A star level 5 expert. Such strength was enough to turn the situation around. Follow me to kill Xiao Yuan. Okay. The six-ridged coiling dragon nodded slightly. Damn, as expected of little Chenzi. Count me in. Ha ha ha. De Huang also appeared beside Jiangchen at this time. However, compared to the six-ridged coiling dragon, De Huang was much weaker. The six-ridged coiling dragon glanced at De Huang. De Huang did not show any weakness, and looked as if he was not weaker than the six-ridged coiling dragon. Even the heavens are helping me. Jiangchen, thank you. Qi Yeyu's eyes were filled with excitement. With the addition of Jiangchen and the others, killing Xiao Yuan would definitely be a piece of cake. City Lord Qi, you are too kind. Kill him and avenge Luoying. Jiangchen will die 9 times without regrets. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Although the people were killed by the Zodiac Death Warriors and he killed everyone, the main culprit was still Xiao Yuan. Only by killing him could he truly avenge Luoying. Damn it. You bunch of ants still want to shake a tree? Dream on. Xiao Yuan roared madly. His roar was like thunder, and his voice was like a great bell. In his rage, his mind became more and more solemn. Lan'er, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? As Xiao Yuan roared, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. She had been tailing behind the group to create an opportunity for Xiao Yuan as his final trump card. Xiao Lan'er, Qi Yeyu's eyes were extremely complicated. Today's situation was all thanks to her. If it had not been for Xiao Lan'er, this scene would not have happened, and his daughter would not have died. Even the spiritual fetus that he had painstakingly nurtured for 1,000 years had been deceived by Xiao Lan'er, and it had become a wedding dress for Xiao Yuan. Qi Yeyu hated Xiao Lan'er to the core. The betrayal of the person who slept with him was the most chilling. All of this was already irreversible. Now, Qi Yeyu finally understood the saying, femme fatale. Even as the overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star region, he still could not escape the cycle of fate. Xiao Lan'er looked coldly at everyone, including Qi Yeyu. Her lips curled into a faint smile that was extremely sinister. Qi Yeyu, you will all fail in the end. Don't even think about it. In today's battle, all of you will die. Wait until you have the chance to kill me first. Until the last moment, it is still uncertain who will be the winner. Qi Yeyu and Xiao Lan'er stared at each other. You don't know what's good for you. Big brother, do it. There is no need to keep these people alive. Xiao Lan'er sneered. I will deal with her. Coiling dragon, you go help them. You must kill Xiao Yuan, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Okay. Coiling Dragon's eyes were filled with worry. However, no one believed that Xianxia could stop Xiao Lan'er, who was a level 5 star state. De Huang, do you have the confidence to kill this stinking bee *tch with me? Xianxia looked at De Huang. What a joke. When have I ever admitted defeat? Life is just 4 words. Just do it and it will be over. De Huang chuckled without fear. He and Xianxia had fought to the death thousands of times. There was no need for words between the two. That kind of tacit understanding was unimaginable. Their brotherly love was even stronger than before. Black King, fight with me. Xianxia summoned the Black King, and the 3 of them faced Xiao Lan'er. This battle was a gamble of life and death, as well as everyone's lives. They had to take revenge for this. Xianxia's rage was unimaginable. However, he was powerless at the moment. Everyone from the Xiao family should die. Leave no one alive. A bunch of ants want to compete with this seat? Wishful thinking. Xiao Lan'er sneered. Her eyes were burning with passion. Xianxia had killed 2 of her nephews. She must kill him to appease their souls. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Xiao Lan'er had been waiting outside the ancient book world, waiting for an opportunity. Although she did not manage to snatch the so-called Divine Judgment Pen and did not have the chance to fight with the 4 young masters of New Capital, she had waited until now to kill Xianxia, Qiyu, and the others. Then, she could enter the tomb with her brother. With the 2 of them joining hands, the 4 young masters of New Capital would not be a problem anymore. Those 4 interstellar wanderers were just a few ants to them. There was nothing to be afraid of. However, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was indeed full of dangers. After this battle, no one dared to underestimate it anymore. After all, it was the tomb of a great emperor. The ancient book world had almost trapped them to death. They would have to be more careful in the future. Xianxia looked at De Huang and the Black King. Both of them were ready for a battle of life and death. Although Xiao Lan'er's strength was weaker than Xiao Yuan's, not everyone could compete with her. A person who was valued by Qiyu must be extraordinary. If it wasn't for her, Xiao Yuan wouldn't have been able to defeat Qiyu so easily. Xiao Lan'er was the most important person. Black Demon Spear, Dazzling World. The Black King was clad in the black golden battle armor. The Black Demon Spear pierced through the air, exuding an incomparably domineering aura. This was tailor-made for him by his old master. The black golden battle armor could allow the Black King's strength to reach an unprecedented level. De Huang was naturally not going to be polite. He was not willing to be inferior to others. If the Black King could fight side by side with little Xianxia, he would definitely not lose. Big Yellow's speed was extremely fast. Its blade-like claws tore through the air. Each strike caused the hearts of those who saw it to tremble violently. The 2 of them continued to clash beside Xiao Lan'er, the sounds of metal clanging rang out unceasingly. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword chi was shocking. It was as if thousands of sword shadows were peeling off from the sky. Sword 30, 10,000 realms returned to 1, Xianxia did not hold back. If he did not seize the opportunity to kill Xiao Lan'er now, Qiyu's situation would be even more difficult. Although the 6-backed dragon sword, it was still unrealistic to say that they could defeat Xiao Yuan. Once there was a flaw in the battle, the situation of the Battle of the Cosmos. And of ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia's strength had almost risen to the peak of the 3rd level of the star level. He charged at the front and continuously attacked Xiao Lan'er. Xiao Lan'er's strength was at the 5th level of the star level. Compared to Xianxia and De Huang, she was much stronger. Although De Huang and the Black King's strength had reached an unprecedented peak, and with the addition of Xianxia, this force was not to be underestimated. But after all, she was still a 5th-level star-level overlord. If Xianxia and the rest wanted to defeat her in one move, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A group of ants dares to compete with me? You overestimate yourselves. Xiao Lan'er was full of confidence. Each of her attacks were heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, making it impossible for anyone to take her lightly. Xianxia's dragon form was already under great pressure. Facing Xiao Lan'er's long saber, she was able to cut through all obstacles with ease. Even Big Yellow's iron head was having a hard time, and he kept retreating. As for the Black King, he was protected by the black gold battle armor. However, under the black gold battle armor, the Black King found it increasingly difficult to deal with Xiao Lan'er's counterattack. Soul separation, soul absorption. Xianxia used this opportunity to use the soul-stealing divine art. But in a highly concentrated state, Xianxia's soul separation, soul absorption could only make Xiao Lan'er's soul enter a state of chaos for a moment. It was impossible to completely defeat her. Kill. The Black King and De Huang seized the opportunity and fought desperately. They only had one goal, which was to kill Xiao Lan'er. The enmity between them was like fire and water. If they didn't solve it as soon as possible, they would definitely be on guard even after entering the great sovereign's tomb. However, Xiao Yuan had lost 2 beloved sons. He hated Jiangchen to the bone. There was no room for negotiation. Jiangchen was also the same. The death of his beloved, Luo Ying, was an indelible scar for him and Qi Yayo. This battle must be fought to the end. Only one of them could leave this place alive. One sun finger. Double dragon finger. Jiangchen's finger technique soared into the sky. It was like 2 dragons roaring out, covering the peak of the sky. 2 fingers descended from the sky. The suppressive force that broke through the air made Xiao Lan'er's eyes burn with passion. A moment of chaos also made her hesitate. She forcefully resisted Jiangchen's double dragon finger. But to her, who was at the 5th heavenly layer of the star realm, it was harmless. In her eyes, these 3 people couldn't hurt her at all. A bunch of kids playing house. You want to take advantage of the great sovereign's tomb? You don't know what's good for you. My 2 nephews died in your hands. It's too unjust. Give me your lives. Xiao Lan'er's saber slashed out, breaking apart the dome of the sky. The surrounding space froze. The Black King and Goldie both felt a stifling sensation because the target of that saber was none other than them. Everywhere the saber passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Goldie's head was slashed open. He cursed and retreated with lingering fear in his heart. Damn you, old man. You dare to injure Master Dog? De Huang held the divine spear and charged forward. Although he died, he had no regrets. There was no way to retreat in this battle. Peerless divine spear, 1 leaf floating duckweed. De Huang's technique wasn't weak. But compared to Xiao Lan'er, it was still too weak. De Huang's peerless divine spear was caught by Xiao Lan'er. That feeling of being locked in place made De Huang's heart tremble. What a good Xiao Lan'er. Is this Master Dog going to die in the hands of a little girl? De Huang wasn't willing, but the Black King was even more unwilling. The black gold battle armor given to him by the old master wasn't for him to be beaten up. It was for him to be a valiant warrior who could cut through all obstacles and look down on all heroes. Black Qi lingered around the black demon spear. Demonic shadows were emitted from the black demon spear, resembling skeletal divine weapons. They howled and roared, forming a huge barrier between the heavens and the earth. With an unstoppable force, they covered the entire sky. Back off. Xiao Lan'er's eyes were filled with coldness. Her long blade pierced forward like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Wherever the blade passed, the black aura dispersed and retreated. The Black King was also pushed back by Xiao Lan'er's blade. The black aura dispersed, and the black demon spear of the Black King was also shaken. It heavily smashed into his own body and flew backward. Damn it! If it was a star level 4, they were confident that they could definitely fight. However, Xiao Lan'er was too strong. Even compared to the 6-spine coiling dragon, she was not inferior. Hence, they had to be careful. The Black King and De Huang were pushed back one after another. Jiangchen was still fearless and rushed forward. He was their last hope. Jiangchen was very clear that the person he wanted to kill was not only Xiao Lan'er, but also Luo Ying's brother, who had stirred up a storm and killed her. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to turn the tide in this battle. Jiangchen stepped on the sky ascension stairway and rushed towards Xiao Lan'er. His speed was extremely fast. While running, he was almost on par with Xiao Lan'er. However, Jiangchen retreated after one attack. He had no way to injure his opponent. Although Xiaolan could not do anything to him for now, in the long run, Xiaolan would definitely have the upper hand. After all, her strength was there for all to see. Once Xianxia revealed a flaw, he might be in deep trouble. Astral pull, starlight enter the body, 100-star refinement. Rays of starlight shackled and enveloped his body. Xianxia's momentum became even more ferocious. The 31st sword pierced through the sky again and again, pushing his strength to the peak of the star level 1. Now, he might even be able to fight with a peak star level 4. Xianxia's strength was enhanced by the astral pull. It was unpredictable and stronger than before. The astral pull had tempered Xianxia's body into steel. He had long reached the level of invincibility. Even when facing Xiaolan's suppression, his expression did not change. "Well done, little Xianxia." De Huang chuckled. Instead of retreating, he advanced and supported Xianxia from the side with the Black King. Although both of them were not as strong as Xianxia, Xiaolan did not dare to let her guard down. If she made a mistake, the other party might take advantage of her weakness. She could definitely withstand the pressure that Xianxia gave her, but these two bugs could fall into a deadlock at any time under the confrontation between her and Xianxia. Xiaolan was very clear about her own strength, but she knew that it was better to be careful than to sail a ship for 10,000 years. Soul destruction, soul snatching. Xianxia once again executed the soul-seizing divine art. With an intention of his will, De Huang and the Black King instantly arrived, using their innate astral souls to suppress Xiaolan, forcing her into a passive state. He, good job, little Xianxia. De Huang laughed, joining hands with the Black King. Xiaolan instantly felt as though she was facing a great enemy. The spear light from the two of them had already pierced through her defenses, forcing her to retreat. Her soul was once again plunged into chaos, causing Xiaolan to feel an unprecedented sense of danger. "Just a few ants and you still want to fight against me?" Courting death. Xiaolan, who had flown into a rage out of humiliation, no longer had any patience left. After falling into chaos twice, the alarm bells had already rung in her mind. There mustn't be a third time. If not, even with the protection of her divine art, it would be impossible for her to constantly be on guard against the three of them. De Huang and the Black King completely stood behind the scenes. Only when there was an opportunity would they unleash their full strength. If there wasn't an opportunity, they would rather remain motionless and wait for Xianxia to create an opportunity for them. Domain Chain Blade. Under the suppression, Xiaolan finally fought back with all her might. Her blade technique was extremely swift and fierce. De Huang and the Black King couldn't withstand this attack at all. For them, their strength was indeed somewhat unequal. However, they had no other choice but to accept the attack. Puff, puff, the two of them were severely injured one after another. Their figures were like kites with broken strings, falling heavily on the ground. From head to toe, they felt as though their bones were about to fall apart. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were deathly pale. It's over, it's over. Little Xianxia, am I going to be glorified? De Huang curled his lips and said helplessly. He had tried his best, but Xiaolan was too strong. He and the Black King couldn't shake her. Although little Xianxia was fast enough to fight and retreat at the same time, he couldn't protect everyone. Nonsense. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Xianxia sneered. He held his blade horizontally and stood in front of her and the Black King. That kind of majestic aura made people not dare to look at him directly. However, Xiaolan had seen many big scenes. Looking at the entire Heaven Awakening Star region, how many experts had she not seen? Her ex-husband was the overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star region, and her brother was the second city lord of the Heaven Awakening Star region. Influenced by such a lineup, she had also become very powerful. All three of you must die. The anger in Xiaolan's heart had already been ignited by Xianxia and the others. It simply couldn't be extinguished. Only by killing them could she take revenge for her nephew and sleep peacefully. Xianxia was no longer as sharp as he had been in the beginning. Xiaolan had used her own strength to force the three of them into a passive position. Their lives were in danger. On the other side, Xia Yuan's situation was very unclear. Originally, Qi Yiyu and the Dongshan two elders had practiced together, and they could barely fight against Xiao Yuyan. With the addition of the six-ridged coiling dragon, the two sides became unfair. This kind of suppression couldn't give Xiao Yuyan too many chances. Otherwise, Xiao Lan'er wouldn't have appeared at this time to help her big brother. Xiao Lan'er wanted to go help her big brother, but Jiang Chen and the others were too annoying. They had caused her to fall into a deadlock, and she couldn't help Xiao Yuyan at all. Xiao Yuyan knew that the six-ridged coiling dragon's strength was definitely on par with the Dongshan two elders. These guys weren't any weaker than him, and they might even be stronger. Therefore, the two sides were in a deadlock, and no one had a way to deal with the other. Xiao Yuyan looked at Qiyu, who was approaching step by step, with a solemn expression. The six-ridged coiling dragon's strength was something that Xiao Yuyan hadn't expected. Its enormous power was enough to shock the heavens and the earth, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could compare to. The overbearing demonic beasts were always more direct than humans. Xiao Yuyan, your death is here. No one can save you. This time, I won't let you go. Return my daughter's life. Qiyu glared at Xiao Yuyan. His aura was overwhelming, and his power was unstoppable. The feeling of rising dominance was like the stars in the sky, crushing down, and giving Xiao Yuyan an unimaginable deterrence. The most important thing was that the six-ridged coiling dragon had stabilized its position, so Qiyu had the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The battle was getting more and more intense. The sharpness between the two was incomparable, and there was no sign of it stopping. Right now, Xiao Lan'er only had a single thought in her mind, and that was to finish off Jiang Chen as soon as possible so that she could go and help her elder brother. If not, her elder brother would definitely be forced into a passive state. Most of their people had already died, but as long as the siblings were still alive, there would still be hope. Domain-locking Gale Slash. Xiao Lan'er slashed out with the force of 1,000 caddies, crushing downwards. The frenzied saber light unceasingly formed circles of resplendent shadows that shook the heavens and earth. In that instant, the entire space froze. Jiangchen brandished his sword as he pushed the limitless sword to its limits. Accompanied by the pressure from Sword 30, the auras of the two of them were incomparably close. However, Xiao Lan'er's strength was clearly a notch higher. The limitless sword was sufficiently powerful, and so was Jiang Chen. The only flaw was that there was a difference of 4 heavenly layers between them. That was the difference between the heavens and the earth. Xiao Lan'er's exhaustion wasn't small, but compared to Jiang Chen, she was 100 times more confident. The sound of the wind whistled, akin to saber light. Jiang Chen stood in front of him, his eyes gleaming with coldness. This kind of attack that could slash apart the heavens and earth caused the three of them to have no way to hide. Little Chenzi, be careful. Master. Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of Xiao Lan'er's domain-locking Gale Slash. The wind blades and saber light unceasingly slammed into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen brandished his tyrannical sword, braving the wind and breaking the waves. The saber light lacerated Jiang Chen, causing the surrounding space to turn cold. The saber light lacerated Jiang Chen's flesh, causing him to be drenched in blood. However, his body remained as unmoving as a mountain. If he moved, the ones who would be injured would be De Huang and the Black King. It was impossible for the two of them to block this attack. Success or failure, it all depends on you now. Jiang Chen murmured. Soul's Lay. The final strike of his innate astral soul instantly caused Xiao Lan'er's spirit to sink into a state of chaos. Xiao Lan'er silently cursed in her heart, but she already had no other choice. Jiang Chen's soul attack was simply too powerful. She could only try her best to defend, but that feeling of being in a daze made her completely helpless. The soul-snatching divine art was Jiang Chen's last chance. If he still couldn't kill Xiao Lan'er at this time, then they would completely fail. Do it. Let's go all out for this bitch. De Huang roared as he looked at the heavily injured Jiang Chen. He and the Black King moved at the same time, launching a counterattack. This was the last chance of a lifetime. 2 streaks of spear radiance erupted with their final radiance. This was also their life and death attack. If they failed, what awaited them was only despair. 3-fold finger. Jiang Chen exerted his full strength, using the last of his strength to forcefully strike out. He had already practiced the 3rd finger of the 9 tribulations heavenly imprisoning finger countless times. This time around, he definitely had to make a breakthrough. Whether or not he could kill Xiaolan, it all depended on this strike. De Huang and the Black King weren't to be outdone. The impact the two of them gave Xiaolan was also not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen's final strike, the three-finger imprints descended from the skies, resembling pillars that supported the heavens, crushing the void. Damn it! Xiaolan's heart sank. She abruptly opened her eyes. She was once again suppressed by Jiang Chen's soul attack. The soul-snatching divine art had suppressed her for several breaths of time. De Huang and the Black King's attacks, as well as Jiang Chen's final strike, were all things that Xiaolan had never imagined. Get lost. Xiaolan struck out with a heavy punch. The peerless saber radiance repelled the Black King and De Huang. But at the last moment, she never thought that Jiang Chen's threefold finger would shock her from the depths of her soul. So powerful. By now, Xiaolan had already repelled De Huang and the Black King. She had already been suppressed and consumed nearly half of her power. Facing Jiang Chen's life and death attack, her mind was filled with shock. This finger, compared to the single solar finger and the double dragon finger just now, was completely incomparable. This was also the most disturbing one. It looked light, but it was actually as powerful as a thunderbolt. Descending from the skies, it was omnipotent. The threefold finger gathered the essence of the first three fingers of the nine tribulations' heavenly imprisoning finger. It was also the most elusive one. When the three fingers overlapped, the finger imprint soared to the sky. No, Xiaolan cried out in shock. Her pupils contracted. The three-finger imprints pierced into the top of her head at the same time. In an instant, her flesh and blood were separated and her soul scattered. Pooh, blood spurted out. Xiaolan's mind was also extremely frightened. She knew that she basically had no room to turn back. This little fellow, who she had never put in her eyes, unexpectedly made her eat defeat. What a good threefold finger, it almost made her feel despair in her heart. If she lost, it would be a crushing defeat. If she lost, it would be a tragic death. She had no choice. Even her last struggle was of no use. Jiang Chen's finger imprints completely defeated the insufferably arrogant Xiaolan. Master Dog, I want to hack you into pieces. Beating a drowning dog had always been something that De Huang liked to do very much. Even though he was also a dog, he had been bullied by Xiaolan to the point where he had no power to fight back. This kind of opportunity could be said to have come once in a blue moon. There was basically no need for the Black King to make a move. De Huang had already obliterated the dying Xiaolan. At this moment, Xiaolan could not be more dead. However, De Huang still did not have the intention to let her go. It was as if he was afraid that she would use a corpse to reincarnate. He could not wait to cut Xiaolan into 8 pieces. Laner. Xiao Yuan's eyes widened. He looked incredulously at his sister who had completely collapsed. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Originally, he was still waiting for Xiaolan to save him. Now, it seemed that she had already lost. His situation would be even more difficult. Your opponent is me. Qi Yu's mind was not distracted. He attacked with all his strength. In addition to the heavy pressure from the 6-spine coiling dragon and the East Mountain 2 elders, Xiao Yuan finally could not withstand it. After receiving 3 punches from Qi Yu, Xiao Yuan was already unable to withstand it. The original declining situation had completely turned into a crisis of death. Xiao Yuan was unwilling to accept it, but the world was unpredictable. Xiaolan's death not only made him feel even more sorrowful, but it also completely destroyed his last bit of hope. In less than 10 moves, Xiao Yuan retreated in defeat. The sharp claws of the 6-spine coiling dragon and the scepter of the East Mountain 2 elders were all fatal wounds. For Xiao Yuan, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from the palm of the 3 people's hands. As the main force, Qi Yu punched one after another. Under the crazy bombardment, the opponent could not withstand it at all. Xiao Yuan's heart was in awe. Was he finally defeated? Although he did not want to believe that his meticulous planning and so many years of planning had failed at this time. He was unwilling, but what could he do? His sister was already dead. His son was already dead. He was the only one left, and he was about to die. All of this was like a dream. However, when he woke up from the dream, Xiao Yuan knew that all his power had disappeared. It was only when Qi Yeyu's punch broke his heart and soul that Xiao Yuan finally fell straight down. I can't accept it. Success or failure, it's all in the blink of an eye. Daughter, your father has finally avenged you. Qi Yeyu murmured. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. However, this resentment was finally vented. However, his daughter had already left him, forever leaving him. He would rather all of this never happened. Qi Yeyu couldn't let go of the self-blame in his heart. Because this matter, from the beginning to the end, was ultimately his fault. If it wasn't for him, the current situation wouldn't have happened. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Xiao Lan'er was also dead. She had been killed by Jiang Chen. Qi Yeyu's heart was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't feel happy or sad. After all, he had already severed all ties with her. It was all his fault for being too emotional. In the end, it had led to a disaster that had almost caused the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region to fall into eternal damnation. However, Xiao Yuan's entire family was dead. This war could finally come to a perfect end. Jiang Chen looked at the corpses of Xiao Yuan and Xiao Lan'er. Luo Ying's death had been a huge blow to him. He hadn't even had the time to say a proper word. The love that had been buried deep in his heart had vanished along with Luo Ying's death. Damn it. Who asked you two to act tough? In the end, you still died in Lord Dog's hands. Ha ha ha. De Huang had almost flattened Xiao Yuan's and Xiao Lan'er's faces to vent his anger. However, Luo Ying's death couldn't be reversed. He could naturally feel the desolation and sorrow in little Chenzi's heart. Jiang Chen, thank you very much. Xiao Yuan has finally been eliminated. Qi Yeyu said solemnly. Without Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to turn defeat into victory and stage a comeback. However, because of this, he had also paid a heavy price. It's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. Jiang Chen shook his head. Brother Jiang, do you have any other plans? Mo Han asked. The Great Emperor's tomb. I must enter it. Jiang Chen said. Mo Han, you should also go back. Now that the Awakening Heaven Galaxy City is in chaos, go find Commander Yunling Yun, he will definitely not let you down. I'm already old, and the Awakening Heaven Galaxy City needs a truly capable person to inherit it. Before that, I don't want to leave behind any regrets. I also want to explore the Great Emperor's tomb. As for whether we can come back alive, that will depend on our luck. At this time, Jiang Chen released Yuan Wen from the Buddha prison pagoda. She had the right to know about Luo Ying's death. As a mother, Yuan Wen had long felt it. What's going on? Where are we? Yuan Wen said in a low voice. Madam. Qi Yeyu said, staring at his wife. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, regret, and disappointment. Facing Yuan Wen, he didn't even know what to say. What's going on? Why aren't you saying anything? Mo Han. Yuan Wen looked at her son. Mother, sister, she's gone. Mo Han said in a low voice. What? Yuan Wen's expression suddenly changed. Her heart was beating fast, but she didn't expect that it would be her daughter who had met with an accident. Yuan Wen's body leaned forward, almost falling to the ground. If it wasn't for Mo Han's support, she would have fallen. What's going on? Why is it like this? Tell me, Qi Yeyu, why did Luo Ying die? Why? Tell me, this isn't true. Yuan Wen roared in anger. Qi Yeyu felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. He would rather Yuan Wen slap his face a few times, but at this time, he was in more pain than anyone else. As the lord of a city and the overlord of the entire Heavenly Awakening Star Field, Qi Yeyu was powerless. His daughter had died, and it was all caused by him. How could he not be sad? Jiang Chen silently looked at Yuan Wen. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. It was an unimaginable sorrow for a person to send off his daughter. Moreover, this matter was inextricably linked to Qi Yeyu. Although he couldn't be blamed, every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. If it wasn't for Qiyu fighting to the death with him, Luoying wouldn't have become a victim of this war. Jiangchen also cared about Luoying, so he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. He had infuriated Xiao Yuan, causing Xiao Yuan to transfer all his anger onto Luoying's death, giving him a taste of his own medicine, forcing Qiyu and Jiangchen into a dilemma. I'm sorry, Qiyu didn't have any reason at all. He pushed all the blame onto himself. Facing Yuanwen's blame, he wasn't unhappy at all. It was his own responsibility, and avoiding it wouldn't solve the problem. Since things had come to this, he could only mourn silently in his heart. Perhaps all of this is fate. Yuanwen sneered and looked at Qiyu in despair. Her complexion was incomparably unsightly, but she couldn't do anything. There were some things that couldn't be remedied once it happened. The relationship between her and Qiyu had already been severed. Take your mother back. Mo Han. Qiyu said. At this time, he didn't want to lose the people he loved. Whether it was Yuanwen or Mo Han, he didn't want to lose them. Therefore, he had to become stronger and enter the great emperor's tomb. He wouldn't let anyone hurt his loved ones. Mother, let's go. Mo Han said in a low voice. He held his mother's hand and walked out of the hall of the first floor. Jiangchen looked at Qiyu. At this time, they had no way out. Since they had to go on, they must join hands. Only by joining hands could they fight against the so-called 4 young masters of the new capital city. They still didn't know what kind of existence was in the second floor. Brother Jiangchen, this time I will definitely help you, but I won't be lenient in obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Qiyu looked at Jiangchen and nodded slightly. Good. Jiangchen nodded slightly and looked at the 6-spine-coiling dragon. He didn't suffer too many injuries. The battle just now was just a warm-up for him. Let's rest for a while and then enter the second floor. Qiyu said. Jiangchen, De Huang and the others quickly entered the state of cultivation. After taking a few pellets, their strength almost recovered to the peak in less than half an hour. Let's go. I want to see how powerful the so-called interstellar wanderer is. He. Big Yellow spoke arrogantly. It did not remember when it was beaten up by Xiao Lan'er to the point that it could not fight back at all. After Jiangchen and the others rested, they went straight to the second level. They were left behind by the 4 interstellar wanderers. If they did not catch up quickly, all the good treasures might be taken away by them. Jiangchen was anxious, and so was Qiyu. Be careful later. The 4 interstellar wanderers are very strong. They are not inferior to Xiao Lan'er, and their strength is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Jiangchen said to De Huang and the others. We'll deal with it when it comes. When have I, Lord Dog, been afraid of anyone? De Huang said calmly. I don't know who it was just now. He was beaten up and could only vent his anger on the corpses. The Black King said faintly. Hey Z, how dare you laugh at me? You're asking for a beating. De Huang's face was gloomy. This guy touched his sore spot. The 4 interstellar wanderers are indeed extraordinary. It's better to be careful. Hearing the 6-ridged coiled dragon say so, De Huang's face relaxed a little. With their strength, they might be a match for the 4 interstellar wanderers. However, they did not know where those guys were in the second level. The most terrifying thing was that they had the Divine Judgment Brush in their hands. The Divine Judgment Brush was the treasure of the Emperor of the Cosmos. If they were to be hit again, they might not be as lucky as before. Look, why are there so many wooden blocks here, and they are everywhere, Qi Liandong said in a deep voice. After they entered the second level, there were broken pieces of wood everywhere, and all of them were broken by sharp weapons. This looks like an arm? A human head? Jiangchen and the others were also stunned. These pieces of wood seemed to be human figures. They were broken and scattered everywhere. It was dark in front, and the surroundings were misty, giving people a very mysterious feeling. This was because Jiangchen could not see how many pieces of wood there were in front of him. Could it be left behind by the interstellar wanderers? Could it be that they had experienced a massacre here? The 6-ridged coiled dragon frowned and said worriedly. Unless these wooden men can attack people. De Huang said. That's not impossible. These wooden puppets have been chopped into pieces, but that doesn't mean they don't have any offensive power. Let's hurry up and check it out, Xianxia said. He always felt that there was something strange about this place. Whether it was because of the Emperor of the Cosmos or because of the interstellar wanderers, they were far more dangerous than that. This place is giving me a great pressure. Perhaps it's left behind by Emperor Cosmos. Qiyu walked at the very front, keeping an eye on his surroundings at all times. Nothing could escape his eyes and ears. At this time, they walked to the center of a square that connected to the sky. They couldn't see clearly because of the heavy fog. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces and didn't dare to be careless. Many pavilions appeared around them, and each floor had countless wooden figurines. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were surrounded by layers of broken wood. Everyone suddenly realized that these wooden figurines had been destroyed by the interstellar wanderers. Be careful, these wooden figurines shouldn't be simple. Xianxia looked at De Huang and the others. Dear heavens, I didn't provoke you, so don't provoke me, okay? De Huang nagged. Although he was talking nonsense, his eyes were extremely cautious. There are no traces of the interstellar wanderers here, which means that they have probably left this place. Qiyu pondered. There's a stone platform over there, and there seems to be something on the stone platform. De Huang flew up and went straight to the stone platform. There were 2 ring-shaped stone rings on the stone platform, and under the stone rings, there were 9 bright beads. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. The 9 beads were inlaid on the stone rings, and in the center of the stone rings was the largest bead. It was almost as big as a millstone, but it didn't have any luster. It was just a stone bead. It shouldn't be. The energy in these 9 beads is so great, how can the big round bead around it be ordinary? De Huang was puzzled and directly rushed around the ring. There were inch-by-inch runes all over the ring. Within a radius of 10 feet, it was all mysterious and unfathomable runes. Be careful, Xianxia shouted. His heart moved, and he finally felt the energy of the 9 beads. They were all starlight. These starlight were bright at this moment, shining on the ring. The light from the ring was refracted on the stone beads, and the stone beads in the center began to rotate. The 9 beams of light kept refracting, shining on the beads and refracting in all directions. De Huang's eyes were blinded, and his expression changed slightly. At this time, he could feel the terrifying light, almost blinding his eyes. F***ck. De Huang's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. All the light shone on the wooden figurines at this moment, and the tens of thousands of wooden figurines began to move. Creak, creak, ga, the wooden figurines continued to move, and in the center of their eyebrows, there was a blazing light. That was the light of the stars. Xianxia knew better than anyone else how terrifying the light of the stars was. When the light of the stars acted on the wooden figurines, they were instantly activated, and the wooden figurines began to surge towards them from all directions. Oh no, these wooden figurines are coming towards us, the Black King said in a deep voice. At this time, everyone was gathered in a circle. Even Qiyu felt a great pressure, and his scalp went numb. There were too many of these wooden figurines, and their strength must be extremely terrifying. The pressure on everyone was unimaginable. Run! De Huang shouted. Run? Run where? The monk could run, but the temple could not. Because the wooden figurines had surrounded them in all directions, leaving now was harder than ascending to heaven. The Dongshan 2 elders looked at Qiyu. Advancing and retreating together with Qiyu, they were absolutely fearless. Different situations call for different actions. We can only fight with them now, Qiyu said in a deep voice. Xianxia glared at De Huang, but now was not the time to blame him. At least they had to deal with these wooden figurines first. De Huang had a helpless look on his face. He also knew that he had caused trouble. If it wasn't for his greed, wanting to snatch the 9 pearls, and not awakening the stone ring, these wooden figurines would not have been activated. The light of the stars had activated these wooden figurines, making their situation very difficult. What are you looking at? Go. This is all your fault. You have to clean up your own mess, Xianxia said. At this time, De Huang had a bitter look on his face. How could he withstand it alone? These pearls are very terrifying, and the energy contained within them is unimaginable. Starlight. Could there be a star core here? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. If the Emperor of the Cosmos's tomb really had a star core, then it would be a life and death challenge for him. As long as he could get the star core, Jiang Chen would have the hope of soaring to the sky. Jiang Chen knew that there was no way out now. He had to deal with these wooden figurines first. The wooden figurines' momentum was very ferocious. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived and were within reach. Although the wooden figurines' movements were slow, they were very terrifying. Every punch they threw was like thunder and wind. They were as strong as a star level 2 or 3. Jiang Chen was very careful, but he still had to retreat in order to advance. There were too many of these wooden figurines. The starlight on their foreheads was the source of their power. He had to find a way to suppress them. Otherwise, even with the presence of experts like Qi Yiyu and Six-Spine Coiling Dragon, they might not be able to quickly solve the problem in front of them. Maintain the formation. Don't let them break through our defense. I'll guard the south. Qi Liandong, Qi Lianshan, you two guard the north. Six-Spine Coiling Dragon, you guard the east. Jiang Chen, you guard the west. Qi Yiyu and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Each of them had their own duties and had a clear division of labor. Once these wooden figurines broke through their boundaries, their formation would be messed up and they would be like a plate of loose sand. Although there were many wooden figurines, they were not to be trifled with. Qi Yiyu was ready to start a massacre. Since the interstellar wanderers could pass the trial smoothly, why couldn't they? Qi Yiyu charged forward like a sword, sweeping everything in his way. No one could stop him. The wooden barrels were completely scattered, and dozens of wooden figurines turned into a pile of wooden blocks under his heavy blows. I really don't understand why the Emperor of the Cosmos is doing so much. Mother Kerr, aren't you purposely making things difficult for Lord Dog? De Huang muttered as he joined hands with Jiang Chen to defend the west side. All the wooden figurines that came at them were repelled. Jiang Chen swept his sword across, giving off the feeling of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. De Huang and the Black King were supporting from the side, so there wasn't much pressure at all. At this time, they could be considered to have gradually stabilized the situation. However, facing those wooden figurines that came at them wave after wave was really a headache. If they didn't resolve this quickly, it would become more and more difficult for them. De Huang couldn't handle 5 wooden figurines by himself. Although their attacks were slow, they were ridiculously strong. Even Qi Yiyu, who was the strongest among them, could only fight against 100 wooden figurines. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen felt unprecedentedly carefree. As the starlight continuously sprinkled around the entire square, his astral pole automatically rotated, absorbing most of the power of the stars. Jiang Chen raised his sword, and the power of the stars swept across, as if there was no one who could stop him. At this time, all the wooden figurines were turned into a pile of wooden blocks. 10, 100, 1,000. When Jiang Chen killed his way into the wooden figurines, everyone was dumbfounded. Because his tyrannical side was so strong that even Qi Yiyu couldn't understand it. Originally, they thought it would be very difficult for them, but Jiang Chen taught them a lesson. Such a terrifying power was really unheard of. Everywhere Jiang Chen passed, not even a blade of grass grew. The surrounding space became bigger and bigger, and Jiang Chen created a bloody path. Mother Kerr. Little Chenzi, you're too awesome, aren't you? De Huang was completely dumbfounded. Little Chenzi had killed more wooden figurines than everyone else. Even Qi Yiyu couldn't catch up. The word awesome wasn't enough to describe Jiang Chen. It seems that my choice was right, the 6-ridged coiling dragon murmured. At this time, he finally understood how strong Jiang Chen was. He had killed Xiao Lan'er before, and now he was so strong that even Qi Yiyu, the city lord of the Apocalypse Starfield, couldn't catch up. This was called ability, this was called strength. There was no doubt about it. Master is indeed master. The Black King was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. The master chosen by the old master had never disappointed him. Following such a master was the greatest glory. Qi Yiyu and the Dongshan 2 elders looked at each other. They couldn't believe that Xianxia had such ability. However, the facts proved that there was nothing they could do even if they didn't believe it. Xianxia had indeed done it. Those wooden figurines were as easy as chopping melons and vegetables in front of him, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. There was no difficulty at all. Xianxia knew that this was all thanks to his astral pull. If the astral pull hadn't absorbed a large amount of the power of the stars, and if the wooden figurines hadn't been activated by the power of the stars, he wouldn't have been able to defeat them. Thousands of wooden figurines fell to Xianxia's hands in almost half an hour. Besides being shocked, Qiyu and the others were also shocked. When Xianxia finally destroyed the last wooden figurine, they knew that this was just the beginning. Phew, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. Not only was he not tired, but he had also absorbed more than half of the power of the stars in his body. Although it wasn't enough for him to quickly break through to the second firmament of the star realm, if he absorbed all the beads containing the power of the stars, it might be possible. These wooden figurines have finally met their match. Ha ha ha. Qiyu looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. As the overlord of the Apocalypse Starfield, what had he not seen? There weren't many people who could make him give a thumbs up. I was just lucky. Xianxia nodded. This isn't luck. The two of us didn't expect young Master Xianxia to have such means. If killing Xiaolan just now was luck, then it should be considered well-deserved now, Qi Liandong said confidently, acknowledging Xianxia's strength. Qi Liandong said confidently, acknowledging Xianxia's strength. One should know that Xianxia had just broken through to the star realm not long ago while the Eastern Mountain Two Elders and Qiyu were genuine super experts. We finally killed all these wooden figurines. Damn it, I was scared to death just now. De Huang said with lingering fear. Fortunately, Xianxia had turned the tide and saved them from trouble. Just don't be so impulsive next time. Xianxia said. He, wasn't it for these 9 beads? De Huang chuckled. The real treasure isn't these 9 beads. It's the big stone bead in the middle. That's the real treasure. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at it. The power of the stars was emitted from this big bead. The 9 beads that looked like night pearls were just decorations. Looks like we didn't come here for nothing. The treasure was almost covered in dust. De Huang's eyes also lit up. Everyone's gaze landed on it. Hearing the word treasure, everyone held their breath and stared at the huge bead. No one knew what kind of divine object it was. This thing is really a treasure? Why can't I see it? Qiyu said with a look of surprise. He also thought about it, but he couldn't understand. Why was this thing a treasure? What was the use of falling to the ground? This item is indeed unfathomable. Qi Lianshan said with a serious face. His eyes flashed with a white light. This thing is really a treasure? He, I can't see it either. The 6-spine coiling dragon smiled indifferently. However, since Xianxia had said so, he must have his reasons. As for what was going on, perhaps only Xianxia would know. He. Xianxia said. Little Chenzi, why don't you tell us what kind of treasure this thing is? Why haven't we seen it before? Is it because it can shine? Ha ha ha. De Huang said with a smile. His eyes flashed with a strange look. These 9 beads were shining. It was definitely something good. However, no one knew what this huge bead was. To you, this thing is really useless. But to me, it's different. It's really useful. Xianxia's eyes were blazing. It seemed that he didn't come here for nothing. The power of the stars in this bead was abnormally dense. If he could absorb it, it was very likely that he would break through to the second sky of the star level. If it's really a treasure, I can't let you keep it for yourself, right? Qi Liandong smiled faintly, a meaningful look hanging at the corner of his mouth. Since this thing was discovered by Xianxia, it naturally belongs to him. If the 2 elders have any needs, I will satisfy you. Qiyu said with a smile. After all, the Dongshan elders saved his life at a crucial moment. Therefore, Qiyu was also very respectful to them. However, his relationship with Xianxia was also very good. If it wasn't for him, his wife and son would have died a long time ago. I also want this bead. City Lord Qi, don't blame us for not giving you face this time. Ha ha ha, this thing is also very important to us. Qi Lianshan's face was solemn. He was also very concerned about the treasure that Jiangchen mentioned. His eyes were fixed on it, as if he was afraid that Jiangchen would make a move. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Ha ha ha. Qi Liandong sneered and directly rushed towards the bead. It seemed like he was determined to get it. However, Jiangchen was already one step ahead of him. He had long felt that these two guys were eager to try and get this bead. However, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Although this thing wasn't a real star core, Jiangchen knew that it must have fallen from a star core. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such dense star power. Kid, where are you going? Qi Lianshan moved. The Lian brothers glanced at each other and rushed towards Jiangchen. This bead was something that they couldn't resist. They had to get it first. The two peak star level 5 level experts made their moves instantly. Jiangchen's path was blocked. Given their strength, any one of them could crush Jiangchen. Not to mention, if they attacked at the same time, killing Jiangchen in a short period of time would be very easy. Master, be careful. The Black King exclaimed. It was already too late for him to make a move. However, at this time, the six-ridged coiling dragon had already moved. If someone wanted to threaten Jiangchen's safety, he would definitely not allow it. Although he had fought together with the Eastern Mountain Two Elders, Jiangchen was his master. He would definitely be able to understand the situation. The battle for the treasure had just begun. Get lost. The six-ridged coiling dragon blocked in front of Jiangchen. A majestic power shook the universe. The two's strength was boundless. Even the six-ridged coiling dragon couldn't compete with them. After all, he was only a star level 5 level. Among the people present, apart from Qiyu, no one could defeat them. The six-ridged coiling dragon was pushed back. Its face was ashen. Jiangchen was incomparably solemn. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. These two fellas wanted his treasure and wanted to snatch it at this time. He definitely wouldn't let them go. Ha ha ha, you want this treasure, but you don't have the qualifications. This thing can't display its true value in your hands. You should just obediently hand it over to us. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. You won't be able to protect this treasure. You should know that a gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a treasure is a crime. I advise you to behave yourself. Don't get yourself into trouble. Qi Lianshan Lingling said. Then let's see if you have the ability. If you want the treasure in my hands, come and get it yourself. Jiangchen's eyes were sharp, and his fighting spirit was strong. There was no way he would hand over the item in his hand to these two. Even if this was a battle of life and death, Jiangchen would never back down. Two elders, quickly stop. Qiyu's eyes darkened as he shouted in a low voice. He didn't think that the two elders of Dongshan would actually attack Jiangchen. Being stuck in the middle, there was definitely no way for him to live. However, he definitely couldn't let them attack Jiangchen, as long as he was still here. You can't interfere in this matter. City Lord, the two of us helped you get out of danger. Can't we even get this piece of raw stone? Do you have the heart to let the two of us return empty-handed? This thing is also very important to us, so we brothers must get it. Qi Liandong said in a low voice. Qiyu's face was filled with difficulty. Whether it was Jiangchen or the two elders of Dongshan, he didn't want to offend them. However, the two of them were fighting for him at this time, and he was also stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. The two elders of Dongshan had come from afar to rescue him. If he disappointed them, who would be of use to him in the future? Moreover, their appearance had also solved his urgent problem. Without them, it was impossible to kill Xiao Yuan. This kindness, Qiyu had always remembered it in his heart. But then again, Jiangchen also had a great kindness to the Qi clan. Both of them made things very difficult for him. At this time, he simply didn't know what to do. Listen to me, don't quarrel first. This matter may be very important to both of you, but can the two elders give me face and give the treasure this time to Jiangchen first? In the future, if we encounter other treasures in the tomb, I will definitely fight for them for you and do my best to help you. Qiyu solemnly vowed. No, I want this. This treasure must belong to me. Yes, that's what we want. City Lord Qi, don't blame us for not giving you face. It's best if you don't interfere in this matter. As for who gets the treasure in the end, that will depend on our own abilities. Qi Lianshan sneered. It was a piece of cake for the two brothers to kill Xianxia. To them, this was the biggest reward they could get. This, Qiyu smiled bitterly. The Dongshan two elders had already rushed forward and were heading straight for Xianxia. This battle seemed to be irreconcilable. In that case, let's fight to the end. Xianxia was also very confident. Although it was hard to say who would emerge victorious in the end, he couldn't be soft-hearted if he wanted to obtain the treasure. Even if he was facing the Dongshan two elders, he wouldn't retreat. At least, with the six-ridged coiling dragon, his confidence had increased a lot. I won't let anything happen to either of you. This is my promise, Qiyu. Both of you have helped me, and I can't take care of both of you. In that case, I'll destroy this treasure. Qiyu snorted coldly and rushed forward again. He couldn't let Xianxia and the Dongshan two elders kill each other. If that happened, they would probably be in danger. Qiyu rushed forward, but the Dongshan two elders were two people. Qi Lianshan faced Qiyu, while Qi Liandong rushed towards Xianxia. Although Qiyu could completely suppress Qi Lianshan, he didn't really want to kill him. He just wanted to stop him. In this way, Qi Lianshan only needed to hold back Qiyu. Rumble, after a loud bang, although Xianxia had taken out the pearl from the ring, the stone wall in the distance started cracking apart. After the crack, a door appeared. On the door, a phoenix was carved, and it was shining brightly, almost lighting up the entire second floor of the palace. Xianxia's eyes lit up the entire second floor of the palace. Qi Liandong and the six-ridged coiling dragon clashed, while Xianxia, De Huang, and the Black King followed closely behind. Qi Liandong wanted to take down Xianxia, but it was not as easy as he had imagined. Qiyu had become their biggest obstacle. Chi. At this moment, the bird above the stone door suddenly detached itself from the stone wall and soared into the sky. What, is this bird? How terrifying. De Huang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. He felt a kind of fear in his heart. This guy was definitely not simple. I don't know. I've never seen it before. What kind of demonic beast is it? The Black King was also puzzled. Could it be the legendary Neon? The six-ridged coiling dragon was startled. In the Water Curtain Mountain, the strongest demonic beast was the Neon. However, even the six-ridged coiling dragon had never seen the real Neon. It was not difficult to associate such a terrifying demonic beast with the existence of Neon. Neon? Does this demonic beast really exist? Qiyu had obviously heard of this demonic beast before. The great name of Enai Huang was like thunder piercing through the ears, but whether it was really Enai Huang or not, it was very doubtful and unbelievable. The Great Emperor's Tomb. Trespassers shall die. A clear cry came from the mouth of the firebird. Everyone's expression changed slightly and they subconsciously took a step back. This firebird was not inferior to Qiyu's strength. In the current situation, their own people had already started to make a ruckus. There was no chance of winning against this firebird. You're the Neon? Qiyu said in a deep voice. That's right. Don't force me to make a move. Otherwise, all of you will die. The Neon roared. Its voice was extremely ear-piercing, as if it could frighten people's souls. It's really it. The six-ridged coiling dragon looked at Xianxia and shook his head slightly. This guy was too strong. It was impossible to be his enemy. The Neon is the strongest demonic beast in the Water Curtain Mountain. I've only heard of its name, but have never seen it. Even I have never seen it before. Some demonic beasts even said that the Neon had disappeared in ancient times. However, no one can deny its legend. I didn't expect to meet it here. Others might not know, but the six-ridged coiling dragon was very familiar with it. It was the real #1 demonic beast in the Water Curtain Mountain. Even though it had not appeared for countless years, people still dared not underestimate it. Since that's the case, I'll kill you. Let's see how you're going to show off then. Qi Yeyu's eyes were sharp. His battle intent soared as he pointed at the neon. It wasn't that they didn't want to move forward, but that the neon in front of them was blocking their way. Lowly humans, you overestimate yourself. I'll send you to hell then. The neon said indifferently. It was as if it was reborn from fire. Its body was enveloped in layers of flames. It flapped its wings and surged violently. Two elders, fight with me. Kill the neon. Qi Yeyu brandished his sword and charged forward. His terrifying aura spread in all directions as he faced the neon head-on. However, what Qi Yeyu didn't expect was that the two elders of Dongshan Mountain didn't help him. Instead, they joined forces to attack Jiang. Brat, let's see who can protect you now. He. Qi Liandong sneered and exchanged glances with Qi Lianshan. The two of them didn't help Qi Yeyu. Instead, they targeted Jiang. They had to get the treasures in Jiang's hands. Damn it. These two bastards. Big Yellow was extremely gloomy. Aren't those two too shameless? Previously, they had sworn to follow Qi Yeyu. Now, they were actually destroying the bridge after crossing it and taking revenge on them. The strength of the two elders of Dongshan Mountain wasn't something the six-spine coiling dragon could suppress. Kill first, then take the treasures. Qi Liandong aimed at Jiang without hesitation. As for Qi Lianshan, he once again faced the six-spine coiling dragon. Jiang, De Huang, and the Black King didn't have the confidence to face Qi Liandong. Moreover, the other party's strength wasn't weaker than the six-spine coiling dragon. At this time, the danger they were in could be imagined. Qi Yeyu was also depressed. The two elders of Dongshan were attacking Jiang at this time, making it very difficult for him to be stuck in the middle. Moreover, he was now entangled by neon. He couldn't split himself. Dongshan Mountain two elders, you're forcing me. You're trying to frame me. Qi Yeyu was extremely uncomfortable. On the other hand, he still had to face neon's crazy attacks. He instantly fell into a passive position. While Qi Yeyu was uncomfortable, Jiang was even more uncomfortable. The two elders of Dongshan were already half a step into the 6th level of the star level. With such strength, at least Jiang had no way to beat them. Previously, when he faced Shaolan, luck played a big part. Now that the other party was prepared, it was impossible for him to take advantage of it. This treasure is very important to us. City Lord, this time, we, the two elders of Dongshan, will not let this matter rest. Real treasures can only be fully used in the hands of true experts. It's useless for him to take it. Qi Liandong sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether it's useful or not. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Little Chinzi, looks like Master Dog has to risk his life again. De Huang's eyes were filled with determination. He exchanged a glance with Jiang and charged forward without fear. Insignificant tricks, you dare to show off in front of me. You're courting death. Qi Liandong held his walking stick and swept away everything in his way. With just one move, De Huang and the Black King were pushed back. Jiang heavenly dragon sword slashed at Qi Liandong again and again, but to no avail. On the contrary, Qi Liandong was sent flying with a wave of his hand. The difference of 4 levels wasn't something ordinary people could make up for. Jiang was no exception. If he reached the 2nd level of the star level, he might have a chance of survival. But now, Jiang knew that he had no chance at all. He could still hold on for a while, but De Huang and the Black King could only passively take a beating. This Qi Liandong obviously had the intention to kill them. Even if Qi Yeyu wanted to help them, he couldn't come over at all. On the other side, he was also in danger. Neon's strength was undeniable. It made the 6-spine coiling dragon tremble. As the guardian of the great emperor's tomb, the strongest beast of Water Curtain Mountain finally felt the real danger at this moment. Jiang and the rest were forced to retreat again and again. On the contrary, Qi Liandong became more and more courageous as he fought. His domineering strength was terrifying. Qi Yeyu was depressed, but he couldn't care less. At this time, it was better to save his life first. Save his life, then save Jiang. De Huang, Black King, can you hold on? Jiang said in a deep voice. Both of them were covered in blood, but their fighting spirit was still as strong as before. Because they had no other choice. No questions. De Huang stood with his head held high. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die on the battlefield. Black King swears to follow Master to death. Even if I have to die 10,000 times. The Black King was also unstoppable, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. Alright, as long as the three of us can hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, that's good enough. Xianxia said with an incomparably solemn tone. He wanted to break through in the midst of battle. However, he needed to absorb the power of the stars in order to do so. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break through. However, breaking through while fighting was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If he couldn't focus his mind, it was very likely that he would go berserk during the breakthrough and die. Master, you have to think this through. If you fail, you will go berserk. The Black King had a complicated expression in his eyes. Breaking through to the star realm was extraordinary. Not only that, he had to multitask and absorb astral energy as well as engage in a life-and-death battle with Qi Liandong. At the critical moment, the slightest bit of distraction could cause him to be consigned to eternal damnation. Little Xianxia, you better think it through. De Huang furrowed his brows. He knew that Xianxia had no choice but to take the risk when necessary. I know what I'm doing. Xianxia nodded. To ordinary people, breaking through to the star realm would take hundreds or even thousands of years. However, Xianxia was different. He had a unique advantage now. The astral energy in the bead was enough to help him break through to the second level of the star realm. After countless battles and tempering, Xianxia had long been prepared. However, he needed to be fully focused to complete the breakthrough. Who would dare to be distracted? Moreover, at this critical moment, wouldn't that be courting death? Xianxia had no other choice. Taking a step back was a bottomless abyss. He had no way out. He could only force himself. Success or failure depended on this. Ha ha ha, you still want to break through? I think you're too naive. Do you know how difficult it is to break through to the star realm? Even the reincarnation of a great emperor wouldn't be able to do it. Die, ants. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. Qi Liandong sneered. In his eyes, Xianxia was just an ant struggling at death's door. This ant was destined to die in his hands, but he still kept trying to break through, trying to find the last chance to break through. I'm not a great emperor, but a great emperor is incomparable to me. Xianxia's gaze was firm and steady. He had the heart to look down upon the world. The Tao accumulation of the heavens, the 9 heavens, and the great sovereigns were fearless. Reality will make you understand that you're just an ant. Are you even worthy of being compared to a great emperor? Qi Liandong gripped his scepter and flew up once more. The 3 ants were instantly annihilated. Although Xianxia killed Xiaolaner earlier, Qi Liandong wasn't a brainless fellow. He had to kill his opponents as fast as lightning, not giving Xianxia and the others any chance to escape. Xiaolaner's death was completely her own fault. She couldn't blame anyone else. F***ck your mother, Lord Dog will fight to the death with you today. Little Xianxia, even if I have to risk my life, I will buy you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. De Huang gritted his teeth. At this moment, he only believed in Xianxia. Xianxia didn't have any distractions in his heart. He was multitasking, absorbing the astral energy from the bead while fighting against Qi Liandong. If it was in the past, Xianxia definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. However, his innate astral soul was powerful enough. Splitting the astral energy into 2 wasn't something Qi Liandong and the others could achieve. Even Qi Yiyu wouldn't be able to do so. Hence, Xianxia chose to take the risk at the most crucial moment. He wanted to devour the astral energy and use it for himself. This was his only chance. Nobody knew how powerful the astral pull was. However, Xianxia was confident that as long as his strength reached the 2nd heavenly layer, fighting against Qi Liandong would no longer be a joke. However, Qi Liandong also knew how crafty Xianxia was. Since he could kill Xiaolaner, he definitely had a trump card. That was a soul attack, causing Xiaolaner to fall into a passive state 3 times. Hence, Qi Liandong concentrated his mental energy to the maximum, not daring to be careless. During the battle, he had to constantly be on guard against Jiang Chen's movements. With his innate astral soul split into two, Jiang Chen could only execute the first two moves of the soul-seizing divine art. The third move wasn't something he could withstand. The three of them had already raised their strength to the maximum. De Huang was like a madman. Even if his strength had already reached the third heavenly layer, his opponents were too powerful. Under the augmentation of the black gold armor, the Black King was on par with De Huang. As for Jiang Chen, he could at most fight against a fourth heavenly layer star. The situation of the three of them was getting more and more difficult. Soul seizing. Soul extermination. Jiang Chen activated his innate astral soul, but on the other hand, he was even more cautious. His innate astral soul played an extremely important role. You still want to play this trick with me? Wishful thinking. Qi Liandong trembled, his mind was in a state of chaos. However, an instant later, he regained his clarity. He had already made 120% preparations, how could he still be afraid of a sneak attack? Pooh, the Black King retreated a few steps, his face contorted. His entire body was badly mutilated, and his eyes were filled with fresh blood. Grandpa Dog will fight it out with you. Qi Liandong sneered and struck out with his staff. De Huang's arm was broken, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Even the iron head that he was so proud of was useless now. It looked extremely comical because his head was full of bumps. Mother ****. De Huang wanted to cry, but he wasn't even afraid of death. This pain was nothing. Jiang Chen's eyes turned colder. His boundless sword shot out, blocking Qi Liandong's advance. De Huang and the Black King were getting more and more uncomfortable. Sword 28. Sword 29. Sword 30. The rain of swords couldn't block Qi Liandong's attack. Strength was the simplest, most direct, most violent, and also the most powerful method. Strength overcomes all. Jiang Chen gripped his heavenly dragon sword tightly, gritting his teeth. However, he couldn't move an inch forward. Single sun finger. Double dragon finger. Triple finger. The power of the triple finger rippled out, its aura engulfing the heavens. Qi Liandong had seen Jiang Chen's 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger before. The triple finger's power was boundless, and he didn't dare to underestimate it. However, dodging it and fighting back was a piece of cake for Qi Liandong. The triple finger rippled out, and the finger imprints were shocking. It didn't seem like an attack that a first heavenly star level could unleash. However, Qi Liandong also used his full strength. If it was an ordinary 5th heavenly star level, they would probably be defeated. Previously, when he killed Xiao Lan, it was Jiang Chen who used both methods, causing her to lose her combat strength. Without the support of her natal astral soul, the power of the triple finger was greatly reduced. I want to become an immortal, the Tao soars to the heavens. De Huang roared, breaking free of the second-level star state confinement, his power instantly increasing greatly. Under Qi Liandong's pressure, Jiang Chen couldn't break through, but he had already completed the metamorphosis, shocking Qi Liandong greatly. I didn't expect a damn dog like you to have such talent. I wonder if my strength will skyrocket after eating you. My physique will definitely undergo a huge change. Qi Liandong's eyes lit up. Although De Huang's strength had broken through, he was still no match for him. Little Chinzi, even if I have to use up my last breath, I will hold on for you. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, you still want to go there. De Huang knew that it was a battle to the death, but he still had to believe that Jiang Chen would bring him hope. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he nodded heavily. Between brothers, it went without saying. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already absorbed most of the astral force. Although it wasn't enough for him to leap 1,000 miles and complete the metamorphosis, breaking through to the second level of the star state was just a matter of time. The astral pole kept revolving, the astral force kept fusing. Jiang Chen had already reached the third level of the star state. Most importantly, the third level of the astral pole, the exploding stars. As long as he could reach the third level of the exploding stars, Jiang Chen's physique would reach the next level. Relying on the strength of his physique, he would be able to match the astral force. The third level of the exploding stars was the fusion of the astral force after 100 refinements, reaching the power of the astral force. Faster, faster, in Xianxia's heart, there was no one else. He had to ensure that his strength reached the second level of the star realm. De Huang's breakthrough was a huge pressure on him. If it wasn't for the pressure being placed on the two of them, De Huang wouldn't have risked his life to fight for time for Xianxia. There was no doubt that the astral dipper was powerful, but the amount of astral energy Xianxia needed was vast and boundless as well. At this critical moment, Xianxia had to get rid of all distracting thoughts and focus on breaking through to the next level. His natal astral soul was his biggest help, and if he didn't have his natal astral soul, he wouldn't dare risk it all. Breakthrough. The astral pull, the 100 refinements of the astral force, help me soar. Xianxia's heart was roaring unceasingly. The thunderous roars shook the heavens, deafening the ears. He wanted to concentrate all of his energy into the astral pull. The beads continued to shrink as the astral force was constantly being devoured by Xianxia. The heaviest one had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. Even the 9 light beads within the ring were constantly being stripped away, emitting rays of light that converged on Xianxia's body. The astral light suddenly erupted. At that moment, Xianxia's eyes opened abruptly. They were like crystals, as bright as the stars. Rumble, the astral light within Xianxia's body instantly surged. He had finally broken through to the second level of the star realm. Multitasking, going all out to break through. The heavens wouldn't let down a resolute person. Even if you break through, you will still die. Qi Liandong roared, rushing towards Xianxia. The domineering scepter was like a punishment from the heavens, as if pronouncing a death sentence on Xianxia's group. Now, it's time for me to counterattack. Xianxia's gaze was calm, his killing intent surging. De Huang and the Black King were incomparably shocked and overjoyed. Xianxia's breakthrough had allowed his strength to soar. If the first level of the star realm was only the threshold to the star realm, now that he was at the second level, Xianxia had completely stabilized his foundation. The energy in his hands continued to gather, and the light in his eyes became increasingly resplendent. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it. Let me see how strong you are. You want to fight me? You're still too inexperienced. Even if you broke through to the second level of the star realm, you can't hide the fact that you're just a clown. Qi Liandong was disdainful, his mouth full of mockery. Die. All of you, die. Xianxia was incomparably calm as he strode forward, his gaze blazing. The astral pull. From this moment onwards, he had truly ascended to the next level, the third level, exploding heavenly stars. Xianxia had finally reached it. Although he had just broken through, he felt as though he was a star in the sky. With a single punch, the stars surged, radiating resplendent starlight. Rumble, with a simple punch, Xianxia had already unleashed the domineering might of the world. The Black King and De Huang took a deep breath. This punch was enough to kill a fourth-level star realm. The fifth-level Qi Liandong felt as though he was facing a formidable foe. However, at this moment, he naturally couldn't retreat. If he did, his momentum would be suppressed by Xianxia. Absolutely not. Scram. Qi Liandong fought. Xianxia's fist carried unimaginable power, breaking through the barriers of the void. Before the fist arrived, Qi Liandong had already guessed the outcome. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't. The fist arrived, and the wind stopped, landing a heavy blow on his chest. Qi Liandong's pupils constricted. He kept retreating, taking a deep breath. What a powerful, dominating fist. How was this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qi Liandong was extremely shocked, but Xianxia had already charged forward again, not giving him any chance to breathe. Heavy punches, swift like the wind. Xianxia didn't have any fancy moves. Just his own strength alone was enough to shock Qi Liandong. Exploding heavenly stars, this was terrifying. Sky-raising scepter. Qi Liandong attacked once again, but Xianxia still didn't move an inch. With a serious expression, he blocked the attack with both his fists, then he struck back with his other hand. It was as if he was carrying the stars in the sky. Wherever the light passed, stars would shine. No. Qi Liandong's expression changed. Jiang Chen's fist had broken his scepter and landed on his chest. An unimaginable force spread out, wreaking havoc on his entire body. Starlight shot out from his body. He was defeated, coughing up blood as he retreated dozens of steps and knelt on one knee. He raised his head and stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. There was only fear and despair left in his eyes. Second firmament of the star realm. How was this possible? Qi Liandong coughed up blood, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen's terror at all. Moreover, he had been heavily injured so quickly. Such power was unimaginable. He was only a second firmament of the star realm, yet he wasn't his match? Wasn't this too frightening? Qi Liandong had never been afraid of anyone in all these years. However, he was scared stiff by Jiang Chen this time. Jiang Chen's aura was too powerful. The power of one fist had rendered him powerless. Qi Liandong had thought that victory was within his grasp. However, Jiang Chen had given him a head-on blow. There was a difference of 3 firmament, yet he had been suppressed by Jiang Chen. Qi Liandong was filled with unwillingness. But even so, what could he do? Jiang Chen's power was unstoppable. Qi Liandong didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Awesome. That's F*King awesome. Little Qianxia is awesome. De Huang was incomparably excited. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance and breakthrough to the second firmament of the star realm was akin to ascending to the heavens in one step. His terrifying aura instantly put Qi Liandong at a great disadvantage. There was only a slim chance of survival. He simply had no chance to attack again. The Black King was also very excited. His master's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, they had resolved the crisis in front of them. As long as they killed Qi Liandong, they wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. The Eastern Mountain Two Elders had been watching them at all times. Now that their master's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, Qi Liandong finally had a taste of his own medicine. Qi Liandong's expression was very unsightly. He advanced with each step. His previous arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen's might was like a heavenly dragon descending. His aura was like a charging bull. The power of one punch was enough to shock the world. It wasn't just Qi Liandong. Even Qi Lianshan and Qi Yeyu were shocked. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. At this time, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. Get out of my way. Qi Liandong attacked again and again, but all of his attacks were easily countered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attacks carried an indomitable force that was beyond Qi Liandong's imagination. There could only be one word to describe it: invincible. At least now, Qi Liandong had a taste of Jiang Chen's power. Jiang Chen's strength and physique had reached the peak. At least, it was what he thought was the peak. Even City Lord Qi of Qiyeyu might not have such a physique. No matter how Qi Liandong's attacks landed on Jiang Chen, he ultimately couldn't injure him. The draw invincibility, these words appeared in Qi Liandong's mind. There was only fear left in his eyes. Damn it, I've finally become the master this time, he. De Huang was in high spirits. Jiang Chen's victory was already in his grasp. This battle was extremely beneficial to him and Jiang Chen. Both of them had broken through to the second level of the star realm. However, Jiang Chen's fear was definitely not something De Huang could match. However, Jiang Chen was his brother. De Huang was even happier than him for breaking through. With little Qianxi's strength, who would dare bully them? Limitless Sword, Blade 30. This sword gathered all of Jiang Chen's strength. It was completely different from the previous Blade 30. The Limitless Sword was like a gathering storm. Countless blades overlapped and descended from the sky, sealing off all of Qi Liandong's escape routes. There was no way for him to escape. Chi, the sword aura was unrestrained, and Qi Liandong's flesh and blood splattered. Jiang Chen sliced off tens of times. His face was pale, and he tumbled away. There was only fear left in his eyes. Save me! City Lord, save me! Qi Liandong screamed, his voice hoarse. His entire expression gave off a twisted feeling. He fled in all directions, with nowhere to go. Jiang Chen's sword was fearless. As a star level 2, he chased after a star level 5. Probably even Qi Yeyu had never seen something like this in his life. This was too inconceivable, wasn't it? Qi Yeyu didn't want to see either Jiang Chen or Qi Liandong being threatened. These two had saved his life before, so he was extremely anxious. However, with Neon holding him back, his situation was also very dangerous. He kept retreating, unable to care about anything else. Jiang Chen's strength was like a dragon, soaring into the sky, making Qi Liandong like a stray dog. There was no way for him to escape. "Brother Jiang, have mercy." Qi Yeyu's eyes narrowed. The Dongshan two elders had once followed him, and in this battle, they played a crucial role. Although they didn't have a direct relationship with Jiang Chen, Dashi was still his right-hand man. After all, GM was her left and right arms. Now that they were fighting each other, Qi Yeyu had a huge headache. She didn't know which side to help. "City Lord Qi, this is our own business. You shouldn't interfere. Those who kill will be killed. He wanted to kill me, so I can only return the favor. No one is an exception," Jiang Chen said Leng. He had no intention of letting Qi Liandong go. If he hadn't broken through at the crucial moment, he would have been killed by Qi Liandong. Moreover, his brother was also threatened with death. Asking Jiang Chen to let Qi Liandong go? How was that possible? Not chopping him into pieces was already Jiang Chen being merciful. At this time, no one could stop him. Kill without mercy. Jiang Chen's voice was like thunder as he roared and charged towards Qi Liandong. Qi Liandong's pupils constricted, and his heart trembled. He wasn't willing to accept this. He didn't want to die at the hands of a second-layer star-level fella. This wasn't fair. "Be careful. Don't." Qi Lianshan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he watched his brother about to be killed by Jiang Chen. His heart was filled with despair. Moreover, he couldn't split himself because he was restrained by the six-spine coiling dragon. He couldn't help at all. He could only watch as this tragedy unfolded before his eyes. Go to hell. In your next life, don't provoke someone you can't afford to provoke. Chi Chi Chi, the heavenly dragon sword pierced Qi Liandong's chest and cut open his body. At that moment, blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as he gasped for breath. The battle with Qi Liandong was not easy. Although his strength was at the second layer of the star stage, it was not easy. To make up for the difference between the three layers, one needed to use one's body to withstand it. Besides Jiang Chen, no one else would dare to try fighting across 3 layers of the star stage. Moreover, the opponent was a 5th-layer star stage expert. After the star stage, every layer of the star stage was an earth-shattering change. For Jiang Chen to break through to the next layer was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If it was someone else, it would probably take thousands of years to make up for it. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Chen, die. Qi Lianshan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with anger. He pushed back the 6-spine coiling dragon with one strike and charged straight at Jiang Chen. Terrifying waves, Genesis Qi undulations, and murderous intent surged. Jiang Chen had just killed Qi Liandong and his strength was greatly reduced. Qi Lianshan took advantage of this opportunity to frantically chase after Jiang Chen. This was his only chance. Qi Lianshan knew better than anyone that if he missed this opportunity, he might never have the chance to kill Jiang Chen again. Otherwise, wouldn't his brothers have died in vain? Qi Liandong's death had greatly stimulated Qi Lianshan's potential. He was burning with anger, itching to tear Jiang Chen into 18 pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Brat, you dare! The 6-spine coiling dragon flew over and chased closely. If Qi Lianshan injured its master, the 6-spine coiling dragon would not be able to escape the blame. At this time, it also charged towards the other party without any regard for its own safety. Be careful! The Black King exclaimed. However, it was already too late for anyone to react. Jiang Chen was the first to meet Qi Lianshan's attack. The two of them clashed in an instant. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen was directly pushed back. His face was filled with a grim expression. However, Qi Lianshan didn't kill him this time because his astral transformation had reached the 3rd level. Under the terrifying power of the stars, Xianxia's body wasn't something that Qi Lianshan could destroy. Xianxia let out a muffled groan and his face turned green. However, he did not suffer a fatal attack. This was what he was most proud of. Qi Lianshan was obviously unable to shake Xianxia. And at this moment, the six-spine coiling dragon was about to arrive. The clash between the two once again made everyone's eyeballs pop out. Xianxia relied on his terrifying physique to launch a pincer attack with the six-spine coiling dragon. He was similarly fearless. A star level 2 had completely become a death warrior. He was fighting for his life. Go to hell. The six-spine coiling dragon's sharp claws tore through the air, closing in on Qi Lianshan. Qi Lianshan only had eyes for Xianxia. He only wanted to kill him and avenge his brother. However, he was caught in the encirclement of the two. The Black King and De Huang risked their lives. They once again appeared on the battlefield. They definitely wouldn't let Xianxia fight alone. If they lived, they would live together. If they died, they would die together. No one could let go of each other. The Black King couldn't, and De Huang definitely couldn't. Xianxia had already used up more than half of his stamina. Killing Qi Liandong wasn't as simple as it seemed. A star level 5 expert's battle for dignity had also caused quite a bit of trouble for Xianxia. Therefore, if he wanted to completely escape from Qi Lianshan, he still had to rely on the six-spine coiling dragon. There's no need, no need. Qi Yeyu's face was full of sorrow. He was extremely emotional. The battle between Xianxia and the Dongshan two elders made him blame himself. If it wasn't for him, the two of them might not have met. And now, because of the conflict of interests, the two of them had sunk into a battle of life and death. Qi Liandong was already dead. If anything happened to Xianxia or Qi Lianshan, Qi Yeyu would definitely blame himself. Even so, what could he do? In the end, it would all be for naught. Life and death were the most important. No one could stand aside from worldly love. The Dongshan two elders were like that, and so was Xianxia. Now, the battle between the two of them had entered a white-hot stage. Qi Yeyu couldn't split himself. Helplessness was written all over his face. Facing Neon's intense battle, he was already a little stretched. The most terrifying great demon of the Water Curtain Mountain had shown him what power was. Even though he was the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Star region, he seemed rather mediocre in front of her. Moreover, right now, Qi Yeyu didn't want to fight Neon at all. He was absent-minded and couldn't split himself. Xianxia and the Dongshan two elders had reached a point where they couldn't even fight. If he could intervene in the battle between the two of them, perhaps there would be a turning point. However, at this time, there was no longer any leeway. The two of them wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Xianxia didn't have any leeway to retreat. Qi Lianshan's brother had died, so he didn't have a chance to retreat either. When a needle met an awl, one of them would definitely be injured, and the injured would definitely die. This was reality. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. The law of the jungle was the law of the jungle. No one could stand aside, and no one could choose to be ordinary. They could only fight to the death to obtain what they wanted in the end. The big round bead had already been refined by Xianxia. At this moment, their conflict wasn't limited to just this. They had to take revenge for their brother's death. Qi Lianshan had already forced him into a hopeless situation. Killing Xianxia and taking revenge for his brother was the most important thing. No one could stop him, and no one could make him retreat. The two of them were already locked in a fierce battle. The six-ridged coiling dragon was constantly suppressing them, making it difficult for Qi Lianshan to do anything. Although Xianxia was on the decline, he had still joined forces with the Black King and De Huang, so it wouldn't be that easy for Qi Lianshan to get his way. Sun Finger. Double Dragon Finger. Triple Finger. Xianxia used 3 fingers at the same time. The might of the 9 tribulations imprisoning Heavenly Finger was unstoppable. His strength had broken through, and his finger seals were even more powerful. With the support of the stars, each finger was more powerful than the one before. Evil Dragon Roar, Awu, the 6-ridged coiling dragon roared like thunder, and its sharp claws shook the sky. It roared as it rushed towards Qi Lianshan. Qi Lianshan's face was ferocious, and he was unstoppable. His momentum was shocking, and it gave people a sense of destruction. The six-ridged coiling dragon was a star level 5 warrior. With the support of Xianxia and the others, it definitely wouldn't fear any pressure to defeat Qi Lianshan. If it didn't kill Qi Lianshan, it would let down Xianxia's trust. Die. Qi Lianshan was dead, and his blood kept flowing under his feet. Xianxia's expression finally eased up a lot, and he heaved a sigh of relief. This pair of old farts had finally been killed by him. In this tomb, he didn't have to worry anymore. At least, Qi Yiyu wouldn't meet him in a battle of life and death. The six-spine coiling dragon glanced at Xianxia and couldn't help but be in awe. The six-spine coiling dragon knew that if the current Xianxia fought with it at his peak, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Compared to Xianxia back in the Water Curtain Mountain, Xianxia couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. This man was so powerful that it sent chills down people's spines. It was so powerful that it felt shocked and excited. Fortunately, it chose to team up with Xianxia. Otherwise, it wouldn't know when it would become a dead soul under his sword. Although Xianxia's strength hadn't reached the star realm back then, he was now at the second firmament of the star realm, yet he could kill Qi Liandong, an expert who was on the same level as it. His true combat power was unfathomable. Damn it, these two old farts are finally going to die. They almost killed me, Lord Dog, and brought me back to life. Fortunately, I broke through to the second firmament of the star realm. Now, the two of us are equally matched. De Huang laughed heartily. However, everyone knew that the two of them couldn't be compared at all. De Huang was just trying to flatter himself. Fortunately, I have you guys. Xianxia smiled with an expression of relief on his face. However, it looked like Qi Yiyu's situation was also quite difficult at this moment. Black King, De Huang, the two of you should take a break first. The coiling dragon and I still have to meet Neon. Otherwise, I'm afraid City Lord Qi will be in a stalemate. Without me around, be careful. De Huang said calmly. At least at this time, they didn't have the strength to fight anymore. If Xianxia and the coiling dragon went to fight Neon, they could only cheer. All right. The six-spine coiling dragon looked at Xianxia. The legendary #1 ferocious beast of the Water Curtain Mountain was also eager to test it out. It wanted to see exactly how terrifying it was to be able to remain a secret even after countless years of silence. Even he had to give her enough respect. Qi Yiyu did not dare to underestimate Neon's strength. He had always been cautious. If this continued, he would fall into a crisis sooner or later. If Xianxia and Coiling Dragon could not help him, he would definitely lose this battle. All sorts of feelings welled up in Qi Yiyu's heart. Although he was with Neon, he still brooded over the death of the Dongshan two elders. However, no matter what, he could not blame Xianxia. After all, it was the Dongshan two elders who insisted on fighting to the death with Xianxia. In the end, they ended up in danger. The cause of their deaths was him, but the result was their own fault. Dongshan two elders, I will remember you. Qi Yiyu could not help but reminisce about the two people in his heart. However, the enemy in front of him was even more terrifying. Neon's strength had already reached the peak of the star level 6. Furthermore, she was at her peak state. Such combat power was even greater than Xiao Yuan. It was not easy for Qi Yiyu to be able to endure for so long. Die for me. Entering the great emperor's tomb without permission, you are wasting your lives. Neon did not look sideways. She flapped her wings, which were as sharp as blades, and constantly drew scars in the air, causing people's scalps to go numb. Neon's body was extremely huge and agile. It was reasonable to say that the bigger the beast, the more cumbersome it would be. However, Neon was different. Her entire body was surrounded by a fiery red glow, and wherever she passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. I heard that Neon's blazing sun feather is the most terrifying. Be careful. The six-ridged coiling dragon looked at Xianxia and nodded heavily. City Lord Qi, we are here. Let's work together to kill Neon first. Xianxia said solemnly. Many thanks, little brother Xianxia. Qi Yiyu knew that he could not win against Neon alone. Xianxia and the rest were the same. Only by working together could they kill Neon. Only then could they display their power and enter the great emperor's tomb. Only then would they have more hope. Otherwise, they would be killed by Neon, never to see the sun again. A bunch of ants. Even if you work together, you are still ants. Neon snorted at Xianxia and the six-ridged coiling dragon. She attacked with all her might. Her iron-like wings kept flying, like sharp blades. Her aura soared through the galaxy, incomparably domineering. Her wings are very terrifying. Xianxia, you must be careful. It was clear that Qiyu had already suffered at the hands of Neon, and he did not want Xianxia and the six-ridged coiling dragon to follow in his footsteps. Xianxia's Genesis Qi continued to recover after eating 2 pills, and his strength was greatly boosted. Although he could not guarantee that he could kill Neon, it was very likely that he could match the six-ridged coiling dragon, who was Qiyu's right-hand man. There was no hope without a fight. Neon was like an ocean, a chasm in front of him. If they did not kill her, they would not be able to advance an inch. For the great emperor's inheritance, they had no other choice. Fight to the end, the winner is the hero. On the other side, the Black King and De Huang also recovered their strength as quickly as possible, hoping to help Xianxia and the rest. However, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket. The ones who could influence the situation were ultimately Xianxia, the six-ridged coiling dragon and the rest. Night Rainstorm, Soaring Dragon Section. Qiyu struck out with both of his palms, using all of his methods. This was his trump card, the Fury of the Storm. The power of his fists overflowed the heavens and contained a terrifying frost energy. The raindrops fell from the sky and assaulted his face. He was determined to use the phoenix as a shield. 28 swords. 29 swords. 33 swords. Xianxia's strength had already risen to the 4th layer of the star realm after activating the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique. Coupled with the support of the heavenly dragon sword and the power of the limitless sword, even the 5th layer of the star realm would find it difficult to withstand its sharpness. Together with the six-ridged coiling dragon, they began to face Neon. Enai Huang's strength was simply too great. Furthermore, after countless years of accumulation, her endless might gave off a feeling of invincibility. She was like a gigantic mountain, impossible to see the splendor of the other side of the mountain. That was because she would strangle you on this side of the mountain. It's time to launch the final attack. Xianxia was very clear that this battle was his last chance. Enai Huang's mightiness was suffocating, but as long as he could get rid of Enai Huang, there would be no more obstacles in the great sovereign's tomb. Killing Enai Huang would be their last problem. Xianxia was very clear that this battle was his last chance. It would not be easy to kill Neon. Xianxia clearly knew that this big guy was definitely more difficult to deal with than Xiao Yuyan. Otherwise, how could Qiyu have ended up in such a miserable state? Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would only be able to split Autumn Beauty evenly. It would be a very difficult task to kill her. Sword of the Heavens, come. At this moment, Qiyu finally took out his life-divine artifact, the Heaven's Sword. Xianxia was shocked. The Sword of the Heavens was very terrifying and was likely not much weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. It was definitely a grade 6 Genesis weapon or even a grade 7 Genesis weapon. A treasure of this grade could only be found by luck. The sword body flowed with light and colorful clouds shot out in all directions. The Sword of the Heavens was indeed worthy of its name. The heavenly dragon sword resonated with him as the sword was unsheathed. Xianxia grew more and more courageous as he charged forward. With the protection of the 6-spine coiling dragon and Qiyu, he did not feel any pressure at all. Although his strength might not be able to crush Neon, the cooperation between the heavenly dragon sword and the Sword of the Heavens was seamless. Xianxia did not expect Qiyu's Sword of the Heavens to be so powerful. He had not even brought it out in the life and death battle with Xiao Yuyan. It seemed that he clearly understood that he would not give her any chance in such a situation. If he did not use all his strength, they might all die here. The strong would always be respected. It was precisely because of this that Neon was so powerful that Qiyu had the opportunity to have a life and death battle with her. The Sword of the Heavens was finally put to use. The 6-spine coiling dragon was also a peerless ferocious beast of the Water Curtain Mountain. Hence, he knew that Neon's legend was not groundless. The three of them together could probably sweep through the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. To defeat Neon, they would have to put in 120% effort and 20% of the price. Damn, isn't this Neon too scary? If this goes on, little Chenzi's life will be in danger. Da Huang cursed. That might not be the case. Master, the six-spine-coiled dragon, and City Lord Qi, even if they can't kill Neon, they shouldn't be able to kill her so easily. Moreover, the heavenly sword is extremely terrifying. It's comparable to Master's heavenly dragon sword. It's hard to say who will win this battle, but it will definitely be a long battle. The Black King pondered for a moment. His master was now in deep danger, but he couldn't help his master. The Black King was extremely anxious and guilty. Then let's wait and see. I don't think little Chenzi is the kind of person who will admit defeat easily. What's the background of this Neon? Da Huang asked curiously. I'm not too sure, but she can sit on the throne of the most ferocious beast in the Water Curtain Mountain. She should be worthy of her reputation. I heard that she's one of the mounts of the Emperor of the Cosmos. She must be extraordinary to be valued by the Emperor of the Cosmos. The Black King said solemnly. Whether it's black or white, male or female, little Chenzi will definitely not reject anyone. I, Master Dog, can only watch from the sidelines today. I'm ashamed. Da Huang said with a smile. However, he was very worried about Jiang Chen. He didn't know who Neon was, but she had a powerful background. It would be extremely difficult for them to succeed. Little brother Jiang Chen, lend me a hand. Your swordsmanship is very powerful. There's definitely hope for you to compete with her. Qi Yeyu shouted in a deep voice. He held the heavenly sword in his hand and began to cooperate with Jiang Chen. Their swordsmanship became more and more powerful. Deer-cutting swordsmanship. Qi Yeyu followed closely behind Jiang Chen. The fight between the two became more frequent and more violent. The heavenly dragon sword was not any weaker than the heavenly sword. They attacked from both sides, using offense as defense. There was no room for them to retreat. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. My steel wings of the sun is not something you can compare with. And I Huang sneered. Her wings fluttered in the air as she continuously attacked the two sword techniques. Sword afterimages landed on her ardent sun feather, yet none of them were able to leave a single mark on it. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, falling into a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to the other. They could only give it their all. Obtaining the final victory wasn't going to be an easy task. The heavenly sword had become extremely hot. Qi Yeyu held the heavenly sword tightly, but he felt that his body was unbearably hot. He was about to be burnt by the steel wings of the sun on Neon's body. Neon's wings were as sharp as a knife. Jiang Chen and the six-spine coiling dragon had several wounds on their bodies. They were injured by Neon. The wounds were extremely hot, as if they were burned by fire. The six-spine coiling dragon's expression did not change. The burning sensation filled his mind. The terror of screaming made him feel hopeless. What a terrifying steel wings of the sun, the six-spine coiling dragon gasped. The wounds on its body were getting more and more serious after being burned. That was why it fell into a more difficult battle. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He moved his palm and healed the wounds on the six-spine coiling dragon's body. However, that was all he could do. It would be even more difficult to heal the wounds on the six-spine coiling dragon. You don't have any burns on your body? Neon was quite surprised. She looked at Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had healed the wounds on the six-spine coiling dragon. This was what shocked her the most. Your blazing steel wings of the sun are useless to me. Jiang Chen said faintly. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold light. Her little tricks could not hurt him at all. The 5 elements divine fires in his body and the other heavenly flames were not to be trifled with. Although Neon's steel wings of the sun were very powerful, his 5 elements divine fires perfectly restrained the terrifying burning sensation. The wounds on his body did not leave any marks. More importantly, Jiang Chen's body had reached the level of invincible Vajra. If it was not a special weapon or a peerless technique, it would be impossible to cause any harm to his body. Ai Huang might be able to severely injure him or even kill him, but there was no doubt that his body was extremely tough. Die for me. All of you must die. Neon roared. She flapped her wings. Light and shadow filled the air, but she still could not catch up to Xianxia. The clanging sound was extremely ear-piercing. The collision between the two was like a heavy blow to the heavens and earth. It made people's hearts tremble. Xianxia did not care, but the sword of heaven in Qiyeyu's hand was extremely hot. His hands were about to be badly mutilated. Boundless raging flames descended from the sky. Neon flapped her wings continuously. Tongues of fire burst out from her wings and engulfed the sky. The flames rose to the sky, and every inch of the cold light made the six-ridged coiled dragon feel a chill in his heart. The eerie raging flames and the scarlet sun had completely ignited the surrounding air. He was very clear that this time's crisis was unprecedented. The six-ridged coiled dragon's scalp went numb. The raging flames made it impossible for him to hide. Such raging flames could directly burn him to ashes. Ordinary flames could not hurt the six-ridged coiled dragon, who was at the fifth firmament of the star state. However, Neon's raging flames had completely suppressed him. Even breathing had become very difficult. At the same time, there was also Qiyeyu. Although the sky sword made his battle with Neon a lot easier, it was still not enough to kill her. However, Neon's raging flames made Qiyeyu's heart tremble. The flames surrounded them, and the air became thin and burning. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Even he had to be careful when dealing with this raging flames. He had really underestimated Neon. His five-elemental divine fire seemed to be unable to completely resist Neon's raging flames. She was indeed a peerless fire phoenix. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Five-elemental trigram fire formation. Xianxia set up the five-elemental trigram fire formation. This was their only chance to envelop Qiyeyu and the six-ridged coiled dragon. However, it was impossible for the five-elemental trigram fire formation to withstand Neon's raging flames. Insignificant tricks. Even if you possess a heavenly flame, you will not be able to contend against me. Accept your fate. You bunch of ants, your deaths will allow more people to understand that in this world, I am the only one who is supreme. The great emperor's tomb is not something mortals like you can touch. Neon said confidently. Her eyes were full of contempt. What should we do? Xianxia. The six-spine coiling dragon looked at Xianxia. At this moment, he was already at his wit's end. Not only the six-spine coiling dragon, but Qiyeyu also looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had been the one to resolve the past few crises. At the critical moment, it all depended on whether he could turn this situation around. I'll give it a try, but I'll need your heaven's sword. You have to cooperate fully with me. Xianxia looked at Qiyeyu. All right. No problem. As long as I can kill Neon, I won't hesitate. Qiyeyu nodded heavily. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Xianxia murmured. The heaven's sword was almost comparable to the heavenly dragon sword. So as long as the heavenly dragon sword joined in, it was possible for him to arrange an unprecedented Ashura sword formation. If the Ashura sword formation could not defeat the opponent, then they should really accept their fate. However, Xianxia was at least 70% confident that the Ashura sword formation that was arranged with the heavenly dragon sword as the formation core might not be able to kill Neon. However, with the heaven sword and the support of Qiyeyu, the result would definitely be different. Now, I'm going to go out and fight with him. Xianxia squinted his eyes slightly. Be careful. Qiyeyu patted Xianxia's shoulder heavily with a solemn expression. The success or failure this time all depended on Xianxia. Xianxia knew how heavy his burden was. If he died, everyone would be finished. Even Qiyeyu, who vowed to fight endlessly with Neon, had exhausted his limited abilities. Neon's wings of the sun had brought unimaginable consequences to all of them. All of you have to die. Neon's voice was like the judgment of the Grim Reaper, giving people a feeling of falling into an ice cave. Although they were in a sea of fire, they all knew that Xianxia was their last hope. There was an unfathomable danger emanating from Enai Huang that struck fear into everyone's hearts. The five-elemental trigram fire formation was also on the verge of collapsing. Although it had managed to withstand the pressure for the time being, How long it could last would depend on their luck. Then you'll have to get through me first. Xianxia sneered, rushed out of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, and once again launched an attack on Neon. An ant trying to shake a tree. If you don't hide in the formation, how will you fight me? You still want to fight alone? What a joke, ha 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 ha. Neon laughed loudly. Xianxia's mouth was full of coldness. Their gazes intertwined, sparks flew, making Xianxia even more resolute in his belief. To Neon, Xianxia was just a small ant. His strength was only at the second sky of the star level. Fighting her, wasn't that courting death? No matter how many methods he had, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, he still couldn't change the final outcome. No matter what fancy tricks or schemes he had, in front of true strength, there was no way to fight back. One person's strength could defeat 10 people's wisdom. In Neon's eyes, Xianxia was simply a jumping clown. However, this jumping clown shocked Neon. Because he was like a slippery loach, there was no way to catch him, no way to grasp him, and no way to chase after him. Xianxia stepped on the sky ascension stairway, his speed was extremely terrifying. Even Neon couldn't catch up to him. This was Xianxia's final trump card. If I can't beat him, can't I run? While running, Xianxia continuously set up the formation. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was considered safe, at least it could temporarily protect the lives of 2 people. It all depended on his final attack. When the formation was completed, he needed Qiyiu's Heaven's Sword to activate the new Shura formation. The 2 formation eyes were their hope. The Shura sword formation trapped Neon was their last hope. Let's see where you can run to. In this world, I am the only one, I am the true king. Do you only know how to run? Lowly human. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Facing Xianxia's escape, Neon couldn't do anything. Moreover, he escaped every time and she couldn't catch him at all. He was so weak, how could he have such a strong outburst? His speed was Neon's weakness. As a flying beast, she had always been proud of her speed, but Xianxia taught her a good lesson at this time. Bastard! The neon phoenixes kept dancing in the sky. Xianxia fought and retreated at the same time, not giving him any chance at all. His goal wasn't to defeat famine, he didn't have the ability to do so. The Assure formation was his final trump card. Done? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this time it all depended on Qiyiu. Whether the Heaven's Sword could shine as brightly as his heavenly dragon sword was the most important. City Lord Qi, sword. Xianxia looked straight at Neon. This was a battle with his back against the wall. He had to fight till the end. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on who would emerge victorious. Trying to trap me with a mere formation? Ha ha ha. Wishful thinking. Stop struggling. From the moment you entered the tomb of the great emperor, you're already dead. Neon said domineeringly. Facing Xianxia's struggle, she just laughed it off, completely unmoved. Powerful strength had cast her mighty and domineering side, which was why she was so fearless. Qiyiu followed Xianxia and rose up. The Heaven's Sword merged into the Ashura sword formation. Both of them looked at each other and Xianxia started to activate the formation. Futile struggle will only make your death more painful. Neon snorted and said. But at the next moment, her face became solemn. Sword shadows began to overlap one after another. Those sword shadows even blocked her blazing sun fiery rain. But the sword shadows were invisible and completely unfathomable. The sword shadows flew past and above her head, there were also hundreds and thousands of sword lights descending. Ashura sword formation, sword shadow Ashura, descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. That kind of terrifying aura was shocking. At this time, Neon couldn't retreat at all. She realized that Xianxia's sword formation was quite powerful. Moreover, she felt a great pressure from this battle, which was brought by the sword formation. Endless sword shadows soared up to the sky and fell continuously. Layer by layer, it almost made Neon fall into a passive position. Because Neon had underestimated her opponent. She didn't expect such an outcome. This lowly human's formation was actually so powerful? He felt a great shock in his heart. Damn it, do you still want to overturn the sky? Neon sneered. She flapped her wings and continuously broke through the sword shadows in the Ashura sword formation. At this time, she realized how despicable this guy was. Double formation eyes, the combination of the heavenly dragon sword and the heaven's sword completely suppressed the Ashura sword formation. At this time even Neon became serious. Because she wanted to rush out of the formation, but the result was as expected. She couldn't escape at all. This formation actually trapped her. How could this be possible? A second firmament of the star level actually came up with an array that could trap her. This was simply unimaginable. Although Nihuang didn't want to believe it, when she tried to break through the array, she found that it was of no use. No one can trap me. I want to get out. Neon was rampaging, trying to escape from the Ashura sword formation. However, it was still useless. Because Xianxia's Ashura sword formation was no longer the original Ashura sword formation with the Heaven's sword formation. It was also Xianxia's first time trying the configuration of double formation eyes. However, it seemed that Neon had already fallen into her own formation and couldn't get out. I don't believe it. Neon roared. Facing the layers of sword shadows, they were constantly splashing down like a downpour. However, that kind of sword blade made her fall into a passive position again and again. If this continued, then it was very likely that she would really be trapped here. Xianxia was full of confidence. Neon attacked again and again, trying to break out of the formation. She wanted to crush the formation with absolute strength. However, the result made her extremely disappointed. Because no matter how hard she tried, how overbearing she was, she couldn't break through the formation. Qiyu was also very emotional. Xianxia really didn't let them down. At this time, the Ashura sword formation had completely trapped Neon. They could also let out a sigh of relief. If this Ashura sword formation could kill Neon as soon as possible, it would be even better. Little Chenzi's Ashura sword formation seems to have never failed before. This time, this old bird is probably finished. Fortunately, Little Chenzi's trump card is strong enough. De Huang vowed. Seeing that Neon was trapped in the Ashura sword formation, De Huang finally let out a sigh of relief. His eyes were blazing and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. His eyes were filled with gratification. No matter how strong Neon was, she couldn't resist Little Chenzi's Ashura sword formation. Before De Huang's voice faded, the entire Ashura sword formation started to shake at this moment. Has your mouth been blessed? The Black King looked at De Huang and the corner of his mouth slightly twitched. He had just said that the Ashura sword formation had never failed, but now the sword formation was on the verge of collapse. Should he blame it on De Huang? De Huang's face also darkened. Damn it, this Neon obviously didn't give me face. Isn't this a slap in the face too fast? Not only De Huang, Xianxia's face also moved slightly. His heart was shocked. The Ashura sword formation that had integrated two peerless swords actually started to show signs of loosening. Neon's strength was really too terrifying. If it was just a one-on-one fight, they wouldn't be her opponent even if they joined forces. I've said it before, no one can stop me. Ni Huang roared furiously. The rain of swords above her head was getting more and more intense. She was also injured, but at this moment, she was able to shake Xianxia's Ashura sword formation with her own strength. This was the scariest part. Once she broke out of the formation, they would all be dead meat. What should we do? Qiyu looked at Xianxia. Coiling Dragon, City Lord Qi, both of you lend me a hand. I will pour all my strength into the formation. This is the only thing we can do now. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. This was their only chance. If they didn't do this now, they could only wait for death. All right. The two of them worked together and poured all their strength into Xianxia's body and into the Ashura sword formation. The combined strength of the three of them stabilized the formation. Neon was still struggling, but the Ashura sword formation had been stabilized by Xianxia. It didn't shake at all. The double formation eyes also shone brightly at this time and began to show its true power. The layers of sword rain were endless, like layers of gauze, shrouding the top of Neon's head. But she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. The sword shadows increased. The Sky Dragon sword and the Heaven sword turned into two terrifying swords, falling from the sky to kill Neon. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Neon screamed. More than half of her wings had been broken. Under the final impact of Xianxia, it became more painful. No. This can't be. No, Ni Huang's voice was becoming hoarse. Her body was suffering one heavy injury after another. At this point, there was no one who could save her. Break out. Assure a sword formation. Xianxia used all his strength. The sword light raged and tore the void apart. Neon's body was also pierced by the endless sword rain. Neon's struggle didn't work in the end. Her huge body fell in a pool of blood in front of the door of the third hall. In that moment, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Xianxia's expression was unusually solemn. Bang! 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 The 18 divine swords couldn't bear the burden, the heaviest was broken, and there was no trace of it. Xianxia's heart was full of regret, but it was already a blessing that he was able to keep his life this time. If it wasn't for the protection of the 18 divine swords, they might have died in the end. This was irreplaceable. However, the 18 divine swords resisted the pressure for Xianxia and completed their mission gloriously. Finally, it's complete. With Neon's death, we have nothing to worry about. Qiyeyu's eyes were solemn and relieved. Xianxia once again saved his life at the last moment. This filled his heart with gratitude. The Dongshan two elders were too stupid to attack Xianxia. Xianxia completed a mission that even a star level 6 expert couldn't do. Qiyeyu couldn't help but look at him in a different light. I feel that someone is watching us. Xianxia furrowed his brows and said uneasily. Kakik, looks like you're still very vigilant. Unfortunately, it's too late. You're all like an arrow at the end of its flight. Isn't it good now? Neon is also dead, sweeping away the obstacles for us. Your mission is also completed. Shuelihong said with a chuckle. The group of 4 brothers slowly walked out. How is this possible? Qiyeyu was shocked. Even he couldn't find any trace of these 4 brothers. How did they escape from his eyes and ears? It's all thanks to this divine judgment brush. Without it, we might not have been able to hide ourselves. This thing is just too useful. It's a great fortune for you guys to be able to escape from the space marked out by the divine judgment brush. Xue Liqing said calmly. The 4 of them had been watching the show for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this time to appear. If they didn't come out, who would have paved the way for us? This Neon is too strong. We're not her match at all. Even if we could barely fight her to a draw, wouldn't we still have to contribute to them? Shuelibai said unwillingly. Fortunately, we really underestimated you, Xianxia. I didn't expect you to be the ultimate powerhouse. Even the city lord has to follow you. Heh, we are also very interested in the sword in your hand. It is a treasure that is not inferior to the divine judgment pen. Shuelihei was beaming with joy. The 4 brothers looked at each other and smiled. They had endured until the end. Victory always belonged to the patient. You bunch of bastards, you're simply abominable. De Huang frowned. These interstellar wanderers had completely grasped their thoughts and used them as weapons. Xianxia, Qiyeyu, and even the 6-spine coiling dragon had fallen into despair. They didn't even have a tenth of their strength. It was impossible for them to defeat these 4 bastards. Qiyeyu's eyes were cold. However, he was also on the edge of life and death. These 4 bastards attacked them at the last moment to make them kill each other. Then, they would defeat Neon and take advantage of the situation. They had ignored these 4 people before. They thought that these 4 people had already entered the deeper part of the tomb or were killed by Neon. In the end, these 4 people were still behind them, fighting with their wits and courage. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Do you understand? You're really strong, but you're really stupid. At this moment, you don't even consider the consequences. Ha ha ha, if the treasures of the great sovereign's tomb were taken away by you, it would be too unfair. Xue Liqing said with a disdainful expression. Xianxia and the others had been used as pawns by him. Now that both sides were badly wounded, there was no way for them to fight back. They were just a bunch of scattered soldiers struggling at death's door, and the only ending for them was death. Surrender. You don't have the strength to fight anymore. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourself? Ha ha ha. Xue Lihei revealed his white teeth and said with a sinister smile. Jiang Chen and the others had already become turtles in a jar. There was no hope at all. After killing them, the four brothers would be able to sit back and relax. After entering the tomb, all the treasures and inheritances of the great sovereign would belong to them. It seems like we're really going to die here this time. The six-spined coiling dragon's face was pale. They had tried their best and thought that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, it turned out that there was only a bottomless abyss in front of them. There was no turning back at all. The four of them had already decided their life and death. The five of them were all defeated soldiers and could not fight at all. Xue Lihong and the others were all star level 5 experts. Even if Qi Yiyu was in his peak state, he wouldn't be able to kill them easily. The current Qi Yiyu didn't have the same aura as before. Accept your fate. Your life and death are in our hands. There's nothing for you to struggle against. After killing Mi Huang, you've all been severely injured. You won't be able to fight anymore. What's there to be unwilling about? We still need to thank you. However, don't be arrogant. After you die, remember that your death is a gift from us, ha ha ha. Xue Libai looked at Jiang Chen and the others mockingly. The killing intent in his eyes was getting denser. Third brother, let's do it. Don't waste time talking to them. Let's go into the tomb first. Xue Lihong said. Alright, big brother. Now, I'll send them on their way. Xue Libai let out a laugh, no longer having the carefree and playful expression he had before. These 5 people must be killed. Only then would they be prepared and not have to worry about anything. It's not up to you now. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Jiang Chen sneered. Who do you think you are? A star level 2 brat. If you didn't break through at the most crucial moment, you would still be stuck at the first level. Do you think we're as stupid as Neon? Moreover, it's already come this far. You're still not willing? I really want to know what gives you the confidence to challenge me. Xue Libai stood with his arms crossed. He was completely fearless of Jiang Chen. Is that so? Since that's the case, let's see who gets the last laugh. Jiang Chen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I'm getting more and more curious. Are you stalling for time? What gives you the right to fight me? Xue Liqing stared coldly at Jiang Chen. Not just them, even the six-spine coiling dragon and Qi Yiyu were confused. Could it be that Jiang Chen still had a killer move? Xue Lihong and the others, even a star level 6 might not be able to handle them. Now that Jiang Chen was still so confident, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that he was truly fearless. The other was that he was just bluffing, trying to confuse Xue Lihong and the others. Little Chenzi, are you for real? Oh shit. You still have a trump card? De Huang knew that Jiang Chen definitely had another trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Xue Lihong and the others glanced at each other in shock. This guy was already at the end of his rope. Was he still thinking of turning the tables? Xue Libai's eyes were cold. He did not believe that Jiang Chen still had more tricks up his sleeves. This battle, he must tear him to pieces. Xue Libai held the silver spear in his hand as he descended from the skies with the power to split Mount Hua. He swept across the heavens and earth with only one goal, to cut Jiang Chen into pieces. He did not believe that Jiang Chen still had other tricks up his sleeves. His silver spear swept out with the force to pick up a mountain. Xue Libai was a 5th heavenly layer star realm expert. Wasn't it easy for him to kill Jiang Chen? However, what Xue Libai did not expect was that the moment he attacked, he was surrounded. Countless star-level beasts appeared around him. It was not just a few, but a few dozen. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, thousands of early-stage star-level beasts appeared in the sky. Xue Libai was dumbfounded. Xue Lihong, Xue Liqing, and Xue Lihei were even more shocked. Not only their brothers, but they were also surrounded. Qi Yiyu's scalp went numb. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. How is this possible? Thousands of star-state beasts. Just how powerful is that? Qiyu murmured. Although he did not believe it, he could not deny that Xianxia had taught him a lesson. With so many beasts surrounding Shueli Hong and the rest, everyone felt the pressure. Ha ha ha, I knew it, little Qinzi. You won't let me down. Big Yellow was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Xianxia's method had once again shocked everyone. Only Black King was certain that these thousand-star realm demonic beasts were created by his master. If it wasn't for him, these demonic beasts wouldn't be able to break through to the star realm in a short period of time. In the end, there were more than 3,000 demonic beasts that had broken through to the star realm. No one dared to look down on such a force. Even Qiyu, the overlord of Heavenly Awakening Star Domain, the lord of Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, was impressed by Xianxia. Such a force would probably wipe out the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. Even Yin Lingfei wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That was 3,000 early-stage Stargrade beasts. Even though they had just broken through to the Stargrade, this force couldn't be underestimated. Such a beast army can only be described as terrifying. Qiyu knew that his horsemen of the apocalypse would not be able to reach this scale in at least 1,000 years. Xianxia's final trump card made his eyes light up. Not to mention Shueli Hong and the other 4 interstellar wanderers, even he had to be courteous. Shueli Hong and the rest were surrounded by the beast army. The roars made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was as if there was a thorn in their backs and a fishbone stuck in their throats. Should they fight? They might not be able to beat them. Should they run? They might not be able to escape. They could only brace themselves and fight. Even if they were 5th-level star-level powerhouses, everyone knew that ants could bite an elephant to death. They all felt suffocated. Although Xianxia had lost the ability to fight again, his beast army was invincible. Amazing. 6 Ridges Coiling Dragon could only use one word to describe Xianxia. His choice had never been wrong. Only by following such a person could he see hope for his future. Only then could he truly become a superior person. Xianxia had saved the situation from certain death twice. This was the demeanor of a powerhouse and the charm of a personality. 6 Ridges Coiling Dragon had to admit that Xianxia had completely subdued him. He would never be wrong to follow Xianxia's footsteps. You lunatic, where did you find so many beasts? Did you poke a beast nest? Shueli Hong's face turned green. Thousands of beasts were in an orderly manner. Xianxia's mind moved, and the beast army formed by them attacked according to the formation in an orderly manner. As long as he willed it, they would move at will. Boss, what should we do? There are so many beasts, and all of them are at the primary star level. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Shueli He said with a pale face. He could fight 10 or dozens of beasts, but he couldn't fight more than 100. These thousands of beasts were like a mountain, pressing down on his heart. He couldn't move at all. The initial arrogance of Shueli Hong and the others had completely vanished at this moment. In the face of absolute power, their pretentiousness seemed to have lost all its luster. We will die either way. Let's fight. We can't die here. Shueli Hong said while gritting his teeth. 3,000 beasts made his scalp go numb. However, if he retreated at this time, he would really be killed. If he fought with his life on the line, there would still be a chance of survival. If he lost, he would die without a burial place. Originally, he thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, he didn't expect that this was a mantis. Even the oriole couldn't do anything to him. Yes, let's fight, big brother. We are all depending on you. Shueli Qing followed behind Shueli Hong. At this time, the 4 brothers were already at their limits. Wave after wave of demonic beasts, their roars were as loud as thunder. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Shueli Hong knew that if they made a wrong move, it was very likely that they would lose their lives here. Now, they only had one goal, and that was to break out of the encirclement. As for the great emperor's tomb, it wasn't important anymore. Staying alive was the most important thing. As an interstellar wanderer, Shueli Hong knew very well that the 4 brothers had been able to prosper for so many years. they advanced and retreated together, but today, it seemed like they had kicked an iron plate. They never dreamed that there would be such a terrifying figure in the Heaven Awakening Star region. Although the Heaven Awakening Star region was huge, it couldn't be the core among the many star regions. At most, there were 5 or 6 levels of the Heaven Awakening Star region. Why would the 4 of them be afraid? But today, God had taught them a lesson, and it was a bloody lesson. If they failed, they would all die here. There was no way out. Xue Lihong and the other 3 brothers tried their best. Xue Lihong held the Divine Judgment Brush in his hand, but he couldn't display the full power of the Divine Judgment Brush. Previously, in the first hall, he had unintentionally broken the boundary of the Divine Judgment Brush and trapped Xianxia and the others. However, he couldn't face these thousands of beasts now. Big brother, I can't hold on any longer. Me too, big brother, save me, big brother, my arm. My arm. Ah. Screams were heard as Xue Lihong and his brothers suffered great injuries. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. More and more beasts rushed forward, dealing a great blow to them. Their hearts were filled with despair. Their eyes were bloodshot. They had been wandering the universe for so many years, but they had never encountered such a strong opponent. Today, they had encountered one, and it was very likely that only death would be waiting for them. Xianxia's eyes were filled with calmness as he watched the 4 of them being engulfed by the tide of beasts. The 3,000 demonic beasts were Xianxia's trump card. He had never planned to use them, not even when he was facing An I Huang, because he knew that these 3,000 demonic beasts would definitely be suppressed by An I Huang. An I Huang was a true supreme divine beast. 3,000 demonic beasts might be very powerful to him, but the chi of a superior being would have an incomparable effect on these demonic beasts, making it difficult for him to counterattack. Therefore, to An I Huang, the strength of the 3,000 demonic beasts would be greatly reduced. Under Her Majesty, the strength of the demonic beasts would be halved, and in the end they would be completely intimidated by her aura. However, facing Xue Lihong's group of 4, the 3,000 beasts were different. Their terrifying aura broke through the shackles, like a flood that was released from the floodgates, and was determined to kill the 4 of them. Countless beasts roared excitedly. They had been trapped for too long, and were thirsting for battle, fresh blood, and killing. All of them were Star Realm experts. Xianxia had a feeling that this was a force that could shock the world. With so many demonic beasts, how many people would be left in the dust? Xue Lihong and the others were just the beginning. Fortunately, Xianxia only summoned the army of demonic beasts at the last moment. Otherwise, if they knew about it earlier, they would have been hiding behind his back, waiting for the right moment to strike. That would have been a bomb that could explode at any time, which would have been a bigger threat to him. Xianxia, you will die a horrible death. If you dare to kill us, the Vengeance Alliance will not let you go. Let me go, I beg you, please let me go. I don't want to die, big brother, save my big brother, hoarse cries echoed in the air. The miserable cries of Xue Lihong and his brothers were drowned in the roars of the beasts, leaving no response. Xue Lihong and the others had been arrogant at the beginning, but in the end they screamed in despair. No one had expected that the 4 interstellar wanderers would be killed by Xianxia so easily. To them, this was undoubtedly a blow of despair. Death meant eternal loss, but as interstellar wanderers, their fates had long been sealed. The 4 of them died without a place to be buried. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Thousands of demonic beasts had dismembered their corpses and eaten them all. That scene could be said to be quite shocking. Even De Huang revealed a terrified expression. 3,000 demonic beasts had divided Xue Lihong and the others. That kind of force was absolutely unimaginable. In the end, only a pool of blood was left on the ground, as well as 2 items. One was the Divine Judgment Brush, and the other was a blood jade token with the word Alliance written on it. The Vengeance Alliance? What kind of organization is that? City Lord Qi, do you know about it? Xianxia picked up the Divine Judgment Brush and the blood jade token on the ground and frowned. Before Xue Liqing died, he said that the Vengeance Alliance would never let him go. It seemed that they belonged to this alliance. Qi Yu shook his head, took a look at the token and said, "The universe is vast and full of strange things. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Eternal world is even more boundless. These interstellar wanderers can go anywhere, and their footprints can be found in many places. They are also hated by every planet, and most of them are fugitives. Every 100 years, there will be a change of experts and organizations. I have never heard of this Vendetta Alliance, but they should be very strong. After all, the 4 of them are quite strong. Qiyao's words made Xianxia nod slightly. However, it was useless to think about it at this time. No matter what the Vengeance Alliance was, he had to enter it first and inherit the things in the Great Emperor's tomb. As long as he could inherit the inheritance of the Great Emperor, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. What's the effect of this Divine Judgment brush? Xianxia murmured, holding the Divine Judgment brush tightly. He didn't find any abnormality. However, since it could be used as a divine weapon by the Emperor of the Cosmos, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Previously, they almost died under the hands of this Divine Judgment brush. Although it was a coincidence, it was better for Xianxia to put away the Divine Judgment brush first. Let's take a rest first. At least, let's restore our strength first. Otherwise, no one knows what kind of existence is behind the third hall. Xianxia said in a low voice. Now that their strength had suffered a serious blow, they couldn't continue to fight like this. Xianxia gave everyone elixirs to cultivate on the spot to restore their strength. Only by preserving their strength could they have the opportunity to face more difficulties. Time ticked by. After an unknown period of time, they finally recovered their strength. The Black King had reached the 3rd heaven of the star realm. His strength was recovering more and more. This was undoubtedly good news for Xianxia. He was in charge of the beast army in the Buddha prison palace. The rise of his strength was also very beneficial to Xianxia. F***ck your mother. Black King, how did you break through again? After all this time, I'm the weakest. De Huang said unwillingly. He curled his lips and his eyes were filled with depression. You don't work hard usually. You get angry when you break through. If you work harder, the Black King definitely won't be your match. Xianxia said with a smile. I must surpass you as soon as possible. De Huang said nonchalantly. Let's go. I think there must be something good in this tomb. Who knows, there might be something I need. De Huang couldn't wait. You better protect yourself. Don't cry for help when the time comes. I won't be able to save you. Xianxia rolled his eyes at De Huang and smiled. City Lord Qi, let's go. Xianxia looked at Qiyaoyu. All right. Everyone nodded and began to head towards the 3rd hall. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to what kind of treasures and existences were in the 3rd hall. After all, this was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely not something ordinary people could compare to. The Emperor of the Cosmos attracted everyone. Even Qiyaoyu was no exception. Without Neon blocking the door, Xianxia directly pushed the door open and entered the 3rd hall. This place carried his dreams, his yearning for life, his pursuit of the future, and his longing for his son. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos could Xianxia's strength reach a higher level, rapidly growing and advancing by leaps and bounds. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos could he know where his future lay. However, just as Xianxia and the others entered the hall, Neon, who was originally dead, began to move slowly. Her flesh and blood began to regenerate. A ghost floated over from afar, merging with Neon's body. Neon suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were blazing with a cold and gloomy aura. She struggled to stand up. Kacha, Kacha. After passing through the 3rd hall, Xianxia and the others were stunned. It was as if a whole new world had opened up to them. That's right, it was a completely new world. The reason for that was because the world here was completely different from the 1st and 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was the final palace hall. However, everything before their eyes was completely independent. It was a true great thousand world. Mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Every single one of them made them feel shocked. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the Emperor of the Cosmos after all. He was able to create a world that belonged to him. This was the true strength of him. A huge mountain appeared in front of everyone. On top of the mountain, there was a towering wall with 4 big words written on it, Land of Inheritance. Have we arrived at the land of inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos? The 6-ridged coiling dragon murmured. Everything around them was peaceful. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, swamps, everything was there. On top of the mountain that was shrouded in clouds, the 4 big words Land of Inheritance were written in flamboyant calligraphy. It was shocking. Those 4 words gave off an invisible pressure. We're finally free. Damn it, I thought we were going to have to go through another big battle. De Huang let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Finally, they didn't have to continue fighting. Ever since they entered the tomb of the great emperor, he hadn't stopped to rest. Moreover, the Emperor of the Cosmos was too abnormal. The experts that he summoned were also endless. De Huang clearly felt that he was powerless. Fortunately, Xianxia was here. As long as little Xianxia was here, there was nothing for him to worry about. The land of inheritance in front of them should be safe, right? This was the last tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was the inheritance that he had left for his descendants. We still can't let our guard down. Xianxia looked around. Even though they had arrived at the so-called land of inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, they couldn't be too reckless. No one knew if there was any danger in this place. Xianxia was used to being cautious. It was always good to be cautious. Qiyu also nodded slightly. Along the way, how many dangers had they experienced? Therefore, they had to be careful. If they were not careful, they might die in here. Previously, the people that Xiao Yuan brought were all annihilated. Although they killed a lot of people, the danger in the tomb made it difficult for them to move forward. The birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, and the water is flowing. I don't think there will be any danger here. Big Yellow said with a smile, calmly slashing at Xianxia's side. The excitement on the corner of his mouth was overflowing. After a few battles, the clouds have finally parted and the moon has finally seen the light. He could not continue to be so nervous. De Huang stretched his body. He turned into a De Huang dog out of habit. He laid on the ground lazily, which made Xianxia laugh. This mountain is extremely heavy. It's thousands of meters tall. Although it's not a real mountain that leads to the sky, it gives people a very shocking feeling. It's mighty and domineering. It's indescribable. Qiyu said solemnly as he looked at the mountain that was engraved with the words Land of Inheritance. There was a sea of flowers. Saffron flowers were blooming under the sun. They were as beautiful as fire. There was an endless grassland and a big river that flowed for thousands of miles. It was full of the spirit and majesty of nature. Xianxia took a deep breath. It was refreshing. The land of inheritance must be the final destination. Damn. Little Xianxia, look, this is a grade 6 origin stone, such a big piece. It's worth a few hundred pieces. De Huang's eyes widened. He looked at the boulder under his feet and drooled. A grade 6 origin stone could only be found by chance. It was the hard currency of true star-level experts. A grade 5 origin stone was no longer very attractive to star-level experts. Almost no one was willing to use a grade 6 origin stone to exchange for a grade 5 origin stone. Because of this, grade 6 origin stones were very rare. A millstone-sized grade 6 origin stone could be exchanged for thousands of grade 6 origin stones. Moreover, such a big treasure could only be found by chance. The Genesis chi it contained was also very rich. De Huang picked it up and swallowed it in one gulp. Xianxia rolled his eyes. This guy was really greedy. He swallowed it in one gulp. However, Xianxia could digest it. If it were someone else, they would have to slowly absorb it. There's one here too. The Black King's eyes lit up. He had found several grade 6 origin stones. Although they were not as big as the one De Huang had picked up before, there were quite a few of them. They were indeed very rare. The Black King did not stand on ceremony. He hurriedly put them away for cultivation. Of course, he wanted to keep them safe on behalf of his master, Xianxia. If his master needed them, he would spare no effort to help him. There's one here too. The 6-spine coiling dragon's eyes flashed. It had found an even bigger one. It was more than 10 times bigger than the one De Huang had seen. To be precise, it was worth thousands of grade 6 origin stones. Even Xianxia could not help but smack his lips. Damn. Why don't I have such good luck? De Huang said unwillingly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he had already discovered something fishy. The grade 6 origin stones around them were like ordinary stones. They could be seen every dozen or so meters, and the smallest one was the size of a millstone. The origin stones that De Huang had just picked up were no longer as fragrant. Damn, so the grade 6 origin stones that he had eaten were all over the place? This place is indeed a treasure trove. Qianyu's eyes blazed. His strength had been stagnant for a long time, mostly because of the limited resources. Even though he was the city lord, the resources of the Heavenly Awakening Star region were not inexhaustible. Many origin stones needed to be put to good use in order for the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region to operate normally. However, in the end, there were only a few left in his hands. Therefore, origin stones were very useful no matter when. This was the case in the eternal world. It all depended on whether your origin stone was a high-grade origin stone. Grade 6 origin stone, even Qianyu was filled with excitement and rushed after it like a flock of ducks. Such a hard currency was even more precious than ordinary grade 6 Genesis stones. The Genesis Chi contained in a larger Genesis stone was also more concentrated, and many Genesis stones would be consumed during cultivation. Small Genesis stones would instead become a burden. Qianyu had never thought that there would be so many 6th grade origin stones being discarded like old clogs, scattered all over the mountains and plains. Even if this was the tomb of the great emperor of the cosmos, wasn't this a bit too arrogant? This place seems a little different. What was different? Xianxia couldn't put his finger on it. In short, it gave him a very strange feeling. However, the sight of grade 6 Genesis stones everywhere was indeed shocking. Even Qianyu was no exception. Let's hurry and collect the grade 6 Genesis stones. Ha ha ha. Qianyu said with a smile. Everyone entered the ranks of plundering source stones. Even the overlord of the entire Heavenly Enlightenment Star field became very excited at this moment. De Huang was the most anxious. He continuously swallowed the stones into his stomach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Qianyu was indeed a 6th-layer star stage expert. In addition to the bewildered Xianxia, De Huang, the Black King and the 6-ridged coiling dragon had all entered the ranks of searching for Genesis stones. Xianxia's expression was extremely complicated. The mountains and land gave him a familiar yet strange feeling. He didn't know why, but he felt very close to this place. However, Xianxia had no way of knowing why he had become like this. Even so many Genesis stones no longer seemed attractive to him. Ha ha ha, there's a big one. De Huang excitedly swallowed a number of grade 6 Genesis stones. The Genesis Chi in his body continued to surge, and more power rushed into his dantian. Unlike ordinary people, he directly digested the Genesis stones and absorbed them at an unusually fast speed. The entire mountain was extremely peaceful and quiet. Xianxia's heart also calmed down. Even the endless Genesis stones did not break his peaceful heart. What did the Emperor of the Cosmos leave behind in the inheritance land? As he pondered, Xianxia's eyes glowed. He knew that this place was definitely unusual. Although Genesis stones were very tempting, they couldn't possibly be the only ones here. In particular, the words inheritance land filled Xianxia with confidence. When would he be able to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos? There were many Genesis stones, and they were all large grade 6 Genesis stones. De Huang and the others had a bountiful harvest. No one fought over them because the treasures here were unimaginable. The number of Genesis stones made everyone feel extremely satisfied. The mountain was covered with many silver bells. There were hundreds of them. Xianxia couldn't help but ponder. Could these treasures be the treasures of the Emperor of the Cosmos? The things in the inheritance land were definitely peerless treasures. Ha ha ha, so many Genesis stones. This is too tempting. He, it seems like this old man didn't come for nothing this time. Just as De Huang and the others were frantically plundering the Genesis stones, an earth-shattering laughter resounded in the sky. Everyone's heart sank. Who else was there? Who was still here? Qiyu and Jiangchen's expressions changed slightly. Could it be that someone had been following them? That was impossible. Qiyu didn't believe it at all. He had already scouted all the places. No one could escape his eyes and ears. Unless, this person's strength was above his. Only then could he avoid his eyes and ears. If that was the case, then they might really be in danger. If this person had been hiding in the dark, then wouldn't all their previous actions have been seen by him? Wouldn't everything be exposed to him? Thinking up to this point, not only Qiyu, even Jiangchen felt terrified. They might have been targeted by someone long ago, and it wasn't something that happened in a short time. "It's you?" Jiangchen shouted in a deep voice. He looked at the haggard, skinny old man in front of him. He never expected it to be someone he knew. Yang Wolao, the person who had deceived him and cheated him of his Genesis stones. At this moment, Jiangchen was even more furious. When enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. When Yang Wolao looked at Jiangchen, he was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with ambiguity. In his eyes, Jiangchen wasn't a scary person. He was just his little sheep. "It's me. I didn't expect to meet again so soon." He, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Yang Wolao said with a smile. "You know him?" Qiyu looked at Jiangchen and said in disbelief. "That's right. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He cheated me once." Jiangchen clenched his teeth and said. De Huang was stunned. Damn. He thought that there was no one in this world who could cheat little Chen. He didn't expect this old man to cheat little Chenzi. How could this be? Awesome, old man. You even cheated little Chenzi? I've seen it for myself. De Huang said with a smile. At this moment, he was very excited. He was very curious about this guy's background. The six-spine coiling dragon and the Black King were also ready to fight with Jiangchen at any time. They knew that Jiangchen's anger was very high. They had never seen anyone who could make him so angry. Usually, it was Jiangchen who cheated others. This time, someone actually cheated Jiangchen. This was simply a fantasy. We're old acquaintances. Why are you acting like this? I don't like it. Jiangchen, can't you calm down a little? Look, even your friends are so nervous. I really don't know what to say. We're all friends. Why do you have to be like this? Yang Wolao said calmly. Jiangchen's anger didn't make him uncomfortable at all. He came here with Jiangchen. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, he wouldn't have found this place. Humph, I don't have a friend like you. Old thing, if you dare to snatch things from me, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Jiangchen said in a low voice. His heart was extremely dignified. This guy's strength was very strong. Even he didn't notice his appearance. Now, even with Qiyu by his side, Jiangchen wasn't sure if they could defeat Yang Wolao with so many people. You've already come this far. What are you still unwilling to give up? I won't take a single dawnstone here. I'll give them all to you. After picking up the dawnstones, let's leave this place. How about it? This deal? Is it worth it? Yang Wolao said with a smile. You don't even want the dawnstones? Really? De Huang said in a daze. Do you think these dawnstones are really important compared to the great emperor's inheritance? It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. The things we've obtained are probably only 1/10,000th of the treasures in the great emperor's tomb. The real treasures must be at the back. These dawnstones seem to be just the appetizer. Do you think this old man is so kind? Little Loach, don't talk nonsense. I'm a man of my word. If you pick up the source stones and leave quickly, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you continue to stay here, don't blame me for being impolite. Let me tell you, I made this decision because of Jiangchen. If it had been anyone else, I definitely wouldn't have given them any face. After all, Jiangchen is my benefactor. Without him, why would I be here? Jiangchen knew that Yang Wolao was trying to infuriate him. Although he had been restraining himself, he knew that he still couldn't forgive Yang Wolao. Besides, this guy must have a plan to come here. The things here were far beyond their imagination. Yang Wulao's purpose was to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor of Star River. Now that they had come all the way here, how could they return empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures? Even if they had to fight to the death, they definitely wouldn't compromise. Although Yang Wulao had put a lot of pressure on them, Jiang Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jiang Chen had killed countless people along the way. He had already done so much for this day. How could he give all the real treasures to Yang Wulao? This was simply wishful thinking. You've been following us all this time, but you've only appeared now. You want us to help you clear the way so that you can reap the benefits. What a great scheme. Ha ha ha. Do you really think that we can't withstand a single blow? If you want the treasures, sure, but you'll have to get through us first. What we want isn't just source stones. Qiyu stared at Yang Wulao with a gloomy expression. This was his territory, the Heaven Awakening Star Domain. How could he let others shit on his head? Is that so? Let me warn you, I'm not a joking person. If you touch my bottom line, I won't be so easy to talk to. I'm giving face to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get these source stones. Yang Wulao looked at Jiang Chen confidently, which made Jiang Chen extremely annoyed. This old thing actually wanted to pick up ready-made stones? Giving face to me? I don't want your face. Old fellow, if you know what's good for you, get lost. My patience is limited. Jiang Chen stared fixedly at Yang Wulao. He knew that the other party had definitely come prepared. It would be almost impossible for him to have a good ending today. Yang Wulao had been able to hide by his side all the way without being discovered. This was enough to show how terrifying this fellow was. Jiang Chen had to be careful. Look, I'm giving you but you don't want face. Isn't that shameless? What good will it do you if you fall out with me? You really disappoint me, Jiang Chen. I thought that you were a wise man who submits to circumstances, but it seems like I have no choice but to force you out. I'm telling you, this is your last chance. Don't miss it. You won't get another chance like this if you miss it. Yang Wulao's calm demeanor was simply annoying. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Both sides seemed to be accumulating power. Jiang Chen and Qiyu glanced at each other. They definitely wouldn't spit out the fat meat that was already in their mouths. Even if Yang Wulao had followed them for a long time, he still had to protect this last piece of land. There's no point in talking anymore, old thing. I don't want to fall into your trap again. You've tricked me once, but I definitely won't fall for it a second time. Today, it's time for us to settle things. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He looked at Yang Wulao. The anger in his heart had gradually burned. No one could touch what he wanted. He would kill gods and Buddhas. Yang Wulao was his former enemy. Today, they would definitely not stop until one of them was dead. Look, being so angry is very harmful to the body. Look, being so angry is very harmful to your body. I was giving you a way out of this embarrassing situation, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me for that. In this world, there are very few people who are as trustworthy and kind as me. Jiang Chen, I thought we were brought together by fate, that's why I didn't kill you. I told you to take the Dawn Stones and leave, but why didn't you listen to me? Sigh, Yang Wulao looked depressed. He seemed to be very disappointed with Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't think so. This old guy was obviously plotting against him. He wouldn't fall in the same place twice. Kill, Jiang Chen shouted angrily. He didn't want to give Yang Wulao any chance. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. If he could kill Yang Wulao, it would be a win-win situation. This guy had been following him all this time, and Jiang Chen could still feel a chill running down his spine, because this guy could stab him in the back at any time. Sigh, my heart is like the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Yang Wulao kept shaking his head. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword fell from the sky. A terrifying force slashed through the sky, causing the whole sky to darken. Jiang Chen didn't hold back at all. It was a sword of life and death. He wanted to kill Yang Wulao on the spot. A terrifying sword chi was released. Jiang Chen, who was at the second sky of the star realm, was incomparably overbearing. Even a fourth Sky of the Star Realm expert wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. A terrifying wave of qi overturned the surrounding flowers and plants. Bang! Yang Wolao shouted with a deep voice. In an instant, a storm swept across the area. Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. What he didn't expect was that Yang Wolao could catch his sword with just one hand, and with just a slap, Jiang Chen was pushed back. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Since when did Yang Wolao become so strong? Jiang Chen flew back. His eyes were blazing. The terrifying force was neutralized by him. However, his blood was still boiling. Even Qi Lian Shan and Qi Lian Dong, who were at the fifth Sky of the Star Realm, didn't dare to say that they could catch Jiang Chen's sword easily. Moreover, Yang Wolao could easily push him back. This kind of strength could only be achieved by a sixth Sky of the Star Realm genius. This was the truth. Even Qi Yiyu's eyes were filled with shock. He knew that this skinny old man's strength was definitely above his own. I've already warned you, Jiang Chen. You're not my opponent. However, you didn't listen. You still need me to do it myself. You don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Young people nowadays, sigh. They had already arrived at the real land of inheritance, but what made them despair was that Qing Yaojin had appeared halfway. Yang Wolao's appearance made Jiang Chen and even Qi Yiyu feel that it was extremely troublesome. He had been hiding in the dark and observing, only making a move at the last moment. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yang Wolao had played this perfectly. In Jiang Chen's heart, he not only hated Yang Wolao, but he was also furious. He had spent a lot of effort to get to where he was today, but Yang Wolao wanted to steal the fruits of his labor? This was too unreasonable. This guy had been able to escape his eyes and ears, as well as Qi Yeyu's detection, which meant that he definitely had his own strengths. Jiang Chen knew that he had underestimated Yang Wolao. But Yang Wolao hadn't been this strong back then. Could it be that this guy had been scheming against him from the beginning? Have you been scheming against me from the beginning? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Wolao. It can't be considered scheming. I'm still a very trustworthy person. You have something special on you, something I want. I was also skeptical that you could take me to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, but it seems that I really made the right bet this time. You didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Yang Wolao looked calm. He must have been very confident compared to Jiang Chen and the others, because all the obstacles had been cleared. Whether it was the interstellar wanderers, the obstacles here, or the powerhouses from the Apocalypse Galaxy City, they had all been turned into dust. He was very shocked that Jiang Chen and the others had been able to make it to the end. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's strong growth, which was what he was most concerned about. You are indeed very strong and have extraordinary perseverance. I really don't have the heart to kill you, so I'll give you a chance. If you leave now, it's still not too late. I'm not a narrow-minded person who will kill a genius in the cradle. If you can grow up, it'll be your fortune. However, you won't have a share in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Yang Wolao said in an unquestionable tone. Qi Yiyu knew that this old guy really had the strength to do so. Who are you? Interstellar Wanderer? Or is he a thief hiding in some star field? Qi Yiyu looked at Yang Wolao in confusion. He had been in charge of the Heaven Awakening Star Zone for over 10,000 years, but he had never heard of someone like Yang Wolao. There's no need to guess. You don't know who I am, and I'm not under the jurisdiction of your Heaven Awakening Starfield. Today, I just want the inheritance of Emperor Cosmos. You don't have the right to stay here. Also, my patience has almost been worn out by all of you. Yang Wolao frowned and his expression turned cold. Since things have come to this, it seems like we can only fight. Little brother Jiang Chen, get ready to make a move. He wants our lives, so we naturally can't just sit and wait for death. Qi Yiyu clenched his fists tightly. His heart was as calm as still water, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter how strong this fellow was, there were so many of them, so they definitely wouldn't give up. They had to fight to the last moment. They wouldn't give up until all hope was lost. The treasure was theirs, and they had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain it. However, there was someone who wanted to sit back and reap the benefits. There definitely wouldn't be such a thing. There's no need to hold back. Kill without mercy. Xianxia took the lead and attacked again. Although he hadn't gained any advantage in the previous attack, he definitely wouldn't give Yang Wolao any chance now that everyone had joined forces. Qiyu, the six-ridged coiling dragon, Xianxia, De Huang, and the Black King attacked Yang Wolao almost instantly from all directions. You little fellas, are you purposely provoking me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know why the flowers are red. Yang Wolao snorted, a smile still hanging on his lips. This battle didn't pose any pressure to him. His current strength was at the 7th level star level. Even the strongest among them, Qiyu, definitely wouldn't stand a chance against him. No matter how many people there were, it would just be like throwing an egg against a rock. Get lost. Yang Wolao held a long stick in his hand and swung it horizontally. Waves of air rolled around the area, and it was unstoppable. The 5 of them attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't withstand the sharpness of the stick. The overbearing force kept spreading out. Xianxia kept attacking, but he was forced back by Yang Wolao again and again. The opponent's rod seemed ordinary and incomparably simple, but every time it was used, it could shake the heavens and earth. This was the embodiment of strength. Xianxia knew that they had definitely encountered a troublesome opponent this time. So many people couldn't do anything to Yang Wolao. His strength was definitely above the 6th level star level. At this time, even if Xianxia released all his early-stage star-level beasts, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Wolao. The difference in strength was too great. In Yang Wolao's eyes, these beasts were just a bunch of trash. There was no pressure at all. They would only become ghosts under his hands. No one can do anything to me? Ha ha ha, even the heavens are no exception. Yang Wolao arrogantly swept his rod across, causing the sky to change color. The surrounding mountains seemed to be shaking at this moment. Ring, 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 as the silver bells rang, Xianxia and the others were forced back. Their expressions were extremely ugly, especially Xianxia, De Huang, and the Black King. They were vomiting blood, and their faces were pale. Qiyu and Liuji Coiled Dragon Sea were still fine, but they were also extremely shocked. Their expressions were grim as they stumbled back. What a piercing sound. Xianxia turned his head and saw that the silver bells on the mountain were vibrating non-stop. Ring, 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 the sound of the silver bells lasted for a long time. Along with the ringing of the silver bells, there was a loud rumbling sound. At that moment, Xianxia's expression changed instantly. This was because he saw a 300-meter-tall heavenly hound appearing between heaven and earth, running continuously. Oh shit! Heavenly hound! It's a heavenly hound! Yang Wolao cried out in alarm. Even he couldn't remain calm at this moment. This heavenly hound was obviously a little too huge. It was hundreds of meters tall, and it was like a mountain that was constantly running on the ground, rushing towards them. A dark mass of darkness blotted out the sky. De Huang was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Damn it, what kind of breed is this? Why do I feel like it's even more terrifying than me? In its eyes, you seem like a little puppy. Liuji Coiled Dragon Sea said indifferently. Damn it. De Huang glared at Liuji Coiled Dragon Sea. How could someone as handsome as me be a little puppy? However, De Huang really didn't dare to breathe loudly at this moment. It wasn't just him. Everyone else was as silent as cicadas in winter. Qiyu's face was full of horror. He had roamed the Tianqi Star region for so many years, but he had never imagined that there would be such a huge great emperor's tomb beneath his feet. Furthermore, the mysteries within the tomb were far beyond his imagination. Xianxia and the rest subconsciously stopped. Yang Wolao stared at the heavenly hound, his heart filled with shock. Rumor has it that the Emperor of the Cosmos's most powerful mount is the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound eats the sun, while the neon swallows the moon. The heavenly hound is an existence above the bloodline of the divine beasts. It's the first batch of beasts after the beginning of chaos. Yang Wolao murmured. One could imagine how terrifying this heavenly hound was. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The heavenly hound's barking was so refreshing, without the slightest trace of the terror and dominance of a divine beast. Xianxia was stunned. This barking was really unflattering. Was this how the heavenly hound barked? Its barking isn't domineering at all. De Huang mumbled. However, that terrifying figure and boundless pressure made people panic. This was definitely not a joke. Woof woof woof. Lowly humans, how dare you step into my king's territory? Die. The appearance of the heavenly hound gave Jiang Chen, Yang Wolao, and the rest a great sense of pressure. The fear of power came from the depths of their souls. Every step the heavenly hound took caused the earth to shake. The surrounding sky darkened. They could only feel danger approaching them step by step. Woof woof woof. The heavenly hound went straight for Yang Wolao. Yang Wolao's expression changed. He used all his strength to fight the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound's strength was probably not weaker than his. Even Yang Wolao did not dare to underestimate such power. What made Yang Wolao even angrier was that the heavenly hound seemed to be targeting him. It didn't even look for Jiang Chen and the rest. Instead, it barked at him and started biting crazily. This heavenly hound doesn't seem to care about us at all? The Black King said with a bitter smile. That seems to be the case. It doesn't even look at us. It seems to think that we are the old man's men. De Huang chuckled, his eyes filled with excitement. That's right. Looks like we've finally dodged a bullet this time. The six-ridged coiling dragon said in a low voice. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The heavenly hound was aiming at Yang Wolao and wouldn't let go. It was going to fight to the death with him. In my opinion, this silly dog is really something. Ha ha ha, that old fellow seems to be in a much worse state than us. De Huang patted his tummy and said calmly. Right now, Yang Wolao was the unluckiest one and was complaining incessantly. Since the heavenly hound had set its sights on him, it didn't relax at all. It worked with all its might, as if it was determined not to relax. You damned dog, why don't you go and hit them? F***ck. I'll kill you. Yang Wolao was furious, but he was being held back by the heavenly hound, which made him very depressed. Right now, Jiang Chen and the others were all relaxed, and there was no pressure at all. The heavenly hound had targeted him, which was not a good sign. This is what it means to be unjust and doomed. Just wait for your death, you old fart. De Huang laughed and said. The heavenly hound suddenly turned its head and looked at De Huang. De Huang's smile froze, and his heart turned cold. F***cku. Don't you dare target me. De Huang kept muttering in his heart. However, the heavenly hound only looked at him once, and its target was still Yang Wolao. It should be the silver bell on the mountain, and this heavenly hound is the guardian of the silver bell, guarding the final inheritance ground of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. At this time, they could leave, but once they did, all the treasures would have nothing to do with them. Even if Qiyu wanted to leave, he wouldn't give up so easily. This Emperor of the Cosmos is too much. He actually set up so many obstacles. We're already at the inheritance ground, but he still doesn't let us accept the inheritance. Damn it, I'm drunk. De Huang said with dissatisfaction. How can the inheritance of the great emperor be given to others so easily? In order to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor, one must go through a lot of hardships and obstacles before he can truly ascend. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Jiang Chen said firmly. As the top existence in the entire eternal world, the Emperor of the Cosmos naturally has his own inheritance. We should still be humble. Alright. I'll listen to you. However, little Chinzi, what do we do now? Continue to move forward? That old fart is trapped by the heavenly hound. If we leave now, will we be targeted by the heavenly hound? De Huang said. It's hard to say. Let's not provoke the heavenly hound for now. It's best to let the two of them fight each other, and we'll be the last to attack. Qiyu said in a low voice. It won't be that easy. Jiang Chen knew that no matter if it was Heavenly Hound or Yang Wolao, experts of this level would not be stupid. How could the two of them perish together? However, Yang Wolao was infuriated. He had to bear everything alone. How could he not be infuriated by such pressure? Despite being infuriated, he couldn't defeat the Heavenly Hound in a short period of time. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had the absolute advantage. Today is a good day, la 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 la. De Huang said while shaking his head. Yang Wolao raised his eyebrows in anger. However, Yang Wolao could only focus on the battle and couldn't be distracted. SSSS, SSSSSS, a hissing sound rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Even Qiyu didn't notice that a long snake had emerged from the bushes at the top of the mountain. It flew out from the bushes and headed straight for De Huang. Be careful of De Huang. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he shouted. Roar, De Huang's eyes widened as he shrieked. Jiang Chen's shout was too late. De Huang wasn't prepared at all and was still in a state of excitement. However, a green snake had bitten his buttocks. Mother ****. De Huang roared as his face turned green. His buttocks seemed to be on fire as he sprinted away. 29 swords. Jiang Chen slashed at the back of De Huang's buttocks. The green snake was as fast as lightning as it quickly escaped. Its figure streaked across the sky, causing the surrounding sky to darken. The giant green snake covered the sky, causing Jiang Chen's expression to become extremely solemn. It looks like the green snake that entered the martial monarch's tomb, the six-ridged coiling dragon murmured. I'm afraid this green snake is more difficult to deal with than we thought. Qiyu looked at Jiang Chen. The green snake that covered the sky and the heavenly hound made Jiang Chen and the others despair. End of chapter 47:14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.